Nuremberg, July. Of the concept in general. What the nature of the concept is cannot be given right away, not any more than can the concept of any other subject matter. It might perhaps seem that, in order to state the concept of a subject matter, the logical element can be presupposed, and that this element would not therefore be preceded by anything else, or be something deduced, just as in geometry logical propositions, when they occur applied to magnitudes and employed in that science, are premised in the form of axioms, underived and underivable determinations of cognition. Now the concept is to be regarded indeed, not just as a subjective presupposition but as absolute foundation, but it cannot be the latter except to the extent that it has made itself into one. Anything abstractly immediate is indeed a first, but, as an abstraction, it is rather something mediated, the foundation of which, if it is to be grasped in its truth, must therefore first be sought. And this foundation will indeed be something immediate, but an immediate which has made itself such by the sublation of mediation. From this aspect the concept is at first to be regarded simply as the third to being in essence, to the immediate and to reflection. Being and essence are therefore the moments of its becoming, but the concept is their foundation and truth as the identity into which they have sunk and in which they are contained. They are contained in it because the concept is their result, but no longer as being and essence. These are determinations which they have only in so far as they have not yet returned into the identity which is their unity. Hence the objective logic, which treats of being and essence, constitutes in truth the genetic exposition of the concept. More precisely, substance already is real essence, or essence in so far as it is united with being and has stepped into actuality. Consequently, the concept has substance for its immediate presupposition. Substance is implicitly what the concept is explicitly. The dialectical movement of substance through causality and reciprocal affection is thus the immediate genesis of the concept by virtue of which its becoming is displayed. But the meaning of its becoming, like that of all becoming, is that it is the reflection of something which passes over into its ground, and that the at first apparent other into which this something has passed over constitutes the truth of the latter. Thus the concept is the truth of substance, and since necessity is the determining relational mode of substance, freedom reveals itself to be the truth of necessity and the relational mode of the concept. The necessary forward course of determination characteristic of substance is the positing of that which is in and for itself. The concept is now this absolute unity of being and reflection, whereby being in and for itself only is by being equally reflection or positedness, and positedness only is by being equally in and for itself. This abstract result is elucidated by the exposition of its concrete genesis, which contains the nature of the concept but had to precede its treatment. We must briefly sum up here, therefore, the main moments of this exposition, which has been treated in detail in Book 2 of the Objective Logic. Substance is the absolute, the actual in and for itself in itself, because it is the simple identity of possibility and actuality absolute, because it is the essence containing all actuality and possibility within itself for itself, because it is this identity as absolute power or absolutely self-referring negativity. The movement of substantiality posited by these moments consists in the following stages. Substance, as absolute power or self-referring negativity, differentiates itself into a relation in which what are at first only simple moments are substances and original presuppositions. Their specific relation is that of a passive substance, of the originariness of the simple in itself which, powerless to posit itself, is only originary positedness, and of an active substance, the self-referring negativity which has as such posited itself as another and refers to it. This other is precisely the passive substance which the active substance, as originative power, has presupposed for itself as its condition. This presupposing is to be understood in the sense that the movement of substance is at first in the form of one moment of its concept, that of the in itself, that the determinateness of one of the substances standing in relation is itself also the determinateness of this relation. The other moment is the being for itself or the power positing itself as self-referring negativity and thereby again sublating what it presupposes. The active substance is cause it acts. This means that it is now a positing, just as before it was a presupposing, that a power is also given the reflective shine of power, positedness also the reflective shine of positedness. What in the presupposition was the originary becomes in causality, by virtue of the reference to another, what it is in itself. The cause brings about an effect. But it does so in another substance, and it is now power with reference to another. It thus appears as cause, but is cause only by virtue of this appearing. B. The effect enters the passive substance, and by virtue of it the latter now also appears as positedness, but is passive substance only in this positedness. But there is more still present here than just this appearance, namely, a. The cause acts upon the passive substance, alters its determination, but this determination is its positedness, for otherwise there is nothing else to alter the other determination which it obtains is however that of causality. The passive substance thus comes to be cause, power, and activity. b. The effect is posited in it by the cause, but that which is posited by the cause is the cause itself which, in acting, is identical with itself. It is this cause that posits itself in the place of the passive substance. Similarly, with respect to the active substance, a. The action is the translation of the cause into the effect, into its other, the positedness. b. The cause reveals itself in the effect as what it is. The effect is identical with the cause, is not another in acting. The cause thus reveals the positedness to be that which it, the cause, essentially is. Each side, therefore, in accordance with how it refers to the other both as identical with it and as the negative of it, becomes the opposite of itself, but, in becoming this opposite, the other, and therefore also each, remains identical with itself. But both, the identical and the negative reference, are one and the same substance is self-identical only in its opposite, and this constitutes the absolute identity of the two substances posited as two. It is by its act that active substance is manifested as cause or originary substantiality, that is, by positing itself as the opposite of itself, a positing which is at the same time the sublating of its presupposed otherness, of passive substance. Contrariwise, it is by being acted upon that the positedness is manifested as positedness, the negative as negative, and consequently the passive substance as self-referring negativity, and in this other the cause simply rejoins itself. Through this positing, therefore, what is presupposed, that is, the implicit originariness, becomes explicit. But this being, which is now in and for itself, is only by virtue of a positing which is equally the sublation of what is presupposed, or because the absolute substance has returned to itself only out of, and in, its positedness, and for that reason is absolute. Hence this reciprocal action is appearance that again sublates itself, the revelation that the reflective shine of causality, in which the cause is as cause, is just that it is reflective shine. This infinite immanent reflection, that the being in and for itself is only such by being a positedness, is the consummation of substance. But this consummation is no longer the substance itself but is something higher, the concept, the subject. The transition of the relation of substantiality occurs through its own immanent necessity and is nothing more than the manifestation of itself, that the concept is its truth, and that freedom is the truth of necessity. Earlier, in Book 2 of the Objective Logic, pp. ff. Remark, I have already called attention to the fact that the philosophy that assumes its position at the standpoint of substance and stops there is the system of Spinoza. I have also indicated there the defect of the system, both with respect to form and matter. Something else, however, is the refutation of it. Elsewhere, in connection with the refutation of a philosophical system, I have also remarked quite in general that we must get over the distorted idea that that system has to be represented as if thoroughly false, and as if the true system stood to the false as only opposed to it. It is on the basis of the context within which the system of Spinoza is presented here that we can see its true standpoint and ask whether the system is true or false. The relation of substantiality was generated by the nature of essence. This relation and also its exposition as an expanded totality in the form of system is, therefore, a necessary standpoint at which the absolute positions itself. Such a standpoint, therefore, is not to be regarded as just an opinion, an individual's subjective, arbitrary way of representing and thinking, as an aberration of speculation. On the contrary, speculation necessarily runs into it and, to this extent, the system is perfectly true. But it is not the highest standpoint. By itself alone, therefore, the system cannot be regarded as false, as either requiring or being capable of refutation. This alone is rather to be considered false in it that it would be the highest standpoint. It also follows that the true system cannot be related to it as just its opposite, for if so opposed it would itself be one-sided. Rather, as the higher system, it must contain it within as its subordinate. Further, any refutation would have to come not from outside, that is, not proceed from assumptions lying outside the system and irrelevant to it. The system need only refuse to recognize those assumptions. The defect is such only for one who starts from such needs and requirements as are based on them. For this reason it has been said that there cannot be any refutation of Spinozism for anyone who does not presuppose a commitment to freedom and the independence of a self-conscious subject. Besides, a standpoint so lofty and inherently so rich as that of the relation of substance does not ignore those assumptions but even contains them. One of the attributes of the Spinozistic substance is thought. The system knows how to resolve and assimilate the determinations in which these assumptions conflict with it, so that they re-emerge in it, but duly modified accordingly. The nerve, therefore, of any external refutation consists solely in obstinately clinging to the opposite categories of these assumptions, for example, to the absolute self-subsistence of the thinking individual as against the form of thought which in the absolute substance is posited as identical with extension. Effective refutation must infiltrate the opponent's stronghold and meet him on his own ground. There is no point in attacking him outside his territory and claiming jurisdiction where he is not. The only possible refutation of Spinozism can only consist, therefore, in first acknowledging its standpoint as essential and necessary and then raising it to a higher standpoint on the strength of its own resources. The relation of substantiality, considered simply on its own, leads to its opposite. It passes over into the concept. The exposition in the preceding book of substance as leading to the concept is, therefore, the one and only true refutation of Spinozism. It is the unveiling of substance, and this is the genesis of the concept, the principal moments of which we have documented above. The unity of substance is its relation of necessity. But this unity is thus only inner necessity. By positing itself through the moment of absolute negativity, it becomes manifested or posited identity, and also, therefore, the freedom which is the identity of the concept. This concept, the totality resulting from the relation of reciprocity, is the unity of the two substances that stand in that relation, but in such a way now that the two belong to freedom they no longer possess their identity blindly, that is to say, internally. On the contrary, the substances now explicitly have the determination that they are essentially reflective shine or moments of reflection, and for that reason that each has immediately rejoined its other or its positedness, then each contains this positedness in itself and in its other, therefore, is posited simply and solely as identical with itself. In the concept, therefore, the kingdom of freedom is disclosed. The concept is free because the identity that exists in and for itself and constitutes the necessity of substance exists at the same time as sublated or as positedness, and this positedness, as self-referring, is that very identity. Vanished is the obscurity which the causally related substances have for each other, for the originariness of their self-subsistence that makes them causes has passed over into positedness and has thereby become self-transparently clear. The originary fact is originary because it is a self-causing fact, and this is the substance that has been let go freely into the concept. The direct result for the concept is the following more detailed determination. Because being which is in and for itself is immediately a positedness, the concept is in its simple self-reference an absolute determinateness which, by referring only to itself, is however no less immediately simple identity. But this self-reference of the determinateness in which the latter rejoins itself is just as much the negation of determinateness, and thus the concept, as this equality with itself, is the universal. But this identity equally has the determination of negativity. It is a negation or determinateness that refers to itself, and as such the concept is the singular. Each, the universal and the singular, is a totality. Each contains the determination of the other within it, and therefore the two are just as absolutely one totality as their oneness is the diremption of itself into the free reflective shine of this duality. And this is a duality which in the differentiation of singular and universal appears to be perfect opposition, but an opposition which is so much of a reflective shine that, in that the one is conceptualized and said, immediately the other is therein conceptualized and said. The foregoing is to be regarded as the concept of the concept. To some it may seem to depart from the common understanding of concept, and they might require that we indicate how a result fits with other ways of representing or defining it. But, for one thing, this cannot be an issue of proof based on the authority of ordinary understanding. In the science of the concept, the content and determination of the latter can be proven solely on the basis of an immanent deduction which contains its genesis, and such a deduction lies behind us. And also, whereas the concept of the concept as deduced here should in principle be recognized in whatever else is otherwise adduced to such a concept, it is not as easy to ascertain what others have said about its nature. For in general they do not bother at all inquiring about it, but presuppose that everyone already understands what the concept means when speaking of it. Of late especially one may indeed believe that it is not worth pursuing any such inquiry because, just as it was for a while the fashion to say all things bad about the imagination, then about memory, it became in philosophy the habit some time ago, and is still the habit now, to heap every kind of defamation on the concept, to hold it in contempt, the concept which is the highest form of thought, while the incomprehensible and the non-comprehended are regarded as the pinnacle of both science and morality. I confine myself to one remark which may contribute to the comprehension of the concept here developed and facilitate one's way into it. The concept, when it has progressed to a concrete existence which is itself free, is none other than the I or pure self-consciousness. True, I have concepts, that is, determinate concepts, but the I is the pure concept itself, the concept that has come into determinate existence. It is fair to suppose, therefore, When we think of the fundamental determinations which constitute the nature of the I, that we are referring to something familiar, that is, a commonplace of ordinary thinking. But the I is in the first place purely self-referring unity, and is this not immediately but by abstracting from all determinateness in content and withdrawing into the freedom of unrestricted equality with itself. As such it is universality, a unity that is unity with itself only by virtue of its negative relating, which appears as abstraction, and because of it contains all determinateness within itself as dissolved. In second place, the I is just as immediately self-referring negativity, singularity, absolute determinateness that stands opposed to anything other and excludes it, individual personality. This absolute universality which is just as immediately absolute singularization, a being in and for itself which is absolute positiveness and being in and for itself. Only by virtue of its unity with the positiveness, this universality constitutes the nature of the I and of the concept. Neither the one nor the other can be comprehended unless these two just given moments are grasped at the same time, both in their abstraction and in their perfect unity. When I say of the understanding that I have it, according to ordinary ways of speaking, what is being understood by it is a faculty or a property that stands in relation to my I in the same way as the property of a thing stands related to that thing, as to an indeterminate substrate which is not the true ground or the determining factor of the property. In this view, I have concepts, and I have the concept, just as I also have a coat, complexion, and other external properties. Kant went beyond this external relation of the understanding, as the faculty of concepts and of the concept, to the I. It is one of the profoundest and truest insights to be found in the Critique of Reason that the unity which constitutes the essence of the concept is recognized as the original synthetic unity of apperception, the unity of the I think, or of self-consciousness. This proposition is all that there is to the so-called transcendental deduction of the categories which, from the beginning, has however been regarded as the most difficult piece of Kantian philosophy, no doubt only because it demands that we should transcend the mere representation of the relation of the I and the understanding, or of the concepts, to a thing and its properties or accidents, and advance to the thought of it. The object, says Kant in the Critique of Pure Reason, and ed. p. is that, in the concept of which the manifold of a given intuition is unified. But every unification of representations requires a unity of consciousness in the synthesis of them. Consequently, this unity of consciousness is alone that which constitutes the reference of the representations to an object, hence their objective validity, and that on which even the possibility of the understanding rests. Kant distinguishes this objective unity from the subjective unity of consciousness by which the I becomes conscious of a manifold, whether simultaneously or successively depending on empirical conditions. In contrast to this subjective unity, the principles of the objective determination of representations are only to be derived from the principle of the transcendental unity of apperception. It is by virtue of the categories, which are these objective determinations, that the manifold of given representations is so determined as to be brought to the unity of consciousness. On this explanation, the unity of the concept is that by virtue of which something is not the determination of mere feeling, is not intuition or even mere representation, but an object, and this objective unity is the unity of the I with itself. In point of fact, the conceptual comprehension of a subject matter consists in nothing else than in the I making it its own, in pervading it and bringing it into its own form, that is, into a universality which is immediately determinateness, or into a determinateness which is immediately universality. As intuited or also as represented, the subject matter is still something external, alien. When it is conceptualized, the being in and for itself that it has in intuition and representation is transformed into a positiveness in thinking it, the I pervades it. But it is only in thought that it is in and for itself as it is in intuition or representation, it is appearance. Thought sublates the immediacy with which it first comes before us and in this way transforms it into a positiveness, but this, its positiveness, is its being in and for itself or its objectivity. This is an objectivity which the subject matter consequently attains in the concept, and this concept is the unity of self-consciousness into which that subject matter has been assumed. Consequently its objectivity or the concept is itself none other than the nature of self-consciousness, has no other moments or determinations than the I itself. Accordingly, we find in a fundamental principle of Kantian philosophy the justification for turning to the nature of the I in order to learn what the concept is. But conversely, it is necessary to this end that we have grasped the concept of the I as stated. If we cling to the mere representation of the I as we commonly entertain it, then the I is only the simple thing also known as the soul, a thing in which the concept inheres as a possession or a property. This representation, which does not bother to comprehend either the I or the concept, is of little use in facilitating or advancing the conceptual comprehension of the concept. The position of Kant just cited contains two other points which concern the concept and necessitate some further comments. First of all, preceding the stage of understanding are the stages of feeling and of intuition. It is an essential proposition of Kant's transcendental philosophy that concepts without intuition are empty, and that they have validity only as references connecting the manifold given by intuition. Second, the concept is given as the objective element of cognition, consequently as the truth. Yet it is taken to be something merely subjective, and we are not allowed to extract reality from it, for by reality objectivity is to be understood, since reality is contrasted with subjectivity. Moreover, the concept and anything logical are declared to be something merely formal which, since it abstracts from content, does not contain truth. Now, in the first place, as regards the relation of the understanding or concept to the stages presupposed by it, the determination of the form of these stages depends on which science is being considered. In our science, which is pure logic, they are being in essence. In psychology, the stages preceding the understanding are feeling and intuition, and then representation generally. In the phenomenology of spirit, which is the doctrine of consciousness, the ascent to the understanding is made through the stages of sensuous consciousness and then of perception. Kant places ahead of it only feeling and intuition. But, for a start, he himself betrays the incompleteness of this progression of stages by appending to the transcendental logic or the doctrine of the understanding a treatise on the concepts of reflection, a sphere lying between intuition and understanding, or being and concept. And if we consider the substance itself of these stages, it must first be said that such shapes as intuition, representation, and the like, belong to the self-conscious spirit which, as such, does not fall within the scope of logical science. Of course, the pure determinations of being, essence, and the concept, also constitute the substrate and the inner sustaining structure of the forms of spirit. Spirit, as intuiting as well as sensuous consciousness, is in the form of immediate being, just as spirit is representational and also perceptual consciousness has risen from being to the stage of essence or reflection. But these concrete shapes are of as little interest to the science of logic as are the concrete forms that logical determinations assume in nature. These last would be space and time, then space and time as assuming a content, as in organic and then organic nature. Similarly, the concept is also not to be considered here as the act of the self-conscious understanding, not as subjective understanding, but as the concept in and for itself which constitutes a stage of nature as well as of spirit. Life, or organic nature, is the stage of nature where the concept comes on the scene, but is a blind concept that does not comprehend itself, that is not thought only as self-aware and as thought as it belongs to spirit. Its logical form, however, is independent of such shapes, whether unspiritual or spiritual. This is a point which was already duly adumbrated in the introduction, and one that one must be clear about before undertaking logic, not when one is already in it. But, in second place, how the forms that precede the concept might ever be shaped depends on how the concept is thought in relation to them. This relation, as assumed in ordinary psychology as well as in Kant's transcendental philosophy, is that the empirical material, the manifold of intuition and representation, is at first just there by itself, and that the understanding then comes into it, brings unity to it, and raises it through abstraction to the form of universality. The understanding is in this way an inherently empty form which, on the one hand, obtains reality only by virtue of that given content, and, on the other, abstracts from it, that is to say, discards it as something useless, but useless only for the concept. In both operations, the concept is not the one which is independent, is not what is essential and true about that presupposed material. Rather, this material is the reality in and for itself, a reality that cannot be extracted from the concept. Now it must certainly be conceded that the concept is as such not yet complete, that it must rather be raised to the idea which alone is the unity of the concept and reality, and this is a result which will have to emerge in what follows from the nature of the concept itself. For the reality that the concept gives itself cannot be picked up as it were from the outside but must be derived from the concept itself in accordance with scientific requirements. But the truth is that it is not the material given by intuition and representation which must be validated as the real in contrast to the concept. It is only a concept, people are wont to say, contrasting the concept, as superior to it, not only with the idea, but with sensuous, spatial and temporal, palpable existence. For this reason the abstract is then held to be of less significance than the concrete, because so much of this palpable material has been removed from it. In this view, to abstract means to select from a concrete material this or that mark, but only for our subjective purposes, without in any way detracting from the value and the status of the many other properties and features that are left out. On the contrary, by retaining them as reality, but yonder on the other side, still as fully valid as ever. It is only because of its incapacity that the understanding thus does not draw from this wealth and is forced rather to make do with the impoverished abstraction. But now, to regard the given material of intuition and the manifold of representation as the real, in contrast to what is thought in the concept, is precisely the view that must be given up as condition of philosophizing, and that religion, moreover, presupposes as having already been given up. How could there be any need of religion, how could religion have any meaning, if the fleeting and superficial appearance of the sensuous and the singular were still regarded as the truth? But it is philosophy that yields the conceptually comprehended insight into the status of the reality of sensuous being. Philosophy assumes indeed that the stages of feeling, intuition, sense consciousness, and so forth, are prior to the understanding, for they are the conditions of the genesis of the latter, but they are conditions only in the sense that the concept results from their dialectic and their nothingness and not because it is conditioned by their reality. Abstractive thought, therefore, is not to be regarded as the mere discarding of a sensuous material which does not suffer in the process any impairment of reality. It is rather the sublation and reduction of that material as mere appearance to the essential, which is manifested only in the concept. Of course, if what is to be taken up into the concept from the concrete appearance is intended to serve only as a mark or sign, then it may well be anything at all. Any mere sensuous singular determination of the subject matter will do, selected from the others because of some external interest but of like kind and nature as the rest. In this conjunction, the prevailing fundamental misunderstanding is that the natural principle, or the starting point in the natural development or the history of an individual in the process of self-formation, is regarded as the truth and conceptually the first. Intuition or being are no doubt first in the order of nature, or are the condition for the concept, but they are not for all that the unconditioned in and for itself. On the contrary, in the concept their reality is sublated and, consequently, so is also the reflective shine that they had of being the conditioning reality. If it is not the truth which is at issue but only narration, as it is the case in pictorial and phenomenal thinking, then we might as well stay with the story that we begin with feelings and intuitions, and that the understanding then extracts a universal or an abstraction from their manifold, for which purpose it quite understandably needs a substrate for these feelings and intuitions which, in the process of abstraction, retains for representation the same complete reality with which it first presented itself. But philosophy ought not to be a narrative of what happens, but a cognition of what is true and what happens, in order further to comprehend on the basis of this truth what in the narrative appears as a mere happening. If on the superficial view of what the concept is all manifoldness falls outside it, and only the form of abstract universality or of empty reflective identity stays with it, we can at once call attention to the fact that any statement or definition of a concept expressly requires, besides the genus which in fact is already itself more than just abstract universality, also a specific determinateness. And it does not take much thoughtful reflection on the implication of this requirement to see that differentiation is an equally essential moment of the concept. Kant introduced this line of reflection with the very important thought that there are synthetic judgments a priori. His original synthesis of apperception is one of the most profound principles for speculative development. It contains the beginning of a true apprehension of the nature of the concept and is fully opposed to any empty identity or abstract universality which is not internally a synthesis. The further development, however, did not live up to this beginning. The term itself, synthesis, easily conjures up again the picture of an external unity, of a mere combination of terms that are intrinsically separate. Then, again, the Kantian philosophy has never got over the psychological reflex of the concept and has once more reverted to the claim that the concept is permanently conditioned by the manifold of intuition. It has declared the content of the cognitions of the understanding, and of experience, to be phenomenal, not because of the finitude of the categories as such but, on the ground of a psychological idealism, because they are only determinations derived from self-consciousness. Here accordingly we have again the supposition that apart from the manifoldness of intuition the concept is without content, empty. Despite the fact that the concept is said to be a synthesis a priori as such, it surely contains determinateness and differentiation within itself. And because this determinateness is the determinateness of the concept, and hence the absolute determinateness, singularity, the concept is the ground and the source of all finite determinateness and manifoldness. The formal position that the concept never abandons as understanding is completed in Kant's exposition of what reason is. One should expect that in reason, which is the highest stage of thought, the concept would lose the conditionality with which it still appears at the stage of understanding and would attain perfect truth. But this expectation is disappointed. For Kant defines the relation of reason to the categories as merely dialectical. Indeed, He even takes the result of this dialectic to be simply and solely an infinite nothingness, the result being that the synthesis is again lost also to the infinite unity of reason, and lost with it as whatever beginning there was of a speculative, truly infinite, concept. Reason becomes the well-known, totally formal, merely regulative unity of the systematic employment of the understanding. It is declared an abuse when logic, which is supposed to be a mere canon of judgment, is considered instead as an organon for the production of objective insights. The concepts of reason, in which we would have expected a higher power and a deeper content, no longer possess anything constitutive, as still do the categories. They are mere ideas which we of course are quite at liberty to use, provided that by these intelligible entities in which all truth was to be revealed we mean nothing more than hypotheses to which it would be the height of arbitrariness and recklessness to ascribe absolute truth, for they cannot be found in any experience. Would anyone have ever thought that philosophy would deny truth to intelligible entities on the ground that they lack the spatial and temporal material of the senses? Directly connected with this is the issue of how to view the concept and the character of logic generally, the issue namely of the relation of the concept and its science to truth itself. This is an issue on which the Kantian philosophy holds the same position as is commonly taken. We cited earlier from Kant's deduction of the categories to the effect that, according to it, the object in which the manifold of intuition is unified is this unity only by virtue of the unity of self-consciousness. The objectivity of thought is here, therefore, specifically defined as an identity of concept and thing which is the truth. In the same way it is also commonly accepted that, as thought appropriates a given subject matter, this subject matter thereby undergoes an alteration and is made from something sensuous into something thought. But nothing is changed in this alteration insofar as the essentiality of the object goes. On the contrary, it is accepted that the object is in its truth only in its concept, whereas in the immediacy in which it is given it is only appearance and accidentality, that the cognition conceptualizing the subject matter is a cognition of it as it is in and for itself, and the concept is its very objectivity. But, on the other hand, it is also equally claimed that we cannot know things as they are in and for themselves, and that truth is inaccessible to rational cognition, that the aforesaid truth that would consist in the unity of the object and the concept is in fact only appearance, again on the ground now that the content is only the manifold of intuition. But we have just remarked, regarding this point, that it is precisely in the concept that the manifold is sublated inasmuch as it pertains to intuition as opposed to the concept, and that through the concept the subject matter is reduced to its non-contingent essentiality. The latter does enter into appearance, and this is why appearance is not something merely essenceless but is the manifestation of essence. When this manifestation of essence is set free, then we have the concept. These propositions that we are now recalling are not dogmatic assertions, for they are results that obtained on their own out of the whole development of essence. The present position to which this development has led is that the form of the absolute which is higher than being in essence is the concept. Viewed from this side, the concept has subjugated the spheres of being in essence to which, from other starting points, feeling, intuition, and representation, which appeared to be its antecedent conditions, also belong. It has demonstrated itself to be their unconditional foundation. But this is one side alone. There is a second side left to which this third book of the Logic is devoted, namely the demonstration of how the concept forms within and from itself the reality that has vanished in it. It is conceded, in other words, that the cognition that does not go past the concept, purely as concept, is still incomplete, that it has only arrived at abstract truth. But its incompleteness does not lie in its lack of that alleged reality as would be given in feeling and intuition, but in the fact that the concept has yet to give to itself its own reality, one that it generates out of itself. The demonstrated absoluteness of the concept is against the material of experience and, more exactly, the categorial and the reflective determinations of it, consists in this, that as this material appears outside and before the concept, it has no truth but that it has it only in its ideality or in its identity with the concept. The derivation of the real from the concept, if derivation is what we want to call it, consists at first essentially in this, that the concept in its formal abstraction reveals itself to be incomplete, and through a dialectic immanently grounded in it passes over into reality. It passes over into it, however, as into something which it generates out of itself, not as if it were falling back again onto a ready-made reality which it finds opposite it, or as if it were taking refuge, because it sought for something better but found none, into something that has already been proven to be the unessential element of appearance. It will always be a source of wonder how the Kantian philosophy did acknowledge that the relation of thought to sensuous existence, the relation at which it stopped, is only a relation of mere appearance, and also well recognized in the idea in general a higher unity of those two terms, even gave expression to it, as for example in the idea of an intuitive understanding, and yet stopped short at that relative relation and at the claim that the concept remains utterly separate from reality, thus asserting as truth what it declared to be finite cognition, and explaining away as extravagant and illegitimate figments of thought what it recognized as truth and had specifically defined as such. Since it is logic above all and not science generally whose relation to truth is the issue here, it must be further conceded that logic as the formal science cannot also contain, nor should contain, the kind of reality which is the content of the other parts of philosophy, of the sciences of nature and of spirit. These concrete sciences do attain to a more real form of the idea than logic does, but not because they have turned back to the reality which consciousness abandoned as it rose above the appearance of it to science, or because they have again resorted to the use of such forms as are the categories and the determinations of reflection, the finitude and untruth of which were demonstrated in the logic. The logic rather exhibits the rise of the idea up to the level from which it becomes the creator of nature and passes over into the form of a concrete immediacy whose concept, however, again shatters this shape also in order to realize itself as concrete spirit. These sciences, just as they had the logic as their prototype, hold on to its logical principle or the concept as in them their formative factor. As contrasted with them, the logic is of course the formal science, yet the science of the absolute form which is implicit totality and contains the pure idea of truth itself. This absolute form has in it a content or reality of its own. The concept, since it is not a trivial, empty identity, obtains its differentiated determinations in the moment of negativity or of absolute determining, and the content is only these determinations of the absolute form and nothing else, a content posited by the form itself and therefore adequate to it. This form is for this reason of quite another nature than logical form is ordinarily taken to be. It is truth already on its own account, because this content is adequate to its form or this reality to its concept, and it is pure truth, because the determinations of the content do not yet have the form of an absolute otherness or of absolute immediacy. When Kant in the Critique of Pure Reason, p. in connection with logic comes to discuss the old and famous question what is truth, he starts by passing off as a triviality the nominal definition that it is the agreement of cognition with its subject matter, a definition which is of great, indeed of supreme value. If we recall this definition together with the fundamental thesis of transcendental idealism, namely that rational cognition is incapable of comprehending things in themselves, that reality lies absolutely outside the concept, it is then at once evident that such a reason, one which is incapable of setting itself in agreement with its subject matter, and the things in themselves, such as are not in agreement with the rational concept, a concept that does not agree with reality and a reality that does not agree with the concept, that these are untrue conceptions. If Kant had measured the idea of an intuitive understanding against that first definition of truth, he would have treated that idea which expresses the required agreement, not as a figment of thought but rather as truth. What we would want to know, Kant proceeds to say, is a universal and certain criterion of truth of any cognition whatever, one that would be valid for all cognitions without distinction of their subject matters. But since any such criterion would abstract from all content of cognition, the reference to its object, and truth has to do precisely with this content, it would be quite impossible, even absurd, to ask for a mark of the truth of this content of cognitions. Here we have, clearly expressed, the ordinary conception of the formal function of logic which gives to the adduced argument the air of convincing. But first of all it is to be noted what usually happens to this kind of formal argumentation: it forgets as it speaks that on which it is based and of which it speaks. It would be absurd, it says, to ask for a criterion of the truth of the content of cognition. But according to the definition on which it is based, it is not the content that constitutes the truth, but the agreement of it with the concept. Such a content as is here spoken of, one without the concept, is something void of concept and therefore void of essence. Of course, we cannot ask of such a content for a criterion of truth, but for the opposite reason, namely, not because it cannot be the required agreement on account of its being void of concept, but because it cannot be anything more than just another truthless opinion. Let us leave aside any talk about content, which is the cause of the confusion here, the confusion in which formalism invariably falls, and which is responsible for making it say, every time it tries to explain itself, the opposite of what it wants to say, and let us just stay with the abstract view that the logic is only formal, that it abstracts from all content. What we then have is a one-sided cognition which is not supposed to contain any subject matter, an empty form void of determination which is therefore just as little an agreement, for it necessarily takes two for an agreement, as it is truth. In the a priori synthesis of the concept, Kant did have a higher principle in which it was possible to recognize a duality and therefore what is required for truth, but the material of the senses, the manifoldness of intuition, was too strong for him to be able to wrest himself away from it and turn to a consideration of the concept and the categories in and for themselves, and to a speculative form of philosophizing. Since logic is the science of the absolute form, this formal discipline, in order to be true, must have a content in it which is adequate to its form, all the more so, because logical form is pure form and logical truth, accordingly, the pure truth itself. This formal discipline must therefore be thought of as inherently much richer in determinations and content, and also of infinitely greater efficacy over the concrete, than it is normally taken to be. The laws of logic by themselves, extraneous elements aside, such as applied logic and the rest of the psychological and anthropological material, are commonly restricted, apart from the law of contradiction, to a few meager propositions concerning the conversion of judgments and the forms of inference. And the forms, too, that come up in this context, as well as their further specifications, are only taken up historically as it were, not subjected to criticism to see whether they are in and for themselves true. For example, the form of the positive judgment is accepted as something perfectly correct in itself, and whether the judgment is true is made to depend solely on the content. No thought is given to investigating whether this form of judgment is a form of truth in and for itself, whether the proposition it enunciates, the individual as a universal, is not inherently dialectical. It is at once assumed that the judgment is capable of possessing truth on its own account, and that every proposition expressed in a positive judgment is true, even though it is patently evident that the judgment lacks what is required by the definition of truth, namely the agreement of the concept with its subject matter. For if the predicate, which here is the universal, is taken as the concept, and the subject, which is the singular, as the subject matter, then the concept does not agree with it. But if the abstract universal which is the predicate does not yet amount to a concept, for surely there is more that belongs to it, or if the subject, for its part, still is not much more than a grammatical one, how should the judgment possibly contain truth, seeing that its concept and the intended object do not agree, as also that the concept is missing and indeed the object as well? This rather is then where the impossible and the absurd lie, in the attempt to grasp the truth in such forms as are the positive judgment or a judgment in general. Just as the Kantian philosophy did not consider the categories in and for themselves, but declared them to be finite determinations unfit to hold the truth, on the only inappropriate ground that they are subjective forms of self-consciousness, still less did it subject to criticism the forms of the concepts that make up the content of ordinary logic. What it did, rather, is to pick a portion of them, namely the functions of judgments, for the determination of categories, and simply accepted them as valid presuppositions. Even if there were nothing more to the forms of logic than these formal functions of judgment, for that reason alone they would already be worthwhile investigating to see how far, by themselves, they correspond to the truth. A logic that does not perform this task can at most claim the value of a natural description of the phenomena of thought as they simply occur. It is an infinite merit of Aristotle, one that must fill us with the highest admiration for the power of his genius, that he was the first to undertake this description. But it is necessary to go further and determine both the systematic connection of these forms and their value. Division. The concept, as considered so far, has demonstrated itself to be the unity of being and essence. Essence is the first negation of being, which has thereby become reflective shine. The concept is the second negation, or the negation of this negation, and is therefore being which has been restored once more, but is in itself the infinite mediation and negation of being. In the concept, therefore, being and essence no longer have determination as being and essence, nor are they only in such a unity in which each would reflectively shine in the other. Consequently, the concept does not differentiate itself into these determinations. The concept is the truth of the substantial relation in which being and essence attain their perfect self-subsistence and determination each through the other. The truth of substantiality proved to be the substantial identity, an identity that equally is, and only is, positiveness. Positiveness is determinate existence and differentiation in the concept, therefore, being in and for itself has attained a true existence adequate to it, for that positiveness is itself being in and for itself. This positiveness constitutes the difference of the concept in the concept itself, and because the concept is immediately being in and for itself, its differences are themselves the whole concept, universal in their determinateness and identical in their negation. This is now the concept itself of the concept, but at first only the concept of the concept, or also itself only concept. Since the concept is being in and for itself by being a positiveness, or is absolute substance, and substance manifests the necessity of distinct substances as an identity, this identity must itself posit what it is. The moments of the movement of the substantial relation through which the concept came to be and the reality thereby exhibited are only in the transition to the concept that reality is not yet the concept's own determination, one that has emerged out of it. It fell in the sphere of necessity, whereas the reality of the concept can only be its free determination, a determinate existence in which the concept is identical with itself and whose moments are themselves concepts posited through the concept itself. At first, therefore, the concept is only implicitly the truth because it is only something inner, it is equally only something outer. It is at first simply an immediate, and in this shape its moments have the form of immediate, fixed determinations. It appears as the determinate concept, as the sphere of mere understanding. Because this form of immediacy is an existence still inadequate to the nature of the concept, for the concept is free and only refers to itself, it is an external form in which the concept does not exist in and for itself, but can only count as something posited or subjective. The shape of the immediate concept constitutes the standpoint that makes of the concept a subjective thinking, a reflection external to the subject matter. This stage constitutes, therefore, subjectivity, or the formal concept. Its externality is manifested in the fixed being of its determinations that makes them come up each by itself, isolated and qualitative, and each only externally referred to the other. But the identity of the concept, which is precisely their inner or subjective essence, sets them in dialectical movement, and through this movement their singleness is sublated, and with it also the separation of the concept from the subject matter, and what emerges as their truth is the totality which is the objective concept. Second, in its objectivity the concept is the fact itself as it exists in and for itself. The formal concept makes itself into the fact by virtue of the necessary determination of its form, and it thereby sheds the relation of subjectivity and externality that it had to that matter. For, conversely, objectivity is the real concept that has emerged from its inwardness and has passed over into existence. In this identity with the fact, the concept thus has an existence which is its own and free. But this existence is still a freedom which is immediate and not yet negative. Being at one with the subject matter, the concept is submerged into it. Its differences are objective determinations of existence in which it is itself again the inner. As the soul of objective existence, the concept must give itself the form of subjectivity that it immediately had as formal concept, and so, in the form of the free concept which in objectivity it still lacked, it steps forth over against that objectivity and, over against it, it makes therein the identity with it, which is objective concept it has in and for itself, into an identity that is also posited. In this consummation in which the concept has the form of freedom even in its objectivity, the adequate concept is the idea. Reason, which is the sphere of the idea, is the self-unveiled truth in which the concept attains the realization absolutely adequate to it, and is free inasmuch as in this real world, in its objectivity, it recognizes its subjectivity, and in this subjectivity recognizes that objective world. Section I. Subjectivity. The concept is, to start with, formal, the concept in its beginning or as the immediate concept. In this immediate unity, its difference or its positiveness is, first, itself initially simple and only a reflective shine, so that the moments of the difference are immediately the totality of the concept and only the concept as such. But, second, because it is absolute negativity, the concept divides and posits itself as the negative or the other of itself, yet, because it is still immediate concept, this positing or this differentiation is characterized by the reciprocal indifference of its moments, each of which comes to be on its own. In this division the unity of the concept is still only an external connection. Thus, as the connection of its moments posited is self-subsisting and indifferent, the concept is judgment. Third, although the judgment contains the unity of the concept that has been lost in its self-subsisting moments, this unity is not posited. It will become posited by virtue of the dialectical movement of the judgment which, through this movement, becomes syllogistic inference, and this is the fully posited concept, for in the inference the moments of the concept as self-subsisting extremes and their mediating unity are both equally posited. But since this unity itself, as unifying middle, and the moments, as self-subsisting extremes, stand at first immediately opposite one another, this contradictory relation that occurs in the formal inference sublates itself, and the completeness of the concept passes over into the unity of totality, the subjectivity of the concept into its objectivity. Chapter The Concept. The faculty of concepts is normally associated with the understanding, and the latter is accordingly distinguished from the faculty of judgment and from the faculty of syllogistic inferences, which is formal reason. But it is particularly with reason that the understanding is contrasted, and it signifies then, not the faculty of concepts in general, but the faculty of determinate concepts, as if, as the prevailing opinion has it, the concept were only a determinate. When distinguished in this meaning from the formal faculty of judgment and from formal reason, the understanding is accordingly to be taken as the faculty of the single determinate concept. For the judgment and the syllogism or reason, as formal, are themselves only a thing of the understanding, since they are subsumed under the form of the abstract determinateness of the concept. Here, however, we are definitely not taking the concept as just abstractly determined. The understanding is therefore to be distinguished from reason only in that it is the faculty of the concept as such. This universal concept that we now have to consider contains the three moments of universality, particularity, and singularity. The difference and the determinations which the concept gives itself in its process of distinguishing constitute the sides formerly called positedness. Since this positedness is in the concept identical with being in and for itself, each of the moments is just as much the whole concept as it is determinate concept and a determination of the concept. It is at first pure concept, or the determination of universality. But the pure or universal concept is also only a determinate or particular concept that takes its place alongside the other concepts. Because the concept is a totality, and therefore in its universality or pure identical self-reference is essentially a determining and a distinguishing, it possesses in itself the norm by which this form of its self-identity, in pervading all the moments and comprehending them within, equally determines itself immediately as being only the universal as against the distinctness of the moments. Second, the concept is thereby posited as this particular or determinate concept, distinct from others. Third, singularity is the concept reflecting itself out of difference into absolute negativity. This is at the same time the moment at which it has stepped out of its identity into its otherness and becomes judgment. A. The universal concept. The pure concept is the absolutely infinite, unconditioned and free. It is here, as the content of our treatise begins to be the concept itself, that we must look back once more at its genesis. Essence came to be out of being, and the concept out of essence, therefore also from being. But this becoming has the meaning of a self-repulsion, so that what becomes is rather the unconditional and the originative. In passing over into essence, being became a reflective shine or a positedness, and becoming or the passing over into another became a positing. Conversely, the positing or the reflection of essence sublated itself and restored itself to a non-posited, an original being. The concept is the mutual penetration of these moments, namely, the qualitative and the originative existent is only as positing and as immanent turning back, and this pure immanent reflection simply is the becoming other or determinateness which is, consequently, no less infinite, self-referring determinateness. Thus the concept is absolute self-identity by being first just this, the negation of negation or the infinite unity of negativity with itself. This pure self-reference of the concept, which is such by positing itself through the negativity, is the universality of the concept. Universality seems incapable of explanation, because it is the simplest of determinations. Explanation must rely on determinations and differentiations and must apply predicates to its subject matter, and this would alter rather than explain the simple. But it is precisely of the nature of the universal to be as simple that, by virtue of absolute negativity, contains difference and determinateness in itself in the highest degree. Being as simple as an immediate, for this reason we can only intend it without being able to say what it is. Therefore, it is immediately one with its other, non-being. The concept of being is just this, that it is so simple as to vanish into its opposite immediately it is becoming. The universal is, on the contrary, a simple that is at the same time all the richer in itself, for it is the concept. First, therefore, it is simple self-reference, it is only in itself. But, second, this identity is in itself absolute mediation but not anything mediated. Of the universal which is mediated, that is to say, the abstract universal, the one opposed to the particular and the singular, of that we shall have to speak only in connection with the determinate concept. Yet, even the abstract universal entails this much, that in order to obtain it there is required the leaving aside of other determinations of the concrete. As determinations in general, these determinations are negations, and leaving them aside is a further negating. Even in the abstract universal, therefore, the negation of negation is already present. But this double negation comes to be represented as if it were external to it, both as if the properties of the concrete that are left out were different from the ones that are retained as the content of the abstraction, and as if this operation of leaving some aside while retaining the rest went on outside them. With respect to this movement, the universal has not yet acquired the determination of externality. It is still in itself that absolute negation which is, precisely, the negation of negation or absolute negativity. Accordingly, because of this original unity, the first negative, or the determination, is not, to begin with, a restriction for the universal. Rather, the latter maintains itself in it and its self-identity as positive. The categories of being were, As concepts, essentially these identities of the determinations with themselves and their restriction or their otherness, but this identity was only implicitly the concept, was not yet made manifest. Consequently, the qualitative determination perished as such in its other and had as its truth a determination diverse from it. The universal, on the contrary, even when it posits itself in a determination, remains in it what it is. It is the soul of the concrete which it inhabits, unhindered and equal to itself in its manifoldness and diversity. It is not swept away in the becoming but persists undisturbed through it, endowed with the power of unalterable, undying self-preservation. It also does not simply shine reflectively in its other, as does the determination of reflection. This determination, as something relative, does not refer only to itself but is a relating. It lets itself be known in its other, but at first it only shines reflectively in it, and this reflective shining of each in the other, or their reciprocal determination, has the form of an external activity alongside their self-subsistence. The universal is posited, on the contrary, as the essence of its determination, as this determination's own positive nature. For the determination that constitutes the negative of the universal is in the concept simply and solely a positedness essentially, in other words, it is at the same time the negative of the negative, and only is this self-identity of the negative which is the universal. To this extent, the universal is also the substance of its determinations, but in such a way that what for the substance as such was an accident, is the concept's own self-mediation, its own immanent reflection. But this mediation, which first raises the accidental to necessity, is the manifested reference. The concept is not the abyss of formless substance, or the necessity which is the inner identity of things or circumstances different from each other and reciprocally constricting. Rather, as absolute negativity, it is the informing and creative principle, and since the determination is not as limitation but is just as much simply sublated as determination, is positiveness, so is the reflective shine the appearance of the identical. The universal is therefore free power. It is itself while reaching out to its other and embracing it, but without doing violence to it. On the contrary, it is at rest in its other as in its own. Just as it has been called free power, it could also be called free love and boundless blessedness, for it relates to that which is distinct from it as to itself in it. It has returned to itself. Mention has just been made of determinateness, even though the concept has not yet progressed to it, being at first only as the universal and only self-identical. But one cannot speak of the universal apart from determinateness which, to be more precise, is particularity and singularity. For in its absolute negativity the universal contains determinateness in and for itself, so that, when speaking of determinateness in connection with the universal, the determinateness is not being imported into the latter from outside. As negativity in general, that is, according to the first immediate negation, the universal has determinateness in it above all as particularity as a second universal, as the negation of negation, it is absolute determinateness, that is, singularity and concreteness. The universal is thus the totality of the concept. It is what is concrete, is not empty but, on the contrary, has content by virtue of its concept, a content in which the universal does not just preserve itself but is rather the universal's own, immanent to it. It is of course possible to abstract from this content, but what we have then is not the universal element of the concept but the abstract universal, which is an isolated and imperfect moment of the concept, void of truth. More precisely, the universal shows itself to be this totality as follows. Insofar as the universal possesses determinateness, this determinateness is not only the first negation but also the reflection of this negation into itself. According to that first negation, taken by itself, the universal is a particular, and in this guise we shall consider it in a moment. In the other determinateness, however, the universal is still essentially universal, and this side we have here still to consider. For this determinateness, as it is in the concept, is the total reflection, a doubly reflective shine, both outwards, as reflection into the other, and inwards, as reflection into itself. The outward shining establishes a distinction with respect to another. The universal accordingly takes on a particularity which is resolved in a higher universality. Inasmuch as it now is also only a relative universal, it does not lose its character of universality. It preserves itself in its determinateness, not just because it remains indifferent to it, for then it would be only posited together with it, but because of what has just been called the inward shining. The determinateness, as determinate concept, is bent back into itself. It is the concept's own immanent character, a character made essential by being taken up into the universality and by being pervaded by it, just as it pervades it in turn, equal in extension and identical with it. This is the character that belongs to the genus as the determinateness which is not separated from the universal. To this extent, it is not an outwardly directed limitation, but is positive, for by virtue of the universality it stands in free self-reference. Thus even the determinate concept remains in itself infinitely free concept. But in regard to the other side in which the genus is limited because of its determinate character, we have just said that, as a lower genus, it has its resolution in a higher universal. This universal can also be grasped as a genus, but as a more abstract one it always pertains, however, only to the side of the determinate concept which is outwardly directed. The truly higher universal is the one in which this outwardly directed side is redirected inwardly. This is the second negation in which the determinateness is present simply and solely as something posited, or as reflective shine. Life, the I, spirit, absolute concept, are not universals only as higher genera, but are rather concretes whose determinacies are also not mere species or lower genera but determinacies which, in their reality, are self-contained and self-complete. Of course, life, the I, finite spirit, are also only determinate concepts. To this extent, however, their resolution is in a universal which, as the truly absolute concept, is to be grasped as the idea of infinite spirit, the spirit whose posited being is the infinite, transparent reality in which it contemplates its creation and, in this creation, itself. The true, infinite universal, the one which, immediately in itself, is just as much particularity as singularity, is now to be more closely examined as particularity. It determines itself freely. The process by which it becomes finite is not a transition, the kind that occurs only in the sphere of being. It is creative power as self-referring absolute negativity. As such, it differentiates itself internally, and this is a determining, because the differentiating is one with the universality. Accordingly, it is a positing of differences that are themselves universals, self-referring. They become thereby fixed, isolated differences. The isolated subsistence of the finite that was earlier determined as its being for itself, also as thinghood, as substance, is in its truth universality, the form with which the infinite concept clothes its differences, a form which is equally itself one of its differences. Herein consists the creativity of the concept, a creativity which is to be comprehended only in the concept's innermost core. b. The particular concept. Determinateness as such belongs to being, and the qualitative as the determinateness of the concept. It is particularity. It is not a limit, as if it were related to another beyond it, but is rather, as just shown, the universal's own immanent moment in particularity. Therefore, the universal is not in another but simply and solely with itself. The particular contains the universality that constitutes its substance. The genus is unaltered in its species. These do not differ from the universal but only from each other. The particular has one and the same universality as the other particulars to which it is related. The diversity of these particulars, because of their identity with the universal, is as such at the same time universal and as totality. The particular, therefore, does not only contain the universal but exhibits it also through its determinateness. Accordingly, the universal constitutes a sphere that the particular must exhaust. This totality, inasmuch as the determinateness of the particular is taken as mere diversity, appears as completeness. In this respect, the species are complete simply in so far as there are no more of them. There is no inner standard or principle available for them, for their diversity is just the dispersed difference for which the universality, which is for itself absolute unity, is a merely external reflex and an unconstrained, contingent completeness. But diversity passes over into opposition, into an immanent connection of diverse moments. Particularity, however, because it is universality, is this immanent connection, not by virtue of a transition, but in and for itself. It is totality intrinsically, and simple determinateness, essential principle. It has no other determinateness than that posited by the universal itself and resulting from it in the following manner. The particular is the universal itself, but it is its difference or reference to another, its outwardly reflecting shine, but there is no other at hand from which the particular would be differentiated than the universal itself. The universal determines itself, and so is itself the particular. The determinateness is its difference. It is only differentiated from itself. Its species are therefore only a. the universal itself and b. the particular. The universal is as concept itself and its opposite, and this opposite is in turn the universal itself as its posited determinateness. The universal overreaches it and, in it, it is with itself. Thus it is the totality and the principle of its diversity, which is determined wholly and solely through itself. There is, therefore, no other true logical division than this, that the concept sets itself on one side as the immediate, indeterminate universality. It is this very indeterminateness that makes its determinateness, or that it is a particular. The two are both a particular and are therefore coordinated. Both, as particular, are also determinate as against the universal, and in this sense they are subordinated to it. But even this universal, as against which the particular is determined, is for that reason itself also just one of the opposing sides. When we speak of two opposing sides, we must repeat that the two constitute the particular, not just together, as if they were alike in being particular only for external reflection, but because their determinateness over against each other is at the same time essentially only one determinateness. It is the negativity which in the universal is simple. Difference, as it presents itself here, is in its concept and therefore in its truth. All previous difference has this unity in the concept. As it is present immediately in being, difference is the limit of another as present in reflection. It is relative, posited as referring essentially to its other. Here is where the unity of the concept thus begins to be posited at first. However, the unity is only a reflective shine in another. The true significance of the transitoriness and the dissolution of these determinations is just this, that they attain to their concept, to their truth being, existence, something, or whole and part, and so on. Substance and accidents, cause and effect, are thought determinations on their own as determinate concepts. However, they are grasped in so far as each is cognized in unity with its others or in opposition to them. Whole and parts, for example, or cause and effect, and so on, are not yet diverse terms that are determined as particular relatively to each other, for although they implicitly constitute one concept, their unity has not yet attained the form of universality. Thus the difference as well which is in these relations, does not yet have the form of being one determinateness. Cause and effect, for example, are not two diverse concepts but only one determinate concept, and causality is, like every concept, a simple concept. With respect to completeness, we have just seen that the determinate moment of particularity is complete in the difference of the universal and the particular, and that only these two make up the particular species. To be sure, there are more than two species to be found in any genus in nature, and these many species cannot stand in the same relation to each other as we have shown. This is the impotence of nature, that it cannot abide by and exhibit the rigor of the concept and loses itself in a blind manifoldness void of concept. We can wonder at nature, at the manifoldness of its genera and species, in the infinite diversity of its shapes, for wonder is without concept and its object is the irrational. It is allowed to nature, since nature is the self-externality of the concept, to indulge in this diversity, just as spirit, even though it possesses the concept in the shape of concept, lets itself go into pictorial representation and runs wild in the infinite manifoldness of the latter. The manifold genera and species of nature must not be esteemed to be anything more than arbitrary notions of spirit engaged in pictorial representations. Both indeed show traces and intimations of the concept, but they do not exhibit it in trustworthy copy, for they are the sides of its free self-externality. The concept is the absolute power precisely because it can let its difference go free in the shape of self-subsistent diversity, external necessity, accidentality, arbitrariness, opinion, all of which, however, must not be taken as anything more than the abstract side of nothingness. As we have just seen, the determinateness of the particular is simple as principle, but it is also simple as a moment of the totality, determinateness as against the other determinateness. The concept, in determining or differentiating itself, behaves negatively towards its unity and gives itself the form of one of its ideal moments of being as a determinate concept. It has a determinate existence in general. But this being no longer has the significance of mere immediacy, but has the significance rather of an immediacy which is equal to itself by virtue of absolute mediation, an immediacy that equally contains in itself the other moment of essence or of reflection. This universality, with which the determinate clothes itself, is abstract universality. The particular has this universality in it as its essence, but in so far as the determinateness of the difference is posited and thereby as being, the universality is form in it, and the determinateness is such as its content. Universality becomes form inasmuch as the difference is something essential, just as in the pure universal it is, on the contrary, only absolute negativity and not a difference posited as such. Now the determinateness is indeed an abstraction, as against the other determinateness, but the other determinateness is only universality itself, and this too is therefore abstract universality, and the determinateness of the concept, or particularity, is again nothing more than determinate universality. In this universality, the concept is outside itself, and because it is it, the concept, which is there outside itself, the abstract universal contains all the moments of the concept. It is, a, universality, sharp s, determinateness, the simple unity of the two, but this unity is immediate, and the particularity is not therefore as totality. Implicitly it is this totality also, and mediation it is essentially a reference to the other excluding it, or the sublation of negation, namely of the other determinateness, an other that lingers on only as an intention, for it vanishes immediately revealing itself to be the same as its other is supposed to be. Therefore, What makes this universality an abstraction is that the mediation is only a condition, or is not posited in it. Because it is not posited, the unity of the abstraction has the form of immediacy, and the content has the form of indifference to its universality, for the content is nothing but this totality which is the universality of absolute negativity. Hence the abstract universal is indeed the concept, but the unconceptualized concept, the concept not posited as such. When we speak of the determinate concept, what we ordinarily mean is precisely just this abstract universal. Even by concept as such, what is generally understood is only this unconceptualized concept, and the understanding is designated as its faculty. Demonstration belongs to this understanding inasmuch as it proceeds by way of concepts, that is to say, only in determinations. This progression by way of concepts does not therefore reach past finitude and necessity. The highest it reaches is the negative infinite, the abstraction of the highest essence which is itself the determinateness of the indeterminateness. Absolute substance, too, although not this empty abstraction but on the contrary a totality according to content, is still abstract, for since it is without absolute form, its innermost truth is not constituted by the concept although it is the identity of universality and particularity, or of thought and externality. This identity is not the determinateness of the concept, there is rather an understanding outside it, an understanding which is contingent precisely because it is outside it, in which and for which substance exists in diverse attributes and modes. Moreover, abstraction is not as empty as it is usually said to be. It is the determinate concept. It has some determinateness or other for its content. The highest essence also, the pure abstraction, has the determinateness of indeterminateness, as just mentioned, but indeterminateness is a determinateness because it is supposed to stand opposite the determinate. But the moment one says what it is, its intended meaning sublates itself by itself, for it is spoken of on a par with determinateness, and from this abstraction the concept and its truth are brought out. To be sure, any determinate concept is empty insofar as it does not contain the totality, but only a one-sided determinateness. Even when it has otherwise concrete content such as, for instance, humankind, the state, animal, etc., it remains an empty concept inasmuch as its determinateness is not the principle of its differentiation. The principle contains the beginning and the essence of its development and realization. Any other determinateness of the concept is however odious. To reproach the concept as such for being empty is to ignore its absolute determinateness, which is the difference of the concept and the only true content in the element of the concept. Here we have the circumstance that explains why the understanding is nowadays held in such a low repute and is so much discredited when measured against reason. It is the fixity which it imparts to determinacies and consequently to anything finite. This fixity consists in the form of the abstract universality just considered that makes them unalterable. For qualitative determinateness, and also the determination of reflection, are essentially limited, and because of their limitation they entail a reference to their other, hence the necessity of their transition and passing away. But the universality which they possess in the understanding gives them the form of immanent reflection and, because this form removes from them the reference to the other, they have become unalterable. Now although this eternity belongs to the pure concept by nature, the determinations of the concept are eternal essentialities only according to form, but their content is not proportionate to this form and, therefore, they are not truth, or imperishable. Their content is not proportionate to the form because it is not the determinateness itself as universal, that is, not as totality of the difference of the concept, or is not itself the whole form. The form of the limited understanding is for this reason itself imperfect universality, that is to say, abstract universality. But further, we must pay due respect to the infinite force of the understanding in splitting the concrete into abstract determinacies and plumbing the depth of the difference, this force which alone is at the same time the mighty power causing the transition of the determinacies. The concrete of intuition is a totality, but a sensuous totality, a real material that subsists in space and time, part outside part, each indifferent to the other. Surely this lack of unity in a manifold that makes it the content of intuition ought not to be credited as privileging it over the universal of the understanding. The mutability that the manifold exhibits in intuition already points to the universal, but all of the manifold that comes to intuition is just more of the same, an equally alterable other, not the universal that one would expect to appear and take its place. But least of all should we reckon to the credit of such sciences as for example geometry and arithmetic that their material carries an intuitive element with it, or imagine that their propositions are grounded by it. On the contrary, the presence of that element renders the material of these sciences of an inferior nature. The intuition of figures or numbers is of no help to the science of figures and numbers, only the thought of them produces this science. But if by intuition we understand not merely a sensuous material but the objective totality, then the intuition is an intellectual one, that is, its subject matter is not existence in its externalization but that element in existence which is unalterable reality and truth, the reality only insofar as it is essentially in the concept and is determined by it the idea, of whose more precise nature more will be said later. What intuition as such is supposed to have over the concept is external reality, the reality that lacks the concept and receives value only through the concept. Consequently, since the understanding exhibits the infinite force that determines the universal, or conversely, since it is the understanding that through the form of universality imparts stable subsistence to the otherwise inherent instability of determinateness, then it is not the fault of the understanding if there is no further advance. It is a subjective impotence of reason that allows these determinacies to remain so dispersed, and is unable to bring them back to their unity through the dialectical force opposed to that abstract universality, that is to say, through the determinacies' own nature which is their concept. To be sure, the understanding does give them through the form of abstract universality a rigidity of being, so to speak, which they do not otherwise possess in the qualitative sphere and in the sphere of reflection, but by thus simplifying them, the understanding at the same time quickens them with spirit, and it so sharpens them that only at that point, only there, do they also obtain the capacity to dissolve themselves and to pass over into their opposite. The ripest maturity, the highest stage, that anything can attain is the one at which its fall begins. The fixity of the determinacies which the understanding appears to run up against, the form of the imperishable, is that of self-referring universality. But this universality belongs to the concept as its own, and for this reason what is found expressed in it, infinitely close at hand, is the dissolution of the finite. This universality directly contradicts the determinateness of the finite and makes explicit its disproportion with respect to it. Or rather, that disproportion is already at hand. The abstract determinate is posited as one with universality and, for this reason, not for itself, for it would then be only a determinate, but, on the contrary, only as the unity of itself and the universal, that is, as concept. Therefore the common practice of separating understanding and reason is to be rejected on all counts. On the contrary, to consider the concept as void of reason should itself be considered as an incapacity of reason to recognize itself in the concept. The determinate and abstract concept is the condition, or rather an essential moment, of reason. It is form quickened by spirit in which the finite, through the universality in which it refers to itself, is internally kindled, is posited as dialectical and thereby is the beginning of the appearance of reason. Since in the foregoing the determinate concept has been presented in its truth, it is only left to indicate what, as so presented, it has already been posited as. Difference, which is an essential moment of the concept but in the pure universal is not yet posited as such, receives its due in the determinate concept. Determinateness in the form of universality is united with the latter to form a simple determinate universality as self-referring determinateness, determinate determinateness or absolute negativity posited for itself. But self-referring determinateness is singularity. Just as universality immediately is particularity in and for itself, no less immediately is particularity also singularity in and for itself. This singularity is at first to be regarded as the third moment of the concept, inasmuch as it is held fast in opposition to the other two, but also as the absolute turning back of the concept into itself, and at the same time as the posited loss of itself. Remark. Universality, particularity, and singularity are, according to the foregoing, the three determinate concepts, that is, if one wants to count them. We have already shown that number is a form unsuited to conceptual determinations, but for the determination of the concept itself it is unsuited. The most number, since the unit is its principle, turns the counted into totally separated units indifferent to each other. We have seen from the foregoing that the diverse determinate concepts, rather than falling apart as they do when counted, are only one and the same concept. In the customary treatment of logic, a variety of classifications and species of concepts are deduced. It immediately strikes one as inconsequential that the species are introduced in this way. There are, as regards quality, quantity, etc., the following concepts. That there are conveys no other justification than that we find the named species and that they show up in experience. What we have in this manner is an empirical logic, an odd science indeed, an irrational cognition of the rational. In this the logic sets a very bad precedent for compliance to its own teaching. It allows itself to do the opposite of what it prescribes as a rule, namely, that concepts should be derived, and scientific propositions, therefore also the proposition there are such and such species of concepts, demonstrated. In this context, the Kantian philosophy incurs a further inconsequence by borrowing the categories for the transcendental logic, as so-called root concepts, from the subjective logic where they were assumed empirically. Since the Kantian philosophy admits the latter fact, It is hard to see why transcendental logic resorts to borrowing from such a science rather than directly helping itself from experience. By way of example, concepts are normally classified according to their clarity, namely, as clear and obscure, distinct and indistinct, adequate and inadequate. We can also add to the list perfect and redundant and other such like superfluities. Now, as regards this classification according to clarity, it immediately transpires that this standpoint and its connected distinctions are taken from psychological and not logical determinations. The so-called clear concept is supposed to be one that suffices to differentiate one intended object from another. But this cannot be called a concept, yet it is nothing more than a subjective representation. What an obscure concept might be must be left to itself, for otherwise it would not be obscure but a distinct concept. The distinct concept is supposed to be one whose mark can be given. But then it is, strictly speaking, the determinate concept. The mark, when taken in its strict signification, is nothing else than the determinateness or the simple content of the concept in so far as the latter is distinguished from the form of universality. But the mark does not quite have at first this more precise meaning. It is generally taken as only a determination by which a third party takes note of a subject matter or of the concept. It can therefore be a very contingent circumstance. It expresses in general not so much the immanence and essentiality of a determination as its reference to an external understanding. If the latter really is an understanding, then it has the concept before it and makes a note of it by nothing else than by what is in the concept itself. In case the mark is different from the concept, then the mark is a sign or some other determination that belongs to the representation of the matter at hand, not to its classifications and species of concepts are reduced. It immediately strikes one as inconsequential that the species are introduced in this way. There are, as regards quality, quantity, etc., the following concepts. That there are conveys no other justification than that we find the named species and that they show up in experience. What we have in this manner is an empirical logic, an odd science indeed, an irrational cognition of the rational. In this the logic sets a very bad precedent for compliance to its own teaching. It allows itself to do the opposite of what it prescribes as a rule, namely, that concepts should be derived, and scientific propositions, therefore also the proposition there are such and such species of concepts, demonstrated. In this context, the Kantian philosophy incurs a further inconsequence by borrowing the categories for the transcendental logic, as so-called root concepts, from the subjective logic where they were assumed empirically. Since the Kantian philosophy admits the latter fact, it is hard to see why transcendental logic resorts to borrowing from such a science rather than directly helping itself from experience. By way of example, concepts are normally classified according to their clarity, namely, as clear and obscure, distinct and indistinct, adequate and inadequate. We can also add to the list perfect and redundant and other such like superfluities. Now, as regards this classification according to clarity, it immediately transpires that this standpoint and its connected distinctions are taken from psychological and not logical determinations. The so-called clear concept is supposed to be one that suffices to differentiate one intended object from another. But this cannot be called a concept, yet it is nothing more than a subjective representation. What an obscure concept might be must be left to itself, for otherwise it would not be obscure but a distinct concept. The distinct concept is supposed to be one whose mark can be given. But then it is, strictly speaking, the determinate concept. The mark, when taken in its strict signification, is nothing else than the determinateness or the simple content of the concept in so far as the latter is distinguished from the form of universality. But the mark does not quite have at first this more precise meaning. It is generally taken as only a determination by which a third party takes note of a subject matter or of the concept. It can therefore be a very contingent circumstance. It expresses in general not so much the immanence and essentiality of a determination as its reference to an external understanding. If the latter really is an understanding, then it has the concept before it and makes a note of it by nothing else than by what is in the concept itself. In case the mark is different from the concept, then the mark is a sign or some other determination that belongs to the representation of the matter at hand, not to its contrary and contradictory, a principal division. If the task of a treatise on the concept were to give all the determinate concepts that there are, then we would have to cite all possible determinations, for all determinations are concepts, hence determinate concepts, and we would have to list as species of concepts all the categories of being as well as all the determinations of essence. And this is what is done in the textbooks on logic, where we are told, in greater or lesser detail, according to the whim of the author, that there are affirmative, negative, identical, conditional, necessary concepts. But these determinations have already been left behind by the nature of the concept itself and are therefore misplaced when applied to the concept itself, thus admitting only the kind of superficial nominal definitions that are of no interest here. The underlying basis of the distinction between contrary and contradictory concepts with which we are specifically dealing here is the reflective determination of diversity and opposition. They are viewed as two particular species, each fixed for itself and indifferent towards the other, without any thought being given to the dialectic and the inner nothingness of these differences, as if that which is contrary would not equally have to be determined as contradictory. The nature and the transition essential to the forms of reflection which they express have been considered in their proper place. In the concept, identity has developed into universality, difference into particularity, opposition, which returns to the ground, into singularity. In these forms, those determinations of reflection are present as they are in their concept. The universal has proved itself to be not only the identical, but at the same time the diverse or contrary as against the particular and the singular, and then also to be opposed to them, or contradictory, but in this opposition it is identical with them, and it is their true ground in which they are sublated. The same applies to particularity and singularity, which are likewise the totality of the determinations of reflection. Concepts are further divided into subordinate and coordinate, a distinction that comes closer to a determination of the concept, namely that of the relation of universality and particularity, in the context of which we did mention them albeit incidentally. But it is customary to consider them like the rest as rigidly fixed relations, and then to produce several odious propositions regarding them. The most long-winded disquisition in this regard has to do again with the connection of contrariety and contradiction with subordination and coordination. Since judgment is the connection of determinate concepts, the true relation will have to come first into view only with reference to it. That fashion of comparing these determinations without a thought to their dialectic and to the continuing alteration of their determination, or rather to the conjunction in them of opposite determinations, makes the whole disquisition of what may or may not be consonant in them, as if this consonance or dissonance were something separate by itself and permanent, into an odious exercise void of content. The great Euler, infinitely fertile and sharp of mind in detecting and arranging the deep relations of algebraic quantities, the dry, prosaic Lambert in particular, and others, have attempted to construct a notation for this class of relations between determinations of the concept based on lines, figures, and the like, the general intention being to elevate, or in fact rather to debase, the logical modes of relation to the status of a calculus. One need only compare the nature of a sign with what the sign ought to indicate immediately to see that even the project of a logical notation is unworkable. The determinations of the concept, universality, particularity, and singularity, certainly are, like lines or the letters of algebra, diverse, and they are also opposed and allow, therefore, the signs of plus and minus. But they themselves and especially their connections, even if we stop short at just subsumption and adherence, are in their essential nature entirely different from algebraic letters, from lines and their connections, from the equality and diversity of magnitudes, the plus and minus, or the superimposition of lines, or the joining of them in angles and the resulting disposition of space that they enclose. It is characteristic of objects of this kind, as contrasted with the determinations of the concept, that they are mutually external, that they have a fixed determination. Now when concepts are made to conform to such signs, they cease to be concepts. Their determinations are not inert things, like numbers and lines whose connections lie outside them. They are living movements. The distinguished determinateness of the one side is immediately also internal to the other side. What would be a complete contradiction for numbers and lines is essential to the nature of the concept. The higher mathematics, which also proceeds to the infinite and allows itself contradictions, can no longer employ its customary signs for representing such determinations. In order to indicate the still conceptually uncomprehended representation of the infinite approximation of two ordinates, or when it equates a curve to an infinite number of infinitely small straight lines, all it does is to design two straight lines outside each other or to draw straight lines inside but still distinct from a curve for the infinite, which is the point at issue here. Higher mathematics falls back on pictorial representation. What first led to this wayward attempt is above all the quantitative relation in which universality, particularity, and singularity are supposed to stand to one another. Universal means, more extensive than particular, and particular, more extensive than singular. The concept is concrete and the richest in determination, because it is the ground and the totality of the previous determinations, of the categories of being and the determinations of reflection. These, therefore, are certain also to come up in it. But its nature is totally misunderstood if such determinations are retained in it in their former abstraction, if the wider extent of the universal is understood to mean that the universal is a more, or a greater quantum, than the particular and the singular. As absolute ground, it is the possibility of quantity, but no less so of quality, that is, Its determinations are no less qualitatively distinct, therefore they are already viewed in contravention to their truth when they are posited in the form of quantity alone. So, too, a reflective determination is a relative, something in which the opposite shines reflectively. Unlike a quantum, its relation is not external. But the concept is more than all this. Its determinations are determinate concepts, themselves essentially the totality of all determinations. It is, therefore, entirely inappropriate, in order to grasp such an inner totality, to want to apply numerical and spatial relations in which the terms fall apart. Such relations are rather the last and the worst medium that could be used. Natural relations, as for instance magnetism or color tonality, would make infinitely higher and truer symbols for the purpose. Since the human being has in language a means of designation that is appropriate to reason, it is odious to look for a less perfect means of representation to bother oneself with. It is essentially only spirit that can grasp the concept as concept, for the latter is not just the property of spirit but its pure self. It is futile to want to fix it by means of spatial figures and algebraic signs for the sake of the outer eye and a non-conceptual, mechanical manipulation, such as a calculus. Also anything else that might be supposed to serve as symbol, like the symbols for the nature of God, can at best elicit only intimations and echoes of the concept. If, however, one insists on employing such symbols for expressing and cognizing the concept, then it is not their external nature which is fit for the task. The reverse relation applies, namely that what in the symbols is the echo of a higher determination is recognized to be such only by virtue of the concept, and it is only by shedding the sensuous standbys that were supposed to express it that one comes closer to the concept. C. The singular. Singularity, as we have seen, is already posited through particularity. This is determinate universality and hence self-referring determinateness, the determinate determinate. At first, therefore, singularity appears as the reflection of the concept out of its determinateness into itself. It is the concept's self-mediation by virtue of which, since its otherness has once more been made into another, it restores itself as self-equal, but in the determination of absolute negativity. The negative in the universal, by virtue of which this universal is a particular, was earlier determined as a doubly reflective shine. Insofar as the reflective shining is inward, the particular remains a universal through the outward shining. It is a determinate particular. The turning back of this side into the universal is twofold, either by virtue of an abstraction that lets the particular fall away and climbs to a higher and the highest genus, or by virtue of the singularity to which the universality in the determinateness itself descends. Here is where the false start is made that makes abstraction stray away from the way of the concept, abandoning the truth. Its higher and highest universal to which it rises is only a surface that becomes progressively more void of content. The singularity which it scorns is the depth in which the concept grasps itself and where it is posited as concept. Universality and particularity appeared, on the one hand, as moments of the becoming of singularity. But it has already been shown that the two are in themselves the total concept. Consequently, that in singularity they do not pass over into another but that, on the contrary, what is posited in it is what they are in and for themselves. The universal is for itself because it is absolute mediation in itself, self-reference only as absolute negativity. It is an abstract universal inasmuch as this sublating is an external act and so a dropping off of the determinateness. This negativity, therefore, attaches indeed to the abstract universal, but it remains outside it. As a mere condition of it, it is the abstraction itself that holds its universal opposite it, and so the universal does not have singularity in itself and remains void of concept. Life, spirit, God, as well as the pure concept, are for this reason beyond the grasp of abstraction, for abstraction keeps singularity away from its products, and singularity is the principle of individuality and personality. And so it comes to nothing but lifeless universalities, void of spirit, color, and content. But the unity of the concept is so indissoluble that these products of abstraction also, though they are supposed to drop singularity, are rather themselves singulars. For in elevating the concrete to universality, abstraction grasps the universal as only a determinate universality, and this is precisely the singularity that presented itself as self-referring determinateness. Thus abstraction is a partitioning of the concrete and an isolating of its determinations. Only singular properties or moments are picked out by it, for its product must contain what it itself is. But the difference between this singularity of its products and the singularity of the concept is that in the former the singular and the universal differ from each other as content and form respectively, precisely because the content is not the absolute form, is not the concept itself, or this form is not the totality of form. However, this closer consideration shows that the product of abstraction is itself the unity of the singular content and of abstract universality, therefore that it is something concrete, the opposite of what it is supposed to be. The particular, for the same reason that makes it only a determinate universal, is also a singular, and conversely, because the singular is a determinate universal, it is equally a particular. If we stay at this abstract determinateness, then the concept has the three particular determinations of universal, particular, and singular, whereas earlier we gave only the universal and the particular as species of the particular. Because singularity is the turning of the concept as a negative back to itself, this turning back from abstraction, which in the turning is truly sublated, can itself be placed as an indifferent moment alongside the others and be counted with them. If singularity is listed as one of the particular determinations of the concept, then particularity is the totality which embraces them all and, precisely as this totality, it is the concretion of the determinations or singularity itself. But it is a concrete also according to the previously mentioned side, as determinate universality, and that it is the immediate unity in which none of these moments is posited as distinct or as the determinate, and in this form it will constitute the middle term of the formal syllogism. It follows that each of the determinations established in the preceding exposition of the concept has immediately dissolved itself and has lost itself in its other. Each distinction is confounded in the course of the very reflection that should isolate it and hold it fixed. Only a way of thinking that is merely representational, for which abstraction has isolated them, is capable of holding the universal, the particular, and the singular rigidly apart. Then they can be counted, and for a further distinction this representation relies on one which is entirely external to being, on their quantity, and nowhere is such a distinction as inappropriate as here. In singularity, the earlier true relation, the inseparability of the determinations of the concept, is posited for as the negation of negation. Singularity contains the opposition of those determinations, and this opposition itself at its ground, or the unity where the determinations have come together, each in the other. Because in this reflection universality is in and for itself, singularity is essentially the negativity of the determinations of the concept, but not merely as if it stood as a third something distinct from them, but because what is now posited is that positedness is being in and for itself, that is, what is posited is that each of the distinct determinations is the totality. The turning back of the determinate concept into itself means that its determination is to be in its determinateness the whole concept. Singularity is not, however, only the turning back of the concept into itself, but the immediate loss of it. Through singularity, where it is internal to itself, the concept becomes external to itself and steps into actuality. Abstraction, which is the soul of singularity and so the self-reference of the negative, is, as we have seen, nothing external to the universal and the particular but is immanent in them, and these are concreted through it. They become a content, a singular. But, as this negativity, singularity is the determinate determinateness, differentiation as such, and through this reflection of the difference into itself, the difference becomes fixed. The determining of the particular occurs only by virtue of singularity, for singularity is that abstraction which, precisely as singularity, is now posited abstraction. The singular, therefore, is a self-referring negativity, the immediate identity of the negative with itself. It exists for itself. Or it is the abstraction determining the concept as an immediate, according to its ideal moment of being. Thus the singular is a one which is qualitative, or a this. In accordance with this qualitative character, it is, first, the repulsion of itself from itself by virtue of which many other ones are presupposed. Second, it is now a negative reference with respect to these presupposed others, and to this extent the singular is exclusive. Universality, when referred to these singulars as indifferent ones, and it must be referred to them, for they are a moment of the concept of singularity, is only their commonality. If by the universal one understands that which is common to several singulars, the indifferent subsistence of these singulars is then taken as the starting point, thus mixing in the immediacy of being into the determination of the concept. The lowest conception one can have of the universal as connected with the singular is this external relation that it has to the latter as a mere commonality. The singular, which in the reflective sphere of concrete existence is as a this, does not have the excluding reference to the other that is characteristic of qualitative being for itself. A this is a one reflected into itself, without repulsion, or the repulsion is in this reflection one with abstraction, a reflective mediation present in the this that makes it a posited immediacy pointed at by someone external to it. The this is it is immediate, it is a this, however, only in so far as it is pointed at. This pointing at is the reflective movement that takes hold of itself and posits the immediacy, but as something external to itself. Now the singular surely is also a this, as an immediate which is the result of mediation, but does not have this mediation outside it. It is itself repelling separation, posited abstraction, yet is, precisely in its separation, a positive connection. This act of abstraction by the singular is, as the immanent reflection of difference, the first positing of the differences as self-subsisting, reflected into themselves. They exist immediately but, further, this separating is reflection in general, the reflective shining of one in the other. The differences thus stand in essential relation. There are, moreover, not singulars that just exist next to each other. A plurality of this kind belongs to being. The singularity that posits itself as determinate does not posit itself in an external difference but in a difference of the concept. Singularity thus excludes the universal from itself, but since this universal is a moment of it, it refers to it just as essentially. The concept, as this connection of its self-subsistent determinations, has lost itself, for the concept itself is no longer the posited unity of these determinations, and these no longer are moments, the reflective shining of the concept, but subsist rather in and for themselves. As singularity, the concept returns indeterminateness into itself, and therewith the determinate has itself become totality. The concept's turning back into itself is thus the absolute, originative partition of itself, that is, as singularity it is posited as judgment. Chapter Judgment. Judgment is the determinateness of the concept posited in the concept itself. The determinations of the concept, or, what amounts to the same thing as shown, the determinate concepts, have already been considered on their own, but this consideration was rather a subjective reflection or a subjective abstraction. But the concept is itself. This act of abstracting the positioning of its determinations over against each other is its own determining. Judgment is this positing of the determinate concepts through the concept itself. Judging is therefore another function than conceiving, or rather, it is the other function of the concept, for it is the determining of the concept through itself. The further progress of judgment into a diversity of judgments is this progressive determination of the concept. What kind of determinate concepts there are, and how they prove to be necessary determinations of it, this has to be exhibited in judgment. Judgment can therefore be called the first realization of the concept, for reality denotes in general the entry into existence as determinate being. More precisely, the nature of this realization has presented itself in such a way that the moments of the concept are totalities which, on the one hand, subsist on their own through the concept's immanent reflection or through its singularity. On the other hand, however, the unity of the concept is their connection. The immanently reflected determinations are determinate totalities that exist just as essentially disconnected, indifferent to each other, as mediated through each other. The determining itself is a totality only as containing these totalities and their connections. This totality is the judgment. The latter contains, therefore, the two self-subsistents which go under the name of subject and predicate. What each is cannot yet be said. They are still indeterminate, for they are to be determined only through the judgment. Inasmuch as judgment is the concept as determinate, the only determination at hand is the difference that it contains between determinate and still indeterminate concept. As contrasted to the predicate, the subject can at first be taken, therefore, as the singular over against the universal, or also as the particular over against the universal, or the singular over against the particular. So far, they stand to each other only as the more determinate and the more universal in general. It is therefore fitting and unavoidable to have these names, subject and predicate, for the determinations of the judgment as names. They are something indeterminate, still in need of determination, and therefore nothing but names. It is partly for this reason that the determinations themselves of the concept could not be used for the two sides of judgment, but a still stronger reason is because of the nature of a concept determination, which is nothing abstract, nothing fixed, but contains its opposite in it, explicitly posited there. Since the sides of the judgment are themselves concepts and therefore the totality of the determinations of the concept, each side must run through all these determinations, exhibiting them within whether in abstract or concrete form. But now, if in this altering of determination we want to fix the two sides in some general way, names will be the most useful means, for they can be kept the same throughout the process. But a name remains distinct from the fact or the concept, and this is a distinction that transpires within the judgment as such, since the subject is in general the determinate term and more, therefore, of an immediate existent, whereas the predicate expresses the universal, the essence or the concept. The subject as such is at first only a kind of name. What it is first enunciated only by the predicate, which contains being in the sense of the concept. When we ask, "What is this?" or "What kind of plant is this?" the being we're inquiring about is often just a name, and once we learn this name, we are satisfied that we now know what the fact is. This is being in the sense of the subject. The concept, however, or at least the essence and the universal in general, is only given by the predicate, and when we ask for it, we do it in the sense of the judgment. God, therefore, or spirit, nature, or what have you, is as the subject of a judgment only a name at first. What any such subject is in accordance with the concept, is first found only in the predicate. When we ask for the predicate that belongs to such subjects, the required judgment must be based on a concept that is presupposed, yet it is the predicate that first gives this concept. It is, therefore, the mere representation that in fact makes up the presupposed meaning, and this yields only a nominal definition whereby it is a mere accident, a historical fact, what is understood by a name. So many disputes about whether a predicate does or does not belong to a subject are, therefore, nothing more than verbal disputes, for they proceed from this form. What lies at the base, subjectum, is still nothing more than a name. Secondly, we now have to examine more closely how the connection of subject and predicate in judgment is determined, and how the two are themselves thereby determined. Judgment has in general totalities for its sides, totalities that are at first essentially self-subsistent. The unity of the concept is at first, therefore, only a connection of self-subsistent terms. It is not yet the concrete, the fulfilled unity that is returned into itself from this reality, but is a unity rather outside which the two terms persist as extremes yet unsublated in it. Now any consideration of the judgment can start either from the originative unity of the concept or from the self-subsistence of the extremes. Judgment is the self-diremption of the concept, therefore, it is by starting from the unity of the concept as ground that the judgment is considered in accordance with its true objectivity. In this respect, judgment is the originative division, or Teilung, in German, of an originative unity. The German word for judgment, Urteil, or primordial division, thus refers to what judgment is in and for itself. But the concept is present in the judgment as appearance, since its moments have attained self-subsistence there, and it is to this side of externality that ordinary representation is more likely to fasten. From this subjective standpoint, the subject and the predicate are therefore treated as ready-made, each for itself outside the other, the subject as a subject matter that would exist even if it did not have that predicate, and the predicate as a universal determination that would exist even without accruing to this subject. The act of judgment accordingly brings with it the further reflection whether this or that predicate which is in someone's head can and should be attached to the subject matter that exists outside it on its own. The judgment itself is simply the act that combines the predicate with the subject, so that, if this combination did not occur, the subject and predicate would still each remain what it is, the one concretely existing as thing in itself, the other as a representation in someone's head. But the predicate which is combined with the subject should also pertain to it, which is to say, should be in and for itself identical with it. The significance of their being combined is that the subjective sense of judgment, and the indifferent external persistence of the subject and predicate, are again sublated. Thus in this action is good, the copula indicates that the predicate belongs to the being of the subject and is not merely externally combined with it. Of course, grammatically speaking, this kind of subjective relation that proceeds from the indifferent externality of subject and predicate is perfectly valid, for it is words that are here externally combined. It can also be mentioned in this context that a proposition can indeed have a subject and predicate in a grammatical sense without however being a judgment for that. The latter requires that the predicate behave with respect to the subject in a relation of conceptual determination, hence as a universal with respect to a particular or a singular. And if what is said of a singular subject is itself only something singular, as for instance, Aristotle died at the age of in the 4th year of the Olympiad, then this is a mere proposition, not a judgment. There would be in it an element of judgment only if one of the circumstances, say, the date of death or the age of the philosopher, came into doubt even though the stated figures were asserted on the strength of some ground or other. In that case, the figures would be taken as something universal, as a time that, even without the determinate content of Aristotle's death, would still stand on its own filled with some other content or simply empty. Likewise would the news that my friend N has died be a proposition, and a judgment only if there were a question as to whether he is actually dead and not just apparently dead. In the usual definition of judgment, that it is the combination of two concepts, we may indeed accept the vague expression of combination for the external copula, and also accept that the terms combined are at least meant to be concepts. But the definition is otherwise a highly superficial one. It is not just that in the disjunctive judgment, for instance, there are more than two so-called concepts that are combined. More to the point is rather that the definition is much better than the matter defined, for it is not determinations of concepts, but determinations of representation that are in fact meant. It was remarked in connection with the concept in general and with the concept as determinate, that what usually goes under this name of concept does not deserve the name at all. Where should concepts then come from in the case of judgment? Above all, this definition of judgment ignores what is essential to it, namely the difference of its determination. Still less does it take into account its relation to the concept. As regards the further determination of the subject and predicate, we have remarked above that it is in judgment that they must first receive their determination. But since judgment is the positive determinateness of the concept, This determinateness possesses the given differences immediately and abstractly as singularity and universality. But inasmuch as judgment is in general the immediate existence or the otherness of the concept that has not yet restored itself to the unity through which it exists as concept, there also emerges the determinateness that is void of concept, the opposition of being and reflection or the in itself. But since the concept constitutes the essential ground of judgment, these determinacies are at least indifferent in the sense that, when one accrues to the subject and the other to the predicate, the converse relation equally holds. The subject, being the singular, appears at first as the existent or as the one that exists for itself with the determinateness of a singular on which judgment is passed, as an actual object even when it is such in representation only, as for instance in the case of bravery, right, agreement, etc. The predicate, which is the universal, appears on the contrary as the reflection of this judgment on that object, or rather as the object's immanent reflection that transcends the immediacy of the judgment and sublates its determinacies as mere existence, appears, that is, as the object's in itselfness. In this way, the start is made from the singular as the first, the immediate, and through the judgment this singular is raised to universality, just as, conversely, the universal that exists only in itself descends in the singular into existence or becomes a being that exists for itself. This significance of the judgment is to be taken as its subjective meaning and at the same time as the true significance of the previous forms of transition. The existent comes to be and becomes another, the finite passes over into the infinite and in it passes away the existent comes forth into appearance out of its ground and to this ground it founders the accidents manifest the wealth of substance as well as its might in being, there is transition into another in essence, there is the reflective shining in another that manifests the necessity of a connection. This transition and this reflective shining have now passed over into the originative division of the concept and judgment, and this division, in bringing the singular back to the in itselfness of its universality, equally determines the universal as something actual. These two are one and the same, the positing of singularity and its immanent reflection and of the universal as determinate. But equally pertaining to this objective meaning is that the said differences, as they recur in the determinateness of the concept, are at the same time posited as only appearing, that is to say, that they are nothing fixed but accrue rather just as much to one determination of the concept as to the other. The subject is therefore equally to be taken as the in itself, and the predicate is determinate existence in contrast to it. The subject without the predicate is what the thing without properties, the thing in itself, is in the sphere of appearance, an empty indeterminate ground. It is then the implicit concept that receives a difference and a determinateness only in the predicate. The predicate thus constitutes the side of the determinate existence of the subject. Through this determinate universality the subject refers to the outside, is open to the influence of other things and thereby confronts them actively. What is there comes forth from its in itselfness into the universal element of combination and relations, into negative references and into the interplay of actuality which is a continuation of the singular into other singulars and is, therefore, universality. Yet the identity just indicated, the fact that the determination of the subject accrues equally to the predicate and vice versa, is not just a matter for our consideration. It is not only in itself but is also posited in the judgment, for the judgment is the reference connecting the two. The copula expresses that the subject is the predicate. The subject is the determinateness, and the predicate is this determinateness of the subject as posited. The subject is determined only in its predicate, or is subject only in it. In the predicate, it is turned back into itself and is therein the universal. Now insofar as the subject is the self-subsistent term, this identity has the relation that the predicate does not possess a self-subsistence of its own but has its subsistence only in the subject. It inheres in the subject. Accordingly, since the predicate is distinguished from the subject, it is only a singularized determinateness of the subject, only one of its properties. The subject itself is however the concrete, the totality of manifold determinacies, just as the predicate contains one of them. The subject is the universal. But, on the other hand, the predicate also is self-subsistent universality, and the subject conversely only one determination of it. The predicate thus subsumes the subject. The singularity and the particularity are not for themselves but have their essence and their substance in the universal. The predicate expresses the subject in its concept. The singular and the particular are to the subject accidental determinations. The subject is their absolute possibility. When by the subsumption an external connection of subject and predicate is thought, and the subject is represented as something self-subsistent, then subsumption refers to the subjective act of judging mentioned above, namely the judging that starts off from the self-subsistence of both subject and predicate. Subsumption is then only the application of the universal to a particular or a singular posited under it in accordance with an indeterminate representation, one of lesser quantity. When we treat the identity of subject and predicate as meaning that at one time one determination of the concept belongs to the subject and the other to the predicate, and at another time the converse equally applies, then the identity is as yet still implicit on account of the self-subsistent diversity of the two sides of judgment. Their posited connection also has the two at first as diverse. But it is the identity void of difference that in fact constitutes the true connection of the subject and predicate. The determination of the concept is itself essentially a connection, for it is a universal. The same determinations, therefore, which the subject and the predicate each have, are also had by their connection. The connection is universal, for it is the positive identity of both, of the subject and predicate, but it is also determinate, for the determinateness of the predicate is the determinateness of the subject. It is singular as well, for in it the self-subsisting extremes are sublated as in their negative unity. In judgment, however, this identity is not posited yet. The copula is as the still indeterminate connection of being in general, A is B, for the self-subsistence of the concept's determinacies, or the extremes, is in judgment the reality that the concept has within. If the is of the copula were already posited as the determinate and fulfilled unity of subject and predicate earlier mentioned, were posited as their concept, it would then already be the conclusion of syllogistic inference. To restore again this identity of the concept, or rather to posit it, this is the goal of the movement of the judgment. What is already present in the judgment is, on the one hand, the self-subsistence but also reciprocal determinateness of the subject and predicate, and, on the other hand, their still abstract connection. The subject is the predicate, this is what the judgment says at first. But since the predicate is not supposed to be what the subject is, a contradiction is at hand that must resolve itself, must pass over into a result. Or rather, since the subject and predicate are in and for themselves the totality of the concept, and judgment is the reality of the concept, the judgment's forward movement is only development. What comes forth from it is already present in it, and to this extent the demonstration is a display, a reflection as the positing of that which is already at hand in the extreme terms of the judgment. But even this positing is already presented as the connection of the extremes. First, as immediate, judgment is the judgment of existence. Its subject is immediately an abstract, existence singular, and the predicate is an immediate determinateness or property of it, an abstract universal. Second, as this qualitative character of the subject and predicate is sublated, the determination of the one begins to shine reflectively in the other. The judgment is now the judgment of reflection. But this external combination passes over into the essential identity of a substantial, necessary combination, and so we have, third, the judgment of necessity. Fourth, since in this essential identity the difference of subject and predicate has become a form, the judgment becomes subjective. It entails the opposition of the concept and its reality and the comparison of the two. It is the judgment of the concept. This emergence of the concept grounds the transition of judgment into syllogistic inference. A. The judgment of existence. In the subjective judgment we expect to see one and the same object double, once in its singular actuality, and again in its essential identity or in its concept the singular raised into its universality, or, what is the same thing, the universal made singular into its actuality. The judgment is thus truth, for it is the agreement of the concept and reality. But it is not at first constituted in this way, for at first the judgment is immediate, since as yet no reflection and no movement of the determinations has been found in it. This immediacy renders the first judgment a judgment of immediate existence. We can also call it a qualitative judgment, but only in so far as quality does not apply to the determinateness of being alone but also extends to the universality which, because of its simplicity, likewise has the form of immediacy. The judgment of existence is also the judgment of inherence because, though immediacy is its determination, it is the subject that in the distinction between subject and predicate is the immediate and hence the first and the essential term in the judgment, and the predicate consequently takes on the form of something that does not subsist on its own but has its foundation in the subject. A. The positive judgment. The subject and predicate, as we have just said, are names at first that receive their actual determination only as the judgment runs its course. However, as sides of the judgment being the posited determinate concept, they have the determination of moments of the concept, but, on account of their immediacy, this determination is as yet quite simple, still not enriched by mediation and also still caught up in the abstract opposition of abstract singularity and abstract universality. The predicate, to speak of it first, is the abstract universal. This abstract is conditioned by mediation, by the sublation of singularity and particularity, but so far such a mediation is here only a presupposition. In this sphere of the concept there can be no other immediacy than the one that contains mediation in and for itself and has arisen only through its sublation. This is the immediacy of the universal. Thus qualitative being also is in its concept a universal as being, however, The immediacy is not yet posited as such. It is only as universality that immediacy is the concept determination in which it is posited that negativity essentially belongs to it. This connection is given in the judgment in which universality is the predicate of a subject. Similarly, the subject is an abstract singular, or the immediate which is supposed to be such, and therefore the singular as a something in general. The subject constitutes, therefore, the abstract side of the judgment, the side in it according to which the concept has passed over into externality. As these two concept determinations are determined, so is also their connection. These or the copulae at two can have no other meaning than that of an immediate, abstract being. It is because of this connection, which still does not contain any mediation or negation, that this judgment is called positive. The first pure expression of the positive judgment is, therefore, the proposition that singular is universal. This expression must not be put in the form of A as B, for A and B are totally formless and hence meaningless names, whereas judgment in general, and therefore already the judgment of existence, has determinations of the concept for its extremes. A as B can stand just as well for any mere proposition as for a judgment. But what is asserted in every judgment, even one more richly determined in form, is the proposition that has this determined content, namely, the singular is universal, for every judgment is in principle also an abstract judgment. Regarding the negative judgment, how far it likewise comes under this expression, of this we shall speak presently. However, if no thought is given to the fact that with every judgment, the positive at least, the assertion is made that the singular is universal, this happens either because no attention is given to the determinate form differentiating subject and object, for it is taken for granted that the judgment is nothing but the connecting of two concepts, or also likely because the further content of the judgment, Gaius is learned, or the rose is red, comes drifting in before the mind, and the latter, busy with the picture of Gaius etc., fails to reflect on the form, even though, at least, such a content as Gaius, which is the one that usually has to be dragged in as an example, is much less interesting than the form, and is indeed chosen because it is uninteresting, not to divert attention from the form to itself. The objective meaning of the proposition stating that the singular is universal conveys, as already incidentally noted, both the perishableness of singular things and their positive subsistence in the concept in general. The concept itself is imperishable, but that which emerges from it in its division is subjected to alteration and to falling back into its universal nature. But the universal, conversely, gives itself a determinate existence. Just as essence goes out into reflective shine in its determinations or ground into concrete existence in appearance and substance into manifestation in its accidents, so does the universal resolve itself into the singular judgment is this resolution of the universal, the development of the negativity which, implicitly, it already is. This last circumstance is expressed by the converse proposition, the universal is singular, which is also equally spoken in the positive judgment. The subject, the immediate singular at first, is in the judgment itself referred to its other, namely the universal. It is thereby posited as the concrete, according to the category of being, as a something of many qualities or as the concrete of reflection, a thing of manifold properties, an actual of manifold possibilities, a substance of precisely such accidents. Because these manifolds here belong to the subject of the judgment, the something, the thing, etc., is in its qualities, properties, or accidents, reflected into itself, or continues across them, maintaining itself in them and them in itself. Positiveness or determinateness belongs to being which is in and for itself. The subject is therefore inherently the universal. The predicate, on the contrary, being this universality not as real or concrete, but as abstract, is in contrast to the subject the determinateness. It contains only one moment of the subject's totality to the exclusion of the others. On account of this negativity, which is an extreme of the judgment is at the same time self-referring, the predicate is an abstract singular. For instance, in the proposition, the rose is fragrant, the predicate expresses only one of the many properties of the rose, it isolates it, whereas in the subject the property is joined with the others. Likewise in the dissolution of the thing, the manifold properties that inhere in it become isolated in acquiring self-subsistence as materials. From this side, then, the proposition of the judgment says the universal is singular. By juxtaposing this reciprocal determination of subject and predicate in the judgment, we thus obtain this twofold result. Immediately, the subject is indeed an existent or the singular, while the predicate is the universal. But because the judgment connects the two, and the subject is determined as universal by the predicate, the subject is then the universal, the predicate is determined in the subject, for it is not a determination in general but the determination rather of the subject. The rose is fragrant. This fragrance is not some indeterminate fragrance or other, but the fragrance of the rose. The predicate is therefore a singular. Now since the subject and predicate stand related in the judgment, they should retain the opposition of concept determinations likewise, in the reciprocity of causality. Before the latter attains its truth, the two sides are still supposed to remain self-subsistent and mutually opposed as against the equality of their determination. Therefore, when the subject is determined as universal, the predicate should not also be taken in its determination of universality, for then we would have no judgment. It must rather be taken only in its determination of singularity. And if the subject is determined as singular, then the predicate is to be taken as universal. If we reflect on the mere identity above, then we have these two identical propositions: the singular is singular, the universal is universal, in which the sides of the judgment would have completely fallen apart. Only the self-reference of each is expressed while the reference connecting them to each other is dissolved, and thus the judgment would be sublated. Of the two propositions we drew, the first, the universal is singular, expresses the judgment according to its content, as an isolated determination in the predicate and as the totality of determinations in the subject. The other, the singular is universal, expresses it according to form as immediately given through the judgment itself. In the immediate positive judgment, the extremes are still simple. Form and content are therefore still united. Or, in other words, it does not consist of two propositions. The twofold connection that it yielded immediately constitutes the one positive judgment. For its extremes are, a, the self-subsisting abstract determinations of judgment, and, b, each side of the determination is determined through the other by virtue of the copula connecting them. Implicitly, however, the difference of form and content is for this reason present in it, as we have seen. And indeed, what the first proposition contains, that the singular is universal, belongs to form, for the proposition expresses the immediate determinateness of the judgment. The relation, on the contrary, which the other proposition expresses, that the universal is singular or that the subject is determined as universal whereas the predicate is determined as particular or singular, concerns the content, for its determinations are only the result of an immanent reflection by virtue of which the immediate determinacies of the judgment are sublated and the form is thereby converted into an identity that has withdrawn into itself and persists over against the distinction of form. It converts itself into content. If now the two propositions, the one of form and the other of content, subject, predicate, the singular is universal, the universal is singular, were to be united because they are contained in the one positive judgment, so that both, the subject as well as the predicate, were determined as the unity of singularity and universality, then both the subject and predicate would be the particular, and this must be recognized as implicitly their inner determination. However, this combination would be arrived at only through an external reflection. Moreover, the proposition that results from it, the particular is the particular, would no longer be a judgment but an empty identical proposition, as were the two propositions already found in the positive judgment: the singular is singular, and the universal is universal. Singularity and universality cannot yet be united into particularity, because in the positive judgment they are still posited as immediate. Or again, the judgment must still be distinguished according to its form and its content, because the subject and predicate are themselves still distinguished as immediacy and mediated, or because the judgment, according to its connection, is both the self-subsistence of the connected terms and their reciprocal determination or mediation. In first place, then, the meaning of the judgment when considered according to its form is that the singular is universal. But in fact such an immediate singular is definitely not universal. Its predicate is of wider extension, does not correspond to it. The subject is a being existing immediately for itself, and hence the opposite of that abstraction, of that universality posited through mediation that was supposed to be predicated of it. In second place, if the judgment is considered according to its content, or as the proposition, the universal is singular, then the subject is a universe of qualities, an infinitely determined concrete universe, and since its determinacies are as yet qualities, properties, or accidents, its totality is the bad infinite plurality of them. Such a subject, therefore, is not at all the one single property that its predicate declares. Consequently, both propositions must be united, and the positive judgment must be posited as negative instead. b. The negative judgment. We spoke earlier of the common notion that whether the content of a judgment is true or false depends solely on the content itself, since logical truth concerns only the form and its only requirement is that such content shall not contradict itself. Nothing else is reckoned as the form of judgment except that the latter is a connection of two concepts. But we have seen that these two concepts are not just the relationless determination of a sum, but that they relate to each other as singular and universal. These are the determinations that constitute the truly logical content, and also, abstracted in that way, the content of the positive judgment. Whatever other content is in a judgment, the sun is round, Cicero was a great Roman orator, it is daytime now, etc., does not concern the judgment as such. The judgment only says that the subject is predicate, or, since these are only names, that the singular is universal and vice versa. It is because of this purely logical content that the positive judgment is not true but has its truth in the negative judgment. In judgment, so it is required, the content simply ought not to contradict itself, but it does contradict itself in the positive judgment, as we have just seen. At any rate, it makes absolutely no difference if that logical content is called form, and by content is understood only the remaining empirical filling, for even then the form would not contain a mere empty identity outside which the content determination would then lay. The positive judgment has in fact no truth through its form as positive judgment. Whoever calls truth the correctness of an intuition or a perception, the agreement of representation with the subject matter, has for a minimum no expression left for that which is the subject matter and the aim of philosophy. We should at least say of these that they are the truth of reason, and it will surely be granted that such judgments as Cicero was a great orator, that it is daytime now, are definitely not truths of reason. But they are not such truths, not because they have an empirical content as it were contingently, but because they are only positive judgments that can have, and ought to have, no other content than an immediate singular and an abstract determinateness. The positive judgment first attains its truth in the negative judgment. The singular is not abstractly universal, but rather, the predicate of the singular, because it is such a predicate, or because, if considered by itself without reference to the subject, it is an abstract universal, is for that very reason itself something determinate from the start. Therefore, the singular is a particular. Furthermore, with respect to the other proposition that the positive judgment contains, the meaning of the negative judgment is that the universal is not abstractly singular but that this predicate, singular, by the very fact that it is a predicate, or because it refers to a universal subject, is more than just mere singularity, and the universal, accordingly, is from the start equally a particular. Since this universal, as subject, is itself in the judgment determination of singularity, the two propositions both reduce to one. The singular is a particular. We may remark that, a, the particularity that here comes to the predicate has already come up for consideration before. Here, however, it is not posited by external reflection but has arisen rather as mediated by the negative connection indicated in the judgment. b. This determination results here only for the predicate. In the immediate judgment, the judgment of existence, the subject is the underlying basis. The determination seems at first, therefore, to occur in the predicate. But in fact this first negation cannot as yet be a determination, or cannot truly be the positing of the singular, for such a positing is only a second moment, the negative of the negative. The singular is a particular. This is the positive expression of the negative judgment. This expression, therefore, is not the positive judgment itself, for the latter, because of its immediacy, has an abstraction for its extremes, while the particular, precisely through the positing of the judgment connection, results as the first mediated determination. But this determination is not to be taken only as a moment of the extremes, but also as the determination of the connection, as it truly is from the start. In other words, the judgment is also to be considered as negative. This transition is founded on the relation of the extremes and on their connection in the judgment as such. The positive judgment is the connection of the singular and the universal which are such immediately, and each, therefore, is not at the same time what the other is. The connection is therefore just as essentially separation, or negative. For this reason the positive judgment was to be posited as negative. There was no need, therefore, for the logicians to make such a fuss about the knot of the negative judgment being attached to the copula. In the judgment, the determination of the extremes is equally a determinate connection. The judgment determination, or the extreme, is not the purely qualitative one of immediate being that only stands over against another outside it. Nor is it the determination of reflection, which, in accordance with its general form, behaves positively and negatively, posited in either case as exclusive, only implicitly identical with the other. The judgment determination, as the determination of the concept, is a universal within, posited as extending continuously in its other. Conversely, the judgment connection is the same determination as the extremes have, for it is precisely this universality and continuous extension of each into the other, and so far as these are distinguished, the connection also has negativity in it. The just stated transition from the form of the connection to the form of the determination has the immediate consequence that the knot of the copula must just as equally be attached to the predicate, and that the latter must be determined as the knot universal. But, through a no less immediate consequence, the knot universal is the particular. If the focus is on the negative according to the totally abstract determination of immediate non-being, then the predicate is the totally indeterminate knot universal. This is the determination which is normally treated in logic in connection with the contradictory concepts, and the further point is made, a point considered important, that in the negative of a concept one should only focus on the negative, taking it as the mere indeterminate extent of the other of the positive concept. Thus the mere not white would be just as much red, yellow, blue, etc. as black. White, however, is an unconceptualized determination of intuition. The not of white is equally, then, unconceptualized not being, the abstraction that came in for consideration at the very beginning of the logic where becoming was recognized to be its closest truth. To use as an example, in the consideration of judgment determinations, an unconceptualized content of this sort, drawn from intuition and the imagination, and to take the determinations of being, and of reflection, as such judgment determinations, is the same uncritical practice as when Kant applies the concepts of the understanding to the infinite idea of reason, the so-called thing in itself. The concept, to which the judgment proceeding from it also belongs, is the true thing in itself or the rational. Those other determinations belong to being. In essence they are not yet forms developed into the shape where they are in their truth, in the concept. If we stop at white, red, as representations of the senses, then we call concept what is only a determination of pictorial representation. This is common practice. But then, surely, the not white, the not red, will be nothing positive, just as the not triangular will be something totally indeterminate, for determination based as such on number and quantum is essentially something indifferent, void of concept. Yet, like non-being itself, such a sensuous content ought to be conceptualized, ought to shed that indifference and abstract immediacy with which it is affected in the blind immobility of pictorial representation. Already in the sphere of immediate existence, the non-being which is otherwise void of thought becomes limit, and by virtue of this limit the something refers to another despite itself. In the sphere of reflection, on the other hand, it is the negative that refers essentially to a positive, and is thereby determined. A negative is no longer that indeterminate non-being, for it is posited to be only to the extent that the positive stands over against it, and as third comes their ground. The negative is thus held circumscribed in a sphere within which the non-being of one is something determinate. But it is all the more in the absolutely fluid continuity of the concept that the not is immediately a positive, and the negation is not just determinateness but is taken up into universality and is posited as identical with it. The non-universal is therefore directly the particular. Since negation has to do with the connection of judgment, and we are considering the negative judgment still as such, the latter is in the first instance still a judgment. We thus have the relation of subject and predicate, or of singularity and universality, and their connection, the form of the judgment. The subject, as the immediate underlying basis, remains untouched by the negation it retains, therefore, its determination of having a predicate, or its reference to the universality. Consequently, what is negated in the predicate is not the universality as such, but the abstraction or the determinateness of the predicate that appeared as content in contrast to that universality. The negative judgment is not, therefore, total negation. The universal sphere which contains the predicate remains standing. The connection of subject and the predicate is therefore still essentially positive. The yet remaining determination of the predicate is no less connection. When it is said that, for instance, the rose is not red, only the determinateness of the predicate is thereby denied and thus separated from the universality which equally attaches to it. The universal sphere, color, is retained. If the rose is not red, it is nonetheless assumed that it has a color, though another color. From the side of this universal sphere, the judgment is still positive. The singular is a particular. This positive form of the negative judgment immediately expresses that the particular contains universality. In addition, it also expresses that the predicate is not just a universal but also one which is still determinate. The negative form contains the same, for although the rose, for instance, is not red, it is supposed, nevertheless, not only still to retain the universal sphere of color as predicate, but to have some other determinate color as well. The singularity of determinateness of the rose is therefore only sublated, and not only is the universal sphere left standing but determinateness too is retained, although transformed into an indeterminate determinateness, a universal determinateness, that is to say, into particularity. The particularity that has resulted as the positive determination of the negative judgment is the term mediating singularity and universality. So the negative judgment is now that which provides in general the mediation for the third step, that of the reflection of the judgment of existence into itself. This judgment is according to its subjective meaning only the moment of the alteration of accidents, or, in the sphere of existence, of the singularized properties of the concrete. Through this alteration, the full determinateness of the predicate, or the concrete, emerges as posited. The singular is particular is what the positive expression of the negative judgment says. But the singular is also not particular, for particularity is of wider extension than singularity and is a predicate, therefore, that does not correspond to the subject, one in which the latter, therefore, does not as yet have its truth. The singular is only a singular. This is a negativity that refers to nothing else, be it positive or negative, except itself. The rose is not a thing of some color or other, but one that only has the one determinate color, which is the rose color. The singular is not an indeterminate determinate but the determinate determinate. This negation of the negative judgment appears, when one starts from its positive form, to be again a first negation. But this is not what it is. The negative judgment is again, in and for itself, already the second negation or the negation of negation, and this, what it is in and for itself, is to be posited. To wit, the judgment negates the determinateness of the predicate of the positive judgment, its abstract universality, or, considered as content, the singular quality that it possesses of the subject. But the negation of the determinateness is already the second negation, hence the infinite turning back of the singularity into itself. With this, therefore, the restoration of the concrete totality of the subject has taken place, or rather, the subject is now for the first time posited as singular, for through the negation and the sublation of that negation it is mediated with itself. The predicate, for its part, has thereby passed over from the first universality to absolute determinateness and made itself equal to the subject. Thus the judgment says the singular is singular. From the other side, since the subject was equally to be taken as a universal, and since in the negative judgment the predicate, which is against that subject is the singular, expanded into particularity moreover, since now the negation of this determinateness is equally the purification of the universality contained in the predicate, this judgment also says the universal is the universal. In these two judgments, which were earlier obtained through external reflection, the predicate is already expressed in its positivity. But the negation of the negative judgment must itself first appear in the form of a negative judgment. It has just been shown that there still remained in this judgment a positive connection of subject and predicate as well, the universal sphere of the latter. From this side, the negative judgment thus contains a universality which is more purified of limitation than was contained by the positive judgment, and is for this reason all the more to be negated of the subject as a singular. In this manner, the whole extent of the predicate is negated, and there is no longer any positive connection between it and the subject. This is the infinite judgment. C. The infinite judgment. The negative judgment is as little of a true judgment as the positive. But the infinite judgment, which is supposed to be its truth, is, according to its negative expression, the negative infinite, a judgment in which even the form of judgment is sublated. But this is a nonsensical judgment. It ought to be a judgment, and hence contains a connection of subject and predicate, but any such connection ought not at the same time to be there. The name of the infinite judgment does indeed occur in the common textbooks of logic, but without any clarification as to its meaning. Examples of negatively infinite judgments are easy to come by. It is a matter of picking determinations, one of which does not contain not just the determinateness of the other but its universal sphere as well, and of combining them negatively as subject and predicate, as when we say, for example, that spirit is not red, yellow, etc., is not acid, not alkali, etc., or that the rose is not an elephant, the understanding is not a table, and the like. These judgments are correct or true, as it is said, and yet, any such truth notwithstanding, nonsensical and fatuous. Or, more to the point, they are not judgments at all. A more realistic example of the infinite judgment is the evil action. In civil litigation, when a thing is negated as the property of another party, it is still conceded that the same thing would indeed belong to that party if the latter had a right to it. It is only under the title of right that the possession of it is challenged in the negative judgment, therefore, the universal sphere, right, is still acknowledged and maintained. But crime is the infinite judgment that negates, not only the particular right, but the universal sphere. The right is right. It has correctness, in the sense that it is an effective action, but since it stands in a thoroughly negative fashion with respect to the morality that constitutes its sphere, it is nonsensical. The positive element of the infinite judgment, the negation of the negation, is the reflection of singularity into itself, by virtue of which the singularity is first posited as the determinate determinate. The singular is what the infinite judgment said according to that reflection. In the judgment of existence, the subject is as the immediate singular, hence more of just a something in general. Through the mediation of the negative and infinite judgment, it is posited as singular for the first time. The singular is thus posited as expanding into its predicate, which is identical with it to the same extent. Therefore, universality is also no longer anything immediate but a summing of distincts. The positively infinite judgment equally says, the universal is universal, and in this the universal is posited also as a turning back into itself. Now through the reflection of the judgment determinations into themselves, the judgment has sublated itself in the negatively infinite judgment. The difference is, so to speak, too great for it still to remain a judgment. Subject and predicate have no positive connection whatsoever to each other in the positively infinite judgment. On the contrary, only identity is present, and because of this total lack of difference there is no longer a judgment. More precisely, it is the judgment of existence that has sublated itself and, consequently, there is posited what the copula of the judgment contains, namely that in its identity the qualitative extremes are sublated. But since this unity is the concept, it is immediately torn apart and is a judgment, but one whose terms are no longer immediately determined but are reflected into themselves. The judgment of existence has passed over into the judgment of reflection. B. The judgment of reflection. In the judgment that has now arisen, the subject is a singular as such, and similarly, the universal is no longer an abstract universality, or a singular property, but is posited as a universal that has collected itself together into a unity through the connection of different terms, or, regarded from the standpoint of the content of diverse determinations in general, as the coalescing of manifold properties and concrete existences. If examples of predicates of judgments of reflection are to be given, they must be of another kind than for the judgments of existence. It is only in the judgment of reflection that we first have a determinate content strictly speaking, that is, a content as such, for the content is the form determination reflected into identity as distinct from the form insofar as this is a distinct determinateness, as it still is as judgment. In the judgment of existence, the content is merely an immediate, or abstract, indeterminate content. These may therefore serve as examples of judgments of reflection. The human being is mortal, things are perishable, this thing is useful, harmful. Hardness, elasticity of bodies, happiness, etc., are predicates of this particular kind. They express an essentiality which is however a relational determination, or a comprehensive universality. This universality, which will further determine itself in the movement of the judgment of reflection, is still distinct from the universality of the concept as such. Although it is no longer the abstract universality of the qualitative judgment, it still has a connection to the immediate from which it proceeds and has the latter at the basis of its negativity. The concept determines immediate existence, in the first instance, to relational determinations that extend across the diverse multiplicity of concrete existence, so that the true universal is indeed the inner essence of that multiplicity, but is such in the sphere of appearance, and this relative nature or even its mark is not as yet the element of the multiplicity that exists in and for itself. It may seem fitting to define the judgment of reflection as a judgment of quantity, just as the judgment of existence was defined also as qualitative judgment. But just as the immediacy in the latter was not just there, but was an immediacy which is also essentially mediated and abstract, so, here also, that same immediacy which is now sublated is not just sublated quality, and therefore not merely quantity. On the contrary, just as quality is the most external immediacy, so is quantity, in the same way, the most external determination belonging to mediation. Also to be noted concerning the determination as it appears in the movement of the judgment of reflection is that, in the judgment of immediate existence, the movement of the determination showed itself in the predicate, for this kind of judgment was in the determination of immediacy and its subject, therefore, appeared as the underlying basis. For a similar reason, in the judgment of reflection the onward movement of determination runs its course in the subject, for this judgment has the reflected in itselfness for its determination. Hence the essential is here the universal or the predicate, and it is the latter, therefore, that constitutes the basis against which the subject is to be measured and determined accordingly. Yet the predicate also receives a further determination through the further development of the form of the subject, but it receives it indirectly, whereas the progression of the subject manifests itself, for the reason just given, as a direct advance in determination. As regards the objective signification of the judgment, the singular enters into existence by virtue of its universality, but it does so in an essential determination which is relational, in an essentiality that maintains itself across the manifold of appearance. The subject is supposed to be that which is determined in and for itself. This is the determinateness which it has in its predicate. The singular, for its part, is reflected into this predicate which is its universal essence. To this extent, the subject is a concrete existence and a phenomenal something. In this judgment, the predicate no longer inheres in the subject, for it is rather the implicit being under which the singular subject is subsumed as an accidental. If the judgments of existence can also be defined as judgments of inherence, then the judgments of reflection are by contrast judgments of subsumption. A. The singular judgment. Now the immediate judgment of reflection is again, the singular is universal, but with the subject and predicate in the signification just explained. More accurately, therefore, it can also be expressed thus: This is an essential universal. But this is not an essential universal. That positive judgment, positive according to form, must as judgment be taken negatively. But inasmuch as the judgment of reflection is not merely something positive, the negation does not directly affect the predicate, a predicate which does not inhere in the subject but is rather its implicit being. On the contrary, it is the subject that is alterable and needs determination. The negative judgment is therefore to be understood as saying not a this is a universal of reflection such an in itself has a more universal concrete existence than it would have in a this. Accordingly, the singular judgment has its proximate truth in the particular judgment. b. The particular judgment. The non-singularity of the subject that must be posited in the first judgment of reflection instead of the subject's singularity as particularity. But particularity is determined in the judgment of reflection as essential singularity. Particularity cannot be, therefore, a simple, abstract determination in which the singular would be sublated and the concrete existent dissolved, but is rather only an extension of this singular in external reflection. Thus the subject is these ones, or a particular number of singulars. The judgment, some singulars are a universal of reflection, appears at first to be a positive judgment, but it is just as well also negative, for some contains universality and may, accordingly, be regarded as comprehensive, but since it is particularity, it is equally disproportionate with respect to universality. The negative determination which the subject has obtained through the transition of the singular judgment also is, as we have shown above, the determination of the connection, the copula. Implicated in the judgment, some humans are happy, is the immediate consequence some humans are not happy. When some things are useful, then, precisely for that reason, there also are some that are not useful. The positive and the negative judgment no longer fall outside one another, but the particular immediately contains both at the same time, precisely because it is a judgment of reflection. But the particular judgment is therefore indeterminate. If, in the example of such a judgment, we consider further the subject, some humans, some animals, etc., we find that it contains, besides the particular form determination of some, also the content determination of humans, etc. By the subject of the singular judgment one could mean, this human, a singularity that properly pertains to external pointing. It would best be expressed, therefore, by something like Gaius. But the subject of the particular judgment can no longer be some Gaiuses, for Gaius is supposed to be a singular as singular. To the some, therefore, there is added a more universal content, say humans, animals, etc. This is not a mere empirical content, but one which is determined by the form of the judgment. It is universal, that is, because some contains universality, and the latter must at the same time be separated from the singulars which the reflected singularity has as a basis. More precisely, this universality is also the universal nature or species human, animal, the universality which is the result of the judgment of reflection, but anticipated just as the positive judgment, since it has the singular for subject, also anticipates the determination which is the result of the judgment of existence. Thus the subject that contains the singulars, their connection to particularity, and the universal nature, is already posited as the totality of the determinations of the concept. But, to be precise, this consideration is an external one. What is at first already posited in the subject by virtue of its form, in reciprocal connection, is the extension of the this to particularity, but this generalization is not commensurate to the this. The latter is perfectly determinate, but some is indeterminate. The extension ought to be appropriate to the this, and therefore, in conformity with it, it ought to be completely determined. Such an extension is totality, or, in the first instance, universality in general. This universality has the this for its basis, for the singular is here the singular reflected into itself. Its further determinations run their course, therefore, outside it, and just as for this reason particularity determined itself as a some, so the universality which the subject has attained is an onus, and thus the particular judgment has passed over into the universal. c. The universal judgment. The universality of the subject of the universal judgment is the external universality of reflection. Allness, the all is the all of all the singulars in which the singular remains unchanged. This universality is therefore only a commonality of self-subsisting singulars, an association of such singulars as comes about only by way of comparison. This is the association that first comes to mind at a subjective level of representation when there is talk of universality. The most obvious reason given for viewing a determination as universal is because it fits many. Also in analysis is this conception of universality the one most prevalent, as when, for instance, the development of a function in a polynomial is taken to have greater universal value than its development in a binomial, because the polynomial displays more single terms than the binomial. The demand that the function should be resolved in its full universality would require, strictly speaking, a pantanomial, the exhausted infinity. But here is where the limitation of that demand becomes apparent, and where the display of the infinite number of terms must rest satisfied with the audit commands, and therefore also with a polynomial. But in fact the binomial is already the pantanomial in those cases where the method or the rule concerns only the dependence of one member on another, and the dependence of several terms on those that precede them does not particularize itself but remains one and the same underlying function. It is the method or the rule which is to be regarded as the true universal in the progress of the development or in the development of a polynomial. The rule is only repeated, so that it gains nothing in universality through the increased number of terms. We have already spoken earlier of the bad infinity and its deception. The universality of the concept is the achieved beyond, whereas that bad infinity remains afflicted with a beyond which is unattainable but remains a mere progression to infinity. If it is allness that universality brings to mind, a universality that ought to be exhausted in singulars as singulars, then there has been a relapse into that bad infinity, or else it is mere plurality which is taken for allness. But plurality, however great it might be, remains inescapably only particularity and is not allness. Yet there is in all this an obscure intimation of the universality of the concept as it exists in and for itself. It is the concept that violently strives to reach beyond the stubborn singularity to which pictorial representation clings and beyond the externality of its reflection, passing off allness as totality, or rather as the category of the in and for itself. This is apparent in other ways as well in the allness which is above all empirical universality. Inasmuch as the singular is presupposed as something immediate and is therefore pre-given and externally picked, the reflection which collects it into an allness is equally external to it. But because the singular, as a this, is absolutely indifferent to such a reflection, the universality and the collected singularity cannot combine to form a unity. The empirical allness thus remains a task. It is an ought which, as such, cannot be represented in the form of being. Now an empirically universal proposition, for nevertheless such are advanced, rests on the tacit agreement that, if no instance of the contrary can be adduced, a plurality of cases ought to count for an allness, or that a subjective allness, namely the known cases, may be taken for an objective allness. Now a closer examination of the universal judgment before us shows that the subject, as we have just noted, contains the achieved universality as presupposed. It even contains it as posited in it. All humans expresses, first, the species human; second, this species in its singularization, but in such a way that the singulars are at the same time expanded to the universality of the species. Conversely, through this conjunction with singularity, the universality is just as perfectly determined as singularity, and the posited universality has thereby become equal to what was presupposed. But, strictly speaking, we should not anticipate the presupposed but should rather consider the result for itself in the form determination. The singularity, inasmuch as it is expanded to allness, is posited as negativity, and this is identical self-reference. It has not remained, therefore, that first singularity, of Gaius, for instance, but is a determination identical with universality, or the absolute determinateness of the universal. That first singularity of the singular judgment was not the immediate singularity of the positive judgment, but came about through the dialectical movement of the judgment of existence in general. It was already determined to be the negative identity of the determinations of the judgment. This is the true presupposition in the judgment of reflection as contrasted to the positing that runs its course in the judgment. That first determinateness of singularity was the latter's in itself. Consequently, what singularity is in itself, through the movement of the judgment of reflection, is now posited, that is, as the identical self-reference of the determinate. Therefore, the reflection that expanded the singularity to allness is not external to it. On the contrary, it only makes explicit what was before implicit. Hence the result is in truth the objective universality. The subject has thus shed the form determination of the judgment of reflection that made its way from the this to the allness through the sum. Instead of all humans, we now have to say the human being. The universality that has thereby arisen is the genus, or the universality which is concrete in its universality. The genus does not inhere in the subject. It is not one property of it or a property at all. It contains all singular determinacies dissolved into its substantial purity. Because it is thus posited as this negative self-identity, it is for that reason essentially subject, but one that is no longer subsumed under its predicate. Consequently, the nature of the judgment of reflection is now altogether altered. This judgment was essentially a judgment of subsumption. The predicate was determined, in contrast to its subject, as the implicit universal according to its content. It could be taken as an essentially relational determination or also as a mark, a determination which makes the subject essentially only an appearance. But when determined to objective universality, The subject ceases to be subsumed under such a relational determination or the collecting grasp of reflection with respect to this objective universality. A predicate of this sort is rather a particular. The relation of subject and predicate has thus reversed itself, and to this extent the judgment has at this point sublated itself. This sublation of the judgment coincides with what the determination of the copula becomes, as we still have to consider the sublation of the determinations of judgment and their transition into the copula are one and same. For inasmuch as the subject has raised itself to universality, it has become in this determination equal to the predicate which, as the reflected universality, also contains particularity within itself. Subject and predicate are therefore identical, that is, in the copula they have come to coincide. This identity is the genus or the nature of a thing in and for itself. Inasmuch as this identity, therefore, again divides, it is the inner nature by virtue of which a subject and predicate are connected to each other. This is a connection of necessity wherein the two terms of the judgment are only unessential distinctions. That what belongs to all the singulars of a genus belongs to the genus by nature, is an immediate consequence. It expresses what we have just seen, that the subject, for example all humans, sheds its form determination and the human being is what it should say instead. This combination, implicit and explicit, constitutes the basis of a new judgment, the judgment of necessity. C. The judgment of necessity. The determination to which universality has advanced is, as we have seen, the universality that exists in and for itself or the objective universality that in the sphere of essence corresponds to substantiality. It is distinguished from the latter because it belongs to the concept and for this reason is not only the inner but also the posited necessity of its determinations, or in other words, the distinction is immanent to it, whereas substance has its distinction only in its accidents, does not have it as a principle within it. In the judgment now, this objective universality is posited, first, posited with this determinateness as essential to it, immanent to it second, posited with it as diverse from it, a particularity for which the said universality constitutes the substantial basis. In this way the universality is determined as genus and species. A. The categorical judgment. The genus essentially divides or repels itself into species. It is genus only insofar as it comprehends the species under it. The species is a species only insofar as, on the one side, it exists in singulars, and, on the other side, it possesses in the genus a higher universality. Now the categorical judgment has for predicate such a universality as in it the subject possesses its immanent nature. But the categorical judgment is itself the first or the immediate judgment of necessity. Consequently, the determinateness of the subject, by virtue of which the latter is a singular as contrasted to the genus or the species, belongs to the immediacy of external concrete existence. But objective universality also has here only its first immediate particularization on the one hand, therefore, it is itself a determinate genus with respect to which there are higher genera. On the other hand, it is not the most proximate genus, that is, its determinateness is not directly the principle of the specific particularity of the subject. But what is necessary in it is the substantial identity of subject and predicate, in view of which the distinguishing mark of each is only an unessential positedness or even only a name in its predicate. The subject is reflected into its being in and for itself. Such a predicate ought not to be classed with the predicates of the preceding judgments. For example, to throw together into one class these judgments. The rose is red. The rose is a plant. Or this ring is yellow. It is gold. And thus to take such an external property as the color of a flower as a predicate equal to its vegetable nature, is to overlook a difference which the dullest mind would not miss. The categorical judgment, therefore, is definitely to be distinguished from the positive and the negative judgment in these. What is said of the subject is a singular accidental content in the former. The content is the totality of the form reflected into itself. In this content, therefore, the copula has the meaning of necessity, whereas in that of the other two it is only the meaning of abstract, immediate being. The determinateness of the subject, which makes it a particular with respect to the predicate, is at first still something contingent. Subject and predicate are not connected with necessity by the form or the determinateness. The necessity is therefore still an inner one. The subject is subject, however, only as a particular, and to the extent that it possesses objective universality, it has to possess it essentially in accordance with that at first immediate determinateness. The objective universal, in determining itself, that is, in positing itself in a judgment, is in a connection of identity with this repelled determinateness as such, essentially, that is, this determinateness is not to be posited as merely accidental. Only through this necessity of its immediate being does the categorical judgment conform to its subjective universality and, in this way, has passed over into the hypothetical judgment. B. The hypothetical judgment. If A is, then B is, or the being of A is not its own being but the being of another, of B. What is posited in this judgment is the necessary connectedness of immediate determinacies, a connectedness which in the categorical judgment is not yet posited. There are here two immediate, or externally contingent concrete existences, of which in the categorical judgment there is at first only one, the subject, but since one is external to the other, this other is immediately also external with respect to the first. On account of this immediacy, the contents of both sides are still indifferent to each other at first, therefore, this judgment is a proposition of empty form. Now, first, the immediacy is as such indeed self-subsistent, a concrete being, but, second, what is essential is its connection. This being is therefore just as much mere possibility. The hypothetical judgment does not say either that A is, or that B is, but only that if the one is, then the other is. Only the connectedness of the extremes is posited as existing, not the extremes themselves. Indeed, each extreme is posited in this necessity as equally the being of another. The principle of identity asserts that A is only A, not B, and B is only B, not A. In the hypothetical judgment, on the contrary, the being of finite things is posited through the concept in accordance with their formal truth, namely that the finite is its own being, but equally is not its own being but is the being of another. In the sphere of being, the finite alters and comes to be another. In the sphere of essence, it is appearance. Its being is posited to consist in the reflective shining of another in it, and the necessity is the inner connection not yet posited as such. But the concept is this: that this identity is posited that the existent is not abstract self-identity but concrete self-identity, and is, immediately within it, the being of another. The hypothetical judgment can be more closely meaning of abstract, immediate being. The determinateness of the subject, which makes it a particular with respect to the predicate, is at first still something contingent. Subject and predicate are not connected with necessity by the form or the determinateness. The necessity is therefore still an inner one. The subject is subject, however, only as a particular, and to the extent that it possesses objective universality, it has to possess it essentially in accordance with that at first immediate determinateness. The objective universal, in determining itself, that is, in positing itself in a judgment, is in a connection of identity with this repelled determinateness as such, essentially, that is, this determinateness is not to be posited as merely accidental. Only through this necessity of its immediate being does the categorical judgment conform to its subjective universality and, in this way, has passed over into the hypothetical judgment. B. The hypothetical judgment. If A is, then B is, or the being of A is not its own being but the being of another, of B. What is posited in this judgment is the necessary connectedness of immediate determinacies, a connectedness which in the categorical judgment is not yet posited. There are here two immediate, or externally contingent concrete existences, of which in the categorical judgment there is at first only one, the subject, but since one is external to the other, this other is immediately also external with respect to the first. On account of this immediacy, the contents of both sides are still indifferent to each other at first, therefore, this judgment is a proposition of empty form. Now, first, the immediacy is as such indeed self-subsistent, a concrete being, but, second, what is essential is its connection. This being is therefore just as much mere possibility. The hypothetical judgment does not say either that A is, or that B is, but only that if the one is, then the other is. Only the connectedness of the extremes is posited as existing, not the extremes themselves. Indeed, each extreme is posited in this necessity as equally the being of another. The principle of identity asserts that A is only A, not B, and B is only B, not A. In the hypothetical judgment, on the contrary, the being of finite things is posited through the concept in accordance with their formal truth, namely that the finite is its own being, but equally is not its own being but is the being of another. In the sphere of being, the finite alters and comes to be another. In the sphere of essence, it is appearance. Its being is posited to consist in the reflective shining of another in it, and the necessity is the inner connection not yet posited as such. But the concept is this: that this identity is posited that the existent is not abstract self-identity but concrete self-identity, and is, immediately within it, the being of another. The hypothetical judgment can be more closely as the simple determination of genus then again, as this determinateness developed in its difference, and in this way it is the particularity of the species in their totality, the universality of the genus. The particularity constitutes in its development the predicate, because, in containing the whole universal sphere of the subject, and in containing it, however, also in the articulation of particularity, it is to that extent the greater universal. Upon closer consideration of this particularization, it is the genus that constitutes first of all the substantial universality of the species. The subject is thus B as well as C. This as well as indicates the positive identity of the particular with the universal. This objective universal maintains itself fully in its particularity. Secondly, the species mutually exclude one another as either B or C, for they are the specific difference of the universal sphere. This either or is their negative connection. In this negative connection they are just as identical as in the positive. The genus is their unity as a unity of determinate particulars. If the genus were an abstract universality, as in the judgments of existence, then the species would also have to be taken as diverse and mutually indifferent. This universality, however, is not the external one that arises only through comparison and abstraction, but is, on the contrary, the universality which is immanent to the genus and concrete. An empirical disjunctive judgment is without necessity A as either B or C or D, etc., because the species B, C, D, etc., are found beforehand. Strictly speaking, therefore, there is no question here of an either-or, for the completeness of these species is only a subjective one. Of course, one species excludes the other, but the either-or excludes every other species and excludes within itself an entire sphere. This totality has its necessity in the negative unity of the objective universal, which has dissolved singularity within itself and possesses, immanent in it, the simple principle of differentiation by which the species are determined and connected. The empirical species, on the contrary, have their differences in some accidentality or other which is a principle external to them and is not, therefore, their principle, and consequently also not the immanent determinateness of the genus. For this reason, they are also not reciprocally connected according to their determinateness. Yet it is by virtue of their determinateness that the species constitute the universality of the predicate. Here is where the so-called contrary and contradictory concepts should find their proper place, for the disjunctive judgment is where the essential difference of the concept is posited, but here they also equally find their truth, namely that contrariness and contradictoriness are themselves differentiated both as contraries and as contradictory. Species are contrary inasmuch as they are merely diverse, that is to say, inasmuch as they possess an immediate existence as subsisting in and for themselves by virtue of the genus which is their nature. They are contradictory, inasmuch as they exclude one another. But each of these determinations is by itself one-sided and void of truth. In the either-or of the disjunctive judgment, their unity is posited as their truth, which is that the independent subsistence of the species as concrete universality is itself also the principle of the negative unity by which they mutually exclude one another. Through the identity just demonstrated of subject and predicate in accordance with the negative unity, the genus is determined in the disjunctive judgment as the proximate genus. This expression indicates at first the mere quantitative difference of the more or less determinations which a universal contains as contrasted to a particularity coming under it. On this account, which is the truly proximate genus remains contingent. But then, if the genus is taken as a universal arrived at by the mere abstraction of determinations, it cannot strictly speaking form a disjunctive judgment, for it is contingent whether, as it were, there is still left in it the determinateness that constitutes the principle of the either or. The genus would not be displayed in the species according to its determinateness, and these would only be capable of contingent completeness. In the categorical judgment, the genus stands at first over against the subject only in this abstract form, is not, therefore, necessarily its proximate genus and, to this extent, is external to it. But when the genus is a concrete, essentially determined universality, then, as simple determinateness, it is the unity of the moments of the concept, moments that, only sublated in that simplicity, have their real difference in the species. Hence the genus is the proximate genus of a species, for the latter possesses its specific difference in the essential determinateness of the genus, and the species have as such the determination differentiating them in the nature of the genus. What we have just considered constitutes the identity of subject and predicate from the aspect of determinateness in general. This is an aspect that was posited by the hypothetical judgment, the necessity of which is an identity of immediate and diverse things and is, therefore, essentially a negative unity. It is this negative unity that in principle separates subject and predicate, but is now posited as itself differentiated, in the subject, as simple determinateness, in the predicate, as totality. That parting of subject and predicate is the difference of the concept. The totality of the species and the predicate can then be none other than this difference. The reciprocal determination of the disjunctive terms is therefore hereby given. It reduces to the difference of the concept, for it is the concept alone that disjoins itself and manifests in its determination its negative unity. Of course, the species comes up for consideration here only under the aspect of its simple conceptual determinateness, not according to the shape in which, proceeding from the idea, it steps into a further self-subsistent reality. This reality is of course dropped in the simple principle of the genus, but the essential differentiation must be a moment of the concept. In the judgment here considered, it is really now the concept's own progressive determination that itself posits its disjunction, just as was the case for the concept itself, as we saw when it was determined in and for itself and was differentiated into determinate concepts. Now because the concept is the universal, the positive as well as the negative totality of the particulars, for that reason it is immediately itself also one of its disjunctive members. The other member, however, is this universality resolved into its particularity, or the determinateness of the concept as determinateness, in which the very universality displays itself as totality. If the disjunction of a genus into species has not yet attained this form, this is proof that the disjunction has not risen to the determinateness of the concept and has not proceeded from it. Color is either violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, or red. Even empirically, the confusion and impurity of such a disjunction are at once apparent. It is a barbarism even from this standpoint. If color is conceived as the concrete unity of light and darkness, then this genus has within it the determinateness that constitutes the principle of its particularization into species. Of these, however, one must be the utterly simple color that holds the opposition in balance, contained and negated in the color's intensity. The relation of the opposition of light and darkness must then take its place over against it, and, since this relation is a natural phenomenon, the indifferent neutrality of the opposition must be further added to it. Taking for genus such mixtures as violet, and orange, or shades of difference like indigo blue and light blue, betrays a totally inconsiderate procedure that shows too little reflection even for empiricism. But this is not the place to discuss the different and more finely determined forms that disjunction may indeed assume in the element of nature or spirit. In the first instance, the disjunctive judgment has the members of the disjunction in the predicate. But the judgment is itself equally disjoined. Its subject and predicate are the members of the disjunction. They are the moments of the concept posited in their determinateness but at the same time as identical, a, in the objective universality which is in the subject as the simple genus, and in the predicate as the universal sphere and totality of the moments of the concept, and, s, in the negative unity, the developed connectedness of necessity, in accordance with which the simple determinateness in the subject has fallen apart into the difference of the species, and these, in this very difference, have their essential connection and self-identity. This unity, the copula of this judgment in which the extremes have come together through their identity, is thus the concept itself. Indeed, the concept as posited, the mere judgment of necessity has thereby risen to the judgment of the concept. D. The judgment of the concept. To know how to form judgments of existence, such as the rose is red, the snow is white, etc., hardly counts as a sign of great power of judgment. The judgments of reflection are more in the nature of propositions, to be sure. In the judgment of necessity the subject matter is present in its subjective universality, but it is only in the judgment now to be considered that its connection with the concept is to be found. The concept is at the basis of this judgment, and it is there with reference to the subject matter, as an ought to which reality may or may not conform. This is the judgment, therefore, that first contains true adjudication. The predicates, good, bad, true, right, etc., express that the fact is measured against the concept as an ought which is simply presupposed, and is, or is not, in agreement with it. The judgment of the concept has been called the judgment of modality, and has been regarded as containing the form of the connection of subject and predicate as this obtains in an external understanding, and as concerned with the value of the copula only in connection with thought. Accordingly, judgment is said to be problematic when the affirmation or negation is taken as optional or possible assertoric, when it is taken as true, that is, actual, and apodictic when it is taken as necessary. It is easy to see why it would be an easy step in this judgment to go outside the judgment itself and to regard its determination as something merely subjective. For it is the concept here, the subjective, that comes into play again in judgment and relates to an immediate actuality. But this subjectivity is not to be confused with external reflection, which is of course also something subjective but in a different sense than the concept itself. On the contrary, the concept that has again emerged out of the disjunctive judgment is the very opposite of a mere mode or manner. The earlier judgments are subjective in this sense, for they rest on an abstract one-sidedness in which the concept is lost. But the judgment of the concept is instead objective and, as contrasted with the others, it is the truth, for it rests on the concept precisely in its determinateness as concept, not in some external reflection or with reference to some subjective, that is, accidental, thought. In the disjunctive judgment, the concept was posited as the identity of universal nature and its particularization, and with that the relation of the judgment was sublated. This concretion of universality and particularization is at first a simple result. It must now further develop itself into totality, for its moments have at first collapsed into it and do not as yet stand over against each other in determinate self-subsistence. The shortcoming of that result may also be stated more incisively by saying that although in the disjunctive judgment the objective universality has attained completion in its particularization, the negative unity of the latter has only retreated into it and has not as yet determined itself as the third moment, that of singularity. But to the extent that the result is itself negative unity, it is already this singularity. It is then this one determinateness alone that must now posit its negativity, that must part itself into extremes and in this way concludes its development in the syllogistic conclusion. The proximate direction of this unity is the judgment in which the unity is posited first as subject, as an immediate singular, and then as predicate, as the determinate connection of its moments. A. The esoteric judgment. The judgment of the concept is at first immediate as such, it is the esoteric judgment. The subject is a concrete singular in general, and the predicate expresses this same singular as the connection of its actuality, its determinateness or constitution, to its concept. This house is bad, this action is good. More closely considered, it contains, therefore, a, that the subject ought to be something its universal nature has posited itself as the self-subsistent concept, b, that particularity is something constituted or an external concrete existence, not only because of its immediacy, but because it expressly differs from its self-subsisting universal nature, its external concrete existence, for its part, because of the self-subsistence of the concept, is also indifferent with respect to the universal and may or may not conform to it. This constitution is the singularity which in the disjunctive judgment escapes the necessary determination of the universal, a determination that exists only as the particularization of the species and as the negative principle of the genus. Thus the concrete universality that has come out of the disjunctive judgment divides in the esoteric judgment into the form of extremes to which the concept itself, as the posited unity connecting them, is still lacking. For this reason the judgment is so far only esoteric, its credential is only a subjective assurance. That something is good or bad, right, suitable or not, hangs on an external third. But to say that the connectedness is thus externally posited is the same as saying that it is still only in itself or internal. When we say that something is good or bad, etc., we certainly do not mean to say that it is good only in a subjective consciousness but may perhaps be bad in itself, or that good and bad, right, suitable, etc. may not be predicates of the object itself. The merely subjective character of the assertion of this judgment consists, therefore, in the fact that the implicitly present connectedness of subject and predicate has not been posited yet, or, what amounts to the same thing, that it is only external. The copula still is an immediate abstract being. Thus the assurance of the esoteric judgment can with right be confronted by an opposing one. When the assurance is given that this action is good, the opposite, this action is bad, has equal justification. Or, considering the judgment in itself, since its subject is an immediate singular, in this abstraction it still does not have, posited in it, the determinateness that would contain its connection with the universal concept. It still is a contingent matter, therefore, whether there is or there is not conformity to the concept. Essentially, therefore, the judgment is problematic. b. The problematic judgment. The problematic judgment is the esoteric judgment insofar as the latter must be taken positively as well as negatively. According to this qualitative side, the particular judgment is likewise a problematic one, for it has positive just as much as negative value. Equally problematic is also the being of the subject and predicate in the hypothetical judgment, and also posited through this side is that the singular judgment and the categorical are still something merely subjective. In the problematic judgment as such, however, this positing is more imminent than it is in these others, for in it the content of the predicate is the connection of the subject to the concept. Here, therefore, the determination of the immediate as something contingent is itself present. Whether the predicate ought to be or not to be coupled with a certain subject appears at first only as problematic, and to this extent the indeterminateness falls on the side of the copula. The predicate has no determination to gain from this coupling, since it is already the objective, concrete universality. The problematic element falls, therefore, on the immediacy of the subject, which is thereby determined as a contingency. But further, we must not for that reason abstract from the singularity of the subject. Purified of such a singularity, the subject would be only a universal, whereas the predicate entails precisely this, that the concept of the subject ought to be posited with reference to its singularity. We may not say, the house or a house is good, but, so indeed it is in the way it is made. The problematic element in the subject itself constitutes its moment of contingency, The subjectivity of the fact it expresses as contrasted with its objective nature or its concept, its mere mode and manner or its constitution. Consequently, the subject is itself differentiated into its universality or objective nature, that is, its ought, and the particularized constitution of immediate existence. It thereby contains the ground for being or not being what it ought to be. In this way, it is equated with the predicate. Accordingly, the negativity of the problematic character of the judgment, inasmuch as it implicates the immediacy of the subject, only amounts to this original partition of the latter into its moments of universal and particular of which it is already the unity, a partition which is the judgment itself. One more comment that can be made is that both sides of the subject, its concept and the way it is constituted, could each be called its subjectivity. The concept is the universal essence of a fact, withdrawn into itself, the fact's negative self-unity. This unity constitutes the fact's subjectivity. But a fact is also essentially contingent and has an external constitution. This last may also be called its mere subjectivity, as contrasted with the objectivity of the concept. The fact consists just in this, that its concept, as self-negating unity, negates its universality and projects itself into the externality of singularity. As this duplicity, the subject of the judgment is here posited. The truth of those two opposite meanings of subjectivity is that they are in one. The meaning of subjective has itself become problematic by having lost the immediate determinateness that it had in the immediate judgment and its determinate opposition to the predicate. These opposite meanings of subjectivity that surface even in the ratiocination of ordinary reflection should by themselves at least call attention to the fact that subjectivity has no truth in one of them alone. The duplicity of meaning is the manifestation of the one-sidedness of each one taken by itself. When this problematic character of the judgment is thus posited as the character of the fact with its constitution, the judgment itself is no longer problematic but apodictic. C. The apodictic judgment. The subject of the apodictic judgment, the house, as so and so constituted, is good. The action, as so and so constituted, is right, includes, first, the universal, or what it ought to be; second, its constitution. The latter contains the ground why a predicate of the judgment of the concept does or does not pertain to it, that is, whether the subject corresponds to its concept or not. This judgment is now truly objective, or it is the truth of the judgment in general. Subject and predicate correspond to each other, and have the same concept, and this content is itself posited concrete universality. That is to say, it contains the two moments, the objective universal or the genus and the singularized universal. Here we have, therefore, the universal that is itself and continues through its opposite, and is a universal only in unity with the latter. Such a universal, like good, fitting, right, etc., has an ought for its ground, and contains at the same time the correspondence of existence. It is not the ought or the genus by itself, but this correspondence which is the universality that constitutes the predicate of the apodictic judgment. The subject likewise contains these two moments in immediate unity as fact. The truth of the latter, however, is that it is internally fractured into its ought and its being. This is the absolute judgment on all actuality. That this original partition, which is the omnipotence of the concept, is equally a turning back into the concept's unity and the absolute connection of ought and being to each other, is what makes the actual into a fact. The fact's inner connection, this concrete identity, constitutes its soul. The transition from the immediate simplicity of the fact to the correspondence which is the determinate connection of its ought and its being, the copula, now shows itself upon closer examination to lie in the particular determinateness of the fact. The genus is the universal existing in and for itself which, to that extent, appears as unconnected. The determinateness, however, is that which in that universality is reflected into itself but at the same time into another. The judgment, therefore, has its ground in the constitution of the subject and is thereby apodictic. Consequently, we now have the determinate and accomplished copula which hitherto consisted in the abstract as but has now further developed into ground in general. It first attaches to the subject as immediate determinateness, but it is equally the connection to the predicate, a predicate that has no other content than this correspondence itself, or the connection of the subject to the universality. Thus the form of judgment has passed away, first, because subject and predicate are in themselves the same content, but, second, because through its determinateness the subject points beyond itself and connects itself to the predicate. But again, third, this connecting has equally passed over into the predicate, only constitutes the content of it, and so it is the connecting as posited or the judgment itself. The concrete identity of the concept that was the result of the disjunctive judgment and constitutes the inner foundation of the judgment of the concept, the identity that was posited at first only in the predicate, is thus recovered in the whole. On closer examination, The positive factor in this result which is responsible for the transition of the judgment into another form is that, as we have just seen, the subject and predicate are in the apodictic judgment each the whole concept. The unity of the concept, as the determinateness constituting the copula that connects them, is at the same time distinct from them. At first, it stands only on the other side of the subject as the latter's immediate constitution. But since its essence is to connect, it is not only that immediate constitution but the universal that runs through the subject and predicate. While subject and predicate have the same content, it is the form of their connection that is instead posited through the determinateness of the copula, the determinateness as a universal or the particularity. Thus it contains in itself both the form determinations of the extremes and as the determinate connection of the subject and predicate the accomplished copula of the judgment, the copula replete of content, the unity of the concept that re-emerges from the judgment wherein it was lost in the extremes. By virtue of this repletion of the copula, the judgment has become syllogism. Chapter The Syllogism. The syllogism is the result of the restoration of the concept in the judgment, and consequently the unity and the truth of the two. The concept as such holds its moments sublated in this unity and judgment. The unity is an internal or, what amounts to the same, an external one, and although the moments are connected, they are posited as self-subsisting extremes. In the syllogism, the determinations of the concept are like the extremes of the judgment, and at the same time their determinate unity is posited. Thus the syllogism is the completely posited concept. It is, therefore, the rational. The understanding is taken to be the faculty of the determinate concept which is held fixed for itself by virtue of abstraction in the form of universality. But in reason the determinate concepts are posited in their totality and unity. Therefore, it is not just that the syllogism is rational but that everything rational is a syllogism. Syllogistic inference has long since been ascribed to reason but, on the other hand, reason in and for itself, and rational principles and laws, are so spoken of that no light is thrown on why the one reason that syllogizes, and the other which is the source of laws and otherwise eternal truths and absolute thoughts, hang together. If the former is supposed to be only a formal reason while the latter is supposed to be the one that generates content, then one would expect on this distinction that precisely the form of reason, the inference, would not be missing in the latter. And yet, the two are commonly held so far apart, the one without mention of the other, that it seems as though the reason of absolute thoughts were ashamed, so to speak, of inferential reason, and the syllogism were listed as also an activity of reason merely as matter of tradition. But surely, as we have just remarked, logical reason must be essentially recognizable, when regarded as formal, also in the reason that is concerned with the content. Indeed, no content can be rational except by virtue of the rational form. In this matter we cannot rely on what is commonly said about reason, for common views fail to tell us what we are to understand by reason. This would-be rational wisdom is so busy with its objects that it forgets to pay attention to reason itself but only identifies it by characterizing it through the objects that it is said to have. If reason is supposed to be a cognition that would know about God, freedom, right and duty, the infinite, the unconditional, the supersensible, or even gives only representations and feelings of such objects, then for one thing these objects are only negative, and for another the original question still stands: what is there in all these objects that makes them rational? The answer is that the infinitude in them is not the empty abstraction from the finite, is not a universality which is void of content and determination, but is the fulfilled universality, the concept which is determined and is truly in possession of its determinateness, namely, in that it differentiates itself internally and is the unity of its thus intelligible and determined differences. Only in this way does reason rise above the finite, the conditioned, the sensuous, or however one might define it, and is in this negativity essentially replete with content, for as unity it is the unity of determinate extremes. And so the rational is nothing but the syllogism. Now the syllogism, like judgment, is at first immediate as such, its determinations, termini, are simple, abstract determinacies. It is then the syllogism of the understanding. If one stays at this configuration of the syllogism, then its rationality, though present there and posited, is not apparent. The essential element of the syllogism is the unity of the extremes, the middle term that unites them and the ground that supports them. Abstraction, by holding fast to the self-subsistence of the extremes, posits this unity opposite them, as a determinateness with just as fixed an existence of its own, thus grasping it more as a non-unity than as a unity. The expression, middle term, medius terminus, is derived from spatial representation, and has its share of responsibility for why we stop short at the externality of the terms. Now if the syllogism consists in the positing in it of the unity of the extremes, but if this unity is simply taken on the one hand as a particular by itself, and on the other hand as only an external connection, and non-unity is made the essential relation of syllogism, then the reason of the syllogism is of no help to rationality. First, the syllogism of existence, in which the terms are thus immediately and abstractly determined, demonstrates internally that, since like judgment it is the connection of those terms, these are not in fact abstract but each contains in it the reference connecting it to the others, and the determination of the middle term is not just a determinateness opposed to the determinations of the extremes but contains these extremes posited in it. Through this dialectic, the syllogism of existence becomes the syllogism of reflection, the second syllogism. Its terms are such that in each the other shines essentially reflected in it, or are posited as mediated, as they are indeed supposed to be in accordance with the nature of syllogistic inference in general. Third, inasmuch as this reflective shining or this mediatedness is reflected into itself, syllogism is determined as the syllogism of necessity, one in which the mediating factor is the objective nature of the fact. As this syllogism determines the extremes of the concept also as totalities, it has attained the correspondence of its concept, or the middle term, and its existence, or the difference of the extremes. It has attained its truth, and with that it has stepped forth out of subjectivity into objectivity. A. The syllogism of existence. The syllogism in its immediate form has for its moments the determinations of the concept as immediate. Accordingly, these are the abstract determinacies of form, such as have not yet been developed by mediation into concretion but are only singular determinacies. The first syllogism is thus the one which is strictly formal. The formalism of syllogistic inference consists in stopping short at the form of this first syllogism. The concept, when partitioned into its abstract moments, has singularity and universality for its extremes, and itself appears as the particularity that stands between them. Because of their immediacy, these determinacies only refer to themselves, one and all a single content. Particularity constitutes at first the middle term by uniting within itself, immediately, the two moments of singularity and universality. Because of its determinateness, on the one hand it is subsumed under the universal, on the other hand, the singular with respect to which it possesses universality is subsumed under it. This concretion is at first, however, only a double-sidedness. The middle term, because of the immediacy that affects it in the immediate syllogism, is a simple determinateness, and the mediation which it constitutes is not as yet posited. Now the dialectical movement of the syllogism of existence consists in positing the moments of the mediation that alone constitutes the syllogism. A. First figure of the syllogism. SPU is the general schema of the determinate syllogism. Singularity connects with universality through particularity. The singular is not universal immediately but by means of particularity, and conversely, universality is likewise not singular immediately but lowers itself to it through particularity. These determinations stand over against each other as extremes and are one and a third term which is diverse from them. The two are both determinateness in this they are identical. This, their universal determinateness, is particularity. But they are no less extremes with respect to this particularity than they are to each other, for each is in its immediate determinateness. The general meaning of this syllogism is that the singular, which is such as infinite self-reference and consequently would be only an inwardness, emerges through the medium of particularity into existence, into a universality wherein it no longer belongs just to itself but stands in external conjunction. Conversely, since in its determinateness the singular sets itself apart as particularity, in this separation it is a concreted term and, because of the self-reference of the determinateness, it is a self-referring universal, and consequently also a true singular. In the extreme of universality the singular has gone from externality into itself. The objective significance of the syllogism is in this first figure only superficially present at first, for the determinations are not as yet posited in it as the unity which constitutes the essence of the syllogistic inference. The syllogism is still something subjective inasmuch as the abstract meaning which its terms have has no being in and for itself but is rather only in a subjective consciousness, and is thus isolated. Moreover, as we have seen, the relation of singularity, particularity, and universality is the necessary and essential form relation of the determinations of the syllogism. The deficiency does not rest in the determinateness of the form but in that each single determination is not at the same time rich or under it. Aristotle confined himself rather to the mere relation of inherence by defining the nature of the syllogism as follows: when three terms are so related to each other that the one extreme is in the entire middle term, and this middle term is in the entire other extreme, then these two extremes are necessarily united in the conclusion. What is here expressed is the repetition of the equal relation of inherence of the one extreme to the middle term, and then again of this last to the other extreme, rather than the determinateness of the three terms to each other. Now since the syllogistic inference rests on this determinateness of the terms to each other, It is immediately apparent that the other relations of terms as are given by the other figures can have validity as inferences of the understanding only to the extent that they let themselves be reduced to that original relation. These other are not diverse species of figures that stand alongside the first but, on the one hand, to the extent that they are assumed to be correct inferences, they rest on the form of syllogistic inference in general and, on the other hand, to the extent that they deviate from it, they are variant forms into which the first abstract form necessarily passes over and thereby further determines itself and becomes totality. How this occurs, we must now see in greater detail. SPU is thus the general scheme of the syllogism in its determinateness. The singular is subsumed under the particular and the particular under the universal. Therefore, the singular is also subsumed under the universal. Or the particular inheres in the singular and the universal in the particular. Therefore, the universal also inheres in the singular. With respect to the side of the universal, the particular is the subject with respect to that of the singular. It is predicate, or as against the one it is singular, as against the other it is universal. Since both these determinations are united in it, by virtue of this unity of determinations the extremes are joined together. The therefore appears as an inference that has taken place in the subject and derives from the subjective insight into the relation of the two immediate premises. Since subjective reflection expresses the two connections of the middle to the extremes as particular and indeed immediate judgments or propositions, the conclusion as the mediated connection is of course also a particular proposition, and the hence or the therefore, is the expression that it is the one which is mediated. But this therefore is not to be regarded as a determination which is external to this proposition, one that would have its ground and seat in subjective reflection, but is grounded rather in the nature of the extremes themselves, whose connection is again enunciated as a mere judgment or proposition only for the sake of, and by virtue of, abstractive reflection, but whose true connection is posited as the middle term. Therefore as is that this is a judgment is a merely subjective circumstance, that it is not a merely subjective judgment, that is, not a connection drawn through the mere copula or the empty as, but one drawn rather through a determinate middle which is replete with content. That is precisely the meaning of the syllogistic inference. For this reason, to regard the syllogism as merely consisting of three judgments is a formalistic view that ignores the relation of the determinations which alone is at issue in the inference. It is altogether a merely subjective reflection that splits the connection of the terms into isolated premises and a conclusion distinct from them. All humans are mortal. Gaius is a human. Therefore Gaius is mortal. One is immediately seized by boredom the moment one hears this inference being trotted out. A boredom brought on by the futility of a form that by means of separate propositions gives the illusion of a diversity which is immediately dissolved in the fact itself. It is mostly because of this subjective attire that the inference appears as a subjective expedient in which reason or understanding take refuge when they are incapable of immediate cognition. The nature of things, the rational, certainly does not operate in this way, first by drawing up a major premise for itself, the connection of some particularity to a subsistent universal, then by discovering in a second moment the separate connection of a singularity to the particularity, out of which in a third and final moment a new proportion comes to light. This syllogistic inference from one separate proposition to another is nothing but a subjective form. The nature of the fact is that its various determinations are united in a unity of essence. This rationality is not an expedient, on the contrary, in contrast to the immediacy of the connection that still obtains in judgment. It is the objective element, it is the prior immediacy of cognition that rather is mere subjectivity, in contrast to the syllogistic inference which is the truth of the judgment. All things are a syllogism, a universal united through particularity with singularity, surely not a whole made up of three propositions. In the immediate syllogism of the understanding, the terms have the form of immediate determinations. We must now consider that syllogism from this side, according to which the terms are content. We may then regard it as qualitative, just as we did the judgment of existence, which has the same side of qualitative determination. The terms of this syllogism, just like the terms of that judgment, are accordingly singular determinacies, for the determinateness is posited because of its self-reference as indifferent to form and hence as content. The singular is some immediate concrete subject matter or other particularity, one of its determinacies, properties or relations universality, a yet more abstract, more singularized determinateness in the particular. Since the subject, as something immediately determined, is as yet not posited in its concept, its concretion is not reduced to its essential determinacies. Its self-referring determinateness is therefore indeterminate, an infinite manifoldness. In this immediacy, the singular has an infinite multitude of determinacies that belong to its particularity, and any may serve in a syllogism as the middle term for it. Through each middle term, however, the singular attaches to another universal. Through each of its properties it enters into a different arrangement and context of existence. Moreover, in comparison with the universal, the middle term is also a concreted term. It itself contains several predicates, and through the same middle term the singular can again attach to several universals. In general, therefore, it is entirely accidental and arbitrary which of the many properties of a thing is taken for the purpose of connecting it with a predicate. Other middle terms are transitions to other predicates, and even the same middle term may by itself be the transition to different predicates, for as a particular against the universal it contains several determinations. But not only is an indeterminate number of syllogisms equally possible for a subject, and not only is any single syllogism contingent as regards content, but these syllogisms that concern the same subject must also run into contradiction. For difference as such, which is at first an indifferent diversity, is in essence equally opposition. The concrete is no longer merely phenomenal but is concrete through the unity in the concept of opposites that have determined themselves as moments of the latter. Now, inasmuch as in the formal syllogism, in keeping with the qualitative nature of the terms, the concrete is taken according to one of the single determinations that pertain to it, the syllogistic inference assigns to it the predicate corresponding to this middle term. But inasmuch as from another side the opposite determinateness is inferred, the previous conclusion turns out to be false, even though its premises and equally so its consequences are by themselves quite correct. If from the middle term that a wall was painted blue it is concluded that it is blue, this is a correct inference. But, this conclusion notwithstanding, the wall can be green if it was also covered over with a yellow color, a circumstance from which alone it would follow that the wall is yellow. If from the senses as middle term it is concluded that the human being is neither good nor bad, for neither the one nor the other can be predicated of the senses, the inference is correct yet the conclusion is wrong, because to the human being, taken concretely, spirituality also applies as the middle term. From the middle term of the gravitation of the planets, the satellites and comets towards the sun, it follows correctly that these bodies fall into the sun but they do not fall into it, because they are equally their own center of gravity or, as it is said, are driven by the centrifugal force. Likewise, from sociability as the middle term, the community of goods among citizens can be inferred. However, from individuality as the middle term, if the term is pressed with equal abstractness, there follows the dissolution of the state, as for example it did follow for the German Empire from adhering to that middle term. It is only fair to hold that nothing is as unsatisfactory as such a formal syllogism, since which middle term is employed as a matter of chance or arbitrariness. No matter how elegantly a deduction is run through inferences of this kind, however fully its correctness is to be conceded, all this still amounts to nothing, for the possibility is still there that other middle terms may be found from which the opposite can be deduced with equal correctness. Kant's antinomies of reason amount to nothing more than that from a concept one of its determinations is laid down as ground at one time, and another determination at another time, both with equal necessity. The insufficiency and contingency of an inference must not be blamed in these cases on the content, as if they were independent of the form and the latter alone were the concern of logic. On the contrary, it lies in the form of the formal syllogism that the content is such a one-sided quality. The content is destined to this one-sidedness because of the form's abstractness. It is, namely, one single quality of the many qualities or determinations of a concrete subject matter, or of a concept, because according to the form it is not supposed to be anything more than just such an immediate, single determinateness. The extreme of singularity is, as abstract singularity, the immediate concrete, consequently an infinite or indeterminate manifold. The middle term is the equally abstract particularity, consequently a single one of these manifold qualities, and likewise the other extreme is the abstract universal. It is therefore because of its form that the formal syllogism is totally contingent as regards its content, not indeed because to the syllogism it is accidental whether this or that subject matter is subject to it, logic abstracts from content, but because, in so far as a subject is laid at its basis, it is contingent which content determinations it will infer from it. The determinations of the syllogism are determinations of content inasmuch as they are immediate and abstract determinations reflected into themselves. But their essence is to be, not immanently reflected in mutually indifferent determinations, but determinations of form, and to this extent they are essentially connections. These connections are, first, those of the extremes to the middle term. These are immediate connections, the proposition's premise, namely, the connection of the particular to the universal, the propositio major, and that of the singular to the particular, the propositio minor. Second, there is the connection of the extremes to one another, and this is the mediated connection, the conclusio. The immediate connections, the premises, are propositions or judgments in general, and they contradict the nature of the syllogism, for according to the latter the different concept determinations should not be immediately connected but also their unity should be posited. The truth of the judgment is the syllogistic conclusion. And there is all the more reason why the premises cannot remain immediate connections, as their content is made up of immediately differentiated determinations which, as such, are not in and for themselves identical, unless the premises are identical propositions, that is, empty tautologies that lead to nothing. Accordingly, the normal expectation is that the premises will be proved, that is, that they ought likewise to be exhibited as conclusions. The two premises, therefore, yield two further syllogisms. But these two new syllogisms together yield four premises that require four new syllogisms. These have 8 premises whose 8 conclusions yield in turn 16 conclusions for their 16 premises, and so on in a geometrical progression to infinity. Thus we have again the progress to infinity that occurred in the lower sphere of being, but we would not expect now in the domain of the concept, the domain of the absolute reflection from the finite to the self, the region of free infinity and truth. It was shown in the sphere of being that whenever the bad infinity that runs away into a progression raises its head, what we have is the contradiction of a qualitative being and of an impotent ought that would transcend it. The progression itself is the repeated demand that there be unity that intervenes to confront the qualitative, and the constant fall back into the limitation which is inadequate to the demand. Now in the formal syllogism the immediate connection or the qualitative judgment is the basis, and the mediation of the syllogism is the higher truth posited over against it. The infinite progression of the proof of the premises does not resolve this contradiction but only perpetually renews it, and is the repetition of one and the same original deficiency. The truth of the infinite progression is rather the sublation of it and of the form which the progression itself has already determined as deficient. This form is that of the mediation SPU. The two connections, SP and PU, are supposed to be mediated if this is done in the same manner, only the deficient form SPU is replicated, and so on to infinity. With respect to S, P also has the form determination of a universal, and with respect to U that of a singular, for these connections are as such judgments. As such, they are in need of mediation, but in that form of mediation, only the relation that was supposed to be sublated comes up again. The mediation must therefore occur in some other way. For the mediation of PU, there is S available, hence the mediation must be given the shape of PSU. To mediate SP, there is U available, accordingly, this mediation becomes SUP. If this transition is examined more closely in light of its concept, then, as was shown earlier, the mediation of the formal syllogism is in the first instance contingent according to content. The immediate singular has in its determinacies an indeterminate number of middle terms, and these have in general equally as many determinacies in turn. It is, therefore, entirely a matter of external arbitrary choice, or in general of an external circumstance and accidental determination, as to which universal the subject of the syllogism should be annexed. As regards its content, therefore, the mediation is not anything necessary, nor universal. It is not grounded in the concept of the fact, but the basis of the inference is something external to it, that is, the immediate bit of the determinations of the concept. It is the singular which is the immediate. With respect to form, the mediation likewise presupposes the immediacy of connection. The mediation itself is thus mediated indeed by means of the immediate, that is, the singular. More precisely, the singular has become a mediating term through the conclusion of the first syllogism. That conclusion is SU. The singular is thereby posited as a universal. In one premise, that is, the minor SP, it is already as a particular. Consequently, the singular is that in which these two determinations are united. Or the conclusion expresses in and for itself a singular as a universal, and it does it, not in any immediate manner, but mediatedly, hence as a necessary connection. The simple particularity was the middle term in the conclusion. This particularity is posited as developed as the connection of singular and universality. But the universal is still a qualitative determinateness, the predicate of the singular in being determined as universal. The singular is posited as the universality of the extremes, or as the middle. It is for itself the extreme of singularity, but since it is now determined as a universal, it is at the same time the unity of the two extremes. B. The second figure PSU. The truth of the first qualitative syllogism is that something is not in and for itself united to a qualitative determinateness which is a universal, but is united to it by means of a contingency or in a singularity. The subject of the syllogism has not returned in such a quality to its concept, but is conceived only in its externality. The immediacy constitutes the basis of the connection, and hence the mediation. To this extent, the singular is in truth the middle. But further, the syllogistic connection is the sublation of the immediacy. The conclusion is a connection drawn not immediately but through a third term. Therefore, it contains a negative unity. Therefore, the mediation is now determined as containing a negative moment within it. In this second syllogism, the premises are PS and SU. Only the first of these premises is still an immediate one. The second, SU, is already mediated namely through the first syllogism. The second syllogism thus presupposes the first just as, conversely, the first presupposes the second. The two extremes are here determined, the one is against the other, as particular and universal. The latter thus retains its place it as predicate. But the particular has exchanged places it as subject or is posited in the determination of the extreme of singularity, just as the singular is posited with the determination of the middle term or of particularity. The two no longer are, therefore, the abstract immediacies which they were in the first syllogism. However, they are not yet posited as concrete somethings and standing in the place of the other, each is thereby posited, in its own determination and at the same time, although only externally, into that of the other. The determinate and objective meaning of this syllogism is that the universal is not in and for itself a determinate particular, it is rather the totality of its particulars, but that it is one of its species through the mediation of singularity. The rest of its species are excluded from it by the immediacy of externality. Likewise the particular is not for its part immediately, and in and for itself. The universal, the negative unity, is rather what removes the determinateness from it and thereby raises it to universality. The singularity thus relates to the particular negatively, and so far as it is supposed to be its predicate, it is not the predicate of the particular. But the terms are at first still immediate determinacies. They have not advanced of their own to any objective signification. The positions which two of them have exchanged and now occupy as the form, and this is as yet only external to them. Therefore they are still, as in the first syllogism, each a content indifferent as such to the other, two qualities linked together, not in and for themselves, but through the mediation of an accidental singularity. The syllogism of the first figure was the immediate syllogism, or again, the syllogism insofar as its concept is an abstract form that has not yet realized itself in all its determinations. The transition of this pure form into another figure is on the one hand the beginning of the realization of the concept, in that the negative moment of the mediation, and thereby one further determinateness of the form, is posited in the originally immediate, qualitative determinateness of the terms. But, on the other hand, this is at the same time an alteration of the pure form of the syllogism. The latter no longer conforms to it fully, and the determinateness posited in its terms is at variance with that original form determination. Insofar as it is regarded as only a subjective syllogism that runs its course in external reflection, we can then take it as a species of syllogistic inference that should conform to the genus, namely the general scheme ISPU. But it does not at the moment conform to it. Its two premises are PS or SP and SU. The middle term is in both cases the one which is subsumed or is the subject in which the two other terms thus inhere, is not therefore a middle term that in one case would subsume or be predicate, and in the other would be subsumed or be subject, or a middle in which one of the terms would inhere but would itself inhere in the other. The true meaning of this syllogism's lack of conformity to the general form of the syllogism is that the latter has passed over into it, for its truth consists in being a subjective, contingent conjoining of terms. If the conclusion in this second figure is correct, that is, without recurring to the restriction, to which we shall presently turn, that makes of it something indeterminate, then it is correct because it is so on its own, not because it is the conclusion of this syllogism. But the same is the case for the conclusion of the first figure. It is this, the truth of that first figure, which is posited by the second. On the view that the second figure is only one species, we overlook the necessary transition of the first figure into this second and stop short at the first as the true form. Hence, if in the second figure, which from ancient custom is referred to, without further ground, as the third, we are equally supposed to find a correct syllogism in this subjective sense, this syllogism would have to be commensurate with the first. Consequently, since the one premise SU has the relation of the subsumption of the middle term under one extreme, then it would have to be possible for the other premise SP to receive the opposite relation to that which it has, and for P to be subsumed under S. But such a relation would be the sublation of the determinate judgment S as P, and could only occur in an indeterminate judgment, a particular judgment. Consequently, the conclusion in this figure can only be particular. But the particular judgment, as we remarked above, is positive as well as negative, a conclusion, therefore, to which no great value can be ascribed. Since the particular and universal are also the extremes, and are immediate determinacies indifferent to each other, their relation itself is indifferent. Each can be the major or the minor term, indifferently the one or the other, and consequently either premise can also be taken as major or minor. Since the conclusion is positive as well as negative, it is a connection which for that reason is indifferent to these determinacies, hence a universal connection. More precisely, the mediation of the first syllogism was implicitly a contingent one on the second syllogism. This contingency is posited. Consequently, the mediation is self-sublating. It has the determination of singularity and immediacy. What this syllogism joins together must, on the contrary, be in itself and immediately identical, for that mediating middle, the immediate singularity, is an infinitely manifold and external determining. Posited in it, therefore, is rather the self-external mediation. The externality of singularity, however, is universality, that mediation by means of the immediate singular points beyond itself to the mediation which is the other than it, one which therefore occurs by means of the universal. In other words, what is supposed to be united by means of the second syllogism, must be immediately conjoined. The immediacy on which it is based does not allow any definite conclusion. The immediacy to which this syllogism points is the opposite of its own. It is the sublated first immediacy of being, therefore the immediacy reflected into itself, or the abstract universal existing in itself. From the standpoint of the present consideration, the transition of this syllogism was like the transition of being an alteration, for its base is qualitative. It is the immediacy of singularity. But according to the concept, singularity conjoins the particular and the universal by sublating the determinateness of the particular, and this is what presents itself as the contingency of this syllogistic inference. The extremes are not conjoined by the specific connective which they have in the middle term. This term is not, therefore, their determinate unity, and the positive unity that yet pertains to it is abstract universality. But inasmuch as the middle term is posited in this determination which is its truth, we have another form of the syllogism. See the third figure sup. This third syllogism no longer has any single immediate premise. The connection su has been mediated by the first syllogism, the connection pu by the second. It thus presupposes both these syllogisms, but conversely it is presupposed by them, just as in general each presupposes the other two. In this third figure, therefore, it is the determination of the syllogism as such that is brought to completion. This reciprocal mediation means just this, that each syllogism, although for itself a mediation, does not possess the totality of mediation but is affected by an immediacy whose mediation lies outside it. Considered in itself, the syllogism sup is the truth of the formal syllogism. It expresses the fact that its mediating middle is the abstract universal, and that the extremes are not contained in it according to their essential determinateness but only according to their universality, that precisely that is not conjoined in it, which was supposed to be mediated. Posited here, therefore, is that wherein the formalism of the syllogism consists, that its terms have an immediate content which is indifferent towards the form, or, what amounts to the same, that they are such form determinations as have not yet reflected themselves into determinations of content. The middle of this syllogism is indeed the unity of the extremes, but a unity in which abstraction is made from their determinateness, the indeterminate universal. But insofar as this universal is at the same time distinguished from the extremes as the abstract from the determinate, it is itself also a determinate as against them, and the whole is a syllogism whose relation to its concept needs examining. As the universal, the middle term is with respect to both its extremes the term that subsumes or the predicate, not a term for once also subsumed or the subject. Now as a species of syllogism, it ought to conform to the latter, and this can only happen on condition that, inasmuch as the one connection su already possesses the appropriate relation, the other connection pu contains it too. This occurs in a judgment in which the relation of subject and predicate is an indifferent one, in a negative judgment. Thus does the syllogism become legitimate, but the conclusion is necessarily negative. Consequently, also indifferent is now which of the two determinations of this proposition is taken as predicate or subject, and whether the determination is taken in the syllogism as the extreme of singularity or the extreme of particularity, hence as the minor or major term. Since on the usual assumption which of the premises is supposed to be the major or the minor depends on this distinction, this too has now become a matter of indifference. This is the ground of the customary fourth figure of the syllogism, which was unknown to Aristotle and has to do with an entirely void and uninteresting distinction. In it the immediate position of the terms is the reverse of their position in the first figure, since from the point of view of the formal treatment of judgment the subject and predicate of the negative conclusion do not have the determinate relation of subject and predicate, but each can take the place of the other. It is a matter of indifference which term is taken as subject and which as predicate, and just as indifferent is therefore which premise is taken as the major and which as the minor. This indifference, to which the determination of particularity also contributes, especially if it is noted that this particularity can be taken in a comprehensive sense, makes of this fourth figure something totally idle. The objective significance of the syllogism in which the universal is the middle is that the mediating term, as the unity of the extremes, is essentially a universal. But since the universality is at first only qualitative or abstract, the determinateness of the extremes is not contained in it, their being conjoined, and the conclusion, if the conjunction is to take place, must likewise have its ground in a mediation that lies outside the syllogism and is, with respect to the latter, just as contingent as it is in the preceding forms of the syllogism. But now, since the universal is determined as the middle term, and since the determinateness of the extremes is not contained in this middle, the latter is posited as one which is wholly indifferent and external. It is here, by virtue indeed of a bare abstraction, that a fourth figure of the syllogism rose in the first place, namely the figure of the relationless syllogism, which abstracts from the qualitative differentiation of the terms and therefore has their merely external unity, their equality, for its determination. D. The fourth figure or the mathematical syllogism. The mathematical syllogism goes like this: if two things or two determinations are equal to a third, then they are equal to each other. The relation of inherence or subsumption of terms is done away with. A third is in general the mediating term, but this third has absolutely no determination as against the extremes. Each of the three terms can therefore be the mediating term just as well as any other. Which is needed for the job, which of the three connections are therefore to be taken as immediate, and which is mediated, depends on external circumstances and other conditions, namely which two of the three are immediately given. But this determination does not concern the syllogism and is wholly external. The mathematical syllogism ranks in mathematics as an axiom, as a first self-explanatory proposition which is neither capable nor in need of proof, i.e. of any mediation, which neither presupposes anything else nor can be derived from anything else. If we take a closer look at this prerogative that the proposition claims, of being immediately self-evident, we find that it lies in its formalism, in the fact that it abstracts from every qualitative diversity of determinations and only admits their quantitative equality or inequality. But for this very reason it is not without presupposition or mediation. The quantitative determination, which alone comes into consideration in it, is only by virtue of the abstraction from qualitative differentiation and from the concept determinations. Lines, figures, posited as equal to each other, are understood only according to their magnitude. A triangle is posited as equal to a square, not however as triangle to square but only according to magnitude, etc. Nor does the concept and its determinations enter into the syllogism there is in it. Therefore, no conceptual comprehension at all. The understanding is also not faced here by even the formal, abstract determinations of the concept. The self-evidence of this syllogism rests, therefore, solely on the indigence and abstractness of its mode of thought. But the result of the syllogism of existence is not just this abstraction from all determinateness of the concept. The negativity of the immediate and abstract determinations that emerge from it has yet another positive side, namely that in the abstract determinateness its other has been posited and the determinateness has thereby become concrete. In the first place, the syllogisms of existence all have one another for presupposition, and the extremes conjoined in the conclusion are truly conjoined, in and for themselves, only inasmuch as they are otherwise united by an identity grounded elsewhere. The middle term, as constituted in the syllogisms we have examined, ought to be the conceptual unity of these syllogisms but is in fact only a formal determinateness that is not posited as their concrete unity. But what is thus presupposed by each and every of these mediations is not merely a given immediacy in general, as is the case for the mathematical syllogism, but is itself a mediation, namely of each of the other two syllogisms. Therefore, what is truly present here is not a mediation based on a given immediacy, but a mediation based on mediation. And this mediation is not quantitative, not one that abstracts from the form of mediation, but is rather a self-referring mediation, or the mediation of reflection. The circle of reciprocal presupposing which these syllogisms bring to closure is the turning back of this presupposing into itself, a presupposing that in this turning back forms a totality, and has the other to which every single syllogism refers, not outside by virtue of abstraction, but included within the circle. Further, from the side of the single determinations of form it has been shown that in this whole of formal syllogisms each single determination has in turn occupied the place of the middle term. As immediate, this term was determined as particularity. Thereupon, through dialectical movement it determined itself as singularity and universality. Likewise did each of these determinations occupy the places of both of the two extremes. The merely negative result is the dissolution of the qualitative determinations of form into the merely quantitative, mathematical syllogism. But what we truly have here is the positive result, namely that mediation occurs, not through any single qualitative determinateness of form, but through the concrete identity of the determinacies. The deficiency and formalism of the three figures of the syllogism just considered consists precisely in this, that one such single determinateness was supposed to constitute the middle term in it. Mediation has thus determined itself as the indifference of the immediate or abstract determinations of form and the positive reflection of one into the other. The immediate syllogism of existence has thereby passed over into the syllogism of reflection. Remark. In the account here given of the nature of the syllogism and its various forms, passing reference was also made to what constitutes in the ordinary examination and treatment of the syllogisms the main object of interest, namely how the right conclusion may be drawn in each figure, but only the main point came in for consideration, and no mention was made of the cases and the intricacies that arise when the distinction of positive and negative judgment is also brought in alongside the determination of quantity, of particularity especially. A few comments on how the syllogism is ordinarily viewed and treated in logic have their place here. This doctrine was famously elaborated to such precision of detail that its hair-splittings, as they came to be called, have been the object of universal aversion and disgust. The natural understanding in asserting itself over the unsubstantial forms of reflection in all areas of humanistic culture also turned against this artificial knowledge of the forms of reason, believing that it could dispense with the science of such forms on the ground that it performed the individual operations of thought treated there naturally and spontaneously, without specialized training. Indeed, with respect to rational thinking, if its precondition were the laborious study of syllogistic formulas, humankind would be in just as sorry a state as they would, as we already remarked in the preface, if they could not walk or digest without the previous study of anatomy and physiology. But if we admit that there might be some use to the study of these sciences for dietary purposes, surely we must credit the study of the forms of reason with an even more important influence on the correctness of thinking. But without going here into this aspect of the study that concerns the education of subjective thinking and hence, strictly speaking, pedagogics, it must be granted that a study that has for its subject matter the modes of operation and the laws of reason must be of the greatest interest in and of itself, an interest at least not inferior to the knowledge of the laws and the particular shapes of nature. If it is not reputed a small matter to have discovered some 60 species of parrots, 137 species of veronica, and so on, much less ought it to be reputed a small matter to have discovered the forms of reason. Is not the figure of a syllogism something infinitely higher than a species of parrot or veronica? Yet, although contempt for the knowledge of the forms of reason must be viewed as nothing short of barbarism, it must equally be granted that the customary exposition of the syllogism and of its particular configurations is not a rational cognition, not an exposition of them as forms of reason, and that syllogistic wisdom has by its own unworthiness brought upon itself the disparagement that it has experienced. Its deficiency consists in the fact that it simply stops short at the form which the understanding gives to the syllogism and in which the determinations of the concept are taken as abstract formal determinations. It is all the more inconsequent to cling to them as abstract qualities, since in the syllogism it is their connections that constitute the essential element, and the inherence and the subsumption already imply that the singular, since the universal inheres in it, is itself universal, and the universal, since it subsumes the singular, is itself singular. Or more to the point, the syllogism expressly posits this very unity as the middle term, and its determination is mediation itself, that is, the concept determinations no longer have, as they did in judgment, their reciprocal externality for their basis, but rather their unity. It is thus the concept of the syllogism that gives away the imperfection of the formal syllogism in which the middle is supposed to be held fixed, not as the unity of the extremes, but as a formal and abstract determination, qualitatively at variance with them. The treatment is made even more vacuous by the fact that such connections or judgments in which the formal determinations become indifferent, as in negative and particular judgments, and which therefore proximate propositions, are also still regarded as perfect relations. Now since the qualitative form SPU is generally accepted as ultimate and absolute, the dialectical treatment of the syllogism falls entirely by the wayside, and the rest of the syllogisms are thereby treated, not as necessary alterations of that form, but as species. It is then indifferent whether the first formal syllogism is regarded as itself only one species alongside the others or as rather genus and species at the same time. This last is the case when the rest of the syllogisms are reduced to the first. But even when this reduction is not explicitly carried out, the basis is yet always the same formal relation of external subsumption expressed by the first figure. This formal syllogism is the contradiction that the middle term ought to be the determinate unity of the extremes, not, however, as this unity but as a determination qualitatively distinct from the terms whose unity it ought to be. Because the syllogism is this contradiction, it is inherently dialectical. Its dialectical movement displays it in the full range of the moments of the concept, so that not only the said relation of subsumption or particularity, but just as essentially the negative unity and the universality, are moments in the process of closing this unity. Insofar as each of these equally is by itself only a one-sided moment of particularity, they are likewise imperfect middle terms, but at the same time they constitute the developed determinations of the middle term. The entire course across the three figures displays this middle in each of these determinations, one after the other, and the true result that emerges from it is that the middle is not any single one of them but the totality of them all. The deficiency of the formal syllogism does not rest, therefore, in the form of the syllogism, which is, on the contrary, the form of rationality, but in that the form is only an abstract one, and hence void of the concept. It was shown that the abstract determination, on account of its abstract self-reference, can equally be regarded as content. But then, all that the formal syllogism achieves is that a connection of subject and predicate follows or does not follow from only this middle term. It does not help to prove a proposition by means of it on account of the abstract determinateness of the middle term, which is a quality without concept. There can just as well be other middle terms from which the opposite would follow. Even from the same middle term, opposite predicates can also be deduced in turn through further middle terms. Besides being of little use, the formal syllogism is also something very simple. The many rules that have been fabricated are already tiresome because they contrast so strongly with the simplicity of the fact at issue, but then also because they apply to cases where the formal worth of the syllogism is especially diminished by the externality of the form determination, notably that of particularity, especially because for this purpose the latter must be taken in a comprehensive sense, and where even with respect to the form only totally empty results are produced. But the most justified and important aspect of the disfavor into which syllogistic theory has fallen is that, as such a long drawn-out occupation with a subject matter whose single content is none other than the concept, it is itself without concept. The many syllogistic rules remind one of the procedure of the arithmeticians, who also give a great many rules about arithmetical operations, all of which presuppose that one has not the concept of operation. But numbers are a material with no concept, and the operations of arithmetic are an external combining or separating, a mechanical procedure. Indeed, calculating machines have been invented that execute these operations perfectly well. The form determinations of the syllogism are on the contrary concepts, and it is the most glaring of scandals when they are treated as a material with no concept. The extreme example of this mechanical treatment of the concept determinations of the syllogism is surely that of Leibniz. He subjected the syllogism to a combinatory calculus, thereby reckoning the number of possible positions of the syllogism, that is, with respect to the distinction of positive and negative, then of universal, particular, indeterminate and singular judgments. He found that there are such possible combinations, of which, after the exclusion of the useless figures, useful ones remain. Leibniz makes much of the usefulness of this combinatory analysis, not only in order to discover the forms of the syllogism but also the combinations of other concepts. The operation by which this is accomplished is the same as calculating how many combinations of letters an alphabet allows, how many throws are possible in a game of dice, how many plays with an ombre card, etc. We see here the determinations of the syllogism thus placed in the same class as the points of the dice and the ombre card. We see the rational treated as something dead and empty of concept, the neglect of that which characterizes the concept and its determinations most, namely that these, as spiritual essences, enter into connections and thereby sublate their immediate determination. This Leibnizian application of combinatory calculus to the syllogism and to the combination of other concepts differs from the disreputable art of Lully solely because it is more methodical on the numerical side, but for the rest it equals it in meaninglessness. Connected with this was an idea dear to Leibniz, one which he conceived in his youth and, despite its immaturity and shallowness, never abandoned even in later life. This was the idea of a characteristica universalis of concepts, a standard language in which each concept is presented as a connection of other concepts or as connecting with others, as if in a rational combination, which is essentially dialectical. A content would still retain the same determinations that it has when fixed in isolation. Ploskay's calculus has undoubtedly hit upon the most consequent method for preparing the syllogistic relation to be subjected to calculus. It is based on abstracting in a judgment from the difference of relation, the difference of singularity, particularity, and universality, and restricting oneself to the abstract identity of subject and predicate whereby the two are in mathematical equality, a connection that makes of the syllogistic inference a totally empty and tautological construal of propositions. In the proposition, the rose is red, the predicate is taken to mean not the universal red but only the determinate red of the rose. In the proposition, all Christians are human beings, the predicate is taken to mean only those humans who are Christian, from which proposition and the proposition, the Jews are not Christian. There follows the conclusion, which did not recommend this syllogistic calculus to Mendelssohn, that therefore the Jews are not humans, namely, not those humans that the Christians are. Ploskay states as a consequence of his invention posse etiam rude mechanis totam logicam docere, uti pueri arithmeticam docentur, ediquidem, ut nulla formadine in ratiosanes suzerandi torqueri, vel fallacies circumveniri possent, si in calculo non errant. This recommendation, that by means of calculus the whole of logic can mechanically be made available to the uneducated, is surely the worst that can be said of an invention that bears on the presentation of the science of logic. b. The syllogism of reflection. The course of the qualitative syllogism has sublated the abstractness of its terms. The syllogistic term has thus posited itself as a determinateness in which also the other determinateness shines reflectively. Besides the abstract terms, there is also present in the syllogism the connection of the terms, and in the conclusion this connection is posited as one which is mediated and necessary in truth. Therefore, each determinateness is posited, not singly by itself, but with reference to the others, as concrete determinateness. The middle term was the abstract particularity, an isolated simple determinateness, and was a middle only externally and relative to the self-subsisting extremes. This term is now posited as the totality of the determinations. Thus it is the posited unity of the extremes, but this unity is at first that of a reflection embracing the extremes within itself, an embracing which, as a first sublating of immediacy and a first connecting of the determinations, is not yet the absolute identity of the concept. The extremes are the determinations of the judgment of reflection, singularity proper, and universality as a determination of relation, or a reflection that embraces a manifold within itself. But, as was shown in connection with the judgment of reflection, the singular subject also contains, besides the mere singularity that belongs to form, determinateness as universality absolutely reflected into itself, as presupposed, that is, here still immediately assumed, genus. From this determinateness of the extremes, which belongs to the course of the determination of the judgment, there results the more precise content of the middle, which is what counts most in the syllogism, for it is the middle that distinguishes the syllogism from judgment. The middle contains singularity, but singularity expanded into universality, as an all, the universality that lies at the basis, uniting singularity and abstract universality in itself, the genus. The syllogism of reflection is thus the first to possess genuine determinateness of form, for the middle is posited as the totality of determinations. The immediate syllogism is by contrast indeterminate because the middle is still only abstract particularity in which the moments of its concept are not yet posited. This first syllogism of reflection may be called the syllogism of allness. a. The syllogism of allness. The syllogism of allness is the syllogism of the understanding in its perfection, but more than that it is not yet. That the middle in it is not abstract particularity but is developed into its moments and is therefore concrete, is indeed an essential requirement of the concept. But at first the form of the allness gathers the singular into universality only externally, and conversely the singular behaves in the universality still as an immediate that subsists on its own. The negation of the immediacy of the determinations which was the result of the syllogism of existence is only the first negation, not yet the negation of the negation, or absolute immanent reflection. The singular determinations that the universality of reflection holds within still lie, therefore, at the basis of that universality. In other words, allness is not yet the universality of the concept, but the external universality of reflection. The syllogism of existence was contingent because its middle term was one single determinateness of the concrete subject and as such admitted of a multitude of other such middle terms, and consequently the subject could be conjoined in conclusion with an indeterminate number of other predicates, with opposite predicates as well. But since the middle term now contains singularity and is thereby itself concrete, only a predicate that concretely belongs to the subject can be attached to the latter by means of it. For instance, if from the middle term green the conclusion is made to follow that a painting is pleasing, because green is pleasing to the eye, or if a poem, a building, etc., is said to be beautiful because it possesses regularity, the painting, the poem, the building, etc., may nonetheless still be ugly on account of other determinations from which this predicate ugly might be deduced. By contrast, when the middle term has the determination of allness, it contains the green, the regularity, as a concreted term which for that very reason is not the abstraction of a mere green, a mere regular, etc. Only predicates commensurate with concrete totality may now be attached to this concreted term. In the judgment, what is green or regular is pleasing, the subject is only the abstraction of green, regularity. In the proposition, all things green or regular are pleasing, the subject is on the contrary all actual concrete things that are green or regular, things, therefore, that are intended as concreted with all the properties that they may also have besides the green or the regularity. However, this very reflective perfection of the syllogism makes of it a mere illusion. The middle term has the determinateness of all, to which there is immediately attached in the major the predicate which in the conclusion is then conjoined with the subject. But the all is all singulars in it, therefore, the subject already possesses that predicate immediately, it does not first obtain it by means of the syllogistic inference. Or again, the subject obtains a predicate as a consequence through the conclusion, but the major premise already contains this conclusion in it, therefore the major premise is not correct on its own account, or is not an immediately presupposed judgment, but itself already presupposes the conclusion of which it should be the ground. In the much-cited syllogism, all humans are mortal. Now Gaius is a human. Therefore Gaius is mortal. The major premise is correct only because, and to the extent that the conclusion is correct, were Gaius by chance not mortal, the major premise would not be correct. The proposition which was supposed to be the conclusion must be correct on its own, immediately, for otherwise the major premise would not include all singulars before the major premise can be accepted as correct. The antecedent question is whether the conclusion may not be a counter-instance of it. It followed from the concept of the syllogism, with regard to the syllogism of existence, that the premises, as immediate, contradicted the conclusion, that is to say, contradicted the mediation that the concept of the syllogism requires, that the first syllogism thus presupposed other syllogisms, and conversely these presuppose the first. In the syllogism of reflection this result is posited in the syllogism itself. The major premise presupposes its conclusion, for it contains the union of the singular with a predicate that would have to be a conclusion first. What we have here in fact can therefore be expressed by saying that the syllogism of reflection is only an external, empty reflective semblance of syllogistic inference, that therefore the essence of the inference rests on subjective singularity. This singularity thus constitutes the middle term and is to be posited as such singularity, which is singularity as such and possesses universality only externally. Or what has been shown on closer inspection of the content of the syllogism of reflection is that the singular stands connected to its predicate immediately, not by way of an inference, and that the major premise, the union of a particular with a universal, or more precisely of a formal universal with a universal in itself, is mediated through the connection of the singularity that is present in the formal universal, of singularity as allness. But this is the syllogism of induction. b. The syllogism of induction. The syllogism of allness comes under the schema of the first figure, SPU. The syllogism of induction under that of the second, USP, because it again has singularity for its middle term, not abstract singularity but singularity as completed, that is to say, posited with its opposite determination, that of universality. The one extreme is some predicate or other which is common to all these singulars. Its connection with them makes up the kind of immediate premises, of which one was supposed to be the conclusion in the preceding syllogism. The other extreme may be the immediate genus, as it is in the middle term of the preceding syllogism, or in the subject of the universal judgment, and which is exhausted in the collection of singulars or also species of the middle term. Accordingly, the syllogism has this configuration. The second figure of the formal syllogism, USP, does not correspond to this schema, because the S that constitutes the middle term did not subsume or was not a predicate. In induction this deficiency is eliminated. Here the middle term is all singulars. The proposition, US, which contains as the subject the objective universal or the genus set apart as an extreme, has a predicate which is of at least equal extension as the subject and is consequently identical with it for external reflection. Lion, elephant, etc., constitute the genus of quadruped. The difference, that the same content is posited once in singularity and again in universality, is thus just an indifferent determination of form, an indifference which in the syllogism of reflection is the posited result of the formal syllogism and is posited here through the equality of extension. Induction, therefore, is not the syllogism of mere perception or of contingent existence, like the second figure corresponding to it, but the syllogism of experience, of the subjective gathering together of singulars in the genus, and of the conjoining of the genus with a universal determinateness on the ground that the latter is found in all singulars. It also has the objective significance that the immediate genus has determined itself through the totality of singularity as a universal property and possesses its existence in a universal relation or mark. But the objective significance of this syllogism, as it was of the others, is at first only its inner concept, and is not as yet posited in it. On the contrary, induction is essentially still a subjective syllogism. The middle terms are the singulars in their immediacy, the collecting of them into a genus through the allness is an external reflection. Because of the persisting immediacy of the singulars and because of the externality that derives from it, the universality is only completeness, or rather, it remains a task. In induction, therefore, there recurs the progression into the bad infinity. Singularity ought to be posited as identical with universality, but since the singulars are equally posited as immediate, the intended unity remains only a perpetual odd. It is a unity of likeness. The terms which are supposed to be identical are at the same time supposed not to be identical. The A, B, C, D, E, constitute the genus only further on, In the infinite they do not yield a complete experience. The conclusion of induction thus remains problematic. But induction, by expressing that perception, in order to become experience, ought to be carried on to infinity, presupposes that the genus is in and for itself conjoined with its determinateness. In this, it in fact rather presupposes its conclusion as something immediate, just as the syllogism of allness presupposes the conclusion for one of its premises. An experience that rests on induction is assumed as valid even though the perception is admittedly not complete. It may be assumed, however, that there is no counter-instance to the experience only if the latter is true in and for itself. Inference by induction, therefore, is based indeed on an immediacy, but not on the immediacy on which it is supposed to be based, not on a singularity that exists immediately, but on one that exists in and for itself, on the universal. The fundamental character of induction is that it is a syllogistic inference if singularity is taken as the essential determination of the middle term, but universality is only the external determination. Then the middle term would fall apart into two disjoint parts, and there would be no inference. This externality belongs rather to the extremes. Singularity can only be a middle term if immediately identical with the universality. Such a universality is in truth objective universality, the genus. The matter can also be viewed in this way. Universality is external but essential to the determination of the singularity which is at the basis of the middle term of induction. Such an external is just as much immediately its opposite, the internal. The truth of the syllogism of induction is therefore a syllogism that has for its middle term a singularity which is immediately in itself universality. This is the syllogism of analogy. C. The syllogism of analogy. This syllogism has the third figure of the immediate syllogism, sup, for its abstract schema. But its middle term is no longer some single quality or other but a universality which is the immanent reflection of a concreted term and is therefore its nature, and conversely, since it is thus the universality of a concreted term, it is at the same time in itself this concreted term. Here, therefore, a singular is the middle term, but a singular taken in its universal nature. There is moreover another singular, an extreme term, which has the same universal nature as the other which is the middle term. For example, the earth has inhabitants. The moon is an earth. Therefore the moon has inhabitants. Analogy is all the more superficial, the more the universal in which the two extremes are united, and in accordance with which the one extreme becomes the predicate of the other, is a mere quality or, since quality is a matter of subjectivity, is some distinctive mark or other, and the identity of the extremes is therein taken as just a similarity. But this kind of superficiality to which a form of understanding or of reason is reduced by being debased to the sphere of mere representation should have no place in logic. Also unacceptable is to present the major premise of this syllogism as though it should run that which is similar to an object in one distinctive mark is similar to it in other such marks as well. On this formulation, the form of the syllogism is expressed in the shape of a content, while the empirical content, the content properly so called, is together relegated to the minor premise. So, assumed, however, that there is no counter-instance to the experience only if the latter is true in and for itself. Inference by induction, therefore, is based indeed on an immediacy, but not on the immediacy on which it is supposed to be based, not on a singularity that exists immediately, but on one that exists in and for itself, on the universal. The fundamental character of induction is that it is a syllogistic inference if singularity is taken as the essential determination of the middle term, but universality is only the external determination. Then the middle term would fall apart into two disjoint parts, and there would be no inference. This externality belongs rather to the extremes. Singularity can only be a middle term if immediately identical with the universality. Such a universality is in truth objective universality, the genus. The matter can also be viewed in this way. Universality is external but essential to the determination of the singularity which is at the basis of the middle term of induction. Such an external is just as much immediately its opposite, the internal. The truth of the syllogism of induction is therefore a syllogism that has for its middle term a singularity which is immediately in itself universality. This is the syllogism of analogy. C. The syllogism of analogy. This syllogism has the third figure of the immediate syllogism, sup, for its abstract schema. But its middle term is no longer some single quality or other but a universality which is the immanent reflection of a concreted term and is therefore its nature, and conversely, since it is thus the universality of a concreted term, it is at the same time in itself this concreted term. Here, therefore, a singular is the middle term, but a singular taken in its universal nature. There is moreover another singular, an extreme term, which has the same universal nature as the other which is the middle term. For example, the earth has inhabitants. The moon is an earth. Therefore the moon has inhabitants. Analogy is all the more superficial, the more the universal in which the two extremes are united, and in accordance with which the one extreme becomes the predicate of the other, is a mere quality or, since quality is a matter of subjectivity, is some distinctive mark or other, and the identity of the extremes is therein taken as just a similarity. But this kind of superficiality to which a form of understanding or of reason is reduced by being debased to the sphere of mere representation should have no place in logic. Also unacceptable is to present the major premise of this syllogism as though it should run that which is similar to an object in one distinctive mark is similar to it in other such marks as well. On this formulation, the form of the syllogism is expressed in the shape of a content, while the empirical content, the content properly so called, is together relegated to the minor premise. So, for analogy, on the contrary, it is as essential universality. In the above example, the middle term, the earth, is taken as something concrete which, in truth, is just as much a universal nature or genus as it is a singular. From this aspect, the quaternio terminarum would not make analogy an imperfect syllogism. But it would make it so from another aspect, for although the one subject has the same universal nature as the other, it is undetermined whether the determinateness, which is inferred to pertain also to the second subject, pertains to the first because of its nature in general or because of its particularity, for example, whether the earth has inhabitants as a heavenly body in general or only as this particular heavenly body. Analogy is still a syllogism of reflection inasmuch as singularity and universality are united in its middle term immediately. Because of this immediacy, the externality of the unity of reflection is still there. The singular is the genus only in itself. Implicitly it is not posited in this negativity by which its determinateness would be the genus's own determinateness. For this reason the predicate that belongs to the singular of the middle term is not already the predicate of the other singular, even though the two singulars both belong to the one genus. Sp. The moon is inhabited, is the conclusion, but the one premise, the earth is inhabited, is likewise Sp. And so far as Sp is supposed to be a conclusion, it entails the requirement that that premise also be Sp. This syllogism is thus in itself a demand to counter the immediacy that it contains, or again, it presupposes its conclusion. One syllogism of existence has its presupposition in the other syllogism of existence. In the syllogisms just considered, the presupposition has been moved into them, because they are syllogisms of reflection. Since the syllogism of analogy is therefore the demand that it be mediated as against the immediacy with which its mediation is burdened, what it demands is the sublation of the moment of singularity. Thus there remains for the middle term the objective universal, the genus purified of immediacy. In the syllogism of analogy the genus was a moment of the middle term only as immediate presupposition, since the syllogism itself demands the sublation of the presupposed immediacy, the negation of singularity, and hence the universal is no longer immediate but posited. The syllogism of reflection contained the first negation of immediacy, the second has now come on the scene, and with it the external universality of reflection is determined as existing in and for itself. Regarded from the positive side, the conclusion shows itself to be identical with the premises, the mediation to have rejoined its presupposition, and what we have is thus an identity of the universality of reflection by virtue of which it becomes a higher universality. Reviewing the course of the syllogism of reflection, we find that mediation is in general the posited or concrete unity of the form determinations of the extremes. Reflection consists in this positing of the one determination in the other. The mediating middle is thus allness. But it is singularity that proves to be the essential ground of mediation, while universality is only as an external determination in it, as completeness. But universality is essential to the singular if the latter is to be the conjoining middle term. The singular is therefore to be taken as an implicitly existing universal. But the singular is not united with it in just this positive manner, but is sublated in it. It is a negative moment. Thus the universal is the genus posited as existing in and for itself, and the singular as immediate is rather the externality of the genus, or it is an extreme. The syllogism of reflection, taken in general, comes under the scheme of PSU, in which the singular is still as such the essential determination of the middle term, but since its immediacy has been sublated, the syllogism has entered under the formal scheme SUP, and the syllogism of reflection has thus passed over into the syllogism of necessity. C. The syllogism of necessity. The mediating middle has now determined itself, as simple determinate universality, like the particularity in the syllogism of existence, but, as objective universality, that is to say, one that, like the allness of the syllogism of reflection, contains the whole determinateness of the different extremes. This is a completed but simple universality, the universal nature of the fact, the genus. This syllogism is full of content, because the abstract middle term of the syllogism of existence has posited itself to be determinate difference, in the way it is as the middle term of the syllogism of reflection, but this difference has again reflected itself into simple identity. This syllogism is for this reason the syllogism of necessity, because its middle term is not any adventitious immediate content but is the immanent reflection of the determinateness of the extremes. These have their inner identity in the middle term, whose content determinations are the form determinations of the extremes. Consequently, what differentiates the terms is a form which is external and unessential, and the terms themselves are as moments of a necessary existence. This syllogism is at first immediate and formal in the sense that what holds the terms together is the essential nature, as content, and this content is in the distinguished terms only in different form, and the extremes are by themselves only an unessential subsistence. The realization of this syllogism is a matter of determining it in such a way that the extremes are equally posited as this totality which initially the middle term is, and the necessity of the connection, which is at first only the substantial content, shall be a connection of the posited form. A. The categorical syllogism. The categorical syllogism has the categorical judgment for one or for both of its premises. Associated with this syllogism, just as with that judgment, is the more specific signification that its middle term is the objective universality. Superficially, the categorical syllogism is also taken for nothing more than a mere syllogism of inherence. Taken in its full import, the categorical syllogism is the first syllogism of necessity, one in which a subject is conjoined with a predicate through its substance. But when elevated to the sphere of the concept, substance is the universal, so posited to be in and for itself that it has for its form or mode of being, not accidentality, as it has in the relation specific to it, but the determination of the concept. Its differences are therefore the extremes of the syllogism, specifically universality and singularity. This universality, as contrasted with the genus that more closely defines the middle term, is abstract or is a universal determinateness. It is the accidentality of substance summed up in a simple determinateness which is, however, the substance's essential difference, its specific difference. Singularity, for its part, is the actual, in itself the concrete unity of genus and determinateness, though here, in the immediate syllogism, it is immediate singularity at first, accidentality summed up in the form of a subsistence existing for itself. The connection of this extreme term to the middle term constitutes a categorical judgment, but since the other extreme term also, as just determined, expresses the specific difference of the genus or its determinate principle, this other premise is also categorical. This syllogism, as the first and therefore immediate syllogism of necessity, comes in the first instance under the schema of the formal syllogism, SPU. But since the middle term is the essential nature of the singular and not just one or other of its determinacies or properties, and likewise the extreme of universality is not any abstract universal, nor just any singular quality either, but is rather the universal determinateness of the genus, its specific difference, we no longer have the contingency of a subject being conjoined with just any quality through just any middle term. Consequently, since the connections of the extremes with the middle term also do not have the external immediacy that they have in the syllogism of existence, we do not have coming into play the demand for proof in the sense in which it occurred in the case of that other syllogism and led to an infinite progression. Further, this syllogism does not presuppose its conclusion for its premises, as in the syllogism of reflection. The terms, in keeping with the substantial content, stand to one another in a connection of identity that exists in and for itself. We have here one essence running through the three terms an essence in which the determinations of singularity, particularity, and universality are only formal moments. To this extent, therefore, the categorical syllogism is no longer subjective in that connection of identity. Objectivity begins the middle term as the identity, full of content, of its extremes, and these are contained in it in their self-subsistence. For their self-subsistence is the said substantial universality which is the genus. The subjective element of the syllogism consists in the indifferent subsistence of the extremes with respect to the concept or the middle term. But there is still a subjective element in this syllogism, for that identity is still the substantial identity or content but is not yet identity of form at the same time. The identity of the concept still is an inner bond and therefore, as connection, still necessity. The universality of the middle term is solid, positive identity, but is not equally the negativity of its extremes. The immediacy of this syllogism, which is not yet posited as what it is in itself, is more precisely present in this way. The truly immediate element of the syllogism is the singular. This singular is subsumed under its genus as middle term, but subsumed under the same genus are also an indeterminate number of many other singulars. It is therefore contingent that only this singular is posited as subsumed under it. But further, this contingency does not belong only to an external reflection that finds the singular posited in the syllogism to be contingent by comparison with others. On the contrary, It is because the singular is itself connected to the middle term as its objectivity universality that it is posited as contingent, as a subjective actuality. From the other side, because the subject is an immediate singular, it contains determinations that are not contained in the middle term as the universal nature it also has, therefore, a concrete existence which is indifferent to the middle term, determined for itself and with a content of its own. Therefore, conversely, this other term also has an indifferent immediacy and a concrete existence distinct from the former. The same relation also obtains between the middle term and the other extreme, for this too likewise has the determination of immediacy, hence of a being which is contingent with respect to the middle term. Accordingly, what is posited in the categorical syllogism are, on the one hand, extremes that are so related to the middle term that they have objective universality or self-subsistent nature in themselves, and are at the same time immediate actualities, hence indifferent to one another. On the other hand, they are equally contingent, or their immediacy is as sublated in their identity. But this identity, because of the self-subsistence and totality of the actuality, is only formal, inner identity, and the syllogism of necessity has thereby determined itself to the hypothetical syllogism. b. The hypothetical syllogism. The hypothetical judgment contains only the necessary connection without the immediacy of the connected terms. If A is, so is B, or, the being of A is also just as much the being of another, of the B. With this, it is not as yet said either that A is, or that B is. The hypothetical syllogism adds this immediacy of being. If A is, so is B. But A is. Therefore B is. The minor premise expresses by itself the immediate being of the A. But it is not only this that is added to the judgment. The conclusion contains the connection of subject and predicate, not as the abstract copula, but as the accomplished mediating unity. The being of the A is to be taken, therefore, not as mere immediacy but essentially as middle term of the syllogism. This needs closer examination. In the first place, the connection of the hypothetical judgment is the necessity or the inner substantial identity associated with the external diversity of concrete existence, an identical content lying internally as its basis. The two sides of the judgment are both, therefore, not an immediate being, but a being held in necessity, hence one which is at the same time sublated or only being as appearance. The two behave, moreover, as sides of the judgment, as universality and singularity. The one, therefore, is the above content as totality of determinations, the other as actuality. Yet it is a matter of indifference which side is taken as universality and which as singularity. That is to say, inasmuch as the conditions are still the inner, abstract element of an actuality, they are the universal, and it is by being held together in one singularity that they step into actuality. Conversely, the conditions are a dismembered and dispersed appearance that gains unity and meaning, and a universally valid existence, only in actuality. The relation that is here being assumed between the two sides of condition and condition may however also be taken to be one of cause and effect, ground and consequence. This is a matter of indifference here. The relation of condition, however, corresponds more closely to the one that obtains in the hypothetical judgment and syllogism, inasmuch as condition is essentially an indifferent concrete existence, whereas ground and cause are inherently a transition. Moreover, condition is a more universal condition in that it comprehends both sides of the relation, since effect, consequence, etc., are just as much the condition of cause and ground as these are the condition of them. Now A is the mediating being insofar as it is, first, an immediate being, an indifferent actuality, but, second, insofar as it is equally inherently contingent, self-sublating being. What translates the conditions into the actuality of the new shape of which they are the conditions is the fact that they are not being as an abstract immediacy, but being according to its concept, becoming in the first instance. But more determinedly, since the concept is no longer transition, singularity is self-referring negative unity. The conditions are a dispersed material awaiting and requiring application. This negativity is the mediating means, the free unity of the concept. It determines itself as activity, for this middle term is the contradiction of objective universality, or of the totality of the identical content in the indifferent immediacy. This middle term is no longer, therefore, merely inner but existent necessity. The objective universality contains its self-reference as simple immediacy, as being. In the categorical syllogism, this moment is at first a determination of the extremes but as against the objective universality of the middle term. It determines itself as contingency, hence as something which is only posited and also sublated, something that has returned into the concept or into the middle terms as unity, a unity which is now in its objectivity also being. The conclusion, therefore B is, expresses the same contradiction, that B exists immediately but at the same time through another as mediated. According to its form, it is therefore the same concept that the middle term is, distinguished from necessity only as the necessary, in the totally superficial form of singularity as contrasted with universality. The absolute content of A and B is the same for ordinary representation. They are two different names for the same basic thing, since representation fixes the appearances of the diversified shape of existence and distinguishes the necessary from its necessity, but to the extent that necessity were to be separated from B, the latter would not be the necessary. What we have here, therefore, is the identity of the mediating term and the mediated. The hypothetical syllogism is the first to display the necessary connection as a connectedness through form or negative unity, just as the categorical syllogism displays it through positive unity, the solid content, the objective universality. But necessity merges with the necessary. The form activity of translating the conditioning actuality into the conditioned is in itself the unity into which the determinacies of the oppositions previously let free into indifferent existence are sublated, and where the difference of A and B is an empty name. The unity is therefore unity reflected into itself, and hence an identical content, and is this content not only implicitly in itself but, through this syllogism, it is also posited, for the being of A is also not its own being but that of B and vice versa, and in general the being of the one is the being of the other and, as determined in the conclusion, their immediate being or indifferent determinateness is a mediated one, therefore, their externality has been sublated, and what is posited is their unity withdrawn into itself. The mediation of the syllogism has thereby determined itself as singularity, immediacy, and self-referring negativity, or as a differentiating identity that retrieves itself into itself out of this differentiation, as absolute form, and for that very reason as objective universality, self-identical existent content. In this determination, the syllogism is the disjunctive syllogism. C. The disjunctive syllogism. As the hypothetical syllogism comes in general under the schema of the second figure of the formal syllogism, USP, so the disjunctive comes under the schema of the third, SUP. The middle term, however, is a universality replete with form. It has determined itself as totality, as developed objective universality. The middle term, therefore, is universality as well as particularity and singularity. As that universality, it is in the first place the substantial identity of the genus, but this identity is secondly one in which particularity is included, but again, included as equal to it, therefore as a universal sphere that contains its total particularity, the genus sorted out in its species, an A which is B as well as C and D, but particularization is differentiation and as such equally the either or of B, C, D, negative unity, the reciprocal exclusion of the determinations. This excluding, moreover, is now not just reciprocal, the determination not merely relative, but is also just as much self-referring determination, the particular as singularity to the exclusion of the others. A is either B or C or D. But A is B. Therefore A is neither C nor D. Or also, A is either B or C or D. But A is neither C nor D. Therefore A is B. A is subject not only in the two premises but also in the conclusion. It is a universal in the first premise and in its predicate the universal sphere particularized in the totality of its species in the second premise. It is as a determinate, or as a species in the conclusion it is posited as the excluding, singular determinateness. Or again, in the minor it is already exclusive singularity, and in the conclusion it is positively posited as the determinate that it is. Consequently, what as such appears to be meditated is the universality of A with the singularity. But the mediating means is this A which is the universal sphere of its particularizations and is determined as a singular. What is posited in the disjunctive syllogism is thus the truth of the hypothetical syllogism, the unity of the mediator and the mediated, and for that reason the disjunctive syllogism is equally no longer a syllogism at all. For the middle term which is posited in it as the totality of the concept itself contains the two extremes in their complete determinateness. The extremes, as distinct from this middle term, are only a positedness to which there no longer accrues any proper determinateness of its own as against the middle term. If we consider the matter with narrower reference to the hypothetical syllogism, we find that there was in the latter a substantial identity as the inner bond of necessity, and a negative unity distinct from it, namely the activity or the form that translated one existence into another. The disjunctive syllogism is in general in the determination of universality, its middle term is the A's genus and is perfectly determined also posited through this unity as the earlier inner content and, conversely, the positedness or the form is not the external negative unity over against an indifferent existence but is identical with that solid content. The whole form determination of the concept is posited in its determinate difference and at the same time in the simple identity of the concept. In this way the formalism of the syllogistic inference, and consequently the subjectivity of the syllogism and of the concept in general, has sublated itself. This formal or subjective factor consisted in that the middle mediating the extremes is the concept as an abstract determination and is therefore distinct from the terms whose unity it is. In the completion of the syllogism, where the objective universality is equally posited as the totality of the form determinations, the distinction of mediating and mediated has on the contrary fallen away. That which is mediated is itself an essential moment of what mediates it, and each moment is the totality of what is mediated. The figures of the syllogism exhibit each determinateness of the concept singly as the middle term, a middle term which is at the same time the concept as an ought, the requirement that the mediating factor be the concept's totality. The different genera of the syllogism exhibit instead the stages in the repletion or concretion of the middle term. In the formal syllogism the middle is posited as totality only through all the determinacies, but each singly, discharging the function of mediation. In the syllogism of reflection, the middle term is the unity gathering together externally the determinations of the extremes. In the syllogism of necessity the middle has determined itself as a unity which is just as developed and total as it is simple, and the form of the syllogism, which consisted in the difference of the middle term over against its extremes, has thereby sublated itself. With this the concept in general has been realized more precisely, it has gained the kind of reality which is objectivity. The first reality was that the concept, in itself negative unity, partitions itself and as judgment posits its determinations in determinate and indifferent difference, and in the syllogism it then sets itself over against them. Since it is still in this way the inwardness of this now acquired externality, in the course of the syllogisms this externality is equated with the inner unity the different determinations return into the latter through the mediation that unites them at first in a third term, and as a result the externality exhibits, in itself, the concept which, for its part, is no longer distinct from it as inner unity. Conversely, however, that determinateness of the concept which was considered as reality is equally a positiveness. For the identity of the concept's inwardness and externality has been exhibited as the truth of the concept not only in this result on the contrary, already in the judgment the moments of the concept remain, even in their reciprocal indifference, determinations that have significance only in their connection. The syllogism is mediation, the complete concept in its positiveness. Its movement is the sublation of this mediation in which nothing is in and for itself, but each thing is only through the meditation of another. The result is therefore an immediacy that has emerged through the sublation of the mediation, a being which is equally identical with mediation and is the concept that has restored itself out of, and in, its otherness. This being is therefore a fact which is in and for itself, objectivity. Section 2 Objectivity. In Book 1 of the Objective Logic, abstract being was presented as passing over into existence, but at the same time as retreating into essence. In Book 2, essence shows itself as determining itself as ground, thereby stepping into concrete existence and realizing itself as substance, but at the same time retreating into the concept. Of the concept, we have now first shown that it determines itself as objectivity. It should be obvious that this latter transition is essentially the same as the proof from the concept, that is to say, from the concept of God to his existence, that was formerly found in metaphysics, or the so-called ontological proof. Equally well known is that Descartes' sublimest thought, that God is that whose concept includes his being within itself, after having degenerated into the bad form of the formal syllogism, namely into the form of the said proof, finally succumbed to the critique of reason and to the thought that existence cannot be extracted from the concept. Some elucidations concerning this proof have already been made earlier. Where being has vanished into its closest opposite, non-being, and becoming has shown itself to be the truth of both, attention was called to the confusion that arises in the case of a determinate existence when we concentrate, not on its being, but on its determinate content, and then imagine, if we compare this determinate content, for example $100, with another determinate content, for example the context of my perception, of my financial situation, and discover that it makes indeed a difference whether the one content is added to the other or not, that we are dealing with the distinction of being and non-being, or even the distinction of being and the concept. Further, in the same volume the definition of a sum total of all reality which occurs in the ontological proof was elucidated. But the essential subject matter of that proof, the connectedness of concept and existence, is the concern of the treatment of the concept just concluded and of the entire course that the latter traverses in determining itself to objectivity. The concept, as absolutely self-identical negativity, is self-determining. It was noted that the concept, in resolving itself into judgment in singularity, already posits itself as something real, and existent. This still abstract reality completes itself in objectivity. Now it might appear that the transition from the concept into objectivity is quite another thing than the transition from the concept of God to God's existence. But, on the one hand, it must be borne in mind that the determinate content, God, makes no difference in a logical progression, and that the ontological proof is only one application of this logical progression to that particular content. On the other hand, it is essential to be reminded of the remark made above that the subject obtains determinateness in content only in its predicate, that prior to the predicate, whatever that content might otherwise be for feeling, intuition, and representation, so far as conceptual cognition is concerned, it is only a name. But in the predicate, with determinateness, there begins at the same time the process of realization in general. The predicates, however, must be grasped as themselves still confined within the concept, hence as something subjective with which no move to existence has yet been made. Even for this reason, in judgment the realization of the concept is certainly not completed yet. But there is the further reason that the mere determination of a subject matter through predicates, without this determination being at the same time the realization and objectification of the concept, remains something so subjective that it is not even a true cognition and determination of the concept of the subject matter, subjective in the sense of abstract reflection and non-conceptual representation. God is living God, and better still as absolute spirit, is only recognized in what he does. Humankind were directed early to recognize God in his works. Only from these can the determinations proceed that can be called his properties, and in which his being is also contained. It is thus the conceptual comprehension of God's activity, that is to say, of God himself, that recognizes the concept of God in his being and his being in his concept. Being by itself, or even existence, are such a poor and restricted determination, that the difficulty of finding them in the concept may well be due to not having considered what being or existence themselves are. Being is entirely abstract, immediate self-reference, is nothing but the abstract moment of the concept. It is its moment of abstract universality that also provides what is required of being, namely that it be outside the concept, for inasmuch as universality is a moment of the concept, it is also its difference or the abstract judgment wherein the concept opposes itself to itself. The concept, even as formal, already immediately contains being in a truer and richer form, in that, as self-referring negativity, it is singularity. But of course the difficulty of finding being in the concept in general, and equally so in the concept of God, becomes insuperable if we expect being to be something that we find in the context of external experience or in the form of sense perception, like the $100 in the context of my finances, as something graspable only by hand, not by spirit, essentially visible to the external and not the internal eye. In other words, if the name of being, reality, truth, is given to that which things possess as sensuous, temporal, and perishable, the consequence of a philosophizing that in regard to being fails to rise above the senses is that, in regard to the concept, it also fails to let go of merely abstract thought. Such thought stands opposed to being. The customary practice of regarding the concept as something just as one-sided as abstract thought will already stand in the way of accepting what has just been suggested, namely, that we regard the transition of the concept of God to his being as an application of the logical course of objectification of the concept presented above. Yet if it is granted, as it commonly is, that the logical element, as the formal element, constitutes the form for the cognition of every determinate content, then that application at least would have to be conceded, unless even at the opposition of concept and objectivity in general one stops short at the untrue concept and an equally untrue reality as an ultimate. But in the exposition of the pure concept it was further indicated that the latter is the absolute divine concept itself. In truth, therefore, what takes place is not a relation of application but the immediate display in the logical course of God's self-determination as being. But on this point it is to be remarked that inasmuch as the concept is to be presented as the concept of God, it ought to be apprehended as it is when already taken up in the idea. The said pure concept passes through the finite forms of the judgment and the syllogism precisely because it is not yet posited in and for itself as one with objectivity, but is conceived rather only in the process of becoming that objectivity. The latter, too, is not yet the divine concrete existence, not yet the reality reflectively shining in the idea. And yet objectivity is just that much richer and higher than the being or existence of the ontological proof, as the pure concept is richer and higher than that metaphysical vacuum of the sum total of all reality. But I reserve for another occasion the task of elucidating in greater detail the manifold misunderstanding brought upon the ontological proof of God's existence, and also on the rest of the other so-called proofs, by logical formalism. We shall also elucidate Kant's critique of such proofs in order to establish their true meaning and thus restore the thoughts on which they are based to their worth and dignity. We have previously called attention to the several forms of immediacy that have already come on the scene, but in different determinations. In the sphere of being, immediacy is being itself and existence. In the sphere of essence, it is concrete existence, and then actuality and substantiality. In the sphere of the concept, besides being immediacy as abstract universality, it is now objectivity. These expressions, when the exactitude of philosophical conceptual distinctions is not at stake, may be used as synonymous, but the determinations are derived from the necessity of the concept. Being is as such the first immediacy, and existence is the same immediacy with a first determinateness. Concrete existence, along with the thing, is the immediacy that proceeds from ground, from the self-sublating mediation of the simple reflection of essence. But actuality and substantiality are the immediacy that proceeds from the sublated difference of the still unessential concrete existence's appearance and its essentiality. Finally, objectivity is the immediacy as which the concept has determined itself by the sublation of its abstraction and mediation. It is the privilege of philosophy to choose such expressions from the language of ordinary life, which is made for the world of imaginary representations, as seem to approximate the determinations of the concept. There is no question of demonstrating for a word chosen from ordinary life that in ordinary life too the same concept is associated with that for which philosophy uses it, for ordinary life has no concepts, only representations of the imagination, and to recognize the concept in what is otherwise mere representation is philosophy itself. It must therefore suffice if representation, for those of its expressions that philosophy uses for its definitions, has only some rough approximation of their distinctive difference. It may also be the case that in these expressions one recognizes pictorial adumbrations which, as approximations, are close indeed to the corresponding concepts. One will be hard-pressed, perhaps, to concede that something can be without actually existing, but at least nobody will mistake, for instance, being as the copula of the judgment for the expression to exist actually, and nobody will say that this article exists dear, suitable, etc., gold exists a metal or metallic, instead of this article as dear, suitable, etc., gold is a metal. And surely it is common to distinguish being from appearing, appearance from actuality, as also being as contrasted to actuality, and still more all these expressions from objectivity. But even if such expressions were used synonymously, philosophy would in any case have the freedom to take advantage of such empty superfluity of language for the purpose of its distinctions. Mention was made in connection with the apodictic judgment, where judgment attains completion and the subject thus loses its determinateness as against the predicate, of the double meaning of subjectivity originating from it, namely the subjectivity of the concept and equally so of the externality and contingency confronting the concept. A similar objectivity also appears for the double meaning, of standing opposed to the self-subsistent concept yet of also existing in and for itself. In the former sense, the object stands opposed to the I equals I, which in subjective idealism is declared to be the absolute truth. It is then the manifold world in its immediate existence with which the I or the concept is engaged in endless struggle, in order, by the negation of the inherently nullity of this other, to give to its first certainty of being a self the actual truth of its equality with itself. In a broader sense, it means a subject matter in general for whatever interest or activity of the subject. In the opposite sense, however, the objective signifies that which exists in and for itself, without restriction and opposition. Rational principles, perfect works of art, etc., are said to be objective to the extent that they are free and above every accidentality. Although rational principles, whether theoretical or ethical, only belong to the sphere of the subjective, to consciousness, this aspect of the latter of existing in and for itself is nonetheless called objective. The cognition of truth is made to rest on the cognition of the object as free of any addition by subjective reflection, and right conduct on the adherence to objective laws, such as are not of subjective origin and are immune to arbitrariness and to treatment that would compromise their necessity. At the present standpoint of our treatise, objectivity has the meaning first of all of the being in and for itself of the concept that has sublated the mediation posited in its self-determination, raising it to immediate self-reference. This immediacy is therefore itself immediately and entirely pervaded by the concept, just as its totality is immediately identical with its being. But further, since the concept equally has to restore the free being for itself of its subjectivity, it enters with respect to objectivity into a relation of purpose in which the immediacy of the objectivity becomes a negative for it, something to be determined through its activity. This immediacy thus acquires the other significance, namely that in and for itself, insofar as it stands opposed to the concept, it is a nullity. First, then, objectivity is in its immediacy. Its moments, on account of the totality of all moments, stand in self-subsistent indifference as objects each outside the other, and as so related they possess the subjective unity of the concept only as inner or as outer. This is mechanism. But, second, Inasmuch as in mechanism that unity reveals itself to be the immanent law of the objects, their relation becomes one of non-indifference, each specifically different according to law, a connection in which the object's determinate self-subsistence is sublated. This is chemism. Third, this essential unity of the objects is thereby posited as distinct from their self-subsistence. It is the subjective concept, but posited as referring in and for itself to the objectivity, as purpose. This is teleology. Since purpose is the concept posited as within it referring to objectivity, and through itself sublating its defect of being subjective, the at first external purposiveness becomes, through the realization of the purpose, internal. It becomes idea. In a French report in which the officer in command states that before making for land he would wait for the wind, which in the region of the island usually arose towards morning, we find the expression le vent en été longtemps sans exister. Here the distinction simply arises from the other common idiom as, for example, in il a été longtemps sans m'écrire. Chapter Mechanism. Since objectivity is the totality of the concept that has returned into its unity, an immediate is thereby posited which is in and for itself that totality, and is also posited as such, but in it the negativity of the concept has as yet not detached itself from the immediacy of the totality. In other words, the objectivity is not yet posited as judgment. Insofar as it has the concept immanent in it, the difference of the concept is present in it, but on account of the objective totality, the differentiated moments are complete and self-subsistent objects that, consequently, even in connection relate to one another as each standing on its own, each maintaining itself in every combination as external. This is what constitutes the character of mechanism, namely, that whatever the connection that obtains between the things combined, the connection remains one that is alien to them, that does not affect their nature, and even when a reflective semblance of unity is associated with it, the connection remains nothing more than composition, mixture, aggregate, etc. Spiritual mechanism, like its material counterpart, also consists in the things connected in the spirit remaining external to one another and to spirit. A mechanical mode of representation, a mechanical memory, a habit, a mechanical mode of acting, mean that the pervasive presence that is proper to spirit is lacking in what spirit grasps or does. Although its theoretical or practical mechanism cannot take place without its spontaneous activity, without an impulse and consciousness, the freedom of individuality is still lacking in it, and since this freedom does not appear in it, the mechanical act appears as a merely external one. A. The mechanical object. The object is, as we have seen, the syllogism whose mediation has attained equilibrium and has therefore come to be immediate identity. It is therefore in and for itself a universality, not in the sense of a commonality of properties, but a universality that pervades particularity, and in it is immediate singularity. To begin with, therefore, the object does not differentiate itself into matter and form, matter being its presumed self-subsistent universal aspect and form the particular and singular. Instead, according to its concept, any such abstract differentiation of singularity and universality has no place in the object if regarded as matter. The object must then be taken to be in itself informed matter. One can just as well take it as a thing with properties, as a whole consisting of parts, as substance with accidents, or as determined by the other relations of reflection. But these are all past relations that in the concept have come to an end. The object, therefore, has neither properties nor accidents, for these are separable from the thing or the substance, whereas in the object particularity is absolutely reflected into the totality. In the parts of a whole, there is indeed present that self-subsistence that pertains to the differences of the object, but these differences are at once themselves essentially objects, totalities which, unlike parts, are not such as against the whole. At first, therefore, the object is indeterminate, for it has no determinate opposition within, because it is the mediation that has collapsed into immediate identity. Inasmuch as the concept is essentially determined, the object has in it the determinateness of a manifold which, although complete, is otherwise indeterminate, that is, relationless, one that constitutes a totality also not further determined at first. Sides or parts that may be distinguished within it belong to an external reflection. This totally indeterminate difference thus amounts just to this, that there are several objects, each of which only contains its determinateness reflected into its universality and does not reflectively shine outwardly. Because this indeterminate determinateness is essential to the object is in itself a plurality, and must therefore be regarded as a composite, an aggregate. Yet it does not consist of atoms, for atoms are not objects because they are not totalities. Leibniz's monad would be more of an object. It is a total representation of the world which, shut up within its intensive subjectivity, in essence at least is supposed to be a one. Yet the monad, determined as an exclusive one, is a principle only assumed by reflection. It is an object, however, both because the ground of its manifold representations, of the developed, that is, the posited determinations of its merely implicit totality, lies outside it, and because it is equally a matter of indifference for the monad that it constitutes an object together with other objects. In fact, therefore, it is not exclusive, not self-determined for itself. Since the object is now a totality of determinateness, yet, because of its indeterminateness and immediacy, it is not the totality's negative unity, it is indifferent towards the determinations as singulars, determined in and for themselves, just as these are themselves indifferent to each other. These, therefore, are not comprehensible from it nor from one another. The object's totality is the form of the overall reflectedness of its manifoldness into a singularity in general which is not in itself determinate. The determinacies, therefore, which are in it do indeed pertain to it, but the form that constitutes their difference and combines them into a unity is an external one, indifferent to them whether it be a mixture, or again an order, a certain arrangement of parts and sides. These are combinations that are indifferent to what they connect. Consequently, like an existence in general, the object has the determinateness of its totality outside it, in other objects, and these again outside them, and so forth to infinity. The imminent turning back of this progression in infinitum must indeed be likewise assumed, and it must be represented as a totality, as a world, but one which is nothing but a universality brought to closure through a singularity that remains indeterminate, a universe. Since the object is thus determinate yet indifferent to its determinateness, through itself it points for its determinateness outside and beyond itself, constantly to objects for which it is however likewise a matter of indifference that they do the determining. Consequently, nowhere is a principle of self-determination to be found. Determinism, which is the standpoint that cognition adopts when it assumes as truth the object as we first have it here, assigns for each determination of the object that of another object, but this other object is likewise indifferent both to its determinateness and its determining. For this reason determinism is itself so indeterminate as to be bound to an infinite progression. It can halt at will anywhere, and be satisfied there, because the object to which it has progressed, being a formal totality, is shut up within itself and indifferent to its being determined by another. For this reason to explain the determination of an object, and to this end to extend the representation of it beyond it, is only an empty word, for there is no self-determination in the other object to which the explanation has been extended. Now since the determinateness of an object lies in another, there is no determinate diversity separating the two. The determinateness is merely doubled, once in the one object and then again in the other. It is something utterly identical, and the explanation or comprehension is, therefore, a tautology. This tautology is an external back and forth movement, since the determinateness fails to obtain from objects that are indifferent to it any proper differentiation and is therefore only identical. There is only one determinateness at hand, and that it should be doubled only expresses precisely the externality and vacuity of a difference. But the objects are at the same time self-subsistent in regard to one another in that identity, therefore, they remain utterly external. Thus there arises the contradiction of a perfect indifference of objects to one another and of an identity of determinateness of such objects, or of the objects' perfect externality in the identity of their determinateness. This contradiction is consequently the negative unity of a plurality of objects reciprocally repelling each other in the unity. This is the mechanical process. B. The mechanical process. If objects are regarded only as self-enclosed totalities, they cannot act on one another. Regarded in this way, they are the same as the monads which, precisely for that reason, were thought of as having no influence on each other. But the concept of a monad is for just this reason a deficient reflection. For, in the first place, the monad is a determinate representation of its only implicit totality as a certain degree of development and positiveness of its representation of the world. It is determinate, but since it is a self-enclosed totality, it is also indifferent to this determinateness and is, therefore, not its own determinateness but a determinateness posited through another object. In second place, it is an immediate in general, for it is supposed to be just a mirroring. Its self-reference is therefore abstract universality and hence an existence open to others. It does not suffice, in order to gain the freedom of substance, to represent the latter as a totality that, complete in itself, would have nothing to receive from the outside. On the contrary, a self-reference that grasps nothing conceptually but is only a mirroring is precisely a passivity towards the other. Likewise the determinateness, whether we now take it as the determinateness of a being that exists or that mirrors, as a degree of the monad's own internally generated development, is something external. The degree that the development achieves has its limit in another. To project the reciprocal influence of substances into a predetermined harmony means nothing more than to make it a presupposition, in effect to remove it from the scope of the concept. The need to avoid the interaction of substances was founded on the moment of absolute self-subsistence and originariness, which was made a fundamental assumption. But since the positedness, the degree of development, does not correspond to this assumed in itselfness, it has for this reason its ground in another. In connection with the relation of substantiality, we showed that it passes over into the relation of causality. But now the existent no longer has the determination of a substance but that of an object. The causal relation has come to an end, and the concept the originariness of one substance vis-à-vis another has shown itself to be a reflective shine, the substance's action a transition into the opposite substance. This relation has therefore no objectivity. Hence, insofar as one object is posited in the form of subjective unity, as efficient cause, this no longer counts as an originary determination but as something mediated. The active object has this determination only by means of another object. Mechanism, since it belongs to the sphere of the concept, has that posited within it which proved to be the truth of the relation of causality, namely, that the cause which is supposed to be something existing in and for itself is in fact effect just as well, positedness. In mechanism, therefore, the originary causality of the object is immediately a non-originariness. The object is indifferent to this determination attributed to it that it is a cause is therefore something accidental to it. To this extent, it can be said that the causality of substances is only the product of representation. But precisely this causality as product of representation is what mechanism is, for mechanism is this, that causality, as identical determinateness of a diversity of substances, and hence as the foundering into this identity of their self-subsistence, is mere positedness. The objects are indifferent to this unity and maintain themselves in the face of it. But this also, their indifferent self-subsistence, is a mere positedness, and for this reason they are capable of mixing and aggregating, and as an aggregate of becoming one object. Through this indifference both to their transition and to their self-subsistence, the substances are objects. A. The formal mechanical process. The mechanical process is the positing of that which is contained in the concept of mechanism, hence the positing in the first place of a contradiction. It follows from the just indicated concept that the interaction of objects is the positing of their identical connection. This positing consists simply in giving to the determinateness which is generated the form of universality, and this is communication, which occurs without transition into the opposite. Spiritual communication, which however takes place in an element of universality in the form of universality, is an idealized connection for itself, one in which a determinateness continues undisturbed from one person to another, generalizing itself unaltered, like a scent freely spreading in the unresisting atmosphere. But also in the communication between material objects does their determinateness widen, so to speak, in an equally idealizing manner. Personality is an infinitely more intensive hardness than objects possess. The formal totality of an object in general, a totality indifferent to determinateness and hence not a self-determination, renders the object indistinct from another object and thus makes interaction at first an unimpeded continuing of the determinateness of the one into the other. Now in the region of the spirit there is an infinitely manifold content capable of communication, for, by being taken up into intelligence the content receives this form of universality in which it becomes communicable. But that which is a universal not only by virtue of form, but in and for itself, is the objective as such, both in the region of the spirit and of the body, and as against it the singularity of external objects, as of persons also, is an unessential factor unable to offer any resistance to it. Laws, morals, rational conceptions in general, are in the region of the spirit communicable entities of this kind. They pervade individuals unconsciously imposing themselves on them. In the region of the body, such entities are motion, heat, magnetism, electricity, and the like, all of which, even when one wants to imagine them as stuffs or materials, must be termed as imponderable agents, for they lack that aspect of materiality that grounds its singularization. Now although in the interaction of objects their identical universality is posited first, it is equally necessary to posit the other moment of the concept, that of particularity. The objects thus also demonstrate their self-subsistence. They hold themselves outside each other, and in that universality they produce singularity. This production is reaction in general. To begin with, this reaction is not to be conceived of as a mere sublation of action and of the communicated determinateness. What is communicated is as universal positively present in the particular objects and particularizes itself only in their diversity. To this extent, therefore, what is communicated remains what it is, only distributed among the objects or determined by their particularity. The cause gets lost in its other, in the effect the activity of the causal substance in its action, but the active object only becomes a universal. Its action is from the start not a loss of its determinateness but a particularization by virtue of which the object, which was at first that whole determinateness present in it as single, now becomes a species of it, and the determinateness is thereby posited for the first time as a universal. The raising and communication of the singular determinateness into universality and the particularization of it in distribution, the reduction of what was only a one to a species, are one and the same. Now reaction is equal to action. First, this is manifested by the other object taking over the entire universal, and so it is now active against the first. Thus its reaction is the same as the action, a reciprocal repulsion of the impulse. Second, what is communicated is the objective, it therefore remains the substantial determination of the object on the presupposition of their diversity. The universal thus at the same time specifies itself in them, and consequently each object does not simply give back the whole action but possesses its specific share. But, third, reaction is a wholly negative action insofar as each object, because of the elasticity of its self-subsistence, repels within it the positedness of another and retains its self-reference. The specific particularity of the determinateness communicated in the objects, what was before called species, returns to singularity, and the object asserts its externality as against the communicated universality. The action thereby passes over into rest. It proves to be only a superficial, transient alteration within the self-enclosed indifferent totality of the object. This return constitutes the product of the mechanical process. Immediately, the object is presupposed as a singular, then as a particular, as against another particular, but finally as indifferent towards its particularity, as universal. The product is the totality of the concept previously presupposed but now posited. It is the conclusion in which the communicated universal is united with singularity through the particularity of the object. In rest, however, the mediation is posited at the same time as sublated, or again, what is posited is that the product is indifferent to this determining of it and that the received determinateness is external in it. Accordingly the product is the same as the object that first enters the process. But at the same time that object is first determined through this movement, the mechanical object is, as such, an object only as product, for what it is only by virtue of the mediation of another in it. It is as product that it thus is what it was supposed to be in and for itself, a composite, a mixture, a certain arrangement of parts, in general such that its determinateness is not self-determination but something posited. Yet the result of the mechanical process is not already there ahead of that process itself. Its end is not in its beginning, as in the case of purpose. The product is in the object a determinateness which is externally posited in it. Hence this product is indeed according to its concept the same as what the object already is at the beginning. But at the beginning the external determinateness is not yet there as posited. The result is therefore something quite other than the first existence of the object, and is something utterly accidental for it. B. The real mechanical process. The mechanical process passes over into rest. That is to say, the determinateness that the object obtains through that process is only an external one. Just as external to it is this rest, for although the latter is a determinateness opposed to the activity of the object, the two are each indifferent to the object. Rest can also be viewed, therefore, as brought about by an external cause, just as much as it was indifferent to the object to be active. Now further, since the determinateness is a posited one, and the concept of the object has gone back to itself through the process of mediation, the object contains the determinateness as one that is reflected into itself. Hence in the mechanical process the objects and the process itself now have a more closely determined relation. They are not merely diverse, but are determinedly differentiated as against one another. Consequently the result of the formal process, on the one hand a determinationless rest, is, on the other hand, through the immanently reflected determinateness, the distribution among several objects mechanically relating to one another of the opposition which is in the object as such. The object that on the one hand lacks all determination, showing no elasticity and no self-subsistence in its relations, has, on the other hand, a self-subsistence impenetrable to other objects. Objects now have also as against one another this more determined opposition of the self-subsistent singularity and the non-self-subsistent universality. The precise difference between any two may be had merely quantitatively as a difference in a body of diverse magnitudes of mass, or of intensity, or in various other ways. But in general the difference cannot be fixed at just this abstract level also as objects, both are positively self-subsistent. Now the first moment of this real process is, as before, communication. The weaker can be seized and invaded by the stronger only insofar as it accepts the stronger and constitutes one sphere with it. Just as in the material realm the weaker is secured against the disproportionately strong, as a sheet hanging freely in the air is not penetrated by a musket ball, a weak organic receptivity is not as vulnerable to strong stimuli as it is to weak, so is the wholly feeble spirit safer facing the strong than one who stands closer to the strong. Imagine, if you will, Someone dull-witted and ignoble lofty intelligence will make no impression on such a one, nor will nobility. The one single effective defense against reason is not to get involved with it at all. To the extent that an object that has no standing of its own is unable to make contact with one which is self-subsistent, and no communication can take place between them, the latter is also unable to offer resistance, that is, cannot specify the communicated universal for itself. If they were not in the same sphere, their mutual connection would be an infinite judgment and no process would be possible between them. Resistance is the precise moment of the overpowering of the one object by the other, for it is the initial moment in the distribution of the communicated universal and in the positing of the self-referring negativity, of the singularity to be established. Resistance is overpowered when its determinateness is not commensurate to the communicated universal which the object has accepted and which is supposed to be singularized in the latter. The object's relative lack of self-subsistence is manifested in the fact that its singularity lacks the capacity for what is communicated to it and is therefore shattered by it, for it is unable to constitute itself as subject in this universal, cannot make the latter its predicate. Violence against an object is for the latter something alien only according to this second aspect. Power becomes violence when power, an objective universality, is identical with the nature of the object, yet its determinateness or negativity is not the object's own immanent negative reflection according to which the object is a singular. Insofar as the negativity of the object is not reflected back into itself in the power, and the latter is not the object's own self-reference, the negativity, as against the power, is only abstract negativity whose manifestation is extinction. Power, as objective universality and as violence against the object is what is called fate, a concept that falls within mechanism insofar as fate is called blind, that is, its objective universality is not recognized by the subject in its own specific sphere. To add a few more remarks on the subject, the fate of a living thing is in general the genus, for the genus manifests itself through the fleetingness of the living individuals that do not possess it as genus in their actual singularity. Merely animate natures, as mere objects, like other things at lower levels on the scale of being, do not have fate. What befalls them is a contingency however, in their concept as objects they are self-external hence the alien power of fate is simply and solely their own immediate nature, externality and contingency itself. Only self-consciousness has fate in a strict sense, because it is free, and therefore in the singularity of its I it absolutely exists in and for itself and can oppose itself to its subjective universality and alienate itself from it. By this separation, however, it excites against itself the mechanical relation of a fate. Hence, for the latter to have violent power over it, it must have given itself some determinateness or other over against the essential universality it must have committed a deed. Self-consciousness has thereby made itself into a particular, and this existence, like abstract universality, is at the same time the side open to the communication of its alienated essence. It is from this side that it is drawn into the process. A people without deeds is without blame. It is wrapped up in objective, ethical universality, is dissolved into it, is without the individuality that moves the unmoved, that gives itself a determinateness on the outside and an abstract universality separated from the objective universality. Yet in this individuality the subject is also divested of its essence, becomes an object and enters into the relation of externality towards its nature, into that of mechanism. C. The product of the mechanical process. The product of formal mechanism is the object in general, an indifferent totality in which determinateness is as posited. The object has hereby entered the process as a determinate thing, and, in the extinction of this process, the result is, on the one hand, rest, the original formalism of the object, the negativity of its determinateness for itself. But, on the other hand, it is the sublation of the determinateness, the positive reflection of it into itself, the determinateness that has withdrawn into itself, or the posited totality of the concept, the true singularity of the object. The object, determined at first in its indeterminate universality, then as particular, is now determined as an objective singular, so that in it that reflective semblance of singularity, which is only a self-subsistence opposing itself to the substantial universality, is sublated. This resulting immanent reflection, the objective oneness of the objects, is now a oneness which is an individual self-subsistence, the center. Secondly, the reflection of negativity is the universality which is not a fate standing over against determinateness, but a rational fate, immanently determined, a universality that particularizes itself from within, the difference that remains at rest and fixed in the unstable particularity of the objects and their process. It is the law. This result is the truth, and consequently also the foundation, of the mechanical process. See absolute mechanism. A. The center. The empty manifoldness of the object is now gathered first into objective singularity, into the simple self-determining middle point. Secondly, insofar as the object retains as an immediate totality its indifference to determinateness, the latter too is present in it as unessential or as an outside one another of many objects. As against this immediate totality, the prior or the essential determinateness constitutes the real middle term between the many interacting objects it unites them in and for themselves and is their objective universality. Universality exhibited itself first in the relation of communication, as present only through positing as objective universality, however, it is the pervading immanent essence of the objects. In the material world it is the central body which is the genus or rather the individualized universality of the single objects and their mechanical process. The unessential single bodies relate to one another by impact and pressure. This kind of relation does not hold between the central body and the objects of which it is the essence, for their externality no longer constitutes their fundamental determination. Hence their identity with the central body is rather rest, namely the being at their center. This unity is their concept existing in and for itself. It nevertheless remains only a not, since the object's externality, still posited at the same time, does not conform to that unity. The striving which the objects consequently have towards the center is their absolute universality, one which is not posited through communication. It constitutes the true rest, itself concrete and not posited from the outside, into which the process of instability must find its way back. It is for this reason an empty abstraction to assume in mechanics that a body set in motion would go on moving in a straight line to infinity if it did not lose movement because of external resistance. Friction, or whatever other form resistance takes, is only a phenomenon of centrality. It is the latter that in principle brings the body back to itself, since that against which the body rubs and incurs friction has its power of resistance only because it is united with the center. In things spiritual the center, and the union with it, assume higher forms, but the unity of the concept and the reality of that unity, which is here in the first instance mechanical centrality, must thereto constitute the fundamental determination. The central body has therefore ceased to be a mere object, for in the latter the determinateness is something unessential, whereas now the central body no longer has only being in itself, in itselfness, but also has the being for itself of the objective totality. For this reason it can be regarded as an individual. Its determinateness is essentially different from a mere order or arrangement and external combination of diverse parts. As a determinateness that exists in and for itself, it is an immanent form, a self-determining principle to which the objects adhere and in virtue of which they are bound together in a true one. But this central individual is at first only a middle term that as yet has no true extremes. As the negative unity of the total concept, it dirempts itself rather into such extremes. Or again, the previously non-self-subsistent, self-external objects become likewise determined as individuals by the retreat of the concept. The self-identity of the central body, still a striving, is burdened by an externality to which, in being taken up into the body's objective singularity, the latter is communicated. The objects, through this centrality of their own, are positioned outside the original center and are themselves centers for the non-self-subsistent objects. These second centers and the non-self-subsistent objects are brought into unity by the absolute middle term. But the relative individual centers themselves also constitute the middle term of a second syllogism. This middle term is on the one hand subsumed under a higher extreme, the objective universality and power of the absolute center. On the other hand, it subsumes under it the non-self-subsistent objects whose superficiality and formal singularization it supports. These non-self-subsistent objects are in turn the middle term of a third syllogism, the formal syllogism, for since the central individuality obtains through them the externality by virtue of which, in referring to itself, is also strives towards an absolute middle point, those non-self-subsistent objects are the link between absolute and relative central individuality. The formal objects have for their essence the identical gravity of their immediate central body in which they inhere as in their subject in the extreme of singularity through the externality which they constitute. This immediate central body is subsumed under the absolute central body. They therefore are the formal middle term of particularity. But the absolute individual is the objectively universal middle term that brings into unity and holds firm the inwardness of the relative individual and its externality. Similarly, the government, the individual citizens, and the needs or the external life of these, are also three terms, of which each is the middle term of the other two. The government is the absolute center in which the extreme of the singulars is united with their external existence. The singulars are likewise the middle term that incites that universal individual into external concrete existence and transposes their ethical essence into the extreme of actuality. The third syllogism is the formal syllogism, the syllogism of reflective shine, in which the singular citizens are tied by their needs and external existence to this universal absolute individuality. This is a syllogism that, as merely subjective, passes over into the others and has its truth in them. This totality, whose moments are themselves the completed relations of the concept, the syllogisms in which each of the three different objects runs through the determination of the middle term and the extreme, constitutes free mechanism. In it the different objects have objective universality for their fundamental determination, the pervasive gravity that persists self-identical in the particularization. The connections of pressure, impact, attraction, and the like, as also of aggregations or mixtures, belong to the relation of externality which is at the basis of the third of the three syllogisms. Order, which is the merely external determinateness of the objects, has passed over into immanent and objective determination. This is the law. b. The law. In law, the more specific difference of the idealized reality of objectivity versus the external reality comes into view. The object, as the immediate totality of the concept, does not yet possess an externality differentiated from the concept, and the latter is not posited for itself. Now that through the mediation of the process the object has withdrawn into itself, there has arisen the opposition of simple centrality as against an externality now determined as externality, that is, one posited as not existing in and for itself. That moment of identity or idealization of individuality is, on account of the reference to externality, announced as the unity of the concept, determined in and for itself and self-determining, to which that external reality does not correspond, and therefore does not go past the mere striving towards it. But individuality is, in and for itself, the concrete principle of negative unity, and as such as itself totality it is a unity that dirempts itself into the specific differences of the concept while abiding within its self-equal universality. It is thus the central point expanded inside its pure ideality by difference. This reality that corresponds to the concept is the idealized reality, distinct from the reality that is only a striving at as difference, earlier a plurality of objects but now in its essential nature, and taken up into pure universality. This real ideality is the soul of the hitherto developed objective totality, the identity of the system which is now determined in and for itself. The objective being in and for itself thus manifests itself more precisely in its totality as the negative unity of the center, a unity that divides into subjective individuality and external objectivity, maintains the former and the latter and determines it in an idealized difference. This self-determining unity that absolutely reduces external objectivity to ideality is a principle of self-movement. The determinateness of this animating principle, which is the difference of the concept itself, is the law. Dead mechanism was the mechanical process of objects above considered that immediately appeared as self-subsisting, but precisely for that reason are in truth non-self-subsistent and have their center outside them. This process that passes over into rest exhibits either contingency and indeterminate difference or formal uniformity. This uniformity is indeed a rule, but not law. Only free mechanism has a law, the determination proper to pure individuality or to the concept existing for itself. As difference, the law is in itself the inexhaustible source of a self-igniting fire and, since in the ideality of its difference it refers only to itself, it is free necessity. c. Transition of mechanism. This soul is however still immersed in its body. The now determined but inner concept of objective totality is free necessity in the sense that the law has not yet stepped in opposite its object. It is concrete centrality as a universality immediately diffused in its objectivity. Such an ideality does not have, therefore, the objects themselves for its determinate difference. These are self-subsistent individuals of the totality, or also, if we look back at the formal stage, non-individual, external objects. The law is indeed immanent in them and it does constitute their nature and power, but its difference is shut up in its ideality and the objects are not themselves differentiated in the idealized non-indifference of the law. But the object possesses its essential self-subsistence solely in the idealized centrality and its laws. It has no power, therefore, to put up resistance to the judgment of the concept and to maintain itself in abstract, indeterminate self-subsistence and remoteness. Because of the idealized difference which is immanent in it, its existence is a determinateness posited by the concept. Its lack of self-subsistence is thus no longer just a striving towards a middle point, with respect to which, precisely because its connection with it is only that of a striving, it still has the appearance of a self-subsistent external object. It is rather a striving towards the object determinedly opposed to it, and likewise the center has itself for that reason fallen apart and its negativity has passed over into objectified opposition. Centrality, therefore, is now the reciprocally negative and tense connection of these objectivities. Thus free mechanism determines itself to chemism. Chapter Chemism. In objectivity as a whole, chemism constitutes the moment of judgment, of the difference that has become objective, and of process. Since it already begins with determinateness and positiveness, and the chemical object is at the same time objective totality, The course it follows next is simple and perfectly determined by its presupposition. A. The chemical object. The chemical object is distinguished from the mechanical in that the latter is a totality indifferent to determinateness, whereas in the chemical object the determinateness, and hence the reference to other, and the mode and manner of this reference, belong to its nature. This determinateness is at the same time essentially a particularization, that is, it is taken up into universality, thus it is a principle, a determinateness which is universal, not only the determinateness of the one singular object but also of the other. In the chemical object there is now, therefore, a distinction in its concept, between the inner totality of the two determinacies and the determinateness that constitutes the nature of the singular object in its externality and concrete existence. Since in this way the object is implicitly the whole concept, it has within it the necessity and the impulse to sublate its opposed, one-sided subsistence, and to bring itself in existence to the real whole which it is according to its concept. Regarding the expression chemism for the said relation of the non-indifference of objectivity, it may be further remarked that the expression is not to be understood here as though the relation were only to be found in that form of elemental nature that strictly goes by that name. Already the meteorological relation must be regarded as a process whose parts have more the nature of physical than chemical elements. In animate things, the sex relation falls under this schema, and the schema also constitutes the formal basis for the spiritual relations of love, friendship, and the like. On closer examination, the chemical object is at first a self-subsistent totality in general, one reflected into itself and therefore distinct from its reflectedness outwards, an indifferent basis, the individual not yet determined as non-indifferent. The person, too, is in the first instance a basis of this kind, one that refers only to itself. But the immanent determinateness that constitutes the object's non-indifference is, first, reflected into itself in such a manner that this retraction of the reference outwards is only a formal abstract universality. The outwards reference is thus a determination of the object's immediacy and concrete existence. From this side the object does not return, within it, to individual totality. The negative unity has its two moments of opposition in two particular objects. Accordingly, a chemical object is not comprehensible from itself, and the being of one object is the being of another. But, second, the determinateness is absolutely reflected into itself and is the concrete moment of the individual concept of the whole, which is the universal essence, the real genus of the particular objects. The chemical object, which is thus the contradiction of its immediate positiveness and its immanent individual concept, is a striving to sublate the immediate determinateness of its existence and to give concrete existence to the objective totality of the concept. Hence it does still remain a non-self-subsistent object, but in such a way that it is by nature in tension with this lack of self-subsistence and initiates the process as a self-determining. B. The process. It begins with the presupposition that the objects in tension, as much as they are tensed against themselves, just as much are they by that very fact at first tensed against each other, a relation which is called their affinity. Each stands through its concept in contradiction to its concrete existence's own one-sidedness, and each consequently strives to sublate it, and in this there is immediately posited the striving to sublate the one-sidedness of the other, and, through this reciprocal balancing and combining, to posit a reality conformable to the concept that contains both moments. Since each is posited within it as self-contradictory and self-sublating, they are held apart from each other and from their reciprocal complementation only by external violent force. The middle term whereby these extremes are now concluded into a unity is, first, the implicitly existent nature of both, the whole concept containing both within. But, second, since in concrete existence the two stand over against each other, their absolute unity is also a still formal element that concretely exists distinct from them, the element of communication wherein they enter into external community with each other. Since the real difference belongs to the extremes, this middle term is only the abstract neutrality, the real possibility of those extremes, the theoretical element, as it were, of the concrete existence of the chemical objects, of their process and its result. In the realm of bodies, water fulfills the function of this medium and that of spirit, inasmuch as there is in it an analogue of such a relation. The sign in general, and language more specifically, can be regarded as fulfilling it. The relation of the objects, as mere communication in this element, is on the one hand a tranquil coming together, but on the other it is equally a negative relating, for in communication the concrete concept which is their nature is posited in reality, and the real differences of the object are thereby reduced to its unity. Their prior self-subsistent determinateness is thus sublated in the union that conforms to the concept, which is one and the same, and both their opposition and tension are thereby blunted, with the result that in this reciprocal complementation the striving attains its tranquil neutrality. The process is in this way dissolved since the contradiction between concept and reality has been resolved. The extremes of the syllogism have consequently lost their opposition and have ceased to be extremes as against each other in the middle term. The product is something neutral, that is, something in which the ingredients, which can no longer be called objects, are no longer intension and therefore no longer have the properties that accrue to them intension, though in the product the capacity for their prior self-subsistence intension is retained. For the negative unity of the neutral product proceeds from a presupposed non-indifference. The determinateness of the chemical object is identical with its objectivity and is original. Through the process just considered, this non-indifference is only immediately sublated. The determinateness, therefore, is not as yet absolutely reflected into itself, and consequently the product of the process is only a formal unity. In this product the tension of opposition, and the negative unity which is the activity of the process, are now indeed dissolved. But since this unity is essential to the concept and has also itself come into concrete existence, it is still present but has stepped outside the neutral object. The process does not spontaneously restart itself, for it had non-indifference only as its presupposition, it did not posit it. This self-subsistent negativity outside the object, the concrete existence of the abstract singularity whose being for itself has its reality in the non-indifferent object, is in itself now in tension with its abstraction, an inherently restless activity outwardly bent on consuming. It connects immediately with the object whose tranquil neutrality is the real possibility of an opposition to this neutrality. The same object is now the middle term of the prior formal neutrality, now concrete in itself and determined. The more precise immediate connection of the extreme of negative unity with the object is in that the latter is determined by it and is thereby disrupted. This disruption may at first be regarded as the restoration of the opposition of the object's intention with which chemism began. But this determination does not constitute the other extreme of the syllogism but belongs to the immediate connection of the differentiating principle with the middle in which this principle gives itself its immediate reality and is the determinateness which the middle term, besides at the same time being the universal nature of the subject matter, possesses in the disjunctive syllogism, whereby that object is both objective universality and determinate particularity. The other extreme of the syllogism stands opposed to the external self-subsistent extreme of singularity and is, therefore, the equally self-subsisting extreme of universality. Hence the disruption that the real neutrality of the middle term undergoes in it is that it breaks up into moments that are not non-indifferent but, on the contrary, neutral. Accordingly these moments are, on the one side, the abstract and indifferent base, and, on the other, this base's activating principle which, separated from it, equally attains the form of indifferent objectivity. This disjunctive syllogism is the totality of chemism in which the same objective whole is exhibited as self-standing negative unity then, in the middle term, as real unity and finally as the chemical reality resolved into its abstract moments. In these moments the determinateness has not reached its immanent reflection in another as in the neutral product, but has in itself returned into its abstraction, an originally determined element. These elemental objects are therefore liberated from chemical tension in them. The original basis of that presupposition with which chemism began has been posited through the real process. Now further, their interdeterminateness is as such essentially the contradiction of their simple indifferent subsistence in themselves as determinateness, and is the outward impulse that disrupts itself and posits tension in its determined object and in another, in order that the object may have something to which it can relate as non-indifferent, with which it can neutralize itself and give to its simple determinateness an existent reality. Consequently, on the one hand chemism has gone back to its beginning in which objects in a state of reciprocal tension seek one another and then combine in a neutral product by means of a formal and external middle term and, on the other hand, by thus going back to its concept, chemism sublates itself and has gone over into a higher sphere. C. Transition of chemism. Even ordinary chemistry shows examples of chemical alterations in which a body, for example, imparts a higher oxidation to one part of its mass and thereby reduces another part to a lower degree of the same, at which degree alone it can enter into a neutral combination with another differing body brought into contact with it, a combination to which it would not have been receptive at that other first immediate degree. What happens here is that the object does not connect with another in accordance with an immediate, one-sided determinateness, but, in accordance with the inner totality of an original relation, posits the presupposition which it needs for a real connection and thereby gives itself a middle term by virtue of which it unites its concept with its reality in conclusion. It is a singularity determined in and for itself. The concrete concept is the principle of the disjunction into extremes whose reunion is the activity of that same negative principle that thereby returns to its first determination, but returns to it objectified. Chemism is itself the first negation of the indifferent objectivity and of the externality of determinateness. It is still burdened, therefore, by the immediate self-subsistence of the object and with externality. Consequently it is not yet for itself that totality of self-determination that proceeds from it and in which it is rather sublated. The three syllogisms that have resulted constitute its totality. The first has formal neutrality for its middle term and for extremes the object's intention. The second has for its middle term the product of the first, real neutrality, and for extremes the disrupting activity and its product, the indifferent element. But the third is the self-realizing concept that posits for itself the presupposition by virtue of which the process of its realization is condition, a syllogism that has the universal for its essence. Yet, on account of the immediacy and externality by which the chemical objectivity is still determined, these three syllogisms fall apart. The first process, whose product is the neutrality of the tensed objects, is extinguished in this product and is reactivated only by a differentiation that comes to it from outside, conditioned by an immediate presupposition. The process is exhausted in it. The excretion out of the neutral product of the non-indifferent extremes, as also their decomposition into their abstract elements, must likewise proceed from conditions and stimulations of activity brought in from the outside. But the two essential moments of the process, neutralization on the one hand and dissolution and reduction on the other, since they too are bound together in one and the same process, and the union blunting the tension of the extremes is also a separation into these, constitute on account of the still underlying externality two diverse sides. The extremes that are separated in that same process are other than the objects or matters uniting in it, and so far as the former proceed from it again as non-indifferent, they must turn outwards. Their renewed neutralization is a process other than the one that took place in the first. But these various processes, which have demonstrated themselves to be necessary, are equally so many stages by which externality and conditionality are sublated, and from which the concept emerges as determined in and for itself, a totality unconditioned by externality. In the first process, what is sublated is the externality of the mutually non-indifferent extremes that constitute the whole reality, or the distinction between the implicitly determinate concept and its existing determinateness. Sublated in the second process is the externality of the real unity, union as merely neutral. Or more precisely, the formal activity sublates itself in bases that are equally formal, neutral determinacies whose inner concept is now the absolute activity that has withdrawn into itself and now realizes itself internally, that is, posits the determinate difference within itself, and through this mediation constitutes itself as real unity. This is a mediation which is thus the concept's own mediation, its self-determination, and, considering that in it the concept reflects itself back into itself, an immanent presupposing. The third syllogism, which on the one hand is the restoration of the preceding processes, sublates on the other hand the last remaining moment of indifferent bases. It sublates the whole abstract external immediacy that becomes in this way the concept's own moment of self-mediation. The concept that has thus sublated as external all the moments of its subjective existence, and has posited them in its simple unity, is thereby completely liberated from the objective externality to which it refers only as an unessential reality. This objective free concept is purpose. Chapter Teleology. Where there is the perception of a purposiveness, an intelligence is assumed as its author required for purpose is thus the concept's own free concrete existence. Teleology is above all contrasted with mechanism, in which the determinateness posited in the object, being external, is one that gives no sign of self-determination. The opposition between cause efficients and cause finales, between merely efficient and final causes, refers to this distinction, just as, at a more concrete level, the inquiry whether the absolute essence of the world is to be conceived as blind mechanism or as an intelligence that determines itself in accordance with purposes also comes down to it. The antinomy of fatalism, along with determinism, and freedom is equally concerned with the opposition of mechanism and teleology, for the free is the concept in its concrete existence. Earlier metaphysics has dealt with these concepts as it dealt with others. It presupposed a certain picture of the world and strived to show that one or the other concept of causality was adequate to it, and the opposite defective because not explainable from the presupposed picture, all the while not examining the concept of mechanical cause and that of purpose to see which possesses truth in and for itself. If this is established independently, it may turn out that the objective world exhibits mechanical and final causes. Its actual existence is not the norm of what is true, but what is true is rather the criterion for deciding which of these concrete existences is its true one. Just as the subjective understanding exhibits also errors in it, so the objective world exhibits also aspects and stages of truth that by themselves are still one-sided, incomplete, and only relations of appearances. If mechanism and purposiveness stand opposed to each other, then by merely neutral, or more precisely, The formal activity sublates itself in bases that are equally formal, neutral determinacies whose inner concept is now the absolute activity that has withdrawn into itself and now realizes itself internally, that is, posits the determinate difference within itself and through this mediation constitutes itself as real unity. This is a mediation which is thus the concept's own mediation, its self-determination and, considering that in it the concept reflects itself back into itself, an immanent presupposing. The third syllogism, which on the one hand is the restoration of the preceding processes, sublates on the other hand the last remaining moment of indifferent bases. It sublates the whole abstract external immediacy that becomes in this way the concept's own moment of self-mediation. The concept that has thus sublated as external all the moments of its subjective existence, and has posited them in its simple unity, is thereby completely liberated from the objective externality to which it refers only as an unessential reality. This objective free concept is purpose. Chapter Teleology. Where there is the perception of a purposiveness, an intelligence is assumed as its author required for purpose is thus the concept's own free concrete existence. Teleology is above all contrasted with mechanism, in which the determinateness posited in the object, being external, is one that gives no sign of self-determination. The opposition between cause efficients and cause finales, between merely efficient and final causes, refers to this distinction, just as, at a more concrete level, the inquiry whether the absolute essence of the world is to be conceived as blind mechanism or as an intelligence that determines itself in accordance with purposes also comes down to it. The antinomy of fatalism, along with determinism, and freedom is equally concerned with the opposition of mechanism and teleology, for the free is the concept in its concrete existence. Earlier metaphysics has dealt with these concepts as it dealt with others. It presupposed a certain picture of the world and strived to show that one or the other concept of causality was adequate to it, and the opposite defective because not explainable from the presupposed picture, all the while not examining the concept of mechanical cause and that of purpose to see which possesses truth in and for itself. If this is established independently, it may turn out that the objective world exhibits mechanical and final causes. Its actual existence is not the norm of what is true, but what is true is rather the criterion for deciding which of these concrete existences is its true one. Just as the subjective understanding exhibits also errors in it, so the objective world exhibits also aspects and stages of truth that by themselves are still one-sided, incomplete, and only relations of appearances. If mechanism and purposiveness stand opposed to each other, then by reflection that are supposed to signify originariness, and partly, through the medium of abstract universality, also into a sum total of forces, a whole of reciprocal causes. Mechanism thus reveals itself to be a striving for totality by the very fact that it seeks to comprehend nature by itself as a whole that has no need of another for its concept, a totality that is not found in purpose and the extra-mundane intelligence associated with it. Now purposiveness presents itself from the first as something of a generally higher nature, as an intelligence that externally determines the manifoldness of objects through a unity that exists in and for itself, so that the indifferent determinacies of the objects become essential by virtue of this connection. In mechanism they become so through the mere form of necessity that leaves their content indifferent, for they are supposed to remain external and only the understanding as such is expected to find satisfaction by recognizing its principle of union, the abstract identity. In teleology, on the contrary, the content becomes important, for teleology presupposes a concept, something determined in and for itself and consequently self-determining, and has therefore extracted from the connection of differences and their reciprocal determinateness, from the form, a unity that is reflected into itself, something that is determined in and for itself and is consequently a content. But if this content is otherwise finite and insignificant, then it contradicts what it is supposed to be, for according to its form purpose is a totality infinite within itself, especially when the activity operating in accordance with it is assumed to be an absolute will and intelligence. For this reason has teleology drawn the reproach of triviality so much upon itself, for the purposes that it has espoused are, as the case may be, more important or more trivial, than the content, and it was inevitable that the connection of purposiveness in objects would so often appear just a frivolity, since it appears external and therefore contingent. Mechanism, on the contrary, leaves to the determinacies of the objects, as regards their content, their status as accidents indifferent to the object, and these determinacies are not supposed to have, whether for the objects or the subjective understanding, any value higher than that. This principle, combined with external necessity, yields therefore a consciousness of infinite freedom that contrasts with teleology, which sets up as something absolute bits of its content that are trivial and even contemptible, where the more universal thought can only find itself infinitely constricted, even to the point of feeling disgust. The formal disadvantage from which this teleology immediately suffers is that it only goes as far as external purposiveness. The content of concept, since the latter is thereby posited as something formal, is for teleology also externally given to it in the manifoldness of the objective world, in those very determinacies that are also the content of mechanism, but are there as something external and accidental. Because of this commonality of content, only the form of purposiveness constitutes by itself the essential element of the teleological. In this respect, without as yet considering the distinction between external and internal purposiveness, the connection of purpose in general has proven itself to be the truth of mechanism. Teleology possesses in general the higher principle, the concept in its concrete existence, which is in and for itself the infinite and absolute, a principle of freedom which, utterly certain of its self-determination, is absolutely withdrawn from the external determining of mechanism. One of Kant's greatest services to philosophy was in drawing the distinction between relative or external purposiveness and internal purposiveness. In the latter he opened up the concept of life, the idea, and with it he positively raised philosophy above the determinations of reflection and the relative world of metaphysics, something that the Critique of Reason does only imperfectly, ambiguously, and only negatively. We have remarked that the opposition of teleology and mechanism is first of all the general opposition of freedom and necessity. Kant treated the opposition in this form, among the antinomies of reason, namely, as the third conflict of the transcendental ideas. I cite his exposition, to which reference was made earlier, very briefly because its essential point is so simple that it does not need extensive explanation, and moreover, the peculiarities of Kant's antinomies have been elucidated in greater detail elsewhere. The thesis of the antinomy now in question runs thus: causality according to the laws of nature is not the only one from which the appearance of the world can exhaustively be derived. For their explanation, it is necessary to assume yet another causality through freedom. The antithesis: there is no freedom, but everything in the world happens solely according to laws of nature. As in the other antinomies, the proof starts off apagogically by assuming the opposite of each thesis. Secondly, in order to show the contradiction of this assumption, its opposite, which is then the proposition to be proved, is assumed in turn and presupposed as valid. This whole roundabout proof could therefore be spared, for the proof consists in nothing but the esoteric assertion of the two opposite propositions. Thus to prove the thesis we should first assume that there is no other causality than that according to the laws of nature, that is, according to the necessity of mechanism in general, chemism being included. This proposition contradicts itself, because the law of nature consists just in this, that nothing happens without a cause sufficiently determined a priori, a cause that would have to contain an absolute spontaneity within it. That is, the assumption opposed to the thesis is contradictory, for the reason that it contradicts the thesis. In support of the proof of the antithesis we should assume that there is a freedom as a particular kind of causality for absolutely initiating a situation, and together with it also a series of consequences following upon it. But now, since such a beginning presupposes a situation that has no causal link with the one preceding it, it contradicts the law of causality that alone makes the unity of experience and experience in general possible, that is, the assumption of the freedom that is opposed to the antithesis cannot be made, for the reason that it contradicts the antithesis. We find in essence the same antinomy in the critique of the teleological judgment as the opposition between the proposition that every generation of material things happens according to merely mechanical laws, and the proposition that some cases of generation of material things are not possible according to such laws. Kant's resolution of this antinomy is the same as the general resolution of the rest, namely that reason cannot prove either the one or the other proposition because we cannot have a priori any determining principle of the possibility of things according to merely empirical laws of nature. Further, that therefore the two propositions must be regarded not as objective propositions but as subjective maxims that I ought to reflect on the events of nature every time according to the principle of the mechanism of nature alone, but that this does not prevent, when occasion permits, following up certain natural forms in accordance with another maxim, namely in accordance with the principle of final causes, as if now these two maxims, which moreover are supposed to be necessary only for human reason, did not stand in the same opposition as the two propositions in antinomy. Missing in all this, as we remarked above, is the one thing that alone is of philosophical interest, namely the investigation of which of the two principles has truth in and for itself. On this standpoint, it makes no difference whether the principles should be regarded as objective, which means here, as externally existing determinations of nature, or as mere maxims of a subjective cognition. What is subjective here is rather the contingent cognition that applies one or the other maxim as occasion demands, indeed, according to whether it deems them fitting for given objects, but for the rest does not ask about the truth of these determinations themselves. whether they both are determinations of the objects or of cognition. However unsatisfactory is for this reason Kant's discussion of the teleological principle with respect to its essential viewpoint, still worthy of note is the place that Kant assigns to it. Since he ascribes it to a reflective faculty of judgment, he makes it into a mediating link between the universal of reason and the singular of intuition. Further, he distinguishes this reflective judgment from the determining judgment, the latter one that merely subsumes the particular under the universal. Such a universal that only subsumes is an abstraction that becomes concrete only in another, in the particular. Purpose, on the contrary, is the concrete universal containing within itself the moment of particularity and of externality and is therefore active in the impulse to repel itself from itself. The concept, as purpose, is of course an objective judgment in which one determination, the subject, namely the concrete concept, is self-determined, while the other is not only a predicate but external objectivity. But for that reason the connection of purpose is not a reflective judgment that considers external objects only according to a unity, as though an intelligence had given them to us for the convenience of our faculty of cognition. On the contrary, it is the truth that exists in and for itself and judges objectively, determining the external objectivity absolutely. The connection of purpose is therefore more than judgment, it is the syllogism of the self-subsistent free concept that through objectivity unites itself with itself in conclusion. Purpose has resulted as the third to mechanism and chemism. It is their truth. Inasmuch as it still stands inside the sphere of objectivity or of the immediacy of the total concept, it is still affected by externality as such and has an objective world over against it to which it refers. From this side, mechanical causality, to which chemism is also in general to be added, still makes its appearance in this purposive connection which is the external one, but as subordinated to it and as sublated in and for itself. As regards the more precise relation, the mechanical object is, as immediate totality, indifferent to its being determined and consequently, conversely, to its being a determinant. This external determinateness has now progressed to self-determination and accordingly the concept that in the object was only inner or, which amounts to the same, only outer, is now posited. Purpose is, in the first instance, precisely this concept which is external to the mechanical object. And so for chemism also, purpose is the self-determining which brings the external determinateness conditioning it back to the unity of the concept. We have here the nature of the subordination of the two preceding forms of the objective process. The other, which in those forms lies in the infinite progress, is the concept posited at first as external to them, and this is purpose not only as the concept their substance but externality is for them also an essential moment, constituting their determinateness. Thus mechanical or chemical technique, because of its character of being externally determined, naturally offers itself to the connection of purpose, which we must now examine more closely. A. The subjective purpose. In the centrality of the objective sphere, which is an indifference to determinateness, the subjective concept has first rediscovered and posited the negative point of unity, and in chemism it has first rediscovered and posited the objectivity of the determinations of the concept by which it is first posited as concrete objective concept. Its determinateness or its simple difference now has the determinateness of externality within it, and its simple unity is therefore the unity that repels itself from itself and in this repelling maintains itself. Purpose, therefore, is the subjective concept as an essential striving and impulse to posit itself externally. In this, it is exempt from transition. It is neither a force expressing itself, nor a substance or a cause manifesting itself in its accidents or effects. To the extent that force has not expressed itself, it is only an abstract inner or again, it first has existence in an externalization to which it has to be solicited. The same applies to cause and to substance. Since they have actuality only in the accidents and in the effects, their activity is a transition against which they do not maintain themselves in freedom. Purpose can of course also be defined as a force or a cause, but these expressions cover only an incomplete side of its signification if they are to be said of purpose according to its truth. This can be done only in a way that sublates their concept, as a cause that solicits itself to expression, or a cause that is a cause of itself or whose effect is immediately the cause. When purposiveness is attributed to an intelligence, as was said above, this is done with specific reference to a certain content. But, as such, purpose is to be taken as the rational in its concrete existence. It manifests rationality by being the concrete concept that holds the objective difference in its absolute unity. Within, therefore, it is essentially syllogism. It is the self-equal universal more precisely, inasmuch as it contains self-repelling negativity, it is universal though at first still indeterminate activity. But since this activity is negative self-reference, it determines itself immediately and gives itself the moment of particularity, and this particularity, as likewise the totality of the form reflected into itself, is content as against the posited differences of the form. The same negativity, through its self-reference, is just as immediately the reflection of the form into itself and singularity. From the one side, this reflection is the inner universality of the subject; from the other side, however, it is outwards reflection, and to this extent purpose is still something subjective, its activity still directed to an external objectivity. For purpose is the concept that has come to itself in objectivity, the determinateness that it has given itself there is that of objective indifference, and externality of determinateness its self-repelling negativity is therefore one whose moments, being only determinations of the concept itself, also have the form of objective indifference to one another. Already in the formal judgment are subject and predicate determined as self-subsistent over against each other, but their self-subsistence is still only abstract universality. It has now attained the determination of objectivity, but, as a moment of the concept, this complete difference is enclosed within the simple unity of the concept. Now insofar as purpose is this total reflection of objectivity into itself and is such immediately, in the first place, the self-determination or the particularity as simple reflection into itself is distinguished from the concrete form, and is a determinate content. Accordingly, purpose is finite, even though according to form it is equally infinite subjectivity. Secondly, since its determinateness has the form of objective indifference, it has the shape of a presupposition, and from this side its finitude consists in its having before it an objective, mechanical and chemical world to which its activity is directed as to something already there. Its self-determining activity is in its identity thus immediately external to itself, reflection into itself just as much as reflection outwards. To this extent purpose still has a truly extramundane concrete existence, to the extent, namely, that this objectivity stands opposed to it, just as the latter, as a mechanical and chemical whole still not determined and not pervaded by purpose, stands on its side opposed to it. Consequently, the movement of purpose can now be expressed as being directed at sublating its presupposition, that is, the immediacy of the object, and at positing it as determined by the concept. This negative relating to the object is equally a negative attitude towards itself, a sublating of the subjectivity of purpose. Positively, this is the realization of purpose, namely the unification of the objective being with it, so that this being, which is a moment of purpose is immediately the determinateness identical with it, shall be as external determinateness, and conversely the objective, as presupposition, shall be posited rather as determined by the concept. Purpose is in it the impulse to its realization. The determinateness of the moments of the concept is externality. The simplicity of these moments within the unity of the concept is however incommensurable with what this unity is, and the concept therefore repels itself from itself. This repulsion is in general the resolution of the self-reference of the negative unity by virtue of which the latter is exclusive singularity, but by this excluding the unity resolves itself, that is to say, it discloses itself, for it is self-determination, the positing of itself. On the one hand, in determining itself, subjectivity makes itself into particularity, gives itself a content which, enclosed within the unity of the concept, is still an inner content, but this positing, the simple reflection into itself, is, as we have seen, at the same time immediately a presupposing, and at the same moment in which the subject of purpose determines itself, it is referred to an indifferent, external objectivity which is to be made equal by it with the determinateness of that inner content, that is to say, posited as something determined by the concept, first of all as means. b. The means. The first immediate positing in purpose is equally the positing of something internally determined, that is, determined as posited, and, at the same time, the presupposing of an objective world, one indifferent to the determination of purpose. But the subjectivity of purpose is the absolutely negative unity its second determining is, therefore, the sublation of this presupposition. As such, this sublation is an immanent turning back, inasmuch as that moment of the first negation which is the positing of the negative over against the subject, the external object, is sublated by it. But as against the presupposition or the immediacy of the determining, as against the objective world, it is as yet only the first, itself immediate and hence external negation. This positing is therefore not yet the realized purpose itself, but only the beginning of this realization. The object so determined is now the means. Through a means the purpose unites with objectivity, and in objectivity unites with itself. This means is the middle term of the syllogism. Purpose is in need of a means for its realization, because it is finite, in need of a means, that is to say, of a middle term that has at the same time the shape of an external existence indifferent towards the purpose itself and its realization. The absolute concept has mediation within itself in such a manner that the first positing of it is not a presupposition in whose object the fundamental determination would be an indifferent externality. On the contrary, The world as creation has only the form of such an externality. It is its negativity and the positiveness that rather constitute its fundamental determination. Accordingly, the finitude purpose consists in this, that its determining is as such external to itself. Accordingly, its first determining, as we have seen, falls apart into a supposing and a presupposing. The negation of this determining is therefore only according to one side, already immanent reflection. According to the other side, it is rather only first negation. Or again, the immanent reflection is itself also self-external and a reflection outwards. The means is therefore the formal middle term of a formal syllogism. It is something external to the extreme of the subjective purpose, as also, therefore, to the extreme of the objective purpose, just as particularity in the formal syllogism is an indifferent medius terminus that can be replaced by others. Moreover, just as this particularity is a middle term by virtue of being determinateness with reference to one extreme but universality with reference to the other extreme, and therefore obtains its mediating determination by being related to another, so too the means is a mediating middle term only because it is, first, an immediate object, and, second, because it is a means by virtue of a reference connecting it with the extreme of purpose external to it, a reference which is for it a form to which it is indifferent. Concept and objectivity, therefore, are in the means only externally linked. Hence the means is only a merely mechanical object. The reference of the object to purpose is a premise or the immediate reference which, as we have seen, is with respect to purpose and immanent reflection. The means is an inhering predicate. Its objectivity is subsumed under the determination of purpose which, on account of its concreteness, is universality. Through this purposive determination present in it, the means is now also subsumptive with respect to the other extreme, the at the moment still indeterminate objectivity. Conversely, as contrasted with the subjective purpose, the means has as immediate objectivity a universality of existence which the subjective singularity of purpose still misses. Thus, since purpose is in the means as only an external determinateness at first, it is itself, as the negative unity, outside the means, for its part, is a mechanical object that possesses purpose only as a determinateness, not as the simple concretion of totality. But as the unifying means, the middle term must itself be the totality of the purpose. It has been shown that the determination of purpose is in the middle term at the same time immanent reflection as this reflection. It is a formal self-reference, since the determinateness is posited as real indifference, as the objectivity of the middle term. But precisely for this reason this subjectivity, which is in one respect pure subjectivity, is at the same time also activity. In the subjective purpose the negative self-reference is still identical with determinateness as such, with the content and the externality. However, in the initial objectification of purpose which is a becoming other of the simple concept, those moments come apart, each outside the other, or, conversely, the becoming other or the externality itself consists in this coming apart. This whole middle term is thus the totality of the syllogism in which the abstract activity and the external means constitute the extremes, while the determinateness of the object through the purpose, by virtue of which it is a means, constitutes the middle term. But further, universality is the connection of purposiveness and the means. This means is object, in itself the totality of the concept. It does not have with respect to purpose any of the power of resistance that it initially has against another immediate object. To the purpose, therefore, which is the posited concept, it is utterly penetrable, and it is receptive to this communication because it is in itself identical with it. But it is now also posited that it is penetrable by the concept, for in centrality it is an object striving towards negative unity in chemism, too, whether as neutral or non-indifferent. It is no longer self-subsistent. Its non-self-subsistence consists precisely in its being the totality of the concept only implicitly, but the concept is being for itself. Consequently, with respect to purpose the object has the character of being powerless and of serving it. Purpose is the subjectivity or soul of the object that has in the latter its external side. The object, immediately subjected to purpose in this way, is not an extreme of the syllogism. On the contrary, this connection between the two constitutes a premise of it. But the means has also one side from which it still has self-subsistence as against the purpose. The objectivity which in the means is bound with the purpose is still external to it, because it is only immediately so connected, and therefore the presupposition still persists. The activity of the purpose through the means is for that reason still directed against this presupposition, and the purpose's activity, no longer mere impulse and striving, because in the means the moment of objectivity is posited in its determinateness as something external, and the simple unity of the concept now has this objectivity as such within it. C. The realized purpose. Purpose is in its connection to the means already reflected into itself, but its objective immanent turning back is not yet posited. The activity of purpose through its means is still directed against objectivity as an initial presupposition. This is precisely what that activity is, to be indifferent to determinateness. If it were again to consist in determining the immediate objectivity, the product would again be only a means, and so forth into infinity. Only a purposeful means would result, but not the objectivity of the purpose itself. In being active in its means, therefore, purpose must not determine the immediate object as something external to it, and the object, accordingly, must merge with it in the unity of the concept through itself. Or again, the otherwise external activity of purpose through its means must determine itself as mediation and thus sublate itself as external. The connection of the activity of purpose with the external object through the means is first of all the second premise of the syllogism, an immediate connection of the middle term with the other extreme. It is immediate because the middle term has within it an external object and the other extreme is likewise an external object. The means is effective and potent against this latter object because its own is linked with the self-determining activity, whereas for the other the immediate determinateness that it possesses is an indifferent one. Their process in this connection is none other than the mechanical or chemical one. The previous relations come up again in the subjective externality, but under the dominance of purpose. But these processes, as they themselves showed, return into purpose on their own. If, therefore, the connection of the means to the external object which it has to work upon is at first an immediate one, that connection has earlier exhibited itself already as a syllogism, for purpose proved to be their true middle term and unity. Since the means is therefore the object that stands on the side of purpose and has the latter's activity within it, the mechanism that occurs here is at the same time the turning back of objectivity into itself, into the concept which, however, is already presupposed as purpose. The negative attitude of the purposeful activity towards the object is therefore not an external attitude but, on the contrary, the objectivity's own alteration and internal transition into it. That the purpose immediately refers to an object and makes it into a means, as also that through this means it determines another object, may be regarded as violence inasmuch as purpose appears of an entirely different nature than the object, and the two objects are in like matter mutually independent totalities. But that the purpose posits itself in immediate connection with the object, and between itself and this object inserts another object, may be regarded as the cunning of reason. As remarked, the finitude of rationality has this side, that purpose relates to the object as a presupposition, that is, as external. In an immediate connection with that object, purpose would itself enter into the sphere of mechanism and chemism and would therefore be subject to accidentality and to the loss of its determining vocation to be the concept that exists in and for itself. But in this way, by sending an object as a means ahead of it, it lets it do the slavish work of externality in its stead, abandons it to the wear and tear while preserving itself behind it against mechanical violence. Since it is finite, the purpose further has a finite content. Accordingly, it is not rational absolutely, or simply in and for itself. But the means is the external middle term of the syllogism which is the realization of purpose in the means. Therefore, the rationality in the purpose manifests itself as such by maintaining itself in this external other, and precisely through this externality. To this extent the means is higher than the finite purposes of external purposiveness. The plough is more honorable than are immediately the enjoyments which it procures and which are the purposes. The tool lasts while the immediate enjoyments pass away and are forgotten. It is in their tools that human beings possess power over external nature, even though with respect to their purposes they are subjected to it. But the purpose does not just keep outside the mechanical process. On the contrary, it keeps itself in it and as its determination. For purpose, as the concept that concretely exists freely over against the object and its process, and is self-determining activity, since it is equally the truth of mechanism existing in and for itself, in the latter only rejoins itself. The power of purpose over the object is this identity existing for itself, and its activity is the manifestation of this identity. The purpose as content is the determinateness as it exists in and for itself, present in the object as indifferent and external, but the activity of the purpose is the truth of the process on the one side, and, as negative unity, the sublation of the reflective shine of externality. The indifferent determinateness of the object is one that can abstractly be replaced by another just as externally, but the truth of the simple abstraction of the determinateness is the totality of the negative, the concrete concept that posits the externality within itself. The content of the purpose is its negativity as simple determinateness reflected into itself, distinguished from its totality as form. On account of this simplicity, the determinateness of which is in and for itself the totality of the concept, the content appears as that which remains identical in the realization of the purpose. The teleological process is the translation of the concept that concretely exists distinctly as concept into objectivity, as we see. This translation into a presupposed other is the rejoining of the concept through itself with itself. The content of the purpose is now this identity concretely existing in the form of the identical. In every transition the concept maintains itself. For instance, when the cause comes to effect, it is the cause that in the effect only comes to itself. But in the teleological transition, what maintains itself is the concept that as such already concretely exists as cause, as the free concrete unity as against objectivity and its external determinateness. The externality into which the purpose translates itself is, as we have seen, itself already posited as a moment of the concept, as the form of its inner differentiation. In the externality, therefore, the purpose has its own moment in the content, as the content of the concrete unity, is its simple form that does not remain in its different moments only implicitly equal with itself, as subjective purpose, as means and mediating activity, and as objective purpose, but also exists concretely as abidingly self-equal. Of the teleological activity one can say, therefore, that in it the end is the beginning, the consequence the ground, the effect the cause, that it is a becoming of what has become, that in it only that which already concretely exists comes into existence, and so on. That is to say, that quite in general all the relation determinations that belong to the sphere of reflection or of immediate being have lost their distinction, and what, like end, consequence, effect, and so on, is spoken of as another, no longer has in purpose this determination of other, but is rather posited as identical with the simple concept. If we now examine the product of teleological activity more closely, we see that purpose comes to it only externally if we take it as an absolute presupposition over against a purpose which is subjective, that is to say, insofar as we stop short at a purpose of activity that relates to the object through its means only mechanically, positing in place of one indifferent determinateness of the object another which is just as external to it. A determinateness such as an object possesses through purpose differs in general from one which is merely mechanical in that it is a moment of a unity and consequently, although external to the object, is yet not in itself something merely external. The object that exhibits such a unity is a whole with respect to which its parts, its own externality, are indifferent. It is a determinate, concrete unity that unites different connections and determinacies within itself. This unity, which cannot be comprehended from the specific nature of the object and, as regards determinate content, is of another content than the object's own, is for itself not a mechanical determinateness, yet still is in the object mechanically. Just as in this product of purposive activity the content of the purpose and the content of the object are external to each other, so too do the determinations in the other moments of the syllogism relate to each other externally. In the connecting middle, the purpose of activity and the object which is the means, and in the subjective purpose, which is the other extreme, the infinite form as totality of the concept and the content of the concept. According to the connection by which the subjective purpose is syllogistically united with objectivity, both premises are an immediate connection, namely the connection of the object determined as middle term with the still external object, and the connection of the subjective purpose with the object made into means. The syllogism is therefore affected by the deficiency of the formal syllogism in general, namely that the connections in which it consists are not themselves conclusions or mediations but already presuppose the conclusion for the production of which they are supposed to serve as means. If we consider the one premise, that of the immediate connection of the subjective purpose and the object that thereby becomes a means, then the purpose cannot connect with the object immediately, for the latter is just as immediate as the object of the other extreme in which the purpose is to be realized through mediation. Since the two are thus posited as diverse, means for their connection must be interjected between the subjectivity and the subjective purpose, but such a means is equally an object already determined by purpose, and between this objectivity and the teleological determination a new means is to be interjected, and so on to infinity. The infinite progress of mediation is thereby set in motion. The same happens as regards the other premise, the connection of the means with the yet indeterminate object. Since the two terms are utterly self-subsistent, they can be united only in a third, and so on to infinity. Or conversely, since the premises already presuppose the conclusion, the latter can only be imperfect, for it is based on those only immediate premises. The conclusion or the product of the purpose of activity is nothing but an object determined by a purpose that is external to it, thus it is the same as what the means is. In such a product itself, therefore, only a means has been derived, not a realized purpose, or again purpose has not truly attained any objectivity in it. It is therefore entirely a matter of indifference whether we consider an object determined by external purpose as realized purpose or only as means. What we have is not an objective determination but a relative one, external to the object itself. All objects in which an external purpose is realized equally are, therefore, only a means of purpose. Anything which is intended for the realization of a purpose and is taken essentially as a means, is such a means by virtue of its vocation that it be used up. But also the object that is supposed to contain the realized purpose and show itself to be its objectivity is perishable. It likewise fulfills its purpose not by a tranquil, self-preserving existence, but only to the extent that it is worn out, for only to this extent does it conform to the unity of the concept, namely in so far as its externality, that is, its objectivity, sublates itself in that unity. A house, a clock, may appear as purposes with respect to the instruments employed in their production, but the stones, the crossbeams, or the wheels, the axles, and the rest that make up the actuality of the purpose, fulfill this purpose only through the pressure which they suffer, through the chemical processes to which they are exposed with air, light, and water, and from which they shield the human being through their friction, and so on. They fulfill their vocation, therefore, only through their being used up and worn out, and only by virtue of their negation do they correspond to what they are supposed to be. They are not united with purpose positively, because they possess self-determination only externally and are only relative purposes, or essentially only means. These purposes thus in general have a restricted content. Their form is the infinite self-determination of the concept, which through that content has restricted itself to external singularity. The restricted content renders these purposes inadequate to the infinity of the concept, relegating them to untruth. Such a determinateness is through the sphere of necessity, through being, already at the mercy of becoming and alteration, and passes away. The result now is that external purposiveness, which only has so far the form of teleology, only goes so far as to be a means, not to be an objective purpose, because subjective purpose remains an external, subjective determination. Or in so far as purpose is active and attains completion, albeit only in a means, it is still bound up with objectivity immediately it is sunk into it. Purpose is itself an object and, as one may say, it does not attain a means because its realization is needed before such a realization can be brought about through a means. But the result is in fact not only an external purposive connection, but the truth of such a connection, inner purposive connection and an objective purpose. The self-subsistence of the object over against the concept that purpose presupposes is posited in this presupposition as an unessential reflective shine and is already sublated in and for itself. The activity of the purpose truly is, therefore, only the exposure of this reflective shine and the sublation of it. As the concept has demonstrated, the first object becomes by virtue of communication a means, for it implicitly is the totality of the concept, and its determinateness, which is none other than the externality itself, is posited as something only external and unessential, is posited in purpose itself, therefore, as the latter's own moment, not as anything that stands on its own over against it. As a result, the determination of the object as a means is altogether immediate. There is no need, therefore, for the subjective purpose to exercise any violence to make the object into a means, no need of extra reinforcement. The resolution, the resolve, this determination of itself, is the only posited externality of the object, which is therein immediately subjected to purpose, and has no other determination as against it than that of the nothingness of the being in and for itself. The second sublating of objectivity through objectivity differs from this first sublation in that the latter, being the first, is the purpose in objective immediacy. The second, therefore, is not only the sublating of a first immediacy but of both, of the objective as something merely posited and of the immediate. The negativity thus returns to itself in such a way that it is equally the restoration of objectivity, but of an objectivity which is identical with it, and in this it is at the same time also the positing of it as an external objectivity which is only determined by purpose. Because of this positing, the product remains as before also a means. Because of the identity with negativity, the product is an objectivity which is identical with the concept, is the realized purpose in which the side of being a means is the reality itself of purpose. In the completed purpose the means disappears because it would be simply and solely the objectivity immediately subsumed under that purpose, an objectivity which in the realized purpose is the turning back of the purpose into itself further. There also disappears with it mediation itself. As the relating of an external it disappears into both the concrete identity of objective purpose, and into the same identity as abstract identity and immediacy of existence. Herein is also contained the mediation that was required for the first premise, the immediate connection of the purpose with the object. The realized purpose is also a means. Conversely, the truth of the means is just this, to be the real purpose itself, and the first sublation of objectivity is already also the second, just as the second proved to contain the first also. For the concept determines itself, its determinateness is the external indifference which is immediately determined in the resolution as sublated, that is to say, as inner, subjective indifference and at the same time as presupposed object. Its further procession out of itself that appeared, namely as the immediate communication and subsumption of the presupposed object under it, is at one and the same time the sublating of the determinedness of externality which was internal, shut up in the concept, that is, posited as sublated, and the sublating of the presupposition of an object. Consequently, this apparently first sublating of the indifferent objectivity is already the second as well, an immanent reflection that has gone through mediation, and the realized purpose. Since the concept is here, in the sphere of objectivity where its determinedness has the form of indifferent externality, in reciprocal action with itself, the exposition of its movement becomes doubly difficult and intricate, for such a movement is itself immediately doubled and a first is always also a second. In the concept taken for itself, that is, in its subjectivity, the difference of itself from itself is as an immediate identical totality on its own, but since its determinedness here is indifferent externality, its self-identity is in this externality immediately also self-repulsion again, so that what is determined as external and indifferent to the identity is rather this identity itself, and the identity as self-reflected, is rather its other. Only by firmly attending to this shall we comprehend the objective turning back of the concept into itself, that is, its true objectification. Only then shall we see that every one of the single moments through which this mediation runs its course is itself the whole syllogism of the mediation. Thus the original inner externality of the concept, by virtue of which the concept is self-repelling unity, purpose and the striving of purpose towards objectivity, is the immediate positing or the presupposition of an external object. The self-determination is also the determination of an external object not determined by the concept, and conversely this determination is self-determination, that is, the sublated externality posited as inner, or the certainty of the unessentiality of the external object. Of the second connection, that of the determination of the object as a means, we have just shown how it is within itself the self-mediation of purpose and the object. Likewise the third mode of connection, mechanism, which proceeds under the dominance of purpose and sublates the object by virtue of the object, is on the one hand the sublating of the means, of the object already posited as sublated, and consequently a second sublation and immanent reflection, and on the other hand a first determining of the external object. This last, as we remarked, is in the realized purpose again the production of only a means. The subjectivity of the finite concept, by contemptuously rejecting the means, has attained nothing better in its goal. But this reflection, namely that purpose is attained in the means and that the means and the mediation are preserved in the fulfilled purpose, is the final result of the external connection of purpose, a result in which this connection has sublated itself and which it has exhibited as its truth. The last considered third syllogism differs from the rest in that it is in the first instance the subjective purpose of activity of the preceding syllogism, but also the sublation of external objectivity and consequently of externality in general. It is this through itself, and is, therefore, the totality in its positedness. We have now seen subjectivity, the being for itself of the concept, pass over into the concept's being in itself, into objectivity, and then the negativity of that being for itself reassert itself in objectivity. The concept has so determined itself in that negativity that its particularity is an external objectivity, or has determined itself as the simple concrete unity whose externality is its self-determination. The movement of purpose has now attained this much, namely that the moment of externality is not just posited in the concept, the purpose is not just an odd and a striving, but as a concrete totality is identical with immediate objectivity. This identity is on the one hand the simple concept, and the equally immediate objectivity, but, on the other hand, it is just as essentially mediation, and it is that simple immediacy only through this mediation sublating itself as mediation. Thus the concept is essentially this to be distinguished, as an identity existing for itself, from its implicitly existent objectivity, and thereby to obtain externality, but in this external totality to be the totality's self-determining identity. So the concept is now the idea. Section 3. The idea. The idea is the adequate concept, the objectively true, or the true as such. If anything has truth, it has it by virtue of its idea, or something has truth only in so far as it is idea. The expression idea has otherwise also often been used in philosophy as well as in ordinary life for concept, or even for just a representation. To say that I still have no idea of this lawsuit, this building, this region, means nothing more than I still have no representation of it. It is Kant who reclaimed the expression idea for the concept of reason. Now according to Kant the concept of reason should be the concept of the unconditional, but a concept which is transcendent with respect to appearances, that is, one for which no adequate empirical use can be made. The concepts of reason are supposed to serve for the comprehension of perceptions, those of the understanding for the understanding of them. In fact, however, If these last concepts of the understanding are truly concepts, then they are comprehensions, which means concepts they will make comprehending possible, and an understanding of perceptions through concepts of the understanding will be a comprehending. But if understanding is only the determining of perceptions by categories such as whole and parts, force, cause, and the like, then it signifies only a determining by means of reflection, just as by understanding one may mean only the determinate representation of a fully determined sensuous content, as when someone is being shown the way, that at the end of the wood he must turn left, and he replies I understand. Understanding means nothing more than a grasp in pictorial representation and in memory. Concept of reason, too, is a somewhat clumsy expression, for the concept is in general something rational, and insofar as reason is distinguished from the understanding and the concept as such, it is the totality of the concept and objectivity. The idea is the rational in this sense, it is the unconditioned, because only that is conditions, which essentially refers to an objectivity that it does not determine itself but which still stands over against it in the form of indifference and externality, just as the external purpose have conditions. If we now reserve the expression idea for the objective or real concept, and we distinguish it from the concept itself and still more from mere representation, then we must also even more definitely reject that estimate of it according to which the idea is something with no actuality, and true thoughts are accordingly said to be only ideas. If thoughts are something merely subjective and contingent, then they certainly have no further value, but in this they do not stand lower than the temporal and contingent actualities, which likewise have no further value than that of accidentalities and appearances. But if, on the contrary, the idea is supposed not to have the value of truth because in regard to appearances it is transcendent, because no congruent object can be given for it in the world of the senses, then this is indeed an odd misunderstanding, for objective validity is being denied to it on the ground that it lacks precisely what makes of appearances the untrue being of the objective world. In regard to the practical ideas, Kant recognizes that nothing can be more harmful and unworthy of a philosopher than the vulgar appeal to experience, which supposedly contradicts the idea. Any such alleged contradiction would not be there at all if, for example, political institutions were set up at the right time in accordance with ideas, and if crude concepts, crude just because they are drawn from experience, had not usurped the place of ideas, thus thwarting all good intentions. Kant regards the idea as something necessary, the goal which, as the archetype, we must strive to set up as a maximum and to which we must bring actuality as it presently stands ever closer. But since the result now is that the idea is the unity of the concept and objectivity, the true, we must not regard it as just a goal which is to be approximated but itself remains always a kind of beyond. We must rather regard everything as being actual only to the extent that it has the idea in it and expresses it. It is not just that the subject matter, the objective and the subjective world, ought to be in principle congruent with the idea. The two are themselves rather the congruence of concept and reality. A reality that does not correspond to the concept is mere appearance, something subjective, accidental, arbitrary, something which is not the truth. When it is said that there is no subject matter to be found in experience which is perfectly congruent with the idea, the latter is opposed to the actual as a subjective standard, but there is no saying what anything actual might possibly be in truth. If its concept is not in it and its objectivity does not measure up to this concept, it would then be a nothing. Indeed, the mechanical and the chemical object, like a subject devoid of spirit and a spirit conscious only of finitude and not of its essence, do not, according to their various natures, have their concept concretely existing in them in its own free form. But they can be something at all true only in so far as they are the union of their concept and reality, of their soul and their body. Wholes like the state and the church cease to exist in concreto when the unity of their concept and their reality is dissolved. The human being, the living thing, is dead when soul and body are parted in it. Dead nature, the mechanical and the chemical world, that is, when the dead is taken to mean the inorganic world, for the expression would otherwise have no positive meaning at all. This dead nature, then, if it is separated into its concept and its reality, is nothing but the subjective abstraction of a thought form and a formless matter. Spirit that were not idea, not the unity of the concept with itself, not the concept that has the concept itself as its reality, would be dead spirit, spiritless spirit, a material object. Since the idea is the unity of the concept and reality, being has attained the significance of truth it now is, therefore, only what the idea is. Finite things are finite because, and to the extent that, they do not possess the reality of their concept completely within them but are in need of other things for it, or, conversely, because they are presupposed as objects and consequently the concept is in them as an external determination. The highest to which they attain on the side of this finitude is external purposiveness. That actual things are not congruent with the idea constitutes the side of their finitude, of their untruth, and it is according to this side that they are objects, each in accordance with its specific sphere, and, in the relations of objectivity, determined as mechanical, chemical, or by an external purpose. That the idea has not perfectly fashioned their reality, that it has not completely subjugated it to the concept, the possibility of that rests on the fact that the idea itself has a restricted content that, as essentially as it is the unity of the concept and reality, just as essentially it is also their difference, for only the object is the immediate unity, that is, the unity that only exists in itself. But if a subject matter, say the state, did not at all conform to its idea, that is to say, if it were not rather the idea of the state, if its reality, which is the self-conscious individuals, did not correspond at all to the concept, its soul and body would have come apart. The soul would have taken refuge in the secluded regions of thought, the body been dispersed into singular individualities. But because the concept of the state is essential to the nature of these individualities, it is present in them as so mighty an impulse that they are driven to translate it into reality, be it only in the form of external purposiveness, or to put up with it as it is, or else they must needs perish. The worst state, one whose reality least corresponds to the concept, in so far as it still has concrete existence, is yet idea. The individuals still obey the power of a concept. But the idea has not only the general meaning of true being, of the unity of concept and reality, but also the more particular one of the unity of subjective concept and objectivity. For the concept is as such itself already the identity of itself and reality. For the indeterminate expression reality means nothing but determinate being, and this the concept possesses in its particularity and singularity. Objectivity, moreover, is likewise the total concept that has withdrawn into identity with itself out of its determinateness. In the subjectivity of the concept, the determinateness or the difference of the latter is a reflective shine which is immediately sublated, withdrawn into being for itself or into negative unity, an inhering predicate. But in this objectivity the determinateness is posited as immediate totality, as external whole. Now the idea has shown itself to be the concept liberated again into its subjectivity from the immediacy into which it has sunk in the object. It is the concept that distinguishes itself from its objectivity, but an objectivity which is no less determined by it and possesses its substantiality only in that concept. This identity has therefore rightly been designated as a subject-object, for it is just as well the formal or subjective concept as it is the object as such. But this is a point that needs further precision. The concept, inasmuch as it has truly attained its reality, is this absolute judgment whose subject distinguishes itself as self-referring negative unity from its objectivity and is the latter's being in and for itself, but it refers to it essentially through itself and is, therefore, self-directed purpose and impulse. For this very reason, however, the subject does not possess objectivity immediately in it. It would then be only the totality of the object as such, a totality lost in the objectivity, but is the realization of the purpose, an objectivity posited by virtue of the activity of the purpose, one which, as positedness, has its subsistence and its form only as permeated by its subject. As objectivity, it has the moment of the externality of the concept in it and is in general, therefore, the side of finitude, of alteration and appearance, but this side retreats into the negative unity of the concept and there it perishes, the negativity whereby its indifferent externality of being manifests itself as unessential and as a positedness is the concept itself. Despite this objectivity, the idea is therefore absolutely simple and immaterial, for the externality has being only as determined by the concept and is taken up into its negativity in so far as it exists as indifferent externality. It is not only abandoned to mechanism in general but exists only as the transitory and untrue. Thus, although the idea has its reality and immateriality, the latter is not an abstract being standing over against the concept but, on the contrary, it exists only as becoming, as simple determinateness of the concept by virtue of the negativity of the indifferent being. This yields the following closer determinations of the idea. First, the idea is the simple truth, the identity of concept and objectivity as a universal in which the opposition, the presence of the particular, is dissolved in its self-identical negativity and as equality with itself. Second, it is the connection of the subjectivity of the simple concept, existing for itself, and of the concept's objectivity which is distinguished from it. The former is essentially the impulse to sublate this separation, and the latter is indifferent positedness, subsistence which in and for itself is null. As this connection, the idea is the process of disrupting itself into individuality and into the latter's inorganic nature, and of then bringing this inorganic nature again under the controlling power of the subject and back to the first simple universality. The identity of the idea with itself is one with the process, the thought that liberates actuality from the seeming of purposeless mutability and transfigures it into idea must not represent this truth of actuality as dead repose, as a mere picture, numb, without impulse and movement, as a genius or number, or as an abstract thought. The idea, because of the freedom which the concept has attained in it, also has the most stubborn opposition within it. Its repose consists in the assurance and the certainty with which it eternally generates that opposition and eternally overcomes it, and in it rejoins itself. But the idea is at first again only immediate or only in its concept. The objective reality is indeed conformable to the concept but has not yet been liberated into the concept, and it does not concretely exist explicitly as the concept. Thus the concept is indeed the soul, but the soul is in the guise of an immediate, that is, it is not determined as soul itself, has not comprehended itself as soul, does not have its subjective reality within itself. The concept is as a soul that is not yet fully animated. Thus the idea is, first of all, life. It is the concept which, distinct from its objectivity, simple in itself, permeates that objectivity and, as self-directed purpose, has its means within it and posits it as its means, yet is immanent in this means and is therein the realized purpose identical with itself. The idea, on account of its immediacy, has singularity for the form of its concrete existence. But the reflection within it of its absolute process is the sublating of this immediate singularity. Thereby the concept, which is universality, is in this singularity the inner, transforms externality into universality, or posits its objectivity as a self-equality. Thus is the idea, in second place, the idea of the true and the good, as cognition and will. It is at first finite cognition and finite will, where the true and the good are still distinguished and the two are at first only as a goal. The concept has first liberated itself into itself, giving itself only a still abstract objectivity for its reality. But the process of this finite cognition and this finite action transforms the initially abstract universality into totality, whereby it becomes complete objectivity. Or considered from the other side, finite, that is, subjective spirit, makes for itself the presupposition of an objective world. Such a presupposition as life only has, but its activity is the sublating of this presupposition and the turning of it into something posited. Thus its reality is for it the objective world, or conversely the objective world is the ideality in which it knows itself. Third, spirit recognizes the idea as its absolute truth, as the truth that is in and for itself, the infinite idea in which cognizing and doing are equalized, and which is the absolute knowledge of itself. Chapter Life. The idea of life has to do with a subject matter so concrete, and if you will so real, that in dealing with it one may seem according to the common notion of logic to have overstepped its boundaries. Needless to say, if the logic were to contain nothing but empty, dead forms of thought, then there could be no talk in it at all of such a content as the idea, or life, are. But if the subject matter of logic is the absolute truth, and truth as such lies essentially in cognition, then cognition at least would have to come in for consideration. It is common practice to have the so-called pure logic be followed by an applied logic, a logic that has to do with concrete cognition, quite apart from all the psychology and anthropology that is commonly deemed necessary to interpolate into logic. But the anthropological and psychological side of cognition is concerned with the form in which cognition appears when the concept does not as yet have an objectivity equal to it, that is, when it does not have itself as object. The part of the logic that deals with this concrete cognition does not belong to applied logic as such. If it did, then every science would have to be dragged into logic, for each is an applied logic insofar as it consists in apprehending its subject matter in forms of thought and of concepts. The subjective concept has presuppositions that are exhibited in psychological, anthropological, and other forms. But the presuppositions of the pure concept belong in logic only to the extent that they have the form of pure thoughts, of abstract essentialities, such as are the determinations of being and essence. The same goes for cognition, which is the concept's comprehension of itself. No other shape of its presupposition but the one which is itself idea is to be dealt with in the logic. This, however, is a presupposition which is necessarily treated in logic. This presupposition is now the immediate idea, for while cognition is the concept, insofar as the latter exists for itself but as a subjectivity referring to an objectivity, then the concept refers to the idea as presupposed or as immediate. But the immediate idea is life. To this extent the necessity of considering the idea of life in logic would be based on the necessity, itself recognized in other ways, of treating the concrete concept. But this idea has arisen through the concept's own necessity. The idea, that which is true in and for itself, is essentially the subject matter of the logic, since it is first to be considered in its immediacy, so that this treatment be not an empty affair devoid of determination. It is to be apprehended and cognized in this determinateness in which it is life. A comment may be in order here to differentiate the logical view of life from any other scientific view of it, though this is not the place to concern ourselves with how life is treated in non-philosophical sciences but only with how to differentiate logical life as idea from natural life as treated in the philosophy of nature, and from life in so far as it is bound to spirit. As treated in the philosophy of nature, as the life of nature and to that extent exposed to the externality of existence, life is conditioned by inorganic nature and its moments as idea are a manifold of actual shapes. Life in the idea is without such presuppositions, which are in shapes of actuality. Its presupposition is the concept as we have considered it, on the one hand is subjective, and on the other hand is objective. In nature life appears as the highest stage that nature's externality can attain by withdrawing into itself and sublating itself in subjectivity. It is in logic the simple in itselfness which in the idea of life has attained the externality truly corresponding to it. The concept that came on the scene earlier as a subjective concept is the soul of life itself. It is the impulse that gives itself reality through a process of objectification. Nature, as it reaches this idea starting from its externality, transcends itself. Its end is not its beginning but is for it is a limit in which it sublates itself. Similarly, in the idea of life the moments of life's reality do not receive the shape of external actuality but remain enveloped in conceptual form. In spirit, however, life appears both as opposed to it and as posited as at one with it, in a unity reborn as the pure product of spirit. For life is here to be taken generally in its proper sense as natural life, for what is called the life of spirit as spirit, is spirit's own peculiar nature that stands opposed to mere life just as we speak of the nature of spirit, even though spirit is nothing natural but stands rather in opposition to nature. Thus life as such is for spirit in one respect a means, and then spirit holds it over against itself in another respect. Spirit is an individual, and then life is its body in yet another respect. This unity of spirit and its living corporeality is born of spirit into ideality. None of these connections of life to spirit concerns logical life, and life is to be considered here neither as the instrument of a spirit, nor as a living body, nor again as a moment of the ideal and of beauty. In both cases, as natural life and as referring to spirit, life obtains a determinateness from its externality, in one case through its presuppositions, such as are other formations of nature, and in the other case through the purposes and the activity of spirit. The idea of life by itself is free from both the conditioning objectivity presupposed in the first case and the reference to subjectivity of the second case. Life, considered now more closely in its idea, is in and for itself absolute universality. The objectivity which it possesses is throughout permeated by the concept, and this concept alone it has as substance. Whatever is distinguished as part, or by some otherwise external reflection, has the whole concept within it. The concept is the soul omnipresent in it, a soul which is simple self-reference and remains one in the manifoldness that accrues to the objective being. This manifoldness, as self-external objectivity, has an indifferent subsistence which in space and time, if these could already be mentioned here, is a mutual externality of entirely diverse and atomistic matters. But externality is in life at the same time as the simple determinateness of its concept. Thus the soul flows omnipresently in this manifold but remains at the same time the simple oneness of the concrete concept with itself. That way of thinking that clings to the determinations of reflective relations and of the formal concept, when it comes to consider life, the unity of its concept in the externality of objectivity, the absolute multiplicity of atomistic matter, finds that all its thoughts are absolutely of no avail. The omnipresence of the simple in the manifold externality is for reflection an absolute contradiction, and also, since it cannot at the same time avoid witnessing this omnipresence in the perception of life and must therefore grant the actuality of this idea, an incomprehensible mystery, for reflection does not grasp the concept, nor does it grasp it as the substance of life. But this simple life is not only omnipresent, it is the one and only subsistence and immanent substance of its objectivity. But as subjective substance it is impulse, more precisely the specific impulse of particular difference, and no less essentially the one and universal impulse of the specific that leads its particularization back to unity and holds it there. Only as this negative unity of its objectivity and particularization is life self-referring, life that exists for itself, a soul. As such, it is essentially a singular that refers to objectivity as to another, an inanimate nature. The originative judgment of life consists therefore in this, that it separates itself off as individual subject from the objective and, since it constitutes itself as the negative unity of the concept, makes the presupposition of an immediate objectivity. First, life is therefore to be considered as a living individual that is for itself the subjective totality and is presupposed as indifferent to an objectivity that stands indifferent over against it. Second, it is the life process of sublating its presupposition, of positing as negative the objectivity indifferent to it, and of actualizing itself as the power and negative unity of this objectivity. By so doing, It makes itself into the universal which is the unity of itself and its other. Third, consequently life is the genus process, the process of sublating its singularization and relating itself to its subjective existence as to itself. Accordingly, this process is on the one hand the turning back to its concept and the repetition of the first forcible separation, the coming to be of a new individuality and the death of the immediate first, but, on the other hand, the withdrawing into itself of the concept of life is the becoming of the concept that relates itself to itself, of the concept that exists for itself, universal and free, the transition into cognition. A. The living individual. The concept of life or universal life is the immediate idea, the concept that has an objectivity corresponding to it, but the objectivity corresponds to it only to the extent that the concept is the negative unity of this externality, that is to say, posits it as corresponding to it. The infinite reference of the concept to itself is as negativity as self-determining, the diremption of itself within itself as subjective singularity and itself as indifferent universality. The idea of life in its immediacy is as yet only the creative universal soul. Because of this immediacy, the first internal negative reference of the idea is the self-determination of itself as concept, an implicit positing which is explicit only as a turning back into itself. This is the creative presupposing. By virtue of this self-determining, universal life is particularized. It has thus split itself into the two extremes of the judgment which immediately becomes syllogism. The determinations of the opposition are the universal determinations of the concept, for the splitting into two is the affair of the concept. The filling of them, however, is the idea. One determination is the unity of the concept and of reality, which is the idea as the immediate unity that earlier assumed the form of objectivity. Here, however, it is in another determination. There, it was the unity of the concept and of reality, and so far as the concept has gone over into reality and is lost in it, it did not stand opposite to it, or, since it is for the reality only an inner, it is itself for it only an external reflection. That earlier objectivity is therefore the immediate itself in immediate mode. Here, on the contrary, it has proceeded only from the concept, so that its essence is positiveness, or that it exists as negative. It is to be regarded as the side of the universality of the concept, hence as an abstract universality, essentially only inhering in the subject and in the form of immediate being which, posited for itself, is indifferent to the subject. Hence the totality of the concept that attaches to the objectivity is, as it were, only lent to it. The last self-subsistence that objectivity has over against the subject is this being whose truth is only that moment of the concept in which the latter, as a presupposing, is in the first determinateness of a positing that exists implicitly and is not yet as positing, as immanently reflected unity. Having proceeded from the idea, self-subsisting objectivity is therefore immediate being only as the predicate of the judgment of the concept's self-determination, a being that is indeed distinct from the subject but is at the same time essentially posited as a moment of the concept. According to content, this objectivity is the totality of the concept, a totality, however, that has the subjectivity of the concept, or its negative unity, standing over against it, and this subjectivity or negativity is what constitutes the true centrality, that is to say, the concept's free unity with itself. This subject is the idea in the form of singularity, as simple but negative self-identity, the living individual. This individual is in the first place life as soul, as the concept of itself, fully determined within itself, the initiating self-moving principle. In its simplicity the concept contains determinate externality, as a simple moment enclosed within itself. But, further, this soul is in its immediacy immediately external, and has an objective being within it, a reality which is subjugated to purpose. The immediate means, at first the objectivity which is predicated of the subject, but then also the middle term of the syllogism, for the corporeity of the soul is that whereby the soul links itself to external objectivity. The living being has this corporeity at first as a reality immediately identical with the concept. To this extent, the corporeity has this reality in general by nature. Now because this objectivity is the predicate of the individual and is taken up in the subjective unity, the earlier determinations of the objects do not attach to it, not the relation of mechanism or of chemism, and even less so the reflective relations of whole and part, and the like. As externality, it is indeed capable of such relations, but to that extent it is no longer a living being when a living thing is taken to be a whole consisting of parts, something exposed to the action of mechanical or chemical causes, itself a mechanical or chemical product, whether merely as such or as also determined by some external purpose. Then the concept is taken as external to it, the individual itself as something dead. Since the concept is immanent in it, the purposiveness of the living being is to be grasped as inner. It is present in it as a determinate concept, distinguished from its externality, but, in thus distinguishing itself from it, pervading it thoroughly and self-identical. This objectivity of the living being is the organism. It is the means and instrument of purpose, fully purposive, for the concept constitutes its substance. But precisely for this reason this means and instrument is itself the accomplished purpose, in which the subjective purpose thus immediately closes in upon itself. As for its externality, the organism is a manifold, not of parts but of members. These members exist as such only in the individuality. They are separable inasmuch as they are external and can be grasped in this externality, but as thus separated they revert to the mechanical and chemical relations of common objectivity. Their externality is opposed to the negative unity of the living individuality. This individuality is therefore the impulse to posit as a concretely real difference the otherwise abstract moment of the determinateness of the concept, and since this concretely real difference exists as immediate, it is the impulse of each singular, specific moment to produce itself and equally to raise its particularity to universality, to sublate the other moments external to it and promote itself at their cost, but no less to sublate itself and make itself a means for the other. This process of the living individuality is restricted to itself and still falls entirely within the individuality. The first premise of the syllogism of external purposiveness, where the purpose immediately refers to objectivity and makes it a means, was earlier taken in the sense that although in it the purpose remains self-equal and has gone back into itself, the objectivity has not yet sublated itself within, and consequently the purpose is not in it in and for itself but becomes such only in the conclusion. The process of the living being with itself is this same premise, but insofar as the premise is also the conclusion, insofar as the immediate reference of the subject to the objectivity, by virtue of which the latter becomes means and instrument, is at the same time the negative unity of the concept within itself, the purpose realizes itself in this externality by being the subjective power over it and the process in which the externality displays its self-dissolution and its return into this negative unity of the purpose. The unrest and the mutability of the external side of the living being is the manifestation in it of the concept, and the concept, as in itself negativity, has objectivity insofar as this objectivity's indifferent subsistence shows itself to be self-sublating. Thus the concept produces itself through its impulse in such a way that the product, being its essence, is itself the producing factor as product, in other words, only as an externality that equally posits itself negatively, or as the process of production. Now the idea is just considered as the concept of the living subject, and of its process the determinations that stand in relation to one another are the self-referring negative unity of the concept and the objectivity which is the concept's means but also where the concept has returned into itself. But since these moments of the idea of life do not go past the concept of life, they are not the determinate conceptual moments of the living individual in its reality. This individual's objectivity or its corporeity is a concrete totality. Those moments are the sides out of which the living reality constitutes itself. They are not, therefore, the moments of this reality as already constituted by the idea. But the living objectivity of the individual, since as objectivity it is ensouled by the concept and has the latter for its substance, has also in it, for its essential difference, such determinations as pertain to the concept, universality, particularity, and singularity. Hence the shape in which the determinations in it are externally differentiated is divided or incised, in sectum, in accordance with these. Thus that shape is in this instance universality, the purely internal pulsating of living reality, sensibility. The concept of universality, as we saw it earlier, is the simple immediacy which is such, however, only as inherently absolute negativity. This concept of absolute difference with its negativity dissolved into simplicity and self-equal, is brought to intuition and sensibility. It is the in itselfness not as abstract simplicity, but as an infinite determinable receptivity that does not become in its determinateness anything manifold and external but is absolutely reflected into itself. Determinateness is present in this universality as simple principle. The singular external determinateness, the so-called impression, goes back from its external and manifold determination into the simplicity of self-feeling. Sensibility may therefore be regarded as the external existence of the inward soul, for it takes in all externality but reduces it to the complete simplicity of self-equal universality. The second determination of the concept is particularity. This is the moment of posited difference, the opening up of the negativity otherwise locked up in simple self-feeling or present in it as abstractly ideal, not yet concretely real determinateness. It is irritability. Because of the abstraction of its negativity, feeling is impulse. It determines itself. The self-determination of the living being is its judgment or the self-limiting whereby it refers to the outside as to a presupposed objectivity with which it is in reciprocal activity. The living being, as a particular, now stands on one side as one species next to other species. The formal reflection of this indifferent diversity into itself is the formal genus and its systematization, but the individual reflection is this, that is outwardly directed. The particularity, the negativity of the living being's determinateness, is the self-referring negativity of the concept. According to this third determination, the living being is a singular. This immanent reflection further determines itself in such a way that in irritability the living being is the externality of itself as against the objectivity that it possesses immediately as its means and instrument, and which is externally determinable. The immanent reflection sublates this immediacy on the one side as theoretical reflection, that is, insofar as the negativity is the simple moment of sensibility as was considered in the latter, and which constitutes feeling on the other side as real reflection, in that the unity of the concept posits itself in its externality as negative unity, and this is reproduction. The two first moments, sensibility and irritability, are abstract determinations in reproduction. Life is something concrete and vital in it alone. Does it also have feeling and power of resistance? Reproduction is the negativity as simple moment of sensibility, and irritability is only a vital power of resistance, so that the relation to the external is reproduction and identity of the individual with itself. Each singular moment is essentially the totality of all their difference, constitutes the ideal determination of form which is posited in reproduction as the concrete totality of the whole. On the one hand, therefore, this whole is opposed to the previous determinate totalities as a third, namely as a concretely real totality. On the other hand, however, it is their implicit essentiality and also that in which they are comprehended as moments and where they have their subject and subsistence. With reproduction as a moment of singularity, the living being posits itself as actual individuality, a self-referring being for itself, but it is at the same time a real outward reference, the reflection of particularity or irritability as against another, as against the objective world. The life process enclosed within the individual passes over into a reference to the presupposed objectivity as such, by virtue of the fact that, as the individual posits itself as subjective totality, the moment of its determinateness, its reference to externality, also becomes a totality. B. The life process. In shaping itself inwardly, the living individual comes into tension with its original presupposing and, as a subject existing in and for itself, sets itself in opposition to the presupposed objective world. The subject is a purpose unto itself, the concept that has its means and subjective reality in the objectivity subjugated to it. As such, it is constituted as the idea existing in and for itself and as an essentially self-subsistent being, as against which the presupposed external world has the value only of something negative and without self-subsistence. In its self-feeling the living being has the certainty of the intrinsic nullity of the otherness confronting it. Its impulse is the need to sublate this otherness and to give itself the truth of this certainty. At first the individual is, as subject, only the concept of the idea of life, its inner subjective process in which it feeds upon itself, and the immediate objectivity which it posits as a natural means in conformity with its concept, are mediated by the process that refers to the fully posited externality, to the objective totality standing indifferently alongside it. This process begins with need, that is, the twofold moment of self-determination of the living being by which the latter posits itself as negated and thereby refers itself to another than it, to the indifferent objectivity, but in this self-loss it is equally not lost, preserves itself in it and remains the identity of the self-equal concept. The living being is thereby the impulse to posit as its own this world which is other than it, to posit itself as equal to it, to sublate the world and objectify itself. Its self-determination has therefore the form of objective externality, and since it is at the same time self-identical, it is the absolute contradiction. The immediate shape of the living being is the idea in its simple concept, the objectivity conforming to the concept as such. The shape is good by nature. But since its negative moment realizes itself as an objective particularity, that is, since the essential moments of its unity are each realized as a totality for itself, the concept splits into two, becoming an absolute inequality with itself, and since even in this rupture the concept remains absolute identity, the living being is for itself this rupture, has the feeling of this contradiction which is pain. Pain is therefore the prerogative of living natures since they are the concretely existing concept, they are an actuality of infinite power, so that they are in themselves the negativity of themselves, that this their negativity exists for them, that in their otherness they preserve themselves. It is said that contradiction cannot be thought, but in the pain of the living being it is even an actual, concrete existence. This internal rupture of the living being, when taken up into the simple universality of the concept, insensibility, is feeling. From pain begin the need and the impulse that constitute the transition by which the individual, in being for itself a negation of itself, also becomes for itself identity, an identity which only is as the negation of that negation. The identity which is in the impulse is such as the individual's subjective certainty of itself, in accordance with which it relates to the indifferent, concrete existence of its external world as to an appearance, to an actuality intrinsically void of concept and unessential. This actuality is to obtain its concept only through the subject, which is the immanent purpose. The indifference of the objective world to determinateness and hence to purpose is what constitutes its external aptitude to conform to the subject whatever other specifications there might be in it. Its mechanical determinability, the lack of the freedom of the immanent concept, constitute its impotence in preserving itself against the living being. Insofar as the object confronts the living being at first as something external and indifferent, it can affect it mechanically, but without in this way affecting it as a living thing, and insofar as it does relate to it as a living thing, it does not affect it as a cause but it rather excites it. Because the living being is an impulse, externality impinges upon it and penetrates it only to the extent that in principle it is already in it, hence the effect on the subject consists only in that the latter finds that the externality at its disposal accords with it. And should this externality not accord with it as a totality, then it must at least accord with a particular side of it, a possibility lodged in the very fact that, in its relation to the outside, the subject is a particular. Now the subject, insofar as in being determined in its need it connects with the outside and consequently is itself something external or an instrument, exercises violence over the object. Its particular character, its finitude in general, falls into the more determinate appearance of this relation. The external factor in this is the process of objectivity in general, mechanism and chemism. But this same process is immediately interrupted and the externality transformed into interiority. The external purposiveness which is at first elicited in the indifferent object by the activity of the subject is thereby sublated, for as against the concept the object is not a substance, the concept, therefore, cannot become for it just an external form but must rather posit itself as its essence and as the determinateness immanently pervading it through and through in conformity with the concept's original identity. By seizing hold of the object, the mechanical process passes over into an internal process by which the individual appropriates the object in such a manner that it takes away from it its distinctive makeup, makes it into a means, and confers upon it its own subjectivity as its substance. This assimilation thus coincides with the individual's process of reproduction considered above. In this process the individual feeds on itself, in the sense that it makes its own objectivity its object. The mechanical and chemical conflict of its members with external things is an objective moment of itself. The mechanical and chemical factor in the process is a beginning of the dissolution of the living thing. Since life is the truth of these processes, and as a living being it is therefore the concrete existence of this truth and the power over the processes, it infringes upon the latter, permeates them as their universality, and their product is entirely determined by it. This transformation of them into the living individual constitutes the turning back of this individual into itself, with the result that the production that as such would be the transition into another becomes reproduction, a reproduction in which the living being posits itself as self-identical for itself. The immediate idea is also the immediate identity of concept and reality, but one that does not exist for itself through the objective process. The living being gives itself its feeling of self, for in that process it posits itself as it is in and for itself, namely, as self-identical in an otherness posited as indifferent to it, as the negative unity of the negative. The individual, in thus rejoining the objectivity at first presupposed as indifferent to it, has equally constituted itself as actual singularity and has sublated its particularity, raising it to universality. Its particularity consisted in the disruption whereby life posited the individual life and the objectivity external to it as its species. Through the external life process, it has consequently posited itself as real universal life, as genus. C. The genus. The living individual, at first cut off from the universal concept of life, is a presupposition yet unproven through itself. Through its process with the simultaneously presupposed world, it has posited itself for itself as the negative unity of its otherness, as the foundation of itself. Thus it is the actuality of the idea, so that the individual now brings itself forth out of actuality, whereas before it proceeded only from the concept, and its coming to be, which was a presupposing, now becomes its production. But the further determination that it has attained by the sublation of the opposition is that it is genus, identity of itself with its hitherto indifferent otherness. This idea of the individual, since it is this essential identity, is essentially the particularization of itself. This particularization, its disruption, in keeping with the totality from which it proceeds, is the duplication of the individual, the presupposing of an objectivity which is identical with it, and a relating of the living being to itself as to another living being. This universal is the third stage, the truth of life insofar as life is still shut up within itself. This stage is the process of the individual as it refers to itself, where the externality is the individual's immanent moment and is, besides, itself a living totality, an objectivity which for the individual is the individual itself, an externality in which the individual has certainty of itself not as being sublated, but as subsisting. Now because the relation of genus is the identity of individual self-feeling in such a one who is at the same time another self-subsistent individual, it is a contradiction accordingly, the living being is once more impulse. The genus is indeed now the completion of the idea of life, but at first it is still within the sphere of immediacy. This universality is therefore actual in a singular shape. It is the concept whose reality has the form of immediate objectivity. And consequently the individual, although it is the genus in itself rather than for itself. What is for it is as yet only another living individual. The concept distinguished from itself has for object, with which it is identical, not itself as concept, but a concept rather that as a living being has at the same time external objectivity for it, a form which is therefore immediately reciprocal. The identity with the other individual, the universality of the individual, is thus still only inner or subjective. It therefore has the longing to posit this identity and to realize itself as universal. But this impulse of the genus can singularity and has sublated its particularity, raising it to universality. Its particularity consisted in the disruption whereby life posited the individual life and the objectivity external to it as its species. Through the external life process, it has consequently posited itself as real universal life, as genus. C. The genus. The living individual, at first cut off from the universal concept of life, is a presupposition yet unproven through itself. Through its process with the simultaneously presupposed world, it has posited itself for itself as the negative unity of its otherness, as the foundation of itself. Thus it is the actuality of the idea, so that the individual now brings itself forth out of actuality, whereas before it proceeded only from the concept, and its coming to be, which was a presupposing, now becomes its production. But the further determination that it has attained by the sublation of the opposition is that it is genus, identity of itself with its hitherto indifferent otherness. This idea of the individual, since it is this essential identity, is essentially the particularization of itself. This particularization, its disruption, in keeping with the totality from which it proceeds, is the duplication of the individual, the presupposing of an objectivity which is identical with it, and a relating of the living being to itself as to another living being. This universal is the third stage, the truth of life insofar as life is still shut up within itself. This stage is the process of the individual as it refers to itself, where the externality is the individual's immanent moment and is, besides, itself a living totality, an objectivity which for the individual is the individual itself, an externality in which the individual has certainty of itself not as being sublated, but as subsisting. Now because the relation of genus is the identity of individual self-feeling in such a one who is at the same time another self-subsistent individual, it is a contradiction accordingly, the living being is once more impulse. The genus is indeed now the completion of the idea of life, but at first it is still within the sphere of immediacy. This universality is therefore actual in a singular shape. It is the concept whose reality has the form of immediate objectivity. And consequently the individual, although it is the genus in itself rather than for itself. What is for it is as yet only another living individual. The concept distinguished from itself has for object, with which it is identical, not itself as concept, but a concept rather that as a living being has at the same time external objectivity for it, a form which is therefore immediately reciprocal. The identity with the other individual, the universality of the individual, is thus still only inner or subjective. It therefore has the longing to posit this identity and to realize itself as universal. But this impulse of the genus has universality for its determinateness and existence. This is the idea of cognition. Chapter The Idea of Cognition. Life is the immediate idea, or the idea as its still internally unrealized concept. In its judgment, the idea is cognition in general. The concept is for itself as concept inasmuch as it freely and concretely exists as abstract universality or a genus. As such, it is its pure self-identity that internally differentiates itself in such a way that the differentiated is not an objectivity but is rather equally liberated into subjectivity or into the form of simple self-equality. Consequently, the object facing the concept is the concept itself. Its reality in general is the form of its existence. All depends on the determination of this form. On it rests the difference between what the concept is in itself, or is subjective, and what it is when immersed in objectivity, and then in the idea of life. In this last, the concept is indeed distinguished from its external reality and posited for itself. However, This being for itself which it now has, it has only as an identity that refers to itself as immersed in the objectivity subjugated to it, or to itself as indwelling, substantial form. The elevation of the concept above life consists in this, that its reality is the concept form liberated into universality. Through this judgment the idea is doubled, into the subjective concept whose reality is the concept itself, and the objective concept which is as life. Thought, spirit, self-consciousness, are determinations of the idea inasmuch as the latter has itself as the subject matter, and its existence, that is, the determinativeness of its being, is its own difference from itself. The metaphysics of the spirit or, as was more commonly said in the past, of the soul, revolved around the determinations of substance, simplicity, immateriality. These were determinations for which spirit was supposed to be the ground, but as a subject drawn from empirical consciousness, and the question then was which predicates agreed with the perceived facts. But this was a procedure that could go no further than the procedure of physics, which reduces the world of appearance to general laws and determinations of reflection, for it is spirit still as phenomenal that is taken as the foundation. In fact, insofar as scientific stringency goes, it also had to fall short of physics. For not only is spirit infinitely richer than nature since its essence is constituted by the absolute unity in the concept of opposites, and in its appearance, therefore, and in its connection with externality, it exhibits contradiction at its most extreme form. It must be possible to adduce an experience in support of each of the opposite determinations of reflection, or, starting from experiences, to proceed by way of formal inference to the opposite determinations. Since the predicates immediately drawn from the appearances still belong to empirical psychology, so far as metaphysical consideration goes, all that is in truth left are the entirely inadequate determinations of reflection. In his critique of rational psychology, Kant insists that, since this metaphysics is supposed to be a rational science, the least addition of anything drawn from perception to the universal representation of self-consciousness would alter it into an empirical science, thus compromising its rational purity and its independence from all experience. Accordingly, all that is left on this view is the simple representation I, a representation entirely devoid of content, of which one cannot even say that it is a concept, but must say that it is a mere consciousness, one that accompanies every concept. Now, as Kant argues further, this I, or, if you prefer, this it, the thing, that thinks, takes us no further than the representation of a transcendental subject of thoughts equals X, a subject which is known only through the thoughts that are its predicates, and of which, taken in isolation, we cannot ever have the least concept. This I has the associated inconvenience that, as Kant, representation in general, insofar as representation can be said to be cognition. Now the paralogism that rational psychology incurs, as Kant expresses it, consists in this that modes of self-consciousness in thinking are converted into concepts of the understanding, as if they were the concepts of an object that I think is taken to be a thinking being, a thing in itself that in this way, because I am present in consciousness always as a subject, am indeed as a singular subject, identical in all the manifoldness of representation, and distinguishing myself from this manifoldness as external to it, the illegitimate inference is thereby drawn that I am a substance, and a qualitatively simple being on top of that, and a one, and a being that concretely exists independently of the things of space and time. I have cited this position in some detail because one can clearly recognize in it both the nature of the former metaphysics of the soul and also, more to the point, of the critique that put an end to it. The former was intent on determining the abstract essence of the soul. It went about this starting from observation, and then converting the latter's empirical generalizations, and the determination of purely external reflection attaching to the singularity of the actual, into the form of the determinations of essence just cited. What Kant generally has in mind here is the state of the metaphysics of his time which, as a rule, stated these one-sided determinations with no hint of dialectic. He neither paid attention to, nor examined, the genuinely speculative ideas of older philosophers on the concept of spirit. In his critique of those determinations he then simply abided by the humane style of skepticism, that is to say, he fixes on how the I appears in self-consciousness, but from this I, since it is its essence, the thing in itself, that we want to cognize, he removes everything empirical. Nothing then remains but this appearance of the I think that accompanies all representations and of which we do not have the slightest concept. It must of course be conceded that, as long as we are not engaged in comprehending but confine ourselves to a simple, fixed representation or to a name, we do not have the slightest concept of the I, or of anything whatever, not even of the concept itself. Peculiar indeed is the thought, if one can call it a thought at all, that I must make use of the I in order to judge the I. The I that makes use of self-consciousness as a means in order to judge this is indeed an X of which, and also of the relation involved in this making use, we cannot possibly have the slightest concept. But surely it is laughable to label the nature of this self-consciousness, namely that the I thinks itself, that the I cannot be thought without the I thinking it, an awkwardness and, as if it were a fallacy, a circle. The awkwardness, the circle, is in fact the relation by which the eternal nature of self-consciousness and of the concept is revealed in immediate, empirical self-consciousness, is revealed because self-consciousness is precisely the existent and therefore empirically perceivable pure concept because it is the absolute self-reference that, as parting judgment, makes itself into an intended object and consists in simply making itself thereby into a circle. This is an awkwardness that a stone does not have. When it is a matter of thinking or judging, the stone does not stand in its own way. It is dispensed from the burden of making use of itself for the task something else outside it must shoulder that effort. The defect, which these surely barbarous notions place in the fact that in thinking the I the latter cannot be left out as a subject, then also appears the other way around, in that the I occurs only as the subject of consciousness, or in that I can use myself only as a subject, and no intuition is available by which the I would be given as an object, but the concept of a thing capable of existence only as a subject does not as yet carry any objective reality with it. Now if external intuition as determined in time and space is required for objectivity, and it is this objectivity that is missed, it is then clear that by objectivity is meant only sensuous reality. But to have risen above such a reality is precisely the condition of thinking and of truth. Of course, if the I is not grasped conceptually but is taken as a mere representation, in the way we talk about it in everyday consciousness, then it is an abstract self-determination, and not the self-reference that has itself for its subject matter. Then it is only one of the extremes, a one-sided subject without its objectivity, or else just an object without subjectivity, which it would be were it not for the awkwardness just touched upon, namely that the thinking subject will not be left out of the I as object. But as a matter of fact this awkwardness is already found in the other determination, that of the I as subject the I does think something, whether itself or something else. This inseparability of the two forms in which the I opposes itself to itself belongs to the most intimate nature of its concept and of the concept as such. It is precisely what Kant wants to keep away in order to retain what is only a representation that does not internally differentiate itself and consequently, of course, is void of concept. Now this kind of conceptual void may well oppose itself to the abstract determinations of reflection or to the categories of the previous metaphysics, for in one-sidedness it stands at the same level with them, though these are in fact on a higher level of thought, but it appears all the more lame and empty when compared with the profounder ideas of ancient philosophy concerning the concept of the soul or of thinking, as for instance the truly speculative ideas of Aristotle. If the Kantian philosophy subjected the categories of reflection to critical investigation, all the more should it have investigated the abstraction of the empty I that he retained, the supposed idea of the thing in itself. The experience of the awkwardness complained of is itself the empirical fact in which the untruth of that abstraction finds expression. The Kantian critique of rational psychology only refers to Mendelssohn's proof of the persistence of the soul, and I now also cite its refutation of that proof because of the oddness of what it adduces against it. Mendelssohn's proof is based on the simplicity of the soul, by virtue of which it is supposed to be incapable of alteration in time, of transition into another. Qualitative simplicity is in general the form of abstraction earlier considered as qualitative determinateness. It was investigated in the sphere of being and it was then proved that the qualitative, which is as such abstractly self-referring determinateness, is precisely for that reason dialectical, mere transition into another. In the case of the concept, however, it was shown that, when considered in connection with persistence, indestructibility, imperishableness, it is that which exists for itself, which is eternal, just because it is not abstract but concrete simplicity, because it is not a determinateness that refers to itself abstractly but is the unity of itself and its other, and it cannot therefore pass over into this other as if it thereby altered in it. It cannot precisely because it is itself the other, the determinateness, and hence in this passing over it only comes to itself. Now the Kantian critique opposes to this qualitative determination of the unity of the concept a quantitative one. As it says, although the soul is not a manifold of reciprocally external parts and contains no extensive magnitude, yet consciousness has a degree, and the soul, like every concretely existing being, is an intensive magnitude. With this magnitude, however, there is posited the possibility of a transition into nothing through gradual vanishing. Now what is this refutation but the application to spirit of a category of being, of intensive magnitude, a determination that is no truth in itself but on the contrary is sublated in the concept? Metaphysics, even one that restricted itself to the fixed concepts of the understanding without rising to speculation, to the nature of the concept and of the idea, did have for its aim the cognition of truth. It did probe its subject matter to ascertain whether there was something true or not, whether substances or phenomena. The triumph of the Kantian critique over this metaphysics consists, on the contrary, in sidelining any investigation that would have truth for its aim, and this aim itself it simply does not pose the one question which is of interest, namely whether a determinate subject, in this case the abstract I of representation, has truth in and for itself. But to stay at appearances and at the mere representations of ordinary consciousness is to give up on the concept and on philosophy. Anything beyond that is branded by the Kantian critique as high-flown, something to which reason has no claim. As a matter of fact, the concept does fly high, rising above what has no concept, and the immediate justification for going beyond it is, for one thing, the concept itself, and, for another, on the negative side, the untruth of appearance and of representation, and also of such abstractions as the thing in itself and the said I, which is not supposed to be an object to itself. In the context of this logical exposition, it is from the idea of life that the idea of spirit has emerged, or what is the same thing, that has demonstrated itself to be the truth of the idea of life. As this result, the idea possesses its truth in and for itself, with which one may then also compare the empirical reality or the appearance of spirit to see how far it accords with it. We have seen regarding life that it is the idea, but at the same time it has shown itself not to be as yet the true presentation or the true mode of its existence. For in life, the reality of the idea is singularity, universality, or the genus is the inwardness. The truth of life as absolute negative unity consists, therefore, in this to sublate the abstract or, what is the same, the immediate singularity, and as identical to be self-identical, as genus, to be self-equal. Now this idea is spirit. In this connection, we may further remark that spirit is here considered in the form that pertains to this idea as logical. For the idea also has other shapes which we may now mention in passing. In these it falls to the concrete sciences of spirit to consider it, namely as soul, consciousness, and spirit as such. The name soul was used formerly to mean singular finite spirit in general, and rational or empirical psychology was supposed to be synonymous with doctrine of spirit. The expression, soul, evokes an image of it as if it were a thing like other things. One inquires regarding its seat, the spatial location from which its forces operate, still more, how this thing can be imperishable, subjected to the conditions of temporality yet exempt from alteration in it. The system of monads elevates matter by making all of it in principle a soul. On this way of representing it, the soul is an atom like the atoms of matter. The atom that rises from a cup of coffee as vapor is capable in favorable circumstances of developing into a soul. Only the greater obscurity of its ideation distinguishes it from the kind of thing that is manifestly soul. The concept that is for itself is necessarily also an immediate existence in this substantial identity with life, immersed in its externality. The concept is the subject matter of anthropology. But even anthropology would find alien a metaphysics in which this form of immediacy is made into a soul thing, into an atom like the atoms of matter. To anthropology must be left only that obscure region where spirit, under influences which were once called sidereal and terrestrial, lives as a natural spirit in sympathy with nature and has presentiments of the latter's alterations in dreams and presentiments, and indwells the brain, the heart, the liver, and so forth. To the liver, according to Plato, God gave the gift of prophecy, above which the self-conscious human is exalted, so that even the irrational part of the soul would be provided for by his bounty and made to share in higher things. To this irrational side belongs further the behavior of figurative representation, and of higher spiritual activity in so far as the latter is subject to the play of an entirely corporeal constitution, of external influences and particular circumstances. This lowest of the concrete shapes in which spirit is sunk into materiality is the one immediately superior to it in consciousness. In this form the free concept, as the I existing for itself, is withdrawn from objectivity, but it refers to the latter as its other, a subject matter that confronts it. Since spirit is here no longer as soul, but, in the certainty that it has of itself, the immediacy of being has for it the significance rather of a negative. Its identity with itself and the objectivity confronting it is at the same time still only a reflective shining, for that objectivity still also has the form of a being that exists in itself. This stage is the subject matter of the phenomenology of spirit, a science that stands midway between the science of the natural spirit and of the spirit as such. It considers spirit as it exists for itself, but at the same time as referring to its other, an other which, as we have just said, is thereby determined both as an object existing in itself and as a negative. The science thus considers spirit as appearing, as exhibiting itself and its contrary. but the higher truth of this form is spirit for itself. For this spirit, the subject matter which for consciousness exists in itself as the form of its own determination, the form of representation in general, this spirit, which acts on the subject matter's determinations as on its own, on feelings, on representations and thought, is thus infinite in itself and in its form. The consideration of this stage belongs to the doctrine of spirit proper, which would embrace the subject matter of ordinary empirical psychology, but which, in order to be the science of spirit, must not go about its work empirically but must be conceived scientifically. At this stage spirit is finite spirit insofar as the content of its determinateness is an immediately given content. The science of this finite spirit has to display the course along which it liberates itself from this determinateness and goes on to grasp its truth, the infinite spirit. The idea of spirit, which is the subject matter of logic, already stands, on the contrary, inside pure science. It has no need, therefore, to observe spirit's tracing that course, to see how it gets entangled with nature, with immediate determinateness, with matter, or in other words with pictorial representation. This is what the other three sciences investigate. The idea of spirit has this course already behind it, or what is the same, it has it rather ahead of it, behind insofar as logic is taken as the final science, ahead insofar as it is taken as the first science from which the idea first passes over into nature. In the logical idea of spirit, therefore, the I is from the start in the way it has emerged from the concept of nature as the truth of nature, the free concept which in its judgment is itself the subject matter confronting it, the concept as its idea. Also in this shape, however, the idea is still not consummated. Although the idea is indeed the free concept that has itself as its subject matter, it is nonetheless immediate, and just because it is immediate, it is still the idea in its subjectivity, and hence in its finitude in general. It is the purpose that ought to realize itself, or the absolute idea itself still in its appearance. What the idea seeks is the truth, this identity of the concept itself and reality, but at first it only seeks it for it is here as it is at first, still something subjective. Consequently, although the subject matter that is for the concept is here also a given subject matter, it does not enter into the subject as affecting it, or as confronting it with the constitution of its own as subject matter, or as a pictorial representation. On the contrary, the subject transforms it into a conceptual determination. It is the concept which is the active principle in it, which therein refers itself to itself, and, by thus giving itself its reality in the object, finds truth. Initially, therefore, the idea is one extreme of a syllogism. The concept that as purpose has itself at first for its subjective reality. The other extreme is the restriction of the subjective, the objective world. The two extremes are identical in that they are the idea. Their unity is, first, that of the concept, a unity which in the one extreme is only for itself and in the other only in itself. Second, it is reality, abstract in the one extreme and in the other in its concrete externality. This unity is now posited through cognition, and, because the latter is the subjective idea which as purpose proceeds from itself, it is at first only a middle term. The knowing subject, through the determinateness of its concept which is the abstract being for itself, refers to an external world. Nevertheless, it does this in the absolute certainty of itself, in order to elevate its implicit reality, this formal truth, to real truth. It has the entire essentiality of the objective world in its concept. Its process consists in positing for itself the concrete reality of that world as identical with the concept, and conversely in positing the latter as identical with objectivity. Immediately, the idea of appearance is the theoretical idea, cognition as such. For to the concept that exists for itself, the objective world immediately has the form of immediacy or of being, just as that concept is to itself at first only the abstract concept of itself, is still shut up within itself. The concept is therefore only as form, of which only its simple determinations of universality and particularity are the reality that it possesses within, while the singularity or the determinate determinateness, the content, is received by it from the outside. A. The idea of the true. At first the subjective idea is impulse. For it is the contradiction of the concept that it has itself for the subject matter and is to itself the reality without, however, the subject matter being another that subsists on its own over against it, or without the differentiation of itself from itself, having at the same time the essential determination of diversity and of indifferent existence. The specific nature of this impulse is therefore to sublate its own subjectivity, to make that first abstract reality a concrete one, filling it with the content of the world presupposed by its subjectivity. From the other side, the impulse is determined in this way. The concept is indeed the absolute certainty of itself. However, opposite its being for itself there stands its presupposition of a world that exists in itself, but one whose indifferent otherness has for the concept's certainty of itself the status of something merely unessential. The concept is therefore the impulse to sublate this otherness and, in the object, to intuit its identity with itself. This immanent reflection is the sublated opposition and the singularity that originally makes its appearance as the presupposed being in itself but is now posited and made actual for the subject accordingly. This being in itself is the self-identity of the form as it has issued from the opposition, an identity which is therefore determined as indifferent towards the form in its differentiation. It is content. Consequently, this impulse is the impulse of truth insofar as the truth is in cognition, and therefore of truth in its strict sense as theoretical idea. Although objective truth is the idea itself as the reality that corresponds to the concept, and to this extent a subject matter may or may not possess truth, nevertheless the more precise meaning of truth is that it is such for or in the subjective concept, in knowledge. Truth is the relation of the judgment of the concept that proved to be the formal judgment of truth, for the predicate in this judgment is not only the objectivity of the concept, but the comparison connecting the concept of the fact with the actuality of it. This realization of the concept is theoretical insofar as the concept still has, as form, the determination of subjectivity, or insofar as it has for the subject the determination of being its own determination. Because cognition is the idea as purpose or as subjective idea, the negation of the world, presupposed as existing in itself, is the first negation, the conclusion in which the objective is posited and the subjective has at first, therefore, only the meaning that what exists in itself is posited only as something subjective, only in conceptual determination, and consequently does not exist as so posited in and for itself. Thus the conclusion only attains to a neutral unity, or a synthesis, that is, to a unity of terms that are originally separate, only externally conjoined. Hence, since in this cognition the concept posits the object as its own, the idea gives itself at first only a content of which the foundation is given, in which only the form of externality has been sublated. To this extent, this cognition still retains its finitude in its realized purpose. In the realized purpose, it has at the same time not attained its purpose, and in its truth it has not arrived at the truth. For insofar as in the result the content still has the determination of a given, the presupposed being in itself confronting the concept has not sublated the unity of concept and reality, the truth, is thereby equally not contained in it. Remarkable is that this side of finitude is the one that of late has been clung to and accepted as the absolute relation of cognition, as if the finite as such were to be the absolute. On this view, an unknown thinghood in itself is attributed to the object, behind cognition, and this thinghood, and the truth also along with it, are regarded for cognition as an absolute beyond. Thought determinations in general, the categories, the determinations of reflection, as well as the formal concept and its moments, acquire on this view the status of determinations that are finite, not in and for themselves, but in the sense of being something subjective as against this empty thinghood in itself. The fallacy of taking this untrue relation of cognition as the true relation has become the universal opinion of modern times. It is immediately clear from this definition of finite cognition that it is a contradiction that sublates itself. It is the contradiction of a truth that is supposed at the same time not to be truth, of a cognition of what is that at the same time does not know the thing in itself. In the collapse of this contradiction, its content, subjective cognition and the thing in itself, collapses, that is, proves itself to be an untruth. But it is incumbent upon cognition itself to resolve its finitude by its own forward movement and along with it its contradiction. What we have said is a consideration which we bring to it and remains a reflection external to it. But cognition is itself the concept which is a purpose unto itself and, therefore, through its realization fulfills itself, and precisely in this fulfillment sublates its subjectivity and the presupposed being in itself. We must examine cognition, therefore, in its positive activity within it. Because this idea, as we have shown, is the concept's impulse to realize itself for itself, its activity consists in determining the object, and by virtue of this determining to refer itself to itself, and it is identical. The object is simply the determinable as such, and in the idea it has this essential side of not being in and for itself opposed to the concept. Because this cognition is still finite, not speculative cognition, the presupposed objectivity does not as yet have for it the shape of something which is inherently the concept simply and solely and does not hold anything particular for itself as against the cognition. But by thus having the status of a beyond that exists in itself, the determination of being determinable through the concept is essential to it, for the idea is the concept that exists for itself, is that which is absolutely infinite in itself, in which the object is implicitly sublated, and the aim is still to sublate it explicitly. The object, therefore, is indeed presupposed by the idea of cognition as existing in itself, but is so essentially related to the idea that the latter, certain of itself and of the nothingness of this opposition, arrives in the object at the realization of its concept. In the syllogism whereby the subjective idea now rejoins objectivity, the first premise is the same form of immediate seizure and connection of the concept with respect to the object as we see in the purposive connection. The determining activity of the concept upon the object is an immediate communication of itself to the object, an unresisted invasion of it. In all this the concept remains in pure self-identity, but this immediate immanent reflection equally has the determination of objective immediacy that which for the concept is its own determination, is equally a being, for it is the first negation of the presupposition. The posited determination equally has the status, therefore, of a presupposition which is merely found, the apprehension of a given wherein the activity of the concept consists rather in being negative towards itself, in holding itself back away from what is found and passive towards it, in order that the latter be allowed to show itself, not as determined by the subject, but as it is in itself. In this premise, therefore, this cognition does not in any way appear as an application of logical determinations, but as a reception and apprehension of such determinations as already found, and its activity appears restricted simply to the removing from the subject matter of a subjective obstacle, an external veil. This cognition is analytic cognition. A. Analytic cognition. The difference between analytic and synthetic cognition is sometimes said to be that the one proceeds from the known to the unknown and the other from the unknown to the known. On closer examination, however, it is difficult to find any definite thought behind this difference, even less a concept. It may be said that in general cognition begins with ignorance, for one does not learn to know something with which one is already acquainted. Conversely, it also begins with the known, for it is a tautological proposition that with which cognition begins, what it therefore actually knows, is for that reason a known what is as yet not known, and is expected to be known only later, is still an unknown. In this respect it must be said that cognition, once it has begun, always proceeds from the known to the unknown. The specific difference of analytic cognition is already established by the fact that, since it is the first premise of the whole syllogism, mediation does not as yet belong to it. Analytic cognition is rather the immediate communication of the concept, a communication that does not as yet contain otherness and in which activity divests itself of its negativity. Yet this immediacy of the connection is for that reason itself mediation, for it is a negative reference of the concept to the object that annuls itself and thereby makes itself simple and identical. This immanent reflection is only subjective, because in its mediation the difference is present still in the form of a presupposition existing in itself, as the object's difference within itself. The determination that results through this connection, therefore, is the form of simple identity, of abstract universality. Accordingly, analytic cognition has in general this identity for its principle, and the transition into another, the linking of different terms is excluded from it and from its activity. If we look now more closely at analytic cognition, we see that it starts from a presupposition, hence from some singular, concrete subject matter, whether for representation this subject matter is already completed or in the form of a task, that is, given to it only under certain circumstances and conditions rather than disengaged from these on its own and presented in simple independence. Now the analysis of this subject matter cannot consist just in resolving it into the particular representations possibly contained within it. Such a resolution and the apprehension of the particular representations is an affair that would not belong to cognition, but would rather be a matter of closer acquaintance, a determination within the sphere of representing. Analysis, since it is based on the concept, has for its products determinations that are essentially conceptual, those such as are contained in the subject matter immediately. We have seen from the nature of the idea of cognition that the activity of the subjective concept must be regarded from one side only as the explication of what is already in the object, for the object itself is nothing but the totality of the concept. It is just as one-sided to portray analysis as though there were nothing in the subject matter that is not imported into it, as it is to suppose that the resulting determinations are only extracted from it. The former way of stating the case corresponds, as is well known, to subjective idealism, which takes the activity of cognition in analysis to be only a one-sided positing, beyond which the thing in itself remains hidden. The other way belongs to the so-called realism, for which the subjective concept is an empty identity that imports the thought determinations from outside. Since analytical cognition, the transformation of the given material into logical determinations, has shown itself to be a positing that immediately determines itself to be equally a presupposing, to be both in one. The logical element can appear on account of this presupposing to be in the subject matter as something already completed, just as because of the positing it can appear as the product of a merely subjective activity. But the two moments are not to be separated. In the abstract form to which analysis raises it, The logical element is of course only to be found in cognition, just as conversely it is not only something posited but something that rather exists in itself. Now insofar as analytical cognition is the indicated transformation, it does not go through further middle terms. On the contrary, the determination is to that extent immediate and has precisely the meaning of being the subject matter's own determination, of belonging to it in itself, and therefore of being apprehended directly from it without subjective mediation. But further, cognition is also supposed to be a progress, an explication of differences. But because, according to the determination that it has here, it is void of concept and undialectical, it only possesses a given difference, and its progression happens solely in the determinations of the material. It seems to have an immanent progress only insofar as the derived thought determinations can in turn be analyzed, insofar as they are still something concrete. The highest and final term of this analyzing is the abstract highest essence, or the abstract subjective identity, and, over against it, the difference. This progress, however, is nothing but just the repetition of the one original activity of analysis, namely, the redetermination as a concretion of what has already been taken up in abstract conceptual form, and following upon that the analysis of this concretion, and then again the renewed determination of the resulting abstraction as concrete, and so forth. But the thought determinations also seem to contain a transition in themselves. If the subject matter is defined as a whole, then of course one advances from it to the other determination of part, from cause to the other determination of effect, and so forth. But this is no progress, for part and whole, cause and effect, are relations. Indeed, in the context of this formal cognition they are such consummate relations that the one determination is already found essentially linked to the other. The subject matter that has been determined whether as cause or as part is thus determined by the whole relation, already by both sides of it. Although this relation is in itself something synthetic, this connection is for analytical cognition just as much of a mere given as is any other connection in its material, and therefore outside its sphere of competence. Whether this connection is otherwise determined as a priori or a posteriori is here indifferent, for it is apprehended as already given, or, as it has also been called, as a fact of consciousness, namely the fact that with the determination of whole there is linked the determination of part, and so on. Kant made the profound observation that there are synthetic principles a priori, and he recognized as their root the unity of self-consciousness, hence the self-identity of the concept. However, he takes the specific connection, the relational concepts, and the synthetic principles. From formal logic as given the deduction of these should have been the exposition of the transition of that simple unity of self-consciousness into these determinations and distinctions, but Kant spared himself the effort of demonstrating this truly synthetic progression, that of the self-producing concept. It is well known that analytical science and analysis are the names of preference of arithmetic and the sciences of discrete magnitude in general. And in fact their typical method of cognition is most eminently analytical, and we must now briefly consider why this is so. Any other analytical cognition begins from a concrete material that has an accidental manifoldness within every distinction of content, and every advance to further content depend on this material. The material of arithmetic and of algebra is, on the contrary, an already totally abstract and indeterminate product from which every peculiarity of relation has been eliminated, and to which, therefore, every determination and every joining is something external. This product is the principle of discrete magnitude, the one. This relationless atom can be increased to a plurality and externally determined and unified into a sum. The increasing and the limiting are an empty progression and an empty determining that never gets past the same principle of the abstract one. How the numbers are further combined and separated depends solely on the positing activity of the knowing subject. Magnitude is in general the category within which these determinations are conducted. It is the determinateness that has become indifferent, so that the subject matter has no determinateness which is immanent to it and is therefore given to cognition. Since cognition has from the start provided itself with an accidental assortment of numbers, these now constitute the material for further elaboration and manifold relations. Such relations, their discovery and elaboration, do not seem, it is true, to be anything immanent in analytical cognition, but seem rather something accidental and given. Moreover, these same relations and the operations connected with them are also routinely conducted one after the other, as diverse, with no notice of any internal connectedness. But it is easy to recognize the presence of a guiding principle that is none other than the immanent principle of analytical identity, an identity that in diversity appears as equality, progression as the reduction of the unequal to ever greater equality. To give an example from the first elementary operations, addition is the combining of quite accidentally unequal numbers. Multiplication, on the contrary, is the combination of equal numbers, upon which there then follows the relation of equality of number of times and unit, and the relation of powers then comes in. Now because the determinateness of the subject matter and of the relations is a positive one, any further operation with them is also wholly analytic. Accordingly, analytical science has not so much theorems as it has problems. The analytical theorem contains the problem as already resolved on its own terms. The wholly external distinction that attaches to the two sides which it equates is so unessential that, as theorem, it would appear to be a trivial identity. To be sure, Kant has declared the proposition equals to be synthetic, because the same is exhibited on the one side in the form of a plurality, and on the other in the form of a unity, but, if the analytic proposition is to mean more than just the totally abstract identity and tautology of equals and is to contain any progression within it at all, then there must be present some sort of distinction, though not one based on equality, on a reflective and still less conceptual determinateness. And are absolutely the very same content, but the first side also expresses the demand that and be combined into one expression, that is to say, that just as is the product of a process of counting that was arbitrarily interrupted but might just as well have been carried farther, so now the counting is to be resumed as before with the stipulation that the ones to be added should be 7. The is therefore the result of and of a preset operation which is by nature also a completely external and thoughtless act, one that a machine can also therefore perform. Here there is not the slightest transition to another. What there is the mere continuation, that is, the repetition, of the same operation that produced and. The proof of a theorem of this kind, and it would require proof if it were a synthetic proposition, would consist simply in the operation of continuing counting, starting from, up to as the predetermined limit, and in the recognition of the agreement of the product of this counting with what is otherwise called a figure, which is again nothing more than that same counting up to a determined limit. For this reason we state the proof in the form of a problem rather than a theorem as a matter of course. We demand to perform an operation, that is to say, we state only one side of the equation that would constitute the theorem and whose other side is now to be found. The problem contains the content and assigns the specific operation to be performed with it. The operation is not constrained by any recalcitrant material endowed with specifying relations, but is rather an external subjective act, the determinations of which are received with indifference by the material where they are posited. The whole difference between the conditions stipulated in the problem and the result in the solution is only this, that the union or separation as stipulated in the problem is actual in the solution. It is, therefore, a supremely superfluous piece of scaffolding to apply here the form of geometrical method that goes with synthetic propositions, and to add to the problem, over and above the solution, a proof as well. Such a proof can express no more than the tautology that the solution is correct because the prescribed operation has been performed. If the problem is to add several numbers, then the solution is to add them. The proof shows that the solution is correct because addition was prescribed and addition was performed. If the problem involves more complex expressions and operations, as for instance the multiplication of decimal numbers, and the solution only states the mechanical procedure, a proof will then indeed be necessary, but it can consist in nothing more than the analysis of the expressions and of the operation from which the solution proceeds of itself. By this separation of the solution as a mechanical procedure, and of the proof as a reminder of the nature of the subject matter to be treated and of the operation itself, we lose precisely the advantage of the analytic problem, namely that the construction can be derived directly from the problem and presented, therefore, as intelligible in and for itself. In the other way, the construction is expressly given a defect which is typical of the synthetic method. In higher analysis, especially in connection with the relations of powers, where qualitative relations of discrete magnitudes dependent on conceptual determinacies come into play, the problems and the theorems do of course contain synthetic determinations. In these cases, other expressions and relations than are given by the problem or theorem must be taken as intermediary links. But here also, the determinations enlisted as an aid must be such as to be based on recalling or developing one side or other of the problem or theorem. The look of synthesis comes solely from the fact that the problem or theorem has not as yet already identified that side. For instance, the problem of finding the sum of the powers of the roots of an equation is solved through the examination and then the joining of the functions that are the coefficients of the equation of the roots. The determination of the functions of these coefficients and their link here enlisted as an aid is not already expressed in the problem, but for the rest the development is totally analytical. The same applies to the solution of the equation xm equals with the aid of the sign, and also to its immanent algebraic solution, famously discovered by Gauss, which takes into consideration as an aid the residuum of xm divided by, and the so-called primitive roots, one of the most important extensions of analysis in modern times. These solutions are synthetic, for the determinations enlisted in their aid, the sign or the examination of the residua, are not a determination of the problem itself. We gave in the first part of this logic a detailed account of the nature of the analysis which is dedicated to the so-called infinite differentiations of variable magnitudes, the analysis of differential and integral calculus. It was shown there that underlying this analysis there is a fundamental qualitative determination of magnitude that can be comprehended only by the concept. The transition to this determination from magnitude is such as no longer analytic to this day, therefore, mathematics has been incapable of justifying internally, that is, mathematically, the operations based on it, for the transition is not of a mathematical nature. We said in the same place that Leibniz, famed for having rendered the calculation of infinitesimals into a calculus, executed the transition in a way which is utterly deficient, just as totally void of concept as unmathematical. But of course, once the transition is presupposed, and in the present state of the science it is no more than a presupposition, the further course is only a series of ordinary analytical operations. We have said that analysis becomes synthetic when it comes to determinations that are no longer posited by the problems themselves. But the general transition from analytic to synthetic cognition lies in the necessary transition from the form of immediacy to mediation, from abstract identity to difference. Analysis in general restricts its activity to determinations insofar as these are self-referential, yet by virtue of their determinateness they also essentially refer to another by nature. We have already remarked that analytic cognition remains such even when it advances to relations that are not an externally given material but are rather thought determinations, since for it these relations are also given. But because the abstract identity which this cognition knows to be solely its own is essentially an identity in difference, even as such it must be cognition's own identity, and the connection as well must become for the concept one which is posited by it and is identical with it. b. Synthetic cognition. Analytic cognition is the first premise of the whole syllogism, the immediate reference of the concept to the object. Identity is, therefore, the determination which analytic cognition recognizes as its own, and analytic cognition is the apprehension of what is. Synthetic cognition aims at the comprehension of what is, that is, at grasping the manifoldness of determinations in their unity. It is, therefore, the second premise of the syllogism, the one in which the diverse as such is connected. Its aim, therefore, is necessity in general. The diverse terms that are combined stand, on the one hand, in a relation in which they are both connected yet mutually indifferent and self-subsistent, but, on the other hand, they are linked together in a concept which is their simple yet determinate unity. Now inasmuch as in a first moment synthetic cognition passes over from abstract identity to relation, or from being to reflection, it is not the absolute reflection of the concept that the latter recognizes in its subject matter. The reality that the concept gives itself is the next stage, namely the set identity and diversity as such, an identity that equally is, therefore, still inner, and only necessity. It is not the subjective identity existing for itself, hence not as yet the concept as such. Synthetic cognition, therefore, does also have for its content the determinations of the concept. The object is posited in them, but they stand only in relation to one another or in immediate unity, and for that very reason not in the unity by which the concept exists as subject. This is what constitutes the finitude of this cognition. Because the identity which this real side of the idea has in it is still an inner one, the determinations of that identity are still external to themselves, and because the identity is not a subjectivity, the concept's own specific presence in the subject matter still lacks singularity, although what in the object corresponds to the concept is no longer the abstract but the determinate form of the concept, and hence the concept's particularity, the singularizing element in the object, is nevertheless still a given content. Consequently, although this cognition transforms the objective world into concepts, what it gives to it in accordance with conceptual determinations is only the form as for the object in its singularity, in its determinateness. This it must find the cognition is not yet self-determining. It likewise finds propositions and laws, and proves their necessity, but it proves the latter not as a necessity inherent in a fact in and for itself, that is to say, it does not demonstrate it from the concept, it proves it rather as the necessity inherent to a cognition that delves into given determinations, into phenomenal differences, and cognizes for itself the proposition as a unity and relation, or cognizes the ground of appearance from the appearance itself. We must now examine the detailed moments of synthetic cognition. Definition. To start with, the still given objectivity is transformed into simple form, as the first form and therefore as the form of the concept. The moments of this apprehension are none other, therefore, than the moments of the concept universality, particularity, and singularity. The singular is the object itself as an immediate representation, it is that which is to be defined. The universal of this singular object took the form of genus in the determination of the objective judgment, or the judgment of necessity more precisely, It took the form of the proximate genus, that is to say, of the universal with the determinateness which is at the same time the principle for the differentiation of the particular. This is a difference that the subject matter receives in its specific non-indifference, the one that makes it a determinate species and is the basis of its disjunction from the remaining species. Definition, in thus reducing the subject matter to its concept, gets rid of the externalities that are requisite for its concrete existence. It abstracts from what is added to the concept in its realization, whereby the concept issues first into idea and secondly into external concrete existence. Description is for representation. It collects this extra content that belongs to reality. But definition reduces this wealth of manifold determinations of the intuited existence to its simplest moments. What is contained in the concepts are the form of these simple elements and how they are determined with respect to one another. The subject matter is thus apprehended, as we just said, as a universal which is determined at the same time. The subject matter is the third, the singular in which genus and particularization are posited in one, an immediate which is posited outside the concept, for it is not yet self-determining. In these determinations, in the difference of form of the definition, the concept finds itself there. It finds the reality that corresponds to it. But since the reflection of the moments of the concept into themselves which is singularity is not as yet contained in this reality, and since the object, insofar as it is in cognition, is consequently not as yet determined as subjective, it is cognition which, on the contrary, is subjective and has an external beginning, that is to say, because of its external beginning in a singular it is subjective. The content of the concept is therefore something given and contingent. The concrete concept itself is thus contingent in two respects: once because its content is contingent, and again because it is a matter of accident which content determinations, from the many qualities which the intended object has in external existence, are chosen for the concept as constituting its moments. This last respect requires closer consideration. Since singularity is a determinate way of existing in and for itself, it escapes the conceptual determination proper of synthetic cognition. There is in fact no principle, therefore, for determining which aspects of the subject matter are to be regarded as belonging to its conceptual determination and which only to its external reality. In the case of definitions, this constitutes a difficulty which for synthetic cognition cannot be eliminated. A distinction must nonetheless be made here. In the first place, so far as the products of self-conscious purposiveness are concerned, it is easy enough to discover their definition, for the purpose which they should serve is a determination that is generated by a subjective resolution and constitutes the essential particularization, the form of the concrete existent, on which alone everything depends here. The further nature of the material of the existent thing or its other external properties, insofar as they correspond to the purpose, are contained in the thing's determination. The rest are unessential for it. Secondly, geometrical objects are abstract determinations of space. The underlying abstraction, the so-called absolute space, has lost all other concrete determinations and now possesses no further shapes and configurations than are posited in it essentially. Therefore, such shapes and configurations are only what they are intended to be: their conceptual determination in general, and more proximately their specific difference, have unfettered reality in them in this respect. Therefore, they are the same as the products of external purposiveness, and in this they also agree with the objects of arithmetic, in which the underlying determination is also only one that has been posited in them. Of course, space has yet further determinations: its tridimensionality, its continuity and divisibility, which are not first posited in it by external determination. But these belong to the material under consideration and are immediate presuppositions. Synthetic relations and laws are produced only through the combination and the interweaving of these subjective determinations with this distinctive nature of their field into which they have been imported. In the case of number determinations, since they are based on the simple principle of the one, their combination and further determination is only an entirely posited product. On the other hand, determinations in space, which for its part is a continuous externality, run a further course of their own and have a reality that exceeds their concept, but it no longer belongs to the immediate definition. But, thirdly, in the case of the definitions of concrete objects, of nature as well as of spirit, the situation is quite different. For representation, such subject matters are in general things of many properties. In their case all depends on apprehending what is their proximate genus, and then what is their specific difference. We have to determine, therefore, which of the many properties pertains to the subject matter as genus, which as species, and which among these properties is the essential one. This further involves recognizing how the properties hang together, whether one is already posited with the other. For this, however, no other criterion is yet available than existence itself. For the definition, in which the property is to be posited as simple undeveloped determinateness, the essentiality of the property is its universality. But in existence this universality is empirical, it is a universality in time, whether the property persists while the rest ostensibly come and go within the permanence of the whole, or a universality resulting from comparison with other concrete wholes, in which case it does not get beyond commonality. Now if comparison gives as a common foundation the total habitus, such as is empirically given, then reflection must gather it together into one simple thought determination and grasp the simple character of the resulting totality. But the only possible attestation that a thought determination, or any single one of the immediate properties, constitutes the simple and determinate essence of the subject matter is its derivation from the concrete constitution of the latter. But this would require an analysis that transforms the immediate elements of this constitution into thoughts and reduces their concreteness to a simple thought determination, and this is an analysis of a higher order than the one just considered, for it would not be abstractive. On the contrary, in the universal it should still retain the singular character of the concrete, should unify it and show that it is dependent on the simple thought determination. The connections of the manifold determinations of immediate existence to the simple concept would however require theorems, and these need proof. But definition is the first, still undeveloped concept, and in that it has to apprehend the simple determinateness of the subject matter, and this apprehension is to be something simple. It can employ for the purpose only one of the subject's immediate so-called properties, a determination of sensuous existence or of representation. The singling out, then, of this property through abstraction is what constitutes the simplicity, and for universality and essentiality the concept must resort to empirical universality, to persistence under altered circumstances, and to the reflection that seeks the determination of the concept in external existence and in pictorial representation, seeks it, that is, where it is not to be found. Defining, therefore, by its own doing also forfeits the true concept determinations that would by essence be the principles of the subject matter, and contents itself with marks, that is, determinations in which that they are essential to the subject matter as a matter of indifference and whose only purpose is rather to be markers for external reflection. Any such single, external determinateness is too disproportionate with respect to the concrete totality and to the nature of its concept to justify its being singled out or to assume that a concrete whole would find in it its true expression and determination. For example, as Blumenbach observes, the lobe of the ear is something lacking to all other animals and is therefore perfectly entitled, in accordance with ordinary ways of speaking about common and distinguishing markers, to be used as the distinctive characteristic in the definition of the physical human being. But how disproportionate such a totally external determination at once appears when measured against the representation of the total habitus of the physical human being, and against the demand that the concept determination shall be something essential. It is entirely accidental whether the markers taken up into the definition are pure makeshifts like this one or approximate the nature of a principle instead. From their externality one can also see that the cognition based on concepts did not begin with them, it was rather an obscure feeling, an indeterminate but profound sense, an intimation of the essential that preceded the discovery of genera in nature and spirit, and only afterwards was a specific externality sought for the understanding. Since in existence the concept has entered into externality, it has unfolded into its differences and cannot be absolutely attached to any single one of such properties. The properties, as the externality of the thing, are external to themselves for this reason, as we demonstrated in the sphere of appearance in connection with the thing of many properties. Do the properties essentially become even self-subsistent matters? Spirit, regarded from the standpoint of appearance, turns into an aggregate of many independent forces. Regarded in this way, the single property or force, even where it is posited as indifferent to the other properties, ceases to be a characterizing principle, with the result that the determinateness, as the determinateness of the concept, vanishes completely. In the concrete things, together with the diversity of the properties among themselves, there also enters the difference between the concept and its realization. The concept has an external presentation in nature and spirit wherein its determinateness manifests itself as dependence on the external, as transitoriness and inadequacy. Therefore, although an actual thing will indeed manifest in itself what it ought to be, yet, in accordance with the negative judgment of the concept, it may equally also show that its actuality only imperfectly corresponds with this concept, that it is bad. Now the definition is supposed to indicate the determinateness of the concept in an immediate property, yet there is no property against which an instance could not be adduced where the whole habitus indeed allows the recognition of the concrete thing to be defined, yet the property taken for its character shows itself to be immature and stunted. In a bad plant, a bad animal type, a contemptible human individual, a bad state, there are aspects of their concrete existence that are defective or entirely missing but that might otherwise be picked out for the definition as the distinctive mark and essential determinateness in the existence of any such concrete entity. A bad plant, a bad animal, etc., remains a plant, an animal just the same. If, therefore, the bad specimens are also to be covered by the definition, then the empirical search for essential properties is ultimately frustrated, because of the instances of malformation in which they are missing. For instance, in the case of the physical human being, the essentiality of the brain is missing in the instance of acephalous individuals, or, in the case of the state, the essentiality of the protection of life and of property is missing in the instance of despotic states and tyrannical governments. If the concept is maintained despite the contradicting instance and the latter is declared, as measured by the concept, to be a bad specimen, then the attestation of the concept is no longer based on appearance. But that the concept stands on its own goes against the meaning of definition, for definition is supposed to be the immediate concept, and can therefore derive its determinations of the subject matter only from the immediacy of existence and justify itself only in what it already finds there. Whether its content is in and for itself truth or contingency, this lies outside the sphere of definition, but for this reason, because the singular subject matter under consideration may well be a bad specimen, formal truth, or the agreement of the concept subjectively posited in the definition and the actual subject matter outside it, cannot be established. The content of a definition is taken in general from immediate existence, and because it is immediate, it has no justification. The question regarding its necessity is precluded by its origination by the very fact that the definition voices the concept as something merely immediate. It renounces comprehending it conceptually. What it exhibits, therefore, is nothing but the form determination of the concept in a given content, without the reflection of the concept within itself, that is, without its being for itself. But immediacy proceeds as such only from mediation, and must therefore pass over into it. Or the determinateness of the content contained in the definition is, for the very reason that it is determinateness, not only immediate but something mediated by its other. Consequently, definition can apprehend its subject matter only by virtue of the opposite determination and must therefore pass over into division. Division. The universal must particularize itself to this extent. The necessity of division lies in the universal. But because definition itself already begins with the particular, its necessity for passing over into division lies in the particular that points, as particular, to another. Conversely, the particular separates itself off from the universal precisely by holding on to its determinateness for the sake of keeping it distinct from another. Then the universal is therefore presupposed for division. The way to proceed is therefore this: the singular content of definition is raised through particularity to the extreme of universality, but universality must from now on be assumed as the objective foundation and, with it as the starting point, division presents itself as the disjunction of the universal, the latter being the first. A transition is now introduced which, since it takes place from the universal to the particular, is determined by the form of the concept. Definition is as such something singular. A greater number of definitions pertains to a greater number of subject matters. The advance from the universal to the particular characteristic of the concept constitutes the basis and the possibility of a synthetic science, of a system, and of systematic cognition. The first requirement for this is that, as indicated, the beginning be made with the subject matter in the form of a universal. In the realm of actuality, whether of nature or spirit, it is the concrete singularity that is given to subjective, natural cognition as first. But in a cognition which is a conceptual comprehension, at least inasmuch as it has the form of the concept for its basis, it is the simple, abstracted from the concrete, that on the contrary comes first, for only in this form does the subject matter have the form of a self-referring universality and of an immediacy that accords with the concept. It may perhaps be objected to this way of proceeding in matters scientific that, since intuition is easier than cognition, what can be intuited, that is, concrete actuality, should be made the starting point of science. That this way of proceeding would be more natural than one that starts from an abstract subject matter and then proceeds from it to its particularization and concrete singularization. But inasmuch as cognition is the issue, any comparison with intuition has already been decided and dismissed. The only question allowed here is what should be the first inside cognition, and how one should then go from there. What is required is not a method appropriate to nature but one appropriate to cognition. If the issue is merely one of easiness, then it goes without saying that it is easier for cognition to grasp the abstract simple thought determination than to grasp a concrete subject matter which is a complex web of such thought determinations and relations. And it is in this manner, no longer as it is given in intuition, that the matter should be grasped. The universal is in and for itself the first moment of the concept, because it is the simple, and the particular only comes after it, because it is the mediated, and conversely the simple is the more universal, and the concrete, since it is internally differentiated and hence mediated, is what already presupposes the transition from a first. This remark applies not only to the ordering of the whole into the specific forms of definitions, divisions, and propositions, but also to the ordering of cognition as a whole and simply with respect to the difference of abstract and concrete in general. Thus in learning to read, for example, the more rational way to begin is also not with reading whole words or even syllables, but with the elements of words and syllables and with the signs of abstract sound inflections in alphabetic script. The analysis of concrete words into their abstract sound inflections in their signs is already accomplished, and for this reason learning to read is a primary occupation with abstractions. In geometry, the beginning has to be made not with a concrete space configuration but with point and line, and then with plane figures, and among the latter not with polygons but with the triangle, and among curves with the circle. In physics, the singular natural properties or matters must be freed from the manifold entanglements in which they are found in concrete actuality, and presented with their simple, necessary conditions. They too, like space configurations, are accessible to intuition, but this intuition has to be prepared for, in such a way that they finally appear and are held free of all the modifications due to circumstances which are extraneous to their specific nature. Magnetism, electricity, various kinds of gases, etc., are such subject matters as come to be known in their specificity only by being apprehended as removed from the concrete conditions under which they appear in actuality. Of course, an experiment will exhibit them to intuition in some concrete case, but, in order for the experiment to be scientific, it must admit only such conditions as are necessary to it, and it must be repeated in various forms in order to demonstrate that the concrete cluster of conditions that cannot be separated from the matters under consideration are inessential, for these can appear in one concrete configuration and then again in another, so that only their abstract form is left for cognition. To mention yet one more example, it might appear natural and reasonable to regard colors, first, in the concrete appearance of the animal's subjective sense, next, as a spectral phenomenon hovering outside the subject, and finally fixed in objects in external actuality. But for cognition, the universal and consequently truly primary form is the middle one of the three mentioned, color, as it hovers between subjectivity and objectivity in the well-known form of the spectrum, still unentangled with subjective and objective circumstances. For the pure consideration of the nature of this object, such circumstances are at first only a source of interference, because they behave as efficient causes and therefore make it uncertain whether specific alterations of colors, specific transitions and relations, are based on their own specific nature as color, or rather to be attributed to the specific pathology of the circumstances themselves, to the healthy and sick particular affections and effects of the organs of the subject, or to the chemical, vegetable, and animal forces of the objects. Numerous other examples could be adduced from the cognition of organic nature and of the world of spirit. Everywhere the abstract must constitute the starting point and the element in which and from which the particularities and rich shapes of the concrete spread out. Now, although with division or with the particular the distinction of universal and particular is duly introduced, this universal is nevertheless itself already something determinate and therefore itself only a member of a division. Hence there is a higher universal for it, and a higher yet for this other universal, and the same for the next all the way to infinity. There is no immanent limit to the cognition under consideration here, because it proceeds from a given and it is the form of abstract universality that defines its first. Any object, therefore, that seems to possess an elementary universality is made the subject matter of a specific science. It makes an absolute beginning because ordinary acquaintance with it is presupposed, and the assumption made is that it stands on its own with no need of derivation. Definition takes it as an immediate. Division is the immediately next step after this starting point. For this advance, only an immanent principle would be required, that is, a beginning from the universal and the concept, but the cognition under consideration here lacks any such principle, for it follows only upon the form determination of the concept without that form's immanent reflection, and therefore takes the determinateness of the content from what is given. There is no specific reason for the particular that enters into the division, whether with respect to what constitutes the basis of the division, or with respect to the specific relation that the members of the disjunction are supposed to have to one another. Consequently, in this respect the business of cognition can only consist partly in orderly arranging the particularities found in the empirical material, and partly also in discovering universal determinations of this material by means of comparison. Such determinations then count as grounds of division, of which there can be a variety, just as there can be an equal variety of divisions based on them. The relation of the members of a division to one another, the relation of the species, has only this one universal determination, namely that the members, the species, are determined relative to one another in accordance with the assumed ground of division. If their differentiation were to rest on some other consideration, their order would be arranged along different lines accordingly. Because of the lack of a principle of self-determination, The only possible laws for this business of division consist in formal, empty rules that lead nowhere. Thus we see laid down as a rule that division should exhaust the concept, but in fact each single member of the division must exhaust the concept. Actually, what is meant is that the determinateness of the concept should be exhausted, but there is nothing in an empirical manifold of species, internally void of determination, that contributes to this exhaustion. Whether few or many of them have been discovered, it is indifferent, for example, to the exhaustion of the concept whether in addition to the 67 species of parrots another dozen are discovered. The demand for exhaustion can only mean this tautological proposition, that all the species should be listed in their completeness. Now as empirical cognition expands, it can well happen that species are discovered that do not fit the assumed determination of the genus, for the genus is usually adopted more in accordance with some obscure representation of the whole habitus than in accordance with the more or less singular mark that should expressly serve to determine it. In such a case, the genus would have to be altered and a justification would have to be given for regarding another group of species as the species of the one new genus. That is to say, the genus would receive its determination from what we group together on the basis of some standpoint or other that we choose to assume as a principle of unity. This standpoint thus becomes itself the ground of division. Conversely, should we hold on to the determinateness originally assumed to define the genus, then the material that we wanted to bring as species in unity with the earlier ones, would have to be excluded. This way of carrying on without the concept, at one time by assuming a certain determinateness as the essential moment of the genus, subordinating the particulars to it or excluding them from it accordingly at another time by starting with the particulars and letting oneself be guided in grouping them by some other determinateness, this way gives the appearance of a game in which it is left up to chance to decide which part or which side of the concrete to fix on in order than to bring order in accordance with it. It is physical nature itself that presents such a contingency in the principles of division because of the external dependency of its actuality. It stands in a manifold of connectedness which for it is likewise given. There is, therefore, an assortment of principles to which it has to adapt itself, following one principle in one series of its forms but another in another series, while also producing hybrids that go in different directions at once. Thus it happens that in one series of natural things certain marks come to the fore as especially significant and essential that in another series become inconspicuous and purposeless, the result being that it is impossible to abide by any such principle of division. The general determinateness of empirical species can only consist in this, that they are simply diverse from one another without being opposed. The disjunction of the concept was presented earlier in a determinate form if particularity is taken without the negative unity of the concept, as a particularity which is immediate and given, then difference stays at only the reflective form of diversity considered earlier. The externality in which the concept is preeminently to be found in nature brings with it the total indifference of difference. For this reason it is common to take from number the determination for division. Such is the contingency here of the particular with respect to the universal, and therefore of division in general, that it may be attributed to an instinctive reason when we discover in this cognition bases of division and divisions which, to the extent that sensuous properties allow it, show themselves to be more adequate to the concept. For example, in the case of animals, the instruments for eating, the teeth and the claws, are used in the systems as a far-reaching criterion of division. They may be taken at first only as features in which it is easier, for the subjective purpose of cognition, to detect distinguishing marks. But in fact the differentiation embodied in those organs is not one that pertains just to external reflection. Such organs are rather the vital point of animal individuality, where the latter posits itself as self-referring singularity by cutting itself loose from the otherness of its external nature and from continuity with the other. In the case of the plant, it is the reproductive parts that constitute the highest point of vegetable life, the point at which the plant points to the transition into sexual difference and thereby into individual singularity. For this reason the system has rightly turned to this point for a base of division which, though not sufficient, is nonetheless far-reaching, and has thereby laid down for foundation a determinateness which is such not merely for external reflection, for the purpose of comparison, but is in and for itself the highest of which the plant is capable. The theorem. The third stage in this advance of cognition based on concept determinations is the transition of particularity to singularity. This stage constitutes the content of the theorem. To be considered here, therefore, is the self-referring determinateness, the internal differentiation of the subject matter and the connection of the differentiated determinacies to one another. Definition contains only one determinateness, division contains determinateness as against the other, and singularization the subject matter has parted internally. Whereas definition stops at the universal concept, in theorems the subject matter is known in its reality, in the conditions and the forms of its real existence. Together with the definition, therefore, the subject matter exhibits the idea, which is the unity of the concept and reality. But the cognition being considered here, a cognition that is still a seeking, does not attain this presentation, for in it reality does not proceed from the concept, and therefore the dependency of reality on the concept and consequently the unity itself is not cognized. Now according to the definition just given, the theorem is the properly synthetic element of a subject matter, because the relations of its determinacies are necessary, that is, are grounded in the inner identity of the concept. In definition and division the synthetic element is a connectedness held together externally. What is found given is brought into the form of the concept, but, as given, the entire content is only displayed in the theorem. On the contrary, it ought to be demonstratively displayed. Since this cognition does not deduce the content of its definitions and of the principles of division, it seems that it might also spare itself the proof of the relations expressed by the theorem and be satisfied here too just with perception. But what distinguishes cognition from mere perception and representation is the form of the concept in general that it imparts to the content. This is done in definition and division, but since the content of the theorem proceeds from the concept's moment of singularity, it consists in determinations of reality that no longer have as their relation just the simple and immediate determinations of the concept in singularity. The concept has gone over to otherness, to reality, thereby becoming idea. The synthesis contained in the theorem no longer has, therefore, the form of the concept to justify it. It is a joining together of such as are diverse. Consequently, the unity not yet thereby posited still remains to be demonstrated here. Proof thus becomes necessary to this cognition itself. Now the first difficulty that we encounter here is of distinctly distinguishing between which of the determinations of the subject matter can be admitted into the definitions, and which must rather be relegated to the theorems. In this matter, there is no principle readily available. There might seem to be one in assuming, perhaps, that what pertains to a subject matter immediately also belongs to the definition, while for the rest, since it is something mediated, the mediation must first be demonstrated. But the content of the definition is as such determined and therefore itself essentially mediated. Its immediacy is only a subjective one, that is to say, the subject makes an arbitrary beginning letting a subject matter count as a presupposition. Now since this subject matter is as such in itself concrete, and must also be divided, the result is a number of determinations that are mediated by nature and are taken as immediate and unproved, not on the basis of any principle, but only subjectively. Even in Euclid, who has always been justly recognized to be the master of this synthetic kind of cognition, we find under the name of axiom a presupposition about parallel lines that some have held to be in need of proof, and various attempts have been made to fill this lack. And there are several other theorems in which people have thought to have discovered presuppositions that should not have been immediately assumed but ought to have been proved. So far as the axiom of parallel lines is concerned, it may be noted that precisely there is where Euclid gives evidence of his good sense. He had duly appreciated the nature of his science. The proof of that axiom would have to be derived from the concept of parallel lines. Any such proof, however, has no place in his science, no more than does the deduction of his definitions, of his axioms and his subject matter in general, of space itself and its first determinations, the dimensions. For any such deduction would have to be carried out on the basis of the concept, and this lies outside the proper domain of Euclidean science. These must remain for it, therefore, necessary presuppositions, relative firsts. Axioms, to take this opportunity of mentioning them, belong to the same class. They are commonly but wrongly taken to be absolute firsts, as if they were not in need of proof in and for themselves. If such were in fact the case, they would then be mere tautologies, for it is only an abstract identity that there is no diversity and that therefore also no mediation is needed. But if the axioms are more than just tautologies, then they are propositions drawn from another science, since within the science for which they serve as axioms they are meant as presuppositions. Strictly speaking, therefore, they are theorems, and are indeed mostly drawn from logic. The axioms of geometry are lemmas of this kind, logical propositions, and they come close, moreover, to being tautologies because they are concerned with quantity alone, and every qualitative difference has therefore been purged from it. Of the principal axiom, the purely quantitative syllogism, we spoke earlier. Axioms, therefore, when considered in and for themselves, are just as much in need of proof as are definitions and divisions, and they are not made into theorems only for the reason that, since they are relative firsts, they are assumed for a certain standpoint as presuppositions. As regards the content of theorems, there is one further precision to be made. Because this content consists in a connection of determinacies of the concept's reality, such connections may be more or less incomplete and single relations of the subject matter, or, on the contrary, they may be one such relation that encompasses the whole content of reality and expresses the content's determinate connection. But the unity of all the content determinacies is equivalent to the concept of proposition that contains them is therefore itself a definition again, not one, however, that expresses the concept only as immediately assumed, but one that expresses it rather as developed into its determinate, real differences, or one that expresses the concept's complete existence. The two together, therefore, present the idea. If we closely compare the theorems of a synthetic science, of geometry in particular, we find this distinction, namely that some of the science's theorems contain only singular relations of the subject matter, whereas others contain relations in which its full determinateness is expressed. It is a very superficial view that attributes equal value to all propositions, on the ground that each generally contains a truth, and in the formal progression from step to step of a proof each is equally essential. The difference with respect to the content of theorems is most intimately connected with this progression itself, and some further remarks concerning the latter will serve to clarify the difference further, as well as the nature of synthetic cognition. To start with, Euclidean geometry, which, as the representative of the synthetic method of which it delivers the most accomplished exemplar, shall serve as an example, has from ancient times been renowned for the order in the progression of its theorems, whereby for each theorem the propositions required for its construction and proof are always found already proved. This circumstance concerns the formal sequence of inference, yet, important as it is, it still has primarily to do with the external ordering of purposiveness, and bears on its own no connection to the essential difference of the concept and the idea, in which there lies a higher principle of the necessity of the progression. That is to say, the definitions with which the beginning is made apprehend the sensuous subject matter as immediately given, and they determine it according to its proximate genus and specific difference. These are equally the simple and immediate determinacies of the concept, the universality and particularity whose relation is developed no further. Now the initial theorems themselves have nothing at their disposal except such immediate determinations as are found in the definition. Similarly, their reciprocal dependence can only be a matter at first of each being in general determined through the other. Thus Euclid's first propositions regarding the triangle have to do only with congruence, that is, how many parts must be determined in a triangle in order that the remaining parts of the one and same triangle, or the whole of it, be determined in full. That two triangles are compared with one another and their congruence posited in the fact that they coincide is a detour needed by a method that must rely on sensuous coincidence instead of the thought of determinateness. Otherwise considered for themselves, these theorems themselves contain two parts, one of which can be regarded as the concept, and the other as the reality that completes the concept by realizing it. For the understanding, whatever suffices for a full determination, that is to say, the two sides and the enclosed angle in this case, is already the entire triangle. Nothing further is needed for its complete determinateness. The remaining two angles and the third side are the superfluity of reality over and above the determinateness of the concept. Thus all that those theorems in fact do is to reduce the sensuous triangle, which of course requires three sides and three angles, to its simplest conditions. The definition had mentioned, quite in general, only the three lines that enclose the plane figure and make it a triangle. It is a theorem that first expresses the determinateness of the angles through the determinateness of the sides, just as the remaining theorems express the dependence of three other parts on three others. But the complete determinateness of the magnitude of a triangle in terms of its sides is contained in the Pythagorean theorem. It is in this theorem that we first have the equation of the sides of the triangle, for the preceding sides bring the triangle to a reciprocal determinateness of part to part only in general, not to an equation. This proposition is therefore the perfect, real definition of the triangle, of the right-angled triangle in the first place, the simplest in its differences and hence the most regular. Euclid brings the first book to a close with this proposition, for it does in fact attain a perfect determinateness. And after he has reduced to a uniform type those triangles which are not right angles and are affected by greater inequality, he concludes the second book with the reduction of the rectangle to the square, with an equation between the self-equal, or the square, and the internally unequal, or the rectangle. Similarly, in the Pythagorean theorem, the hypotenuse that corresponds to the right angle, the self-equal, constitutes one side of the equation, while the other side is made up by the self-unequal, the two perpendicular sides. The equation between the square and the rectangle is at the basis of the second definition of the circle, and this is again the Pythagorean theorem, except that the two perpendicular sides of the right angle are assumed to be alterable. The first equation of the circle is in precisely the relationship of sensuous determinateness to equation as holds between the two different definitions of conic sections in general. This truly synthetic progression is a transition from universal to singularity, namely to that which is determined in and for itself, or to the unity of the subject matter in itself, inasmuch as this has come apart, differentiated into its essential real determinacies. In other science, however, The common and quite imperfect way of advancing from universality to singularity is indeed to start from a universal, but then to singularize and concretize it by applying it to a material brought in from elsewhere. In this way, the singularity of the idea is strictly speaking an empirical addition. Now whatever the content of the theorem, whether imperfect or perfect, it must be proved. It is a relation of real determinations that do not have the relation of concept determinations when they do have this relation, as it can be shown to be the case for the propositions we have called second or real definitions. Such definitions are for that very reason in one respect definitions, but since their content consists at the same time of relations of real determinations, not just of the relation of universal and simple determinateness, in comparison with such a first definition they are also in need and capable of proof. As real determinacies, they have the form of indifferent subsistence and indifferent diversity, hence they are not immediately one and therefore their mediation is to be demonstrated. The immediate unity in the first definition is the one in accordance with which the particular is in the universal. Now the mediation which we must now consider more closely may be simple or may go through several mediations. The mediating members are joined together with those to be mediated, but since it is not on the basis of the concept, to which the transition into an opposite is altogether alien, that the mediation and the theorem are retraced in this cognition, in the absence of any concept of connectedness, the mediating determinations must be imported from somewhere as a provisory material for the scaffolding of the proof. This preparation is the construction. Now among the connections of the content of the theorem, of which there can be a great number, only those must be adduced and made to work that are of service to the proof. The supply of material only acquires meaning in this context. In itself it appears blind and meaningless. In retrospect it will of course become apparent in the proof that there was a purpose to drawing, for example, such or such additional lines to a geometrical figure as the construction specifies in the course of the construction itself. However, this must be done blindly by itself, therefore, this operation is without understanding, since the purpose motivating it is yet to be declared. It is a matter of indifference whether the operation is undertaken for the purpose of a theorem in the strict sense or a problem as it first appears before the proof. The operation is not anything derived from the given specification of the theorem or the problem, a meaningless act, therefore, for anyone as yet not acquainted with its purpose, and then always only directed by an external purpose. This hidden purpose becomes apparent in the proof. This contains, as stated, the mediation of what the theorem declares as bound together, and it is only by virtue of this mediation that this connectedness first appears as necessary. Just as the construction lacks on its own the subjectivity of the concept, so is the proof a subjective act lacking in of the idea is strictly speaking an empirical addition. Now whatever the content of the theorem, whether imperfect or perfect, it must be proved. It is a relation of real determinations that do not have the relation of concept determinations when they do have this relation, as it can be shown to be the case for the propositions we have called second or real definitions. Such definitions are for that very reason in one respect definitions, but since their content consists at the same time of relations of real determinations, not just of the relation of universal and simple determinateness, in comparison with such a first definition they are also in need and capable of proof. As real determinacies, they have the form of indifferent subsistence and indifferent diversity, hence they are not immediately one and therefore their mediation is to be demonstrated. The immediate unity in the first definition is the one in accordance with which the particular is in the universal. Now the mediation which we must now consider more closely may be simple or may go through several mediations. The mediating members are joined together with those to be mediated, but since it is not on the basis of the concept, to which the transition into an opposite is altogether alien, that the mediation and the theorem are retraced in this cognition, in the absence of any concept of connectedness, the mediating determinations must be imported from somewhere as a provisory material for the scaffolding of the proof. This preparation is the construction. Now among the connections of the content of the theorem, of which there can be a great number, only those must be adduced and made to work that are of service to the proof. The supply of material only acquires meaning in this context. In itself it appears blind and meaningless. In retrospect it will of course become apparent in the proof that there was a purpose to drawing, for example, such or such additional lines to a geometrical figure as the construction specifies in the course of the construction itself. However, this must be done blindly by itself, therefore, this operation is without understanding, since the purpose motivating it is yet to be declared. It is a matter of indifference whether the operation is undertaken for the purpose of a theorem in the strict sense or a problem as it first appears before the proof. The operation is not anything derived from the given specification of the theorem or the problem, a meaningless act, therefore, for anyone as yet not acquainted with its purpose, and then always only directed by an external purpose. This hidden purpose becomes apparent in the proof. This contains, As stated, the mediation of what the theorem declares is bound together, and it is only by virtue of this mediation that this connectedness first appears as necessary. Just as the construction lacks on its own the subjectivity of the concept, so is the proof a subjective act lacking in senses, even believe that its scientific preeminence depends on this circumstance and that its proofs rest on intuition. This shallow view must be countered with the plain reminder that no science can be brought about by intuition, but only by thought. The intuitive character that geometry possesses because of its still sensuous material only gives to it that level of evidence that the senses generally provide to thoughtless spirit. It is therefore regrettable that the same sensuousness of material which is a sign of the inferiority of its standpoint has been reckoned instead to its advantage. It is solely to the abstraction of its sensuous subject matter that geometry owes its aptitude for a higher scientific reach and the advantage that it has over the collections of information that people are also wont to call sciences but have for content only the concrete perceptible material of the senses, and only because of the order that they seek to bring to it do they give any sign of a remote inkling and hint of the requirements of the concept. It is only because the space of geometry is the abstract emptiness of externality that it is possible for figures to be drawn in its indeterminateness in such a way that their determinations remain perfectly at rest outside one another with no imminent transition to the opposite. The science of these figures is therefore plainly and simply the science of the finite which is compared according to magnitude and has for its unity the external one of equality. But now, since with these figures the start is made from a variety of sides and points at once, and the various figures fall into place of themselves, in comparing them their qualitative unlikeness and incommensurability also come into view. Geometry is thus driven, beyond the finitude within which it advanced step by step orderly and securely, to infinity, to the positing as equal of such as are qualitatively diverse. Here it loses the evidence that it derived from being otherwise based on fixed finitude without having to deal with the concept and the transition to the opposite which is its manifestation. As a finite science, geometry reaches its limit at this point, for the necessity and the mediation of the synthetic realm is no longer grounded in merely positive identity, but in negative identity. If geometry, like algebra, quickly runs up against its limit with its abstract subject matter, suited as this is only to the understanding, it is evident from the start that the synthetic method is all the more insufficient for other sciences, and most insufficient of all for philosophy. Regarding definition and division, we have already made the relevant points, and we should be left here to speak only of theorems and proofs. But, besides the presupposition of definition and division that itself requires proof and presupposes it, also problematic is the very position of definition and division with respect to the theorems. This position is especially noteworthy in the empirical sciences, as for example physics, whenever they want to give themselves the form of synthetic sciences. This is how they go about it. The reflective determinations of particular forces, or of otherwise inner and essential forms, which are the results of an analysis of experience and can be justified only as such results, must be placed at the top, in order to obtain from them a general foundation that can then be applied to the singular and be instantiated there. Since these general foundations have no hold of their own, we must simply grant them. In the meantime it is only in the derived consequences that we notice that the latter are in fact the ground of those presuppositions. The so-called explanation, and the proof of the concrete brought into theorems, turn out to be partly a tautology, partly an obfuscation of the true relation, and partly also an obfuscation that serves to hide the deception of cognition. For cognition has collected experiences tendentiously, only so that it could attain its simple definitions and principles, and it has preempted the possibility of empirical refutation by determinations. The foundation of the theory is obscured and is only indicated according to the side that suits the theory, and, quite in general, the unprejudiced examination of concrete perceptions for their own sake is thereby much impeded. Only by turning the whole procedure upside down does the whole thing acquire the right relation in which the link of ground and consequence can come into view. One of the principal obstacles in the study of these sciences is thus the way we enter into them, which we can only do by blindly taking the presuppositions for granted and, without being able to form any further concept of them, often not even an exact representation, at best by conjuring up in fantasy a confused picture of them. We right there impress in our memory the determinations of the forces and matters that we have assumed, their hypothetical shapes, their directions and rotations. If we are asked to produce the necessity and the concept of these assumptions in order to justify assuming their validity, we discover that we are incapable of making a step beyond the starting point. We had occasion above to speak of the inappropriateness of applying the synthetic method to strictly analytic science. Wolff extended this application to every kind of bits of knowledge that he dragged into philosophy and mathematics, cognitions which were partly of a wholly analytical nature, and partly also devoted to practical matters of an incidental kind. The incongruity between this material, easy to grasp and by nature incapable of rigorous and scientific treatment, and the pompous scientific roundabout sizing it, has alone demonstrated the clumsiness of such an application, finally discrediting it. As yet, this misuse has not sufficed to shake the belief that this method is both suited and essential to attaining scientific rigor in philosophy. Spinoza's example, the way he presented his philosophy, has long served as model in this regard. But the fact is that Kant and Jacobi did do away with this whole style of the previous metaphysics and its method along with it. As for the content of that metaphysics, Kant has in his own fashion shown that it leads by strict demonstration to antinomies, the same whose nature we have in other respects elucidated at the appropriate places. But Kant did not reflect on the nature of the demonstration associated with them, on the fact that such a demonstration is inextricably bound to a finite content. In his Principles of Natural Science, he gave himself an example of how to deal with the science of reflection on its own methodological terms, in a way that he thought would vindicate it for philosophy. While Kant attacked previous metaphysics for the most part from the side of its content, Jacobi did it especially from the side of its method of demonstration and, with great clarity and profundity, he put his finger on precisely the point at issue, namely that such a method of demonstration is strictly bound to the cycle of rigid necessity of finite reality, and that freedom, that is, the concept and with it everything that truly exists, lies beyond it and is unattainable by it. According to Kant's result, it is the peculiar content of metaphysics that leads it into contradictions. The inadequacy of cognition is due to its subjectivity. Jacobi's result is that the inadequacy is due instead to the method and the whole nature of cognition itself that only grasps a concatenation of conditions and dependency and therefore proves itself inadequate to what exists in and for itself, to what is absolutely true. And in fact, since the principle of philosophy is the infinite free concept and all its content rests on that alone, the method suited to a finitude empty of concept is inadequate to it. The synthesis and the mediation of this method, the process of proving, goes no further than a necessity which is opposed to freedom, that is, an identity of the dependent which is only implicit, whether it is apprehended as internal or as external, and in which that which in it constitutes reality, the differentiation that has emerged in concrete existence, remains simply self-subsistent diversity and therefore something finite. In this reality, therefore, this identity does not itself attain concrete existence but remains only internal, or again, is only external, because its determinate content is given to it. Either way, whether internal or external, the identity is something abstract that does not possess within it the side of reality, is not posited as determinate identity in and for itself. Therefore the concept, which alone is the issue here and which is the infinite in and for itself, is precluded from this cognition. In synthetic cognition, therefore, the idea achieves its purpose only to the extent that the concept becomes for the concept according to its moments of identity and real determinations, or of universal and particular differences, further also as an identity which is connectedness and dependence in diversity. But this, its subject matter, is not adequate to the concept, for in it, in this subject matter or in its reality, the concept does not come to be the unity of itself with itself in necessity. Its identity is for it, but in this identity the necessity is not itself the determinateness but is on the contrary a material external to it, that is to say, is not determined by the concept and the concept, therefore, does not recognize itself in it. Thus in general the concept is not for itself, is not at the same time determined in and for itself according to its unity. For this reason the idea does not as yet attain the truth in this cognition. It does not because of the disproportion between subject matter and subjective concept. But the sphere of necessity is the highest point of being and reflection of itself, in and for itself. It passes over into the freedom of the concept, inner identity passes over into its manifestation, which is the concept as concept. How this transition from the sphere of necessity to the concept occurs in itself has been shown when considering necessity, and we saw it also at the beginning of this book as the genesis of the concept. In the present context, necessity has the position of being the reality or the subject matter of the concept, just as the concept into which it passes is now the concept's subject matter. But the transition itself is the same. Here, too, it is at first only in itself, still lying in our reflection outside cognition, that is, itself still the inner necessity of cognition. Only the result is for cognition. The idea, insofar as the concept is now for itself determined in and for itself, is the practical idea, action. b. The idea of the good. Inasmuch as the concept, which is its own subject matter, is determined in and for itself, the subject is determined as singular. As subjective it again has an implicit otherness for its presupposition. It is the impulse to realize itself, the purpose that on its own wants to give itself objectivity in the objective world and realize itself. In the theoretical idea, the subjective concept, as a universal that in and for itself lacks determination, stands opposed to the objective world from which it derives determinate content and filling. But in the practical idea, it is as actual that it stands over against the actual, but the certainty of itself that the subject possesses in being determined in and for itself is a certainty of its actuality and of the non-actuality of the world. It is the singularity of this world, and the determinateness of its singularity, not just its otherness as abstract universality, which is a nullity for the subject. The subject has here vindicated objectivity for itself. Its inner determinateness is the objective, for it is the universality which is just as much absolutely determined. The previously objective world is on the contrary only something still posited, an immediate which is determined in a multitude of ways, but which, because it is only immediately determined, in itself eludes the unity of the concept and is of itself a nullity. This determinateness which is in the concept, is equal to the concept, and entails a demand for singular external actuality, is the good. It comes on the scene with the dignity of being absolute, because it is intrinsically the totality of the concept, the objective which is at the same time in the form of free unity and subjectivity. This idea is superior to the idea of cognition just considered, for it has not only the value of the universal but also of the absolutely actual. It is impulse, in so far as this actual is still subjective, self-positing, without at the same time the form of immediate presupposition. Its impulse to realize itself is not, strictly speaking, to give itself objectivity, for this it possesses within itself, but to give itself only this empty form of immediacy. The activity of purpose, therefore, is not directed at itself, is not a matter of letting in a given determination and making it its own, but of positing rather its own determination and, by means of sublating the determinations of the external world, giving itself reality in the form of external actuality. The idea of the will as a self-determining explicitly possesses content within itself. Now this content is indeed a determinate content, and to this extent finite and restricted self-determination is essentially particularization, since the reflection of the will is in itself, as negative unity as such, also singularity in the sense that it excludes another while presupposing it. Yet the particularity of the content is at first infinite by virtue of the form of the concept, of which it is the proper determinateness, and which in that content possesses its negative self-identity, and consequently not only a particularity but its infinite singularity. The mentioned finitude of the content in the practical idea only means, therefore, that the idea is at first not yet realized. The concept is for the content that which exists in and for itself. It is here the idea in the form of objectivity existing for itself on the one hand. The subjective is for this reason no longer just something posited, arbitrary or accidental, but is an absolute. But, on the other hand, this form of concrete existence, this being for itself, does not as yet have the form of the being in itself. Thus what from the side of the form as such appears as opposition, appears in the form of the concept reflected into simple identity, that is, appears in the content as its simple determinateness. The good, although valid in and for itself, is thereby a certain particular purpose, but not one that first receives its truth by being realized. On the contrary, it is for itself already the true. The syllogism of immediate realization does not itself require closer exposition. Here it is none other than the previously considered syllogism of external purposiveness. Only the content constitutes the difference. In external as in formal purposiveness it was an indeterminate finite content in general. Here, though also finite, it is as such at the same time absolutely valid. But in regard to the conclusion, the realized purpose, a further difference enters in. In being realized, the finite purpose still attains only the status of a means, since it is not a purpose determined in and for itself already from the beginning. As realized, it also remains something that does not exist in and for itself. If the good is again also fixed to something finite, and is essentially such, then, notwithstanding its inner infinity, it too cannot escape the fate of finitude, a fate that manifests itself in several forms. The realized good is good by virtue of what it already is in the subjective purpose. In its idea the realization gives it an external existence, but since this existence has only the status of an externality which is in and for itself null, what is good in it has attained only an accidental, fragile existence, not a realization corresponding to the idea. Further, since this good is restricted in content, there are several kinds of it in concrete existence. A good is subject to destruction not only due to external contingency and to evil, but also because of collision and conflict in the good itself. From the side of the objective world presupposed for it, in the presupposition of which consists the subjectivity and the finitude of the good, and which as a distinct world runs its own course, the realization itself of the good is exposed to obstacles, indeed, might even be made impossible. The good thus remains an odd. It exists in and for itself, But being, as the ultimate abstract immediacy, remains over against it also determined as a non-being. The idea of the fulfilled good is indeed an absolute postulate, but no more than a postulate, that is, the absolute encumbered with the determinateness of subjectivity. There still are two worlds in opposition, one a realm of subjectivity in the pure spaces of transparent thought, the other a realm of objectivity in the element of an externally manifold actuality, an impervious realm of darkness. The complete development of this unresolved contradiction, between that absolute purpose and the restriction of this reality that stands opposed to it, has been examined in detail in the Phenomenology of Spirit, pp. ff. Inasmuch as the idea has within it the moment of complete determinateness, the other concept to which the concept in it relates possesses in its subjectivity at the same time the moment of an object. Consequently the idea enters here into the shape of self-consciousness, and in this one respect coincides with its exposition. But what the practical idea still lacks is the moment of real consciousness itself, namely that the moment of actuality in the concept would have attained for itself the determination of external being. This lack can also be regarded in this way, namely that the practical idea still lacks the moment of the theoretical idea. That is to say, in the latter there stands on the side of the subjective concept, the concept that is in process of being intuited in itself by the concept. Only the determination of universality cognition only knows itself as apprehension, as the identity of the concept with itself which, for itself, is indeterminate. The filling, that is, the objectivity determined in and for itself, is for this identity a given. What truly exists is for it the actuality present there independently of any subjective positing. For the practical idea, on the contrary, this actuality constantly confronting it as an insuperable restriction is in and for itself a nullity that ought to receive its true determination and intrinsic value only through the purposes of the good. It is the will, therefore, that alone stands in the way of attaining its goal, because it separates itself from cognition and because for it external actuality does not receive the form of a true existence. The idea of the good can therefore find its completion only in the idea of the true. But it makes this transition through itself. In the syllogism of action, one premise is the immediate reference of the good purpose to the actuality which it appropriates and which, in the second premise, it directs as external means against the external actuality. The good is for the subjective concept. The objective actuality confronts it in existence as an insuperable restriction only in so far as it still has the determination of immediate existence, not of something objective in the sense that it is being in and for itself. It is rather either the evil or the indifferent, the merely determinable, whose worth does not lie within it. But this abstract being that confronts the good in the second premise has already been sublated by the practical idea itself. The first premise of this idea's action is the immediate objectivity of the concept, according to which purpose is communicated to actuality without any resistance and is in the simple connection of identity with it. To this extent, therefore, what remains is to bring together the thoughts of the two premises of the practical idea. All that is added to what is already accomplished in the first premise by the objective concept is that in the second it is posited by way of mediation, hence for it. Just as in purposive connection in general, where the realized purpose is again only a means but the means is conversely also the realized purpose, so too now in the syllogism of the good the second premise is already immediately present in the first in itself, except that this immediacy is not sufficient and the second premise is for the first already postulated, the realization of the good in the face of another actuality confronting it is the mediation which is essentially necessary for the immediate connection and consummation of the good. For the first premise is only the first negation or the otherness of the concept, an objectivity that would be a state of immersion of the concept into externality. The second premise is the sublation of this otherness, whereby the immediate realization of the purpose first becomes the actuality of the good as concept existing for itself, for in that actuality the concept is posited as identical with itself, not with another, and in this way alone as free concept. If it is now claimed that the purpose of the good is thereby still not realized, what we have is a relapse of the concept to the standpoint that it assumes prior to its activity, when the actual is determined as worthless and yet presupposed as real. This is a relapse that gives rise to the progression to bad infinity. Its sole ground is that in the sublating of that abstract reality the sublating itself is just as immediately forgotten, or what is forgotten is that this reality is rather already presupposed as an actuality which is in and for itself worthless, nothing objective. This repetition of the presupposition of the unrealized purpose after the actual realization of the purpose also means that the subjective attitude of the objective concept is reproduced and perpetuated, with the result that the finitude of the good, with respect to both content and form, appears as the abiding truth, and its actualization always as only a singular, never universal, act. As a matter of fact, this state has already sublated itself in the realization of the good. What still limits the objective concept is its own view of itself, and this view vanishes in the reflection on what its realization is in itself. By this view the concept only stands in its own way, and all that it has to do about it is to turn, not against an external actuality, but against itself. That is to say, the activity in the second premise produces only a one-sided being for itself, and its product therefore appears as something subjective and singular, and the first presupposition is consequently repeated in it. But this activity is in truth just as much the positing of the implicit identity of the objective concept and the immediate actuality. This actuality is by presupposition determined to have only the reality of an appearance, to be in and for itself a nullity, entirely open to determination by the objective concept. As the external actuality is altered by the activity of the objective concept and its determination is consequently sublated, the merely apparent reality, the external determinability and worthlessness, are by that very fact removed from it, and it is thereby posited as having existence in and for itself. In this the presupposition itself is sublated, namely the determination of the good as a merely subjective purpose restricted in content, the necessity of first realizing it by subjective activity, and this activity itself. In the result the mediation itself sublates itself. The result is an immediacy which is not the restoration of the presupposition, but is rather the presupposition is sublated. The idea of the concept that is determined in and for itself is thereby posited, no longer just in the active subject but equally as an immediate actuality, and conversely, this actuality is posited as it is in cognition, as an objectivity that truly exists. The singularity of the subject with which the subject was burdened by its presupposition has vanished together with the presupposition. Thus the subject now exists as free, universal self-identity for which the objectivity of the concept is a given, just as immediately present to the subject as the subject immediately knows itself to be the concept determined in and for itself. Accordingly, in this result cognition is restored and united with the practical idea. The previously discovered reality is at the same time determined as the realized absolute purpose, no longer an object of investigation, a merely objective world without the subjectivity of the concept, but as an objective world whose inner ground and actual subsistence is rather the concept. This is the absolute idea. For example, Wolff's first principles of architecture, the eighth theorem, runs as follows. Theorem: a window must be wide enough that two persons can comfortably stand at it side by side. Proof: for it is common for one to stand at a window with somebody else to view the outside. Now since the fabric architect should in every respect satisfy the main intentions of the owner of the fabric, section, he must also construct the window in such a manner that two persons can comfortably stand at it side by side. QED. From the same author's Principles of Fortification, the second theorem. Theorem: if the enemy encamps in the vicinity, and the attempt at a rush to relieve the siege is expected, a line of circumvallation must be drawn around the whole siege. Proof: lines of circumvallation prevent anyone from penetrating into an area from outside, section. But those who wish to relieve the area of siege will attempt to penetrate the area from outside. If, therefore, one wants to keep them out, a line of circumvallation must be drawn around the area. Therefore, if the enemy encamps in the vicinity and the attempt at a rush to relieve the siege is expected, the area must be enclosed in lines of circumvallation. QED. Chapter: the Absolute Idea. The absolute idea has shown itself to be the identity of the theoretical and the practical idea, each of which, of itself still one-sided, possesses the idea only as a sought for beyond an unattained goal. Each is therefore a synthesis of striving, each possessing as well as not possessing the idea within it, passing over from one thought to the other without bringing the two together but remaining fixed in the contradiction of the two. The absolute idea, as the rational concept that in its reality only rejoins itself, is by virtue of this immediacy of its subjective identity, on the one hand, a turning back to life. On the other hand, it has equally sublated this form of its immediacy and harbors the most extreme opposition within. The concept is not only soul, but free subjective concept that exists for itself and therefore has personality, the practical objective concept that is determined in and for itself and is as person impenetrable, atomic subjectivity, but which is not, just the same, exclusive singularity. It is rather explicitly universality and cognition, and in its other has its own objectivity for its subject matter. All the rest is error, confusion, opinion, striving, arbitrariness, and transitoriness. The absolute idea alone is being, imperishable life, self-knowing truth, and is all truth. It is the sole subject matter and content of philosophy. Since it contains all determinateness within it, and its essence consists in returning through its self-determination and particularization back to itself, It has various shapes, and the business of philosophy is to recognize it in these. Nature and spirit are in general different modes of exhibiting its existence, art and religion its different modes of apprehending itself and giving itself appropriate existence. Philosophy has the same content and the same purpose as art and religion, but it is the highest mode of apprehending the absolute idea, because its mode, that of the concept, is the highest. Hence it seizes those shapes of real and ideal finitude, as well of infinity and holiness, and comprehends them and itself. The derivation and cognition of these particular modes are now the further business of the particular philosophical sciences. Also the logicality of the absolute idea can be called a mode of it, but mode signifies a particular kind, a determinateness of form, whereas the logicality of the idea is the universal mode in which all particular modes are sublated and enveloped. The logical idea is the idea itself in its pure essence, the idea which is enclosed in simple identity within its concept and in reflective shining has as yet to step into a form determinateness. The logic thus exhibits the self-movement of the absolute idea only as the original word, a word which is an utterance, but one that in being externally uttered has immediately vanished again. The idea is, therefore, only in this self-determination of apprehending itself. It is in pure thought, where difference is not yet otherness, but is and remains perfectly transparent to itself. The logical idea thus has itself, as the infinite form, for its content, form that constitutes the opposite of content inasmuch as the latter is the form determination that has withdrawn into itself and has been so sublated in identity that this concrete identity stands over against the identity developed as form. The content has the shape of another and of something given as against the form that as such stands simply in reference, and whose determinateness is posited at the same time as reflective shine. More exactly, the absolute idea itself has only this for its content, namely that the form determination is its own completed totality, the pure content. Now the determinateness of the idea and the entire course traversed by this determinateness has constituted the subject matter of the science of logic, and out of this course the absolute idea has come forth for itself. Thus to be for itself, however, has shown itself to amount to this, namely that determinateness does not have the shape of a content, but that it is simply as form, and that accordingly the idea is the absolutely universal idea. What is left to be considered here, therefore, is thus not a content as such, but the universal character of its form, that is, method. Method may appear at first to be just the manner in which cognition proceeds, and this is in fact its nature. But as method, this manner of proceeding is not only a modality of being determined in and for itself, it is a modality of cognition, and as such is posited as determined by the concept and as form, since form is the soul of all objectivity and all otherwise determined content has its truth in form alone. If the content is again assumed as given to the method and of a nature of its own, then method, so understood, is just like the logical realm in general a merely external form. But against this assumption appeal can be made, not only to the fundamental concept of what constitutes logic, but to the entire logical course in which all the shapes of a given content and of objects came up for consideration. This course has shown the transitoriness and the untruth of all such shapes, also that no given object is capable of being the foundation to which the absolute form would relate as only an external and accidental determination, that, on the contrary, it is the absolute form that has proved itself to be the absolute foundation and the ultimate truth. For this course the method has resulted as the absolutely self-knowing concept, as the concept that has the absolute, both as subjective and objective, as its subject matter, and consequently as the pure correspondence of the concept and its reality, a concrete existence that is the concept itself. Accordingly, what is to be considered as method here is only the movement of the concept itself. We already know the nature of this movement, but it now has, first, the added significance that the concept is all, and that its movement is the universal absolute activity, the self-determining and self-realizing movement. The method is therefore to be acknowledged as the universal, internal and external mode, free of restrictions, and as the absolutely infinite force to which no object that may present itself as something external, removed from reason and independent of it, could offer resistance, or be of a particular nature opposite to it, and could not be penetrated by it. It is therefore soul and substance, and nothing is conceived and known in its truth unless completely subjugated to the method. It is the method proper to each and every fact because its activity is the concept. This is also the truer meaning of its universality according to the universality of reflection. It is taken only as the method for all things, but according to the universality of the idea, it is both the manner of cognition, of the concept subjectively aware of itself, and the objective manner, or rather the substantiality of things, that is, of concepts as they first appear as others to representation and reflection. It is therefore not only the highest force of reason, or rather its sole and absolute force, but also reason's highest and sole impulse to find and recognize itself through itself in all things. Second, here we also have the distinction of the method from the concept as such, the particularization of the method. As the concept was considered for itself, it appeared in its immediacy. The reflection, or the concept considering it, fell on the side of our knowledge. The method is this knowledge itself, for which the concept is not only as subject matter but is as its own subjective act, the instrument and the means of cognitive activity, distinct from this activity and yet the activity's own essentiality. In cognition as inquiry, the method likewise occupies the position of an instrument, as a means that stands on the side of the subject, connecting it with the object. The subject in this syllogism is one extreme, the object is the other, and in conclusion the subject unites through its method with the object without however uniting with itself there. The extremes remain diverse, because subject, method, and object are not posited as the one identical concept. The syllogism is therefore always the formal syllogism, the premise in which the subject posits the form on its side as its method is an immediate determination and contains therefore the determinations of the form, as we have seen, of definition, division, and so forth, as matters of fact found ready-made in the subject. In true cognition, on the contrary, method is not only an aggregate of certain determinations, but the determinateness in and for itself of the concept, and the concept is the middle term only because it equally has the significance of the objective in the conclusion. Therefore, the objective does not attain only an external determinateness by virtue of the method, but is posited rather in its identity with the subjective concept. Accordingly, what constitutes the method are the determinations of the concept itself and their connections, and these we must now examine in the significance that they have as determinations of the method. In this, we must begin from the beginning. We spoke of this beginning at the very beginning of the logic, and also in connection with subjective cognition, and we showed that, when not performed arbitrarily and in the absence of categorical sensitivity, though it may seem to present many difficulties, it is nevertheless of an extremely simple nature. Because it is the beginning, its content is an immediate, but one that has the meaning and the form of abstract universality. Or be it a content of being, or of essence or of the concept, inasmuch as it is something immediate, it is assumed, found in advance, assertoric. But first of all it is not an immediate of sense intuition or of representation, but of thought, which because of its immediacy can also be called a supersensuous, inner intuiting. The immediate of sense intuition is a manifold and a singular. Cognition, on the contrary, is a thinking that conceptualizes its beginning, therefore, is also only in the element of thought, a simple and a universal. We spoke of this form earlier, in connection with definition. At the beginning of finite cognition, universality is likewise recognized as an essential determination, but only as thought, and concept determination in opposition to being. In fact this first universality is an immediate universality, and for that reason it has equally the significance of being, for being is precisely this abstract self-reference. Being has no need of further derivation, as if it came to the abstract element of definition only because taken from the intuition of the senses or elsewhere, and in so far as it can be pointed at. This pointing and deriving involve a mediation that is more than a mere beginning, and is a mediation of a kind that does not belong to the comprehension of thought, but is rather the elevation of representation, of empirical and ratiocinative consciousness, to the standpoint of thinking. According to the currently accepted opposition of thought, or concept, and being, it passes as a very important truth that no being belongs as yet to thought as thought, and that being has a ground of its own independent of thought. But the simple determination of being is in itself so poor that, if for that reason alone, not much fuss ought to be made about it. The universal is immediately itself this immediate because, as abstract, it is also the abstract self-reference which is being. In fact, the demand that being should be exhibited has a further, inner meaning in which more is at issue than just this abstract determination implied in it is the demand for the realization of the concept, a realization that is missing at the beginning itself but is rather the goal and the business of the entire subsequent development of cognition. Further, inasmuch as the content of the beginning is to be justified and authenticated as something true or correct by being exhibited in inner or outer perception, it is no longer the form of universality as such that is meant, but its determinateness, about which more in a moment. The authentication of the determinate content with which the beginning is made seems to lie behind it, but is in fact to be regarded as an advance, insofar as it is a matter of conceptual cognition. The beginning, therefore, has for the method no other determinateness than that of being the simple and universal. This is precisely the determinateness that makes it deficient. Universality is the pure, simple concept, and the method, as the consciousness of this concept, is aware that universality is only a moment and that in it the concept is still not determined in and for itself. But with this consciousness that would want to carry the beginning further only for the sake of method, the method is only a formal procedure posited in external reflection. Where the method, however, is the objective and immanent form, the immediate character of the beginning must be a lack inherent in the beginning itself, which must be endowed with the impulse to carry itself further. But in the absolute method the universal has the value not of a mere abstraction but of the objective universal, that is, the universal that is in itself the concrete totality, but a totality as yet not posited, not yet for itself. Even the abstract universal is as such, when considered conceptually, that is, in its truth, not just anything simple, but is, as abstract, already posited afflicted by a negation. For this reason also there is nothing so simple and so abstract, be it in actuality or in thought, as is commonly imagined. Anything as simple as that is a mere presumption that has its ground solely in the lack of awareness of what is actually there. We said earlier that the beginning is made with the immediate. The immediacy of the universal is the same as what is here expressed as the in itself that is without being for itself. One may well say, therefore, that every beginning must be made with the absolute, just as every advance is only the exposition of it, insofar as implicit in existence is the concept. But because the absolute exists at first only implicitly, in itself, it equally is not the absolute nor the posited concept, and also not the idea, for the in itself is only an abstract, one-sided moment, and this is what they are. The advance is not, therefore, a kind of superfluity. This is what it would be if that which is at the beginning were already the absolute. The advance consists rather in this, that the universal determines itself and is the universal for itself, that is, equally a singular and a subject. Only in its consummation is it the absolute. It may also be mentioned that a beginning which is in itself a concrete totality may as such also be free and its immediacy have the determination of an external existence. The germ of anything living, and subjective purpose in general, have shown themselves to be such beginnings, hence both are themselves impulses. The non-spiritual and inanimate, on the contrary, are the concrete concept only as real possibility causes the highest stage in which the concrete concept has, as the beginning in the sphere of necessity, an immediate existence, but it is not yet a subject that maintains itself as such in the course of its effective realization. The sun, for instance, and in general all things inanimate, are determinate concrete existences in which real possibility remains an inner totality. The moments of the latter are not posited in them in subjective form, and therefore, in so far as they are realized, they attain concrete existence through other corporeal individuals. The concrete totality which makes the beginning possesses as such, within it, the beginning of the advance and development. As concrete, it is differentiated in itself, but because of its initial immediacy, this first differentiation is to start with a diversity. However, as self-referring universality, as subject, the immediate is also the unity of this diversity. This reflection is the first stage of the forward movement, the emergence of non-indifference, judgment, and determining in general. Essential is that the method find, and recognize, the determination of the universal within it. Whatever in this abstractive generation of the universal is left out of the concrete is then picked up, still externally, by the finite cognition of the understanding. This is how the latter operates. The absolute method, on the contrary, does not behave in this manner of external reflection but takes the determinate from its subject matter, for it is itself its immanent principle and its soul. This is what Plato demanded of cognition, that it should consider things in and for themselves on the one hand, that it should consider them in their universality on the other hand, that it should not stray away from them while it grasps at circumstances, examples, and comparisons, but, on the contrary, should keep only them in view before it and bring to consciousness what is immanent in them. To this extent the method of absolute cognition is analytic. That the method finds the further determinations of its initial universal simply and solely in this universal, constitutes the concept's absolute objectivity, of which the method is the certainty. Equally so, however, is the method synthetic, for its subject matter, while immediately determined as the simple universal, through the determinateness which it has in its very immediacy and universality, proves to be another. Yet this connection and diversity that the subject matter is thus in itself, is no longer a synthesis as understood in finite cognition. The no less thoroughly analytic determination of the subject matter, the fact that the connection is within the concept, already distinguishes it fully from the latter synthesis. This no less synthetic than analytic moment of the judgment through which the initial universal determines itself from within itself as the other of itself is to be called the dialectical moment. Dialectic is one of those ancient sciences that have been the most misjudged in the metaphysics of the moderns, and in general also by popular philosophy, both ancient and recent. Diogenes Laertius said of Plato that, just as Thales was the founder of natural philosophy and Socrates of moral philosophy, So Plato was the founder of the third of the sciences that belong to philosophy, of dialectic, a contribution for which he was highly esteemed by the ancients but that often goes quite unnoticed by those who have the most to say about him. Dialectic has often been regarded as an art, as if it rested on a subjective talent and did not belong to the objectivity of the concept. What shape it received in Kantian philosophy, and with what result, has already been indicated in representative examples of that philosophy's view. It must be regarded as an infinitely important step that dialectic is once more being recognized as necessary to reason, although the result that must be drawn from it is the opposite than Kant. True. When dialectic is not presented, as it generally is, as something incidental, it usually assumes the following more precise form. It is shown of a subject matter or other, for instance world, movement, point, and so on, that a certain determination accrues to it, for instance, in the order of the just mentioned examples finitude in space or time, being at this place, absolute negation of space. Also the opposite determinations can then just as necessarily be shown to accrue to it, for example infinity in space and time, not being at this place, reference to space and hence spatiality. The older Eleatic school directed its dialectic especially against motion. Plato commonly did it against accepted notions and concepts of his time, in particular those of the sophists, but also against the pure categories and the determinations of reflection. The later and more sophisticated form of skepticism extended it not only to the immediate so-called facts of consciousness and the maxims of ordinary life, but also to all scientific concepts. Now the conclusion drawn from this kind of dialectic is in general the contradiction and nullity of the asserted claims. But this can happen in two ways, either in the objective sense, that the subject matter that thus contradicts itself internally cancels itself and is a non-thing. This was, for instance, the conclusion of the Eleatics, who denied the truth of the world, of movement, of the point, or in the subjective sense, that cognition is deficient. Now understood in this last subjective sense, the conclusion may be taken in two further ways. It may mean that it is this dialectic itself that generates the artifice of an illusion. This is the common view of the so-called healthy common sense that takes its stand on the evidence of the senses and on customary notions and claims, at times quietly, like Diogenes the Cynic did, who demonstrated the vacuity of the dialectic of motion by silently walking up and down but often by getting itself all worked up, declaring that dialectic is mere foolery or, when important ethical matters are at issue, the criminal attempt at unsettling essentially solid norms and providing excuses for the wicked, a view we see directed in the Socratic dialectic against that of the sophists, with an ire that, turned into the opposite direction, even cost Socrates his life. As for the vulgar refutation that opposes to thinking, as Diogenes did, sensuous consciousness and in this latter believes that it finds the truth, this we must leave to itself. But in so far as dialectic sublates ethical determinations, we must have confidence in reason that it will know how to reinstate them, but reinstate them in their truth and in the consciousness of their right, though also of their limitations. Yet another view is that the result of subjective nullity has nothing to do with dialectic itself, but that it affects the cognition against which it is directed and, in the view of skepticism and likewise of the Kantian philosophy, cognition in general. The fundamental prejudice here is that dialectic has only a negative result, a point about which more in a moment. First, regarding the said form in which dialectic usually makes its appearance, it is to be observed that according to that form the dialectic and its result affect a subject matter which is previously assumed or also the subjective cognition of it, and declare either the latter or the subject matter to be null and void, while, on the contrary, no attention is given to the determinations which are exhibited in the subject matter as in a third thing and presupposed as valid for themselves. To have called attention to this uncritical procedure has been the infinite merit of the Kantian philosophy, and in so doing to have given the impetus to the restoration of logic and dialectic understood as the examination of thought determinations in and for themselves. The subject matter, as it is apart from thought and conceptualization, is a picture representation or also a name. It is in the determinations of thought and of the concept that it is what it is. In fact, therefore, everything rests on these determinations. They are the true subject matter and content of reason, and anything else that might be understood by subject matter and content in distinction from them has meaning only through them and in them. It must not therefore be taken as the fault of a subject matter or of the cognition that these determinations, because of what they are and the way they are externally joined, prove to be dialectical. On this assumption, the subject matter and the cognition are imagined to be a subject on which the determinations are brought to bear, in the form of predicates, properties, or self-subsistent universals, as fixed and independently correct, so that these determinations are brought into dialectical relations and incur contradiction only by extraneous and contingent conjunction and by a third thing. But this kind of external and fixed subjective imagination and understanding, and also these abstract determinations, cannot be regarded as ultimates, as secure and permanent substrates. On the contrary, they are to be regarded as themselves immediate, precisely the kind of presuppositions and starting points which, as we have shown above, must succumb to dialectic in and for themselves, because they are to be taken as in themselves the concept. The same applies to all oppositions that are assumed as fixed, as for example the finite and the infinite, the singular and the universal. These are not in contradiction through some external conjoining. On the contrary, as an examination of their nature shows, they are a transition in and for themselves. The synthesis and the subject in which they appear is the product of their concept's own reflection. If a consideration that avoids the concept stops short at their external relation, isolates them and leaves them as fixed presuppositions, it is the concept that, on the contrary, will fix its sight on them, move them as their soul and bring out their dialectic. Now this is the very standpoint indicated above from which a universal prius, considered in and for itself, proves to be the other of itself. Taken quite generally, this determination can be taken to mean that what is at first immediate is therewith posited as mediated, as referred to another, or that the universal is posited as a particular. The second universal that has thereby arisen is thus the negative of that first and, in view of subsequent developments, the first negative. From this negative side, the immediate has perished in the other, but the other is essentially not an empty negative, the nothing which is normally taken to be the result of dialectic, but is rather the other of the first. The negative of the immediate, it is therefore determined as the mediated, contains as such the determination of the first in it. The first is thus essentially preserved and contained also in the other. To hold fast to the positive in its negative, to the content of the presupposition in the result, this is the most important factor in rational cognition. What is more, it takes only the simplest of reflections to be convinced of the absolute truth and necessity of this requirement, and as for examples of proofs that testify to this, the whole logic consists of such proofs. So what we now have, taken first or also immediately, is the mediated, also a simple determination, for the first has perished in it, and only the second is therefore at hand. Now since the first is contained in the second, and this second is the truth of the first, this unity of the two can be expressed in the form of a proposition in which the immediate is placed as the subject but the mediated as its predicate. For example, the finite is infinite, one is many, the singular is the universal. The inadequacy of the form of such propositions and judgments is however obvious. In connection with judgment it was shown that its form in general, and most of all the immediate form of the positive judgment, is incapable of holding within its grasp the speculative content and the truth. Its closest complement, the negative judgment, would have to be brought in at least in equal measure. In judgment the first, as subject, conveys the reflective semblance of an independent subsistence, whereas it is in fact sublated in the predicate as in its other. This negation is indeed contained in the content of the above propositions, but their positive form contradicts the content. Consequently, what is contained in them is not posited, whereas this was precisely the intent behind the use of a proposition. The second determination, the negative or mediated determination, is moreover at the same time the one that mediates. At first it may be taken as a simple determination, but its truth is that it is a reference or relation, for it is the negative, but the negative of the positive, and it includes this positive within itself. It is the other, therefore, not of a one to which it is indifferent. In that case it would not be another, nor a reference or relation. It is rather the other in itself, the other of another, hence it includes its own other within itself and is consequently the contradiction, the positive dialectic, of itself. Because the first or the immediate is the concept in itself or implicitly, and therefore is the negative also only implicitly, the dialectical moment in it consists in the positing of the difference that is implicitly contained in it. The second is on the contrary itself the determinate, the difference or relation, hence the dialectical moment consists in its case in the positing of the unity contained within it. For this reason, if the negative, the determinate, relation, judgment, and all the determinations falling under this second moment, do not appear by themselves already as contradiction, as dialectical, this is solely a defect on the part of thinking that fails to bring its thoughts together. For the material, the opposed determinations in one connection, are already posited, already present for thought. But formal thinking makes identity its law, lets the contradictory content that it has before it fall into the sphere of representation, in space and time, where the contradictory is held in external moments, next to and following each other, parading before consciousness without reciprocal contact. The firm principle that formal thinking lays down for itself here is that contradiction cannot be thought. But in fact the thought of contradiction is the essential moment of the concept. Formal thought does in fact think it, Only it at once looks away from it, and stating its principle it only passes over from it into abstract negation. Now the negativity just considered constitutes the turning point of the movement of the concept. It is the simple point of the negative self-reference, the innermost source of all activity, of living and spiritual self-movement. It is the dialectical soul which everything true possesses and through which alone it is true, for on this subjectivity alone rests the sublation of the opposition between concept and reality, and the unity which is truth. The second negative at which we have arrived, the negative of the negative, is this sublating of contradiction, and it too, just like contradiction, is not an act of external reflection, for it is on the contrary the innermost, objective moment of the life of spirit, by virtue of which a subject is a person, is free. The self-reference of the negative is to be regarded as the second premise of the entire syllogism. If the terms analytic and synthetic are used as opposites, the first premise may be regarded as the analytic moment, for in it the immediate relates to its other immediately and therefore passes over, or rather has passed over, into it, though this connection, as already remarked, is for this very reason also synthetic, for it is its other that it passes over into. The second premise considered here may be defined as synthetic, because it is the connection of the differentiated, as differentiated, to that from which it is differentiated. Just as the first premise is the moment of universality and communication, so is the second determined by singularity, a singularity which in referring to the other is at first exclusive, for itself, and different. The negative appears as the mediating factor, because it holds itself and the immediate of which it is the negation within itself. Insofar as these two determinations are taken as referring to each other externally in some relation or other, the negative is only the formal mediating factor, but, as absolute negativity, the negative moment of absolute mediation is the unity which is subjectivity and soul. In this turning point of the method, the course of cognition returns at the same time back into itself. This negativity is as self-sublating contradiction, the restoration of the first immediacy, of simple universality for the other of the other. The negative of the negative, is immediately the positive, the identical, the universal. In the whole course, if one at all cares to count, this second immediate is third to the first immediate and the mediated. But it is also third to the first or formal negative and to the absolute negativity or second negative. Now insofar as that first negative is already the second term, the term counted as third can also be counted as fourth, and instead of a triplicity, the abstract form may also be taken to be a quadruplicity. In this way the negative or the difference is counted as a duality. The third or the fourth is in general the unity of the first and the second moment, of the immediate and the mediated. That it is this unity, or that the entire form of the method is a triplicity, is indeed nothing but the merely superficial, external side of cognition. But to have also demonstrated this superficiality, and to have done it in the context of a specific application, for the abstract form of number has been around for a long time, as is well known, but without conceptual comprehension and therefore without any result, is again to be regarded as an infinite merit of the Kantian philosophy. The syllogism, or the threefold, has always been recognized to be the universal form of reason, but it has had in general the value of a wholly external form that does not determine the nature of the content. Moreover, since in its formalism it gets caught up in the understanding's determination of mere identity, it lacks the essential dialectical moment of negativity, and yet this moment enters into the triplicity of the determinations, because the third term is the unity of the two first determinations, and these, since they are diverse, can be in unity only as sublated. Formalism, it is true, has also seized hold of triplicity, attending to its empty scheme of the shallow nonsense and the barrenness of the so-called construction of modern philosophy, that consists in nothing but fastening that formal schema everywhere for the sake of external order, with no concept or immanent determination, has rendered that form tedious and has given it a bad name. Yet the insipidity of this use cannot rob it of its inner worth, and the fact that the shape of reason was discovered, albeit without conceptual comprehension at first, is always to be highly valued. Now, on closer examination, the third is the immediate, but the immediate through sublation of mediation, the simple through the sublating of difference, the positive through the sublating of the negative. It is the concept that has realized itself through its otherness, and through the sublating of this reality has rejoined itself and has restored its absolute reality, its simple self-reference. This result is therefore the truth. It is just as much immediacy as mediation, though these forms of judgments, that the third is immediacy and mediation, or that it is the unity of the two, are not capable of grasping it, for it is not a dormant third but, exactly like this unity, self-mediating movement and activity. Just as that with which we began was the universal, so the result is the singular, the concrete, the subject. What the former is in itself, the latter is now equally for itself. The universal is posited in the subject. The two first moments of triplicity are abstract, untrue moments that are dialectical for that very reason, and and through this their negativity make themselves into the subject. For us at first, the concept itself is both the universal that exists in itself and the negative that exists for itself, and also the third term that exists in and for itself, the universal that runs through all the moments of the syllogism, but this third is the conclusion in which the concept mediates itself with itself through its negativity and is thereby posited for itself as the universal in the identity of its moments. Now this result, as the whole that has withdrawn into itself and is identical with itself, has given itself again the form of immediacy. Consequently, it is now itself all that the starting point had determined itself to be. As simple self-reference it is a universal, and in this universal the negativity that constituted its dialectic and mediation has likewise withdrawn into simple determinateness, which can again be a beginning. It may seem at first that this cognition of the result is an analysis of it and would therefore have to dissect these determinations again, and the course that it went through in order to come to be, the course that we have examined. But if the subject matter were in fact treated analytically in this manner, it would belong to that stage of the idea considered above, a mode of cognition that searches for its subject matter and only states of it what it is, without the necessity of its concrete identity and of its concept. But the method of truth that comprehends the subject matter, though analytic as we have seen, since it remains strictly within the concept, is however equally synthetic, for through the concept the subject matter is determined as dialectical and as other. On the new foundation that the result has now constituted as the subject matter, the method remains the same as in the preceding subject matter. The difference concerns solely the status of the foundation as such. Although it is certainly still a foundation, its immediacy is only form, since it was a result as well, hence its determinateness as content is no longer something merely taken up but is deduced and proved. It is here that the content of cognition first enters as such into the circle of consideration, because as deduced it now belongs to the method. The method itself expands with this moment into a system. With respect to content, the beginning has to be for the method at first wholly indeterminate. To this extent the method appears as the merely formal soul, for which and by which the beginning was determined simply and solely only according to form, that is to say, as the immediate and universal. In the course of the movement we have indicated, the subject matter has received a determinateness for itself, and this determinateness is a content, for the negativity that has withdrawn into simplicity is the sublated form, and stands as simple determinateness over against its development, and in the first instance against its very opposition to universality. Now since this determinateness is the proximate truth of the indeterminate beginning, it denounces the incompleteness of the latter, and it also denounces the method itself which, starting from that beginning, was only formal. This can now be expressed as the henceforth determinate demand that the beginning, since as against the determinateness of the result it is itself something determinate, ought to be taken not as immediate, but as mediated and deduced. This may appear as the demand for an infinite retrogression in proof and deduction, just as from the newly obtained beginning a result likewise emerges as the method runs its course, so that the movement would roll on forwards to infinity as well. It has been repeatedly shown that the infinite progression as such belongs to a reflection void of concept. The absolute method, which has the concept for its soul and content, cannot lead into it. Even such beginnings as being, essence, universality, may seem at first to be of the kind that possess the full universality and complete absence of content that is required for an entirely formal beginning, such as the beginning is supposed to be, and therefore not to require or allow, as absolutely first beginnings, further regress. Since they refer purely to themselves, they are immediate and indeterminate, and so they do not of course have in them the difference which is straightway posited in some other beginning between the universality of its form and its content. But the very indeterminacy which these logical beginnings have as their sole content is what constitutes their determinateness. This determinateness consists in their negativity, as sublated mediation. The particularity of this negativity gives a particularity also to their indeterminacy, and it is by virtue of it that being, essence, and universality, are differentiated. Now the determinateness that accrues to them when taken for themselves is their immediate determinateness, and this is just as immediate as that of any content and in need, therefore, of derivation. For the method it is a matter of indifference whether the determinateness is taken as determinateness of form or of content. That it gives itself a determination by the first of its results does not mean that, in fact, it is thereby set on a new footing. It remains neither more nor less formal than before. For since the method is the absolute form, the concept that knows itself and everything as concept, there is no content that would stand out over against it and determine it as a one-sided external form. Hence, just as the lack of content of the said beginnings does not make them absolute beginnings, so too it is not the content that would as such lead the method into the infinite progress forwards or backwards. In one respect, The determinateness that the method generates for itself in its result is the moment through which it is self-mediation and converts the immediate into a mediated beginning. But conversely, it is through that determinateness that this mediation of the method runs its course. It goes through a content, as through a seeming other of itself, back to its beginning, in such a way that it does not merely restore that beginning, albeit as determinate, but that the result is equally the sublated determinateness, and hence also the restoration of the first immediacy in which it began. This it accomplishes as a system of totality. We now have to consider it in this determination. The determinateness which was the result is, as we have shown, itself a new beginning because of the form of simplicity into which it has withdrawn, since this beginning is distinguished from the one preceding it by this very determinateness. Cognition rolls onwards from content to content. First of all, this forward movement determines itself in that it begins from simple determinacies, and the following become ever richer and more concrete. For the result contains its beginning and its course has enriched it with a new determinateness. The universal constitutes the foundation. The advance is not to be taken, therefore, as a flowing from other to other. In the absolute method, the concept maintains itself in its otherness, the universal in its particularization, in judgment and reality. At each stage of further determination, the universal elevates the whole mass of its preceding content, not only not losing anything through its dialectical advance, or leaving it behind, but, on the contrary, carrying with itself all that it has gained, inwardly enriched and compressed. This expansion may be regarded as the moment of content, and in the whole as the first premise. The universal is communicated to the wealth of content, is immediately received in it. But the relation has also a second, negative or dialectical side. The enrichment proceeds in the necessity of the concept, it is contained by it, and every determination is a reflection into itself. Each new stage of exteriorization, that is, of further determination, is also a withdrawing into itself, and the greater the extension, just as dense is the intensity. The richest is therefore the most concrete and the most subjective, and that which retreats to the simplest depth is the mightiest and the most all-encompassing. The highest and most intense point is the pure personality that, solely by virtue of the absolute dialectic which is its nature, equally embraces and holds everything within itself, for it makes itself into the supremely free, the simplicity which is the first immediacy and universality. It is in this manner that each step of the advance in the process of further determination, while getting away from the indeterminate beginning, is also a getting back closer to it. Consequently, that what may at first appear to be different, the retrogressive grounding of the beginning and the progressive further determination of it, run into one another and are the same. The method, which thus coils in a circle, cannot however anticipate in a temporal development that the beginning is as such already something derived sufficient for an immediate beginning as that it be simple universality. Inasmuch as this is what it is, it has its complete condition, and there is no need to deprecate the fact that it may be accepted only provisionally and hypothetically. Whatever might be adduced against it, about the limitations of human cognition, about the need to reflect critically on the instrument of cognition before getting to the fact itself, all these are themselves presuppositions, concrete determinations that as such carry with them the demand for mediation and grounding. Therefore, since they formally have no advantage over beginning with the fact itself as they protest against, and, because of their more concrete content, are on the contrary all the more in need of derivation, singling them out for special attention is to be considered as empty presumption. They have an untrue content, for they make into something incontestable and absolute what is known to be finite and untrue, namely a restricted cognition determined as form and instrument in opposition to its content. This untrue cognition is itself also the form, the retroactive search for grounds. The method of truth also knows that the beginning is incomplete, because it is a beginning, but at the same time it knows that this incompleteness is necessary, because truth is but the coming to oneself through the negativity of immediacy. The impatience that would merely transcend the determinate, be it called beginning, object, the finite, or in whatever other form it is otherwise taken, in order that one would find oneself immediately in the absolute, has nothing before it as cognition but the empty negative, the abstract infinite. Or what it has before it is a presumed absolute, presumed because not posited, not comprehended. Comprehended it will be only through the mediation of cognition, of which the universal and immediate are a moment, and as for the truth itself, it resides only in the extended course of mediation and at the end. To meet the subjective need and the impatience that come with not knowing, one may well provide an overview of the whole in advance, by means of a division for reflection that, in the manner of finite cognition, gives the particular of the universal as already there, to be waited for as the science progresses. Yet this affords nothing more than a picture for representation for the true transition from the universal to the particular and to the whole which is determined in and for itself, and in which that first universal is in truth itself again a moment, This transition is alien to the division of reflection and is the exclusive mediation of science itself. By virtue of the nature of the method just indicated, the science presents itself as a circle that winds around itself, where the mediation winds the end back to the beginning, which is the simple ground. The circle is thus a circle of circles, for each single member ensouled by the method is reflected into itself, so that, in returning to the beginning, it is at the same time the beginning of a new member. Fragments of this chain are the single sciences, each of which has a before and an after, or, more accurately said, has in possession only the before and in its conclusion points to its after. So the logic also has returned in the absolute idea to this simple unity which is its beginning, the pure immediacy of being, in which all determination appears at first as extinguished or removed by abstraction, is the idea that through mediation, that is, the sublation of mediation, has come to the likeness corresponding to it. The method is the pure concept that only relates to itself. It is, therefore, the simple self-reference which is being. But it now is also the fulfilled concept, the concept that comprehends itself conceptually, being as the concrete and just as absolutely intensive totality. In conclusion, there remains only this to be said of this idea, that in it, in the first place, the science of logic has apprehended its own concept. In the sphere of being, at the beginning of its concept appears as a knowledge external to that content in subjective reflection. But in the idea of absolute cognition, the concept has become the idea's own content. The idea is itself a pure concept that has itself as its subject matter, and which, as it runs itself as subject matter through the totality of its determinations, builds itself up to the entirety of its reality, to the system of science, and concludes by apprehending this conceptual comprehension of itself, hence by sublating its position as content and subject matter and cognizing the concept of science. In second place, this idea is still logical. It is shut up in pure thought, the science only of the divine concept. Its systematic exposition is of course itself a realization, but one confined within the same sphere. Because the pure idea of cognition is to this extent shut up within subjectivity, it is the impulse to sublate it, and pure truth becomes as final result also the beginning of another sphere in science. It only remains here to indicate this transition. The idea, namely, in positing itself as the absolute unity of the pure concept and its reality, and thus collecting itself in the immediacy of being, is in this form as totality, nature. This determination, however, is nothing that has become, is not a transition, as was the case above when the subjective concept in its totality becomes objectivity, or the subjective purpose becomes life. The pure idea into which the determinateness or reality of the concept is itself raised into concept is rather an absolute liberation, for which there is no longer an immediate determination which is not equally posited and is not concept in this freedom. Therefore, there is no transition that takes place. The simple being to which the idea determines itself remains perfectly transparent to it. It is the idea that in its determination remains with itself. The transition is to be grasped, therefore, in the sense that the idea freely discharges itself, absolutely certain of itself and internally at rest. On account of this freedom, the form of its determinateness is just as absolutely free, the externality of space and time absolutely existing for itself without subjectivity. Inasmuch as this externality is only in the abstract determinateness of being and is apprehended by consciousness, it is as mere objectivity and external life within the idea. However, it remains in and for itself the totality of the concept, and science in the relation of divine cognition to nature. But what is posited by this first resolve of the pure idea to determine itself as external idea is only the mediation out of which the concept, as free concrete existence that from externality has come to itself, raises itself up, completes this self-liberation in the science of spirit, and in the science of logic finds the highest concept of itself, the pure concept conceptually comprehending itself. Appendix: Hegel's Logic in its revised and unrevised parts. It is a matter of speculation how Hegel would have revised Part 2 of Volume 1, Book 2 in the Lassen edition, and Volume 2, Book 3 in the Lassen edition, of the Logic if he had lived to complete the planned work of revision. Some clues may, however, be derived from the changes that Hegel brought to the Encyclopaedia Logic in its new edition of. In this last edition, Hegel rearranged the ordering of the categories of essence. He replaced the title of the first grouping, which in was the pure determinacies of reflection, with essence as the ground of existence, moved the category of existence, which in was in the second grouping under the general heading of appearance, to the first grouping, and replaced it in the second grouping of, still entitled appearance, with the world of appearances. As used by Hegel in all the texts of the logic that we have, existence is an ontological term. Like the scholastic existentia, which is the counterpart of essentia, it signifies the being of a thing inasmuch as it is internally grounded by the thing's essence. Within the logic, existence stands reflectively to essence as Dasein stands immediately to being. On the face of it, the grouping of the categories of essence thus seems to be the more natural one, for it more clearly brings out the close conceptual connection between essence and existence. This connection eventually develops into the idea of an internally cohesive world of variegated appearances, that is, the world of appearances of the Encyclopedia Logic. One should think, therefore, that a new edition of the doctrine of essence of the greater logic would have followed more closely the headings and groupings of categories of the encyclopedia. However, whether these changes would have amounted to a truly substantial conceptual reorientation of the logic is of course open to question. Also to be kept in mind is that the Encyclopedia Logic differs from the Greater Logic in sheer size according to the pagination of the critical edition. There are pages in the Doctrine of Essence as opposed to pages in the equivalent section of the Encyclopedia. And it also differs in scope. The one was intended as a textbook for university instruction, the other, as a theoretical treatise. Any contrast between the two can only be of limited value. Perhaps a more reliable indicator of any conceptual progression from the Nuremberg to the Berlin period might be the one part of the earlier Greater Logic which Hegel did in fact revise in Berlin, namely the doctrine of being. Here are the most significant changes. 1. Hegel added, in connection with measure, some comments regarding the modal categories and critical of Spinoza's and Kant's treatment of these categories. We have already commented on them in the main body of the introduction, bringing out the conceptual importance of these comments. 2. The text is considerably enlarged in comparison with that of, by about 1/3, the extra material the result of a more detailed treatment of some of the categories and the addition of more remarks. These are notes that expand on historical and conceptual points connected with the subjects under consideration. Notable among them are the 2 extra remarks on the nature and the foundations of calculus that Hegel added into the 1 remark, GW, FF, of the edition. The conceptual importance of these 3 additions has also been discussed in the main body of the introduction. 3. The edition has a more streamlined version of the conceptually awkward ordering of the categories of Dasein, or immediate existence, in chapter, and of being for itself in chapter reality and negation, which are treated as independent headings, are not so treated in but reappear under quality as the 2 shifting moments that define the peculiarly immediate determinacy of Dasein. It is possible that in a revised edition of the Doctrine of Essence, shine, reflective shine, which is the reflective counterpart of reality, would have been dropped as an independent category, as it also is in the Encyclopedia, but would be reintroduced instead as a moment of the first reflective determinacies of essence, namely identity, difference, diversity, and contradiction. Each of these reenacts in essence, but reflectively, and each in its own way, the shifting relation which reality and negation play out in Dasein. Shine would appear in them as the lingering immediacy, all that remains of the sphere of being, as Hegel puts it, that still affects them and makes them seem to have a reality independent of essence. But it is also possible, and perhaps even more likely, that Hegel would have wanted to treat this lingering immediacy on its own, directly in connection with essence, exactly as he did in 4. In connection with the transitions from one category of being to another, Hegel is more precise in his use of language. He avoids the language of reflectivity, which is more appropriate to the transitions of essence, apparently in order to stress precisely the immediacy of such transitions.